Maigret's Mistake. Chapter 1. It was 8:25 in the morning, and Maigret was just getting up from the table, still finishing his last cup of coffee. Even though it was only November, the lights were on. At the window, Madame Maigret had to strain to see passers-by hurrying to work through the fog, their hands in their pockets, their backs stooped. "I think you should put your thick overcoat on," she said, because it was by observing people in the street that she knew what the weather was like outside. They were all walking quickly that morning, many wearing scarves, and they had a characteristic way of stamping their feet on the pavement to warm themselves. She'd seen several wiping their noses. "I'll get it for you." He still had his cup in his hand when the telephone rang. Picking up the receiver, he, too, now looked outside. The houses opposite were almost invisible through the yellowish cloud that had descended over the streets during the night. "Hello, Detective Chief Inspector Maigret. Dupin here, from the Tail district." It was curious that it should be Dupin calling him, because he was probably the man most in tune with the atmosphere of that morning. Dupin was the chief inspector of the Rue de l'Étoile police station. He squinted. His wife squinted. It was said that his 3 daughters, whom Maigret didn't know, also squinted. He was a conscientious official, so anxious to do the right thing that he almost made himself sick. He made even the objects around him seem dull, and even though you knew he was the best man in the world, you couldn't help avoiding him. Not to mention that he always had a cold, winter and summer. "I'm sorry to bother you at home. I assumed you hadn't left yet, so I said to myself—" "You just had to wait." He needed to explain himself. He invariably felt the need to explain why he was doing this or that, as if he felt he was at fault. "I know you always like to be there personally. I may be wrong, but I have the impression this is quite an unusual case. Mind you, I don't know much myself yet. I've only just arrived." Madame Maigret was waiting, the overcoat in her hand, and her husband said under his breath to stop by getting too impatient. "Dupin." Dupin was still speaking in a monotonous voice. "I got to my office at 8 o'clock as usual, and was just going through the early mail, when at 8 minutes past I received a telephone call from the cleaning lady. She was the one who found the body when she entered the apartment on Avenue Carnot. As it's so close, I came straight here with my secretary. A murder. It could just possibly be suicide, but I'm convinced it's a murder." "Who is it?" "A young woman named Louise Fior. I've never heard of her." "I'm on my way." Dupin began talking again, but Maigret, pretending not to notice, had already hung up. Before leaving, he called Quai des Orfèvres and asked to be put through to criminal records. "Is Mers there?" "Yes, call him to the phone." "Hello, is that you, Mers? Could you go straight to Avenue Carnot with your men?" "A murder. I'll see you there." He gave them the number of the building, put on his overcoat, and a few minutes later there was one more dark figure walking quickly through the fog. It wasn't until he got to the corner Boulevard Voltaire that he found a taxi. The avenues around Place de l'Étoile were almost deserted. Men were collecting the dustbins. Most of the curtains were still closed, and there were lights in only a few of the windows. On Avenue Carnot, an officer in a cape was standing on the pavement, but no crowd of onlookers had formed. "Which floor?" Maigret asked him. "Third." He walked through the main door with its highly polished brass handles. The lights were on in the lodge where the concierge was having her breakfast. She looked at him through the window but didn't get up. The lift worked noiselessly as in any well-maintained building. The carpets on the polished oak stairs were a fine, deep red. On the 3rd floor, he was confronted with 3 doors, and was hesitating when the one on the left opened. Dupin was there, his nose red, just as Maigret had expected to see him. "Come in. I thought it best not to touch anything until you arrived. I haven't even questioned the cleaning lady." Crossing the entrance hall, where there was only a coat stand and 2 chairs, they entered a living room where the lights were on. The cleaning lady was immediately surprised when she saw the light. In the corner of a yellow sofa, a brown-haired young woman lay slumped in a curious position, with a large dark red stain on her dressing gown. She was shot in the head. The shot seems to have been fired from behind, and very close. As you see, she didn't fall. She had simply collapsed onto her right-hand side, and her head was dangling, her hair almost touching the carpet. "Where's the cleaning lady?" "In the kitchen. She asked me if she could make herself a cup of coffee. She says she got here at 8 o'clock, as she does every morning. She has a key to the apartment. She came in, saw the body, claimed she didn't touch anything, and immediately phoned." It was only now that Maigret realized what he had found strange when he arrived. Normally, he would have had to get through a line of onlookers out on the pavement. Usually, too, the tenants are gathered on the landings, looking on. Here, though, everything was as calm as if nothing had happened. Here's the kitchen through there. He found it at the end of a corridor. The door was open. A darkly dressed woman with black hair and eyes was sitting by the gas stove drinking a cup of coffee, blowing on the liquid to cool it. Maigret had the feeling he had met her before. Frowning, he looked at her closely, while she calmly sustained his gaze and continued drinking. She was very short. Sitting, her feet barely touched the floor, and she was wearing shoes that were too big for her, while her dress was too loose and too long. "I think we know each other," he said. "That's quite possible," she replied without flinching. "What's your name?" "Désiré Bohot." The name Désiré put him on the right track. "Were you ever arrested for shoplifting in department stores?" "Among other things." "What else?" "I've been arrested so many times." Her face expressed no fear. In fact, it expressed nothing. She looked at him, answered his questions, but as for what she was thinking, that was impossible to guess. "Have you done time?" "You will find all that in my record." "Prostitution?" "What of it?" "A long time ago, evidently. Now she must be about 50 or 60. She was emaciated. Her hair wasn't white or even greying, but it had become sparse, and you could see the skull through it. There was a time when I was as good as any other woman." "How long have you been working in this apartment?" "Next month will make it a year. I started in December, not long before Christmas." "Are you here all day?" "Just from 8 to 12. The coffee smelled so good that Maigret poured himself a cup. Inspector Dupin was standing timidly in the doorway. "Would you like some, Dupin?" "No, thanks. I had breakfast just an hour ago." Désiré Bohot stood up to pour herself another cup too. Her dress hung loosely from her body. She probably weighed no more than a 14-year-old. "Do you work in other places?" "3 or 4. It varies from week to week." "Do you live alone?" "With my husband."
"Has he been in prison too?"
"Never. He just drinks."
"Doesn't he work?"
"He hasn't worked a single day in 15 years, not even to hammer a nail in the wall." She said this without bitterness, in a steady voice in which it was hard to detect any irony.
"What happened this morning?"
She made a movement of her head to indicate Dupin. "Didn't he tell you?" "All right, then. I got here at 8 o'clock.
"Where do you live?"
"Near Place Clichy. I took the metro. I opened the door with my key and noticed there was a light on in the living room."
"Was the living room door open?"
"No."
"Was your employer usually still in bed when you arrived in the morning?"
"She didn't get up until around 10. Sometimes later."
"What did she do?"
"Nothing."
"Carry on."
"I opened the living room door and saw her."
"Did you touch her?"
"I didn't need to touch her to know she was dead. Have you ever seen anyone walking around with half their face shot off?"
"What do you do then?"
"I called the police station."
"You didn't alert the neighbors or the concierge?"
She shrugged. "Why should I have done that?"
"What did you do after you phoned?"
"I waited."
"Doing what?"
"Doing nothing." It was staggering in its simplicity. She'd simply stayed there, waiting for the doorbell to ring, perhaps looking at the body.
"Are you sure you didn't touch anything?"
"Quite sure."
"Did you find a gun?"
"I didn't find anything." Dupin intervened. "We looked everywhere for the weapon, but there was no sign of it."
"Did Louise Fillon own a gun?"
"If she did, I never saw it."
"Are there any pieces of furniture that are kept locked?"
"No."
"I assume you know what's in the cupboards?"
"Yes."
"And you never saw a gun?"
"No, never."
"Tell me, did your employer know you'd been in prison?"
"I told her everything."
"Didn't that bother her?"
"It amused her. I don't know if she also did time, but she might have done."
"What do you mean?"
"That before she came to live here, she was on the game."
"How do you know that?"
"Because she told me, even if she hadn't told me." There was the sound of shuffling on the landing, and Dupin went and opened the door. It was Mers and his men with their equipment.
"Don't start right away," Maigret said to Mers. "Phone the prosecutor while you're waiting for me to finish up here."
Désiré Bohot fascinated him, and so did everything that could be sensed behind her words. He took off his coat because he felt hot, and sat down, continuing to drink his coffee in little sips.
Wouldn't you like to sit down?"
"I'd love to. 'Tisn't often a cleaning lady gets asked to sit." And this time she almost smiled.
Do you have any idea who might have killed your employer?
Of course not.
Did she have lots of visitors?
I never saw any, apart from the local doctor once, when she had bronchitis. Mind you, I leave at 12.
Do you know if she had a boyfriend?
All I know is that there are a man's slippers and dressing gown in her wardrobe. A box of cigars, too. She didn't smoke cigars.
Do you know who the man is?
I never saw him.
Do you know his name? Did he ever phone while you were here?
Yes, sometimes.
What did you call him?
Piero.
Was she a kept woman?
I suppose someone had to pay the rent, didn't they? And pay for all the rest. Maigret stood up, put his cup down and filled a pipe.
What do I do now? She asked.
Nothing.
Just wait.
He went back to the living room, where the men from records were awaiting a signal from him to get down to work. The room was tidy. In an ashtray near the sofa, there was cigarette ash and cigarette ends, 2, 3 in all, including 2 with lipstick marks on them. A half-open door led from this room to the bedroom, and Maigret noted with a touch of surprise that the bed was unmade, and that there was a hollow in the pillow, as if someone had been sleeping there.
Isn't the doctor here yet?
He isn't at home. His wife's phoning around the patients he was due to see this morning. He opened a few wardrobes, a few drawers. The clothes and underwear were those of a young woman who dresses without much taste, not the kind you're expected to find in an apartment on Avenue Carnot.
Look for prints and anything else you can find, Merce. I'm going down to talk to the concierge.
Do you still need me?
Dupin asked. No, I'm very grateful to you. Send me a report sometime today.
You've done a good job, Dupin. You know, I immediately thought it would interest you. If there'd been a weapon near the sofa, I'd have said it was suicide, because the shot came from such close range. Although women like that usually use Veronal to kill themselves. I haven't known a woman to shoot herself in this neighborhood for at least 5 years. So, as there isn't any weapon, you've done very well, Dupin. I try the best I can to—" He was still talking as he descended the stairs. Maigret left him on the doormat outside the concierge's door and went into the lodge.
Good morning, madame.
Good morning, Inspector.
You know who I am? She nodded. You know what's happened?
I asked the officer standing guard out there on the pavement. He told me Mademoiselle Louise is dead.
The lodge had the comfortable appearance of all concierge's lodges in this area. The concierge herself, who was only in her 40s, was well, even smartly dressed. She was actually quite pretty, although her features were slightly too fleshy.
Was she murdered?
She asked as Maigret sat down by the window. What makes you think that?
I don't think the police would be here if she died a natural death.
She might have killed herself.
Oh, that wouldn't have been like her.
Did you know her well?
Not that well. She never lingered in my lodge, just half opened the door as she passed to ask if she had any mail. She didn't really feel at ease in this building, if you know what I mean.
You mean she wasn't from the same background as your other tenants?
Yes.
What do you think her background was?
Well, I don't rightly know. I have no reason to speak ill of her. She was quiet, not conceited.
Did a cleaning lady ever talk to you about her?
Madame Brat and I don't speak to each other.
You know her?
I've no reason to know her. I see her go up and down, that's enough for me.
Was Louise Fillon a kept woman?
It's possible. She certainly always paid her rent on time.
Did she have visitors?
Occasionally.
But not regularly?
Not what I'd call regularly. Maigret had the impression there was something holding her back. Unlike Madame Brut, the concierge was nervous and from time to time cast a rapid glance at the glazed door. It was she who announced, "The doctor's going up."
"Tell me, madame, what's your name, by the way?"
"Cornet."
"Tell me, Madame Cornet, is there something you're trying to hide from me?"
She made an effort to look him in the eyes. "Why do you ask that?"
"No reason. I'd just like to know."
"Was it always the same man who came to see Louise Fillon?" "There was always the same man I saw pass by here."
"What kind of man?"
"A musician."
"How do you know he's a musician?"
"Because once or twice I saw him with a saxophone case under his arm."
"Did he come last night?"
"Yes, about 10.
"Did you open the door for him?"
"No. Until I go to bed at 11, I leave the door open."
"But you see who comes in?"
"Most of the time. The tenants are quiet. Most of them are important people."
"You say the musician in question went up at about 10?
"Yes. He only stayed about 10 minutes, and when he left, he seemed to be in a hurry."
I heard him stride off towards Place de l'Étoile." "You didn't see his face, whether he looked upset or—"
"No."
"Did Louise Fillon have any other visitors last night?"
"No."
"So, if the doctor discovers that the murder was committed between 10 and 11, for example, it would be more or less certain that—"
"I didn't say that. I said she didn't have any other visitors."
"Do you think the musician was her lover?"
She didn't reply at once. "I don't know," she murmured at last. "What do you mean?" "Nothing. I was thinking of the cost of the apartment."
"You mean he wasn't the kind of musician who could afford to keep his girlfriend in a place like this?"
"That's right."
"It doesn't seem to surprise you, Madame Cormay, that your tenant has been murdered."
"I didn't expect it, but it doesn't surprise me either."
"Why?"
"No particular reason. I have the feeling women like that are more exposed than others. At any rate, that's the impression you get from reading the papers."
"I'm going to ask you to make me a list of all the tenants who came in or went out after 9 o'clock last night. I'll pick it up on my way out."
"That's easy."
He left the lodge in time to see the prosecutor and his deputy getting out of a car, together with the court clerk. All three looked cold. The fog had not yet cleared, and the steam from all their breaths mingled with it. Handshakes, the lift. Apart from the third floor, the building was still as quiet as it had been when Maigret arrived. The people here weren't the kind to watch out for comings and goings behind their half-opened doors, or to gather on the landings because a woman had been killed. Nurse technicians had set up their equipment all over the apartment, and the doctor had finished examining the body. He shook hands with Maigret. "What time?" Maigret asked.
Between 9 and midnight, roughly speaking. My guess would be 11 at the latest rather than midnight."
"I assume death was instantaneous."
"You saw her. The shot was fired at close range."
"From behind?"
From behind and a little to the side. She seems to have been smoking a cigarette when it happened," Nurse said. "It fell on the carpet and burned itself out. It's lucky the carpet didn't catch fire."
"What exactly are we dealing with?" asked the deputy, who knew nothing yet. "I've no idea. Maybe a straightforward crime, though I'd be surprised. Do you have any ideas?"
"None whatever."
"I'm going to have another word with the cleaning lady." Before reaching the kitchen, he telephoned Kitty's Orfèvre and asked Lucas, who was on duty, to join him immediately. After that, he ignored the prosecutors and the technicians, who were continuing with their usual tasks. Madame Brut had not moved. She was no longer drinking coffee, but was smoking a cigarette, which, given her physique, seemed strange.
"I guess I'm allowed,"
she said, following the direction of Maigret's gaze. He sat down facing her. "Tell me."
"Tell you what?"
"Everything you know."
"I've already told you."
"How did Louise Fillon spend her days?"
"I can only talk about what she did in the morning. She'd get up about 10, or rather she'd wake up but wouldn't get up straight away. I'd bring her coffee and she'd drink it in bed and smoke and read."
"What kind of things did she read?"
"Magazines and novels. She often listened to the radio. You probably noticed one on my bedside table."
"Did she make phone calls?"
"At about 11.
"Every day?"
"Almost every day."
"To Pierrot?"
"Yes. Sometimes at midday she'd dress and go out to eat, but that was quite rare. Most of the time she'd send me to the pork butcher's to buy cold meats or ready-made dishes."
"Do you have any idea how she spent her afternoons?"
"I assume she went out. She must have gone out because in the morning I'd find dirty shoes. I suppose she did the rounds of the shops like all women."
"Did she have dinner at home?"
"There weren't usually any dirty dishes."
"Do you suppose she went to meet Pierrot?"
"Him or another man."
"Are you sure you've never seen him?"
"Quite sure."
"Did you ever see any other men?"
"Only the men from the gas company or the delivery boy."
"When was the last time you were in prison?"
6 years ago."
"Have you lost the taste to shoplifting from department stores?"
"I'm not as fast as I used to be." "They're taking away the body."
There were noises from the living room, and it was indeed the men from the Forensic Institute.
"She didn't get to enjoy it for long."
"What do you mean?"
"I mean she lived in poverty until she was 24, and then had barely 2 good years."
"Did she confide in you?"
"We chatted like human beings."
"Did she tell you where she was from?"
"She was born in the 18th arrondissement, practically in the street. She spent most of her life around La Chapelle. When she moved here, she thought it was going to be the good life."
"Wasn't she happy?"
The cleaning lady shrugged, looking at Maigret with a kind of pity, as if surprised that he seemed to show so little understanding.
Do you think it was fun for her to live in a building like this, where people didn't even condescend to look at her when they passed her on the stairs? Why did she come here? She must have had her reasons. Was it her musician who kept her? Who told you about the musician? It doesn't matter. Is Piero a saxophone player? I think so. I know he plays in a dance hall. She was only saying what she wanted to say. Now that Maigret had a clearer idea of the kind of girl Louise Fion had been, he felt certain that in the mornings the two women had chatted away to their heart's content. I don't think a dance hall musician would be in a position to pay the rent on an apartment like this, he said. Neither do I. So there must have been someone else, she said calmly. Piero came to see her last night. She didn't start, continued looking him in the eyes. And I assume you've jumped to the conclusion that he was the one who killed her. There's only one thing I can tell you. They loved each other. Did she tell you that? Not only did they love each other, but their one dream was to get married. Why didn't they? Maybe because they didn't have any money. Maybe also because the other man wouldn't let her go. The other man? You know perfectly well I'm talking about the one who paid. Do I have to draw you a picture? An idea occurred to Maigret, and he went to the bedroom and opened the wardrobe. From it he took a pair of men's slippers in frosted kidskin, made to measure by a bootmaker in Rue Saint-Honoré, one of the most expensive in Paris. Taking down the dressing gown, which was of thick maroon silk, he found that it bore the label of a shirtmaker in Rue de Rivoli. Mers's men had already left. Mers himself was waiting for Maigret in the living room. What did you find? Prints, obviously. Some old, some more recent. Men's prints. One man at least. We'll have some pictures in an hour. Pass them on to records. I'd like you to take these slippers and this dressing gown. When you get to headquarters, hand them over to Janvier or Torrance. I'd like them to be shown to the shopkeepers who supplied them. For the slippers, it'll be easy, I assume, because they have an order number on them. It was quiet again in the apartment, and Maigret went back to the cleaning lady in the kitchen. You don't need to stay here any more. Can I clean? Not yet, not today. What should I do? You can go home, but don't leave Paris. It may be that... All right. Got it. Are you sure you have nothing else to tell me? If I remember anything, I'll let you know. One more question. Are you sure that from the time you found the body to the time Inspector Dupont arrived, you didn't leave the apartment? I swear. And nobody came in. Not a soul. She went and took down a shopping bag she probably always carried with her, and Maigret made sure there was no gun in it. Search me if you feel like it. He didn't search her, but to set his mind at rest and not without a touch of embarrassment, he passed his hands over her loose dress. That would have given you a thrill in the old days. She left, probably passing Luc on the stairs. His hat and coat were wet. Is it raining? It started 10 minutes ago. What do you want me to do, Chief? I don't know exactly. I'd like you to stay here. If anyone phones, try to find out where the call is coming from. There may be a call at about 11. Tell the officer to put a tap on the line. Apart from that, keep searching here. It's been done, but you never know. What exactly are we dealing with? A girl who used to walk the streets in Barbet and was set up in her own place by someone. As far as we know, she was in love with a dance hall musician. Was he the one who killed her? He came to see her last night. The concierge says nobody else came up here. Do we have a description of him? I'm going down to question the concierge again. The concierge was busy sorting through the second post. According to her, Piero was a fair-haired, well-built man of about 30, who looked more like a butcher's boy than a musician. Do you have anything else to tell me? No, nothing else, Monsieur Maigret. If I remember anything, I'll let you know. It was strange. The same answer, or almost as the cleaning lady. He was convinced that both women, doubtless for different reasons, were avoiding telling him all they knew. As he would probably have to walk all the way to Place de l'Étoile to find a taxi, he turned up the collar of his coat and set off, his hands in his pockets, like the people Madame Maigret had seen from the window that morning. The fog had turned into a fine, chilly rain of the kind associated with head colds, and he went into a little bar on the corner of the street and ordered a toddy. Chapter 2. It was Janvier who was dealing with Piero the musician, reconstructing his movements up until the time he decided to vanish. Just before 11:30, Luca, having a quiet poke around the apartment on Avenue Carnot, had at last heard the telephone ring. He had picked up the receiver, taking care not to say anything, and at the other end a man's voice had murmured, "Is that you?" Before growing suspicious of the silence that greeted him, Pierrot had added, "Is there someone with you?" Finally, in a worried tone, "Hello? This is Carno 2235, isn't it?" "Carno 2235? Yes." Luca could hear the man's breathing on the line. He was calling from a public booth, probably in a bar, because there'd been the telltale noise of a token falling into the metal box. At last, after a while, the musician hung up. Then it was only a matter of waiting until the man in the listening room called. It took barely 2 minutes. "Luca, your man phoned from a bistro called Chez Léon on the corner of Boulevard Rochoir and Rue Briquet." Immediately, Luca phoned the Goutte d'Or police station, which was not far from Boulevard Rochoir. "May I speak to Inspector Janin?" As luck would have it, he was in the office. Luca provided him with a rough description of Pierrot and the name of the bar. "Do nothing until Janvier joins you." He finally got through to Janvier. Meanwhile, it was still raining on this world of stone, brick, and concrete, through which wove dark figures and umbrellas. Maigret was in his office, his tie loosened, 4 filled pipes in front of him, finishing a report that had to be handed in by midday. Janvier half opened the door of the office. "He phoned, Chief. We know where he is. Luca alerted the Goutte d'Or, and Janin should already be there. I'm on my way now. What should I do with him?" Maigret looked at him with large, tired eyes. "Bring him to me, and be nice about it. Aren't you going to lunch? I'll have some sandwiches brought up." Janvier used one of the little black cars of a police judiciaire, getting the driver to stop some distance from the bar. It was a narrow bistro, longer than it was wide, with so much steam on the windows that you couldn't see inside. When he opened the door, he glimpsed Janin waiting for him over a vermouth cassis. Apart from him, there were only 4 customers. The tiled floor was covered in sawdust, the walls were a dirty yellow, and the phone booth was next to the toilets. "Gone?" Holding out his hand, Janin nodded. The owner, who clearly knew the local officer, asked Janvier in a somewhat ironic voice, "Would you like a drink?" "A beer." The customers are also looking at them. Janin must have already asked his questions. "We can talk," he said in a low voice. "He came in at 11:15 as he does every day." "Does the owner know his name?" "All he knows is that he's called Pierrot, and he's a musician and probably lives in the area. He comes here every morning at 11:15 to have his coffee. Almost always he receives a phone call at 11. This morning he didn't get one. He waited half an hour and then went into the booth. When he came out, he looked worried. He stayed a while longer at the counter, then paid and left. Do we know where he has his lunch?" "The owner claims he doesn't know. Do you still need me?" "I don't know. Let's go outside." Once outside, Janvier glanced along Rue Briquet, which was very short, and where you could see the signs of 2 hotels that were clearly used by prostitutes. If Pierrot was in the habit of having his morning coffee in the little bar, there was a good chance he lived nearby. Should we take a look? The first hotel was called Hôtel du Var. To the right of the corridor, there was an office with an old woman in it. "Is Pierrot at home?" As she probably also knew Janin, he took care not to show himself, while of all those of the police judiciaire, Janvier was probably the one who looked least like a policeman. "He went out more than an hour ago." "Are you sure he hasn't come back?" "Positive. I haven't left the office. And besides, his key's on the board." She finally saw Janin, who had stepped forwards. "Oh, so that's it. What do you want with the boy?" "Can I see the register? How long has he been living here?" "More than a year. He pays monthly." She went and fetched the book and leafed through it. "Here you are. You know this house is above board." Pierrot's real name was Pierre Ehou. He was 29 years old and had been born in Paris. "What time do you usually get back?" "Sometimes he comes back early in the afternoon. Sometimes not." "Does he have women visitors?" "Like anyone else." "Always the same one?" She did not hesitate for long. She knew that if she didn't toe the line, Janin would have 100 opportunities to catch her out. "You must know her too, Monsieur Janin. She was always hanging around here. It's Lulu." "Lulu what?" "I don't know. I've always called her Lulu. Pretty girl, and a lucky one too. These days she wears fur coats and all that, and comes here by taxi." "Did you see her yesterday?" Janvier asked. "No, not yesterday, but the day before yesterday.
That was Sunday, the day before yesterday, wasn't it? She arrived just after midday with some little packages, and they had lunch in his room. Afterwards, they left arm in arm. I assume they went to the cinema. Give me the key. She shrugged. What was the point resisting? Try not to make it too obvious he searched his room. He'd blame me for it. To be on the safe side, to stop the old woman from phoning Pierre Herveau and bringing him up to date, for example, Jeanne stayed downstairs. 4 of the doors were open on the first floor, where the rooms that could be rented for an hour or even less were situated. Further up lived those tenants who rented by the week or the month, and noises could be heard behind the doors. There must be another musician in the hotel because someone was playing the accordion. Georges went into room 53, which had a view of the courtyard. The bed was of iron, the rug threadbare and discoloured, as was the tablecloth. On the wash basin was a toothbrush, a tube of toothpaste, a comb, a shaving brush and a razor. In a corner, a big suitcase lay open, used only to put dirty washing in. Georges found only one suit in the wardrobe, an old pair of trousers, a grey felt hat, and a cap. As for Pierrot's clothes, they consisted merely of 3 or 4 shirts, a few pairs of socks and pants. Another drawer was full of sheet music. It was on the bottom shelf of the bedside table that he finally spotted a pair of women's slippers, and hanging behind the door, a salmon-pink crepe de chine dressing gown. By the time he went back downstairs, Jeanne had had time to chat with the manageress. I have the addresses of 2 or 3 restaurants where he often has his lunch. It was only in the street that Georges took note of them. "You'd do better to stay here," he said to Jeanne. "When the newspapers come out, he'll find out what happened to his girlfriend, if he doesn't already know. He might drop by the hotel. Do you think it's him?" "The chief didn't say." Georges headed first for an Italian restaurant on Boulevard Rochois, quiet, cosy, and smelling of food cooked with herbs. 2 waitresses in black and white bustled from table to table, but there was nobody answering to Pierrot's description. "Have you seen Pierre Herveau?" "The musician? No, he hasn't been in. What day is it?" "Tuesday. I'd be surprised if it came. It isn't his day." The second restaurant on the list was a brasserie near the Barbet intersection, and here, too, nobody had seen Pierrot. There was one last hope, a restaurant frequented by drivers, its front painted yellow, and the menu written on a slate hanging on the door. The owner was behind the counter pouring wine. There was only one waitress, a tall, thin girl, and the owner's wife could be glimpsed in the kitchen. Georges approached the tin bar, ordered a beer. Everyone here probably knew each other because they were watching him curiously. "I don't have draft beer," the owner said. "How about a glass of Beaujolais?" Georges nodded, waited a few moments, then asked, "Has Pierrot been in?" "The musician?" "That's right. He arranged to meet me here at 12:15. It was now 12:45. If you'd come at 12:15, you'd have seen him." They weren't suspicious. He seemed very natural. "So he didn't wait for me?" "To tell the truth, he didn't even finish his lunch." "Did someone come to get him?" "No. He left all of a sudden, saying he was in a hurry." "What time is that?" "About 15 minutes ago." Georges, looking around the tables, noticed that 2 of the customers were reading the afternoon paper over their lunch. One table near the window hadn't been cleared, and next to a plate still containing veal stew, a newspaper lay open. "Was he sitting there?" "Yes." Georges had only 200 meters to walk in the rain to join Jeanne, who was keeping guard in Rue Briquet. "Has he been back?" "I haven't seen anyone. He was in a little restaurant less than half an hour ago. A paper seller came in. Pierrot took one look at the front page and rushed out. I think I'd better call the chief." On Maigret's desk at Quai des Orfèvres, there was a tray with 2 huge sandwiches and 2 glasses of beer. Maigret listened to Georges' report. "Try to find out the name of the dance hall where he works. The manageress of a hotel probably knows it. It must be somewhere in the area. I'd like Jeanne to carry on watching the hotel." Maigret was right. The hotel's manageress did know it. She, too, had the newspaper in her office, but she hadn't made any connection between the Louise Fillon they were talking about and the Loulou she knew. All the newspaper had said in its first edition was, "Louise Fillon, unemployed, was found dead this morning by her cleaning lady in an apartment on Avenue Carnot. She was killed by a gunshot fired at close range, probably sometime last night. Robbery does not appear to have been the motive. Detective Chief Inspector Maigret has taken personal charge of the investigation, and we believe he is already following a lead." Pierrot worked at the Grello.
a dance hall in Rue Charbonnière, near the corner of Boulevard de la Chapelle. It was still in the area, although in the less savoury part of it. From Boulevard de la Chapelle onwards, Janvier encountered Arabs wandering in the rain, looking as if they had nothing to do. There were other men apart from the Arabs, and women too, waiting for clients in the doorways of hotels in broad daylight, in spite of the regulations. The front of the Grelot was painted mauve, and by night the light was probably also mauve. At this hour there was nobody inside except the owner, busy having lunch with a middle-aged woman who might have been his wife. He watched as Janvier, who had closed the door behind him, advanced towards him. Janvier realized that the man had guessed his profession from the first glance. "What do you want? The bar doesn't open till 5. Janvier showed his badge, and the owner didn't flinch. He was short and broad, with the nose and ears of a former boxer. Above the dance floor there was a kind of balcony, to which the musicians gained access by a ladder. "I'm listening. Is Pierrot here?" The other man looked around him at the empty room, and merely replied, "Can you see him?" "Has he been in today?" "He starts work at 7 in the evening. Sometimes he drops by about 4 or 5 to play belote." "Did he work yesterday?" Janvier realized that something was up because the man and the woman looked at each other. "What has he done?" the owner asked cautiously. "Maybe nothing. I just want to ask him a few questions." "Why?" Janvier went for broke. "Because Lulu is dead." "What? What are you talking about?" He was genuinely surprised. True, there was no newspaper in sight. "Since when?" "Since last night." "What happened to her?" "Do you know her?" "She used to be a regular. She was here almost every night." "I'm talking about 2 years ago." "And now?" "She came from time to time, had a drink, listened to the music." "What time did Pierrot slip out last night?" "Who told you he slipped out?" "The concierge on Avenue Carmaux, who knows him well, saw him enter the building and come out a quarter of an hour later." The owner was silent for a good moment, thinking about how best to react. He too was at the mercy of the police. "Tell me first what happened to Lulu." "She was murdered." "Not by Pierrot," he retorted with conviction. "I didn't say it was by Pierrot." "So what do you want with him?" "I need some information. You claim he was working here last night." "I'm not claiming anything, it's the truth. At 7 o'clock he was up there playing the saxophone." With his eyes he indicated the balcony. "But he slipped out about 9. "He had a phone call. It was 20 past 9. "Was it from Lulu?" "I have an idea. It's quite likely." "I know," the woman said. "I was near the phone." The phone was not in a booth, but in a recess in the wall, near the door to the toilets. "He said to her, 'I'll be right there.' Then he turned to me, 'Melanie, I have to go over there.' I asked him, 'Is something wrong?' And he said, 'It looks that way.' Then he went up to talk to the other musicians and rushed out." "What time did he get back?" This time the man answered. "Just before 11. "Did he seem agitated?" "I didn't notice anything. He apologized for his absence and went back to his place. He played until 1 in the morning. Then, as usual, after closing, he had a drink with us. If he'd known that Lulu was dead, he wouldn't have had the guts. He was crazy about her. He always has been. I told him 100 times, 'You're wrong, Pierrot. You have to take women for what they are.' And 'Thanks very much,' his companion interrupted curtly. It's not the same thing." "Wasn't Lulu in love with him?" "Of course she was." "Did she have someone else?" "A saxophone player couldn't have afforded an apartment in the Étoile area." "Do you know who it was?" "She never told me, and nor did Pierrot. All I know is that her life changed after her operation." "What operation?" 2 years ago she was very ill. She was living around here at the time." "Was she on the game?" The man shrugged. "What else can a girl do around here?" "Carry on." "She was taken to hospital, and when Pierrot came back from visiting her, he said there was no hope. It was something in her head. I don't know what. Then after 2 days she was moved to another hospital on the left bank. She had some kind of operation and recovered in a few weeks. Only she didn't come back here, except to visit." "Did she immediately move to Avenue Carmel?" "Do you remember?" the owner asked his wife. "Yes, I do. First, she had an apartment in Rue Lafayette." When Janvier returned to get his affair at about 3, he knew no more than that. Maigret was still in his office, in his shirt sleeves, because the room was overheated, and the air was blue with pipe smoke. "Sit down. Tell me." Janvier recounted what he'd done, and what he'd learned. "I'll ask for a watch to be kept on the railway stations," Maigret said when he had finished. "So far, Piero hasn't tried to take a train." He showed him a police record sheet containing both a full-face photograph and a profile photograph of a man who didn't look 30 but a lot younger. "Is that him?" "Yes. At the age of 20, he was arrested for the first time for aggravated assault during a fight in a bar in Avenue de Florne. A year and a half later, he was suspected of being an accessory in a theft committed by a girl he lived with. But it was never proved. At the age of 24, he was arrested one last time for vagrancy. He wasn't working at that time, just living off the immoral earnings of a girl named Ernestine. Since then, nothing. I've had his description circulated with all force. Is Jeannin still watching the hotel?" "Yes, I thought it was wise." "You did the right thing. I don't think he'll be coming back any time soon, but we can't take the risk. Only I need Jeannin. I'll send young Lapointe to replace him. You see, I'd be surprised if Piero tried to leave Paris. He spent all his life in a neighborhood he knows like the back of his hand, where it's easy for him to disappear. Jeannin knows his way around that neighborhood better than we do. Call Lapointe." Lapointe listened to his instructions and rushed out with as much zeal as if the whole investigation depended on him. "I also have the file on Louise Fillon. Between the ages of 15 and 24, she was picked up more than 100 times in raids, taken to the cells, examined, put under observation, and most of the time released after a few days." "That's all." Maigret sighed, knocking his pipe on his heel to empty it. "Or rather, it isn't absolutely all, but the rest is vaguer." He might have been talking to himself, putting his thoughts in order, but Janvier was nevertheless flattered to be made party to them. "Somewhere, there's a man who set Lulu up in that apartment on Avenue Carnot. It immediately struck me as odd this morning, a girl like her living in a building like that. You see what I mean?" "Yes." "It wasn't the kind of building where kept women usually lived. It wasn't even the kind of area. That building on Avenue Carnot oozed comfort and respectability, and it was surprising that the owner or manager should have agreed to let an apartment to a prostitute. My first thought was that the reason her lover set her up there was to have her close at hand. Now, apparently, if the concierge isn't lying, Lulu didn't have any other visitors apart from Piero. She didn't go out regularly either, and she sometimes stayed at home for a whole week. I'm starting to understand." "To understand what?" Janvier turned red. "I don't know," he said. "I don't know either. I'm just speculating. The man's slippers and dressing gown found in the wardrobe certainly don't belong to the saxophone player. At the shirt makers in Rue de Rivoli, they can't say who bought the dressing gown. They have hundreds of customers and don't keep records of names for cash purchases. As for the bootmaker, he's an old eccentric who claims he doesn't have time to look at his books today, but promises he will one of these days. The fact remains that someone other than Piero was in the habit of going to see Louise Fillon and was intimate enough with her to put on a dressing gown and slippers. If the concierge never saw him, he must live in the building. That's the most logical explanation. Do you have a list of tenants? Luca phoned it to me earlier. Janvier was wondering why the chief had that grumpy air of his, as if it was something about this business he didn't like. What you told me about Lulu's illness and operation might be a clue. And in that case, he took time to light his pipe, bent over the list of names that was on his desk. You know who lives just above her apartment? Professor Gouin, the surgeon, who happens to be the greatest brain specialist around. Janvier's reaction was, is he married? Of course he's married, and his wife lives with him. What are you going to do? First of all, have a conversation with the concierge. Even if she didn't lie to me this morning, she certainly didn't tell me the whole truth. I might also pay a visit to Madame Brut, who may also know more than she's telling. What shall I do? Stay here. When Jeannin phones, ask him to start looking for Piero locally. Make sure he has a photograph with him. It was 5 o'clock and already dark in the streets by the time Maigret crossed the city in a police car. That morning, while his wife was looking through the window to see how people were dressed, he had had a curious thought. He had told himself that this day answered exactly to the image you have of a working day. Those two words had come into his head for no reason, the way you remember the chorus of a song. It was a day when you couldn't imagine people being outside for their own pleasure, or even that they could find pleasure anywhere. A day when you were in a hurry, when you gritted your teeth and did what you had to do.
trudging along in the rain, diving into metro stations, into department stores, into offices, with nothing but dampness and greyness around you. That was how he too had worked. His office was overheated, and it was without any enthusiasm that he was once again on his way to Avenue Carnot, to a big stone building, devoid of charm. Good old Lucas was still there in the third-floor apartment, and from below Maigret caught a glimpse of him pulling the curtain aside and looking out gloomily into the street. The concierge was sitting at the round table in her lodge, busy mending sheets. With her glasses on, she looked older. It was hot here too, and very calm, the only sounds the ticking of an old clock and the hissing of the gas stove in the kitchen. Don't get up. I've come to have a chat with you. Are you sure now she was murdered? She asked, as he took off his coat and sat down opposite her in a familiar manner. Unless someone took the gun off her after she died, which seems unlikely. The cleaning lady was only alone there for a few minutes, and I'm pretty sure she didn't take anything away with her when she left. Obviously, I didn't search her thoroughly. What are you thinking about, Madame Cornet? Me? Nothing in particular. That poor girl. Are you sure this morning you told me everything you know? He saw her turn red and bow her head lower over her sewing. A moment passed before she said, Why'd you ask me that? Because I have the impression you know the man who set Louise Fillon up in this building. Was it you who left the apartment? No, it was the manager. I'll go and see him. He'll probably know more about it. I also think I'll go up to the 4th floor. There are some things I need to ask there. This time she looked up abruptly. The 4th floor? That is Professor Douin's apartment, isn't it? If I understand correctly, he and his wife occupy the whole floor. That's right. She had pulled herself together. I can at least ask them if they heard anything last night, he went on. Were they at home? Madame Gouin was. All day? Yes. Her sister came to see her and stayed until 11:30. What about the professor? He left for the hospital at 8. When did he get back? At about 11:15, just before his sister-in-law left. Does he often go to the hospital in the evening? No, not often. Only when there's an emergency. Is he at home now? No, he almost never gets back before dinner time. He has an office in the apartment, but he never sees patients there except in exceptional cases. Then I'll go up and question his wife. She let him stand and walk to the chair on which he had put his coat. He was about to open the door when she said in a low voice, Monsieur Maigret. He had rather been expecting it, and turned with a slight smile. As she was searching for her words with an almost imploring look on her face, he said, Is it him? She misunderstood. You don't mean it's the professor who— No, that's not what I mean. What I'm almost sure of, though, is that it was Professor Gouin who set Louise Fillon up in this building. She nodded reluctantly. Why didn't you tell me? You didn't ask. I asked you if you knew the man who— No, you asked me if I ever saw anyone go upstairs apart from the musician. It was pointless to argue. Did the professor ask you to keep quiet? No, he doesn't care. How do you know? Because he doesn't hide. Then why didn't you tell me? I don't know. I didn't see any point in dragging him into it. He saved my son. He operated on him for free and treated him for more than 2 years. Where is your son? In the army? In Indochina? Does Madame Gouin know? Yes. She isn't jealous. She's used to it. In other words, the whole building knows that Lulu was the professor's mistress. If any of them don't know, it's because they don't want to know. In a place like this, tenants mind their own business. He often went down to the 3rd floor in his pyjamas and dressing gown. What kind of man is he? Don't you know him? She was looking at Maigret with an air of disappointment. He had often seen Gouin's photograph in the newspapers, but had never had the opportunity to meet him personally. He must be about 60, isn't he? 62, but he doesn't look it. Besides, for men like him, age doesn't matter. Maigret vaguely remembered a powerful face with a large nose, a strong chin, but cheeks that were already sagging and bags under the eyes. It was amusing to see the concierge talk about him with the same enthusiasm as a girl from the conservatoire talked about her teacher. You don't know if he saw her last night before leaving for the hospital. I told you it was only 8, and the young man came later. The only thing that concerned her was to place Gouin beyond suspicion. And after he got back,
She was visibly searching for the best answer to give.
Definitely not.
Why?
Because his sister-in-law came down a few minutes after he went up.
You think he saw his sister-in-law?
I assume she waited to see him before she left.
You're defending him quite fervently, Madame Colney.
I'm simply telling the truth.
Since Madame Gouin knows about it, there's no reason I shouldn't see her.
Do you think that's tactful?
Maybe not. You're right. Nevertheless, he headed for the door.
Where are you going?
Upstairs. I'll leave the door ajar when the professor gets back. I'll ask to have a word with him.
If you really must.
Thank you. He liked her. Once the door was closed, he turned to look at her through the window. She had got to her feet, and on seeing him, seemed to think better of having stood up so quickly. She headed for the kitchen as if she had something urgent to do there. But he was convinced it wasn't the kitchen she'd been planning to rush to, but rather the side table by the window, where the telephone was. Chapter 3. Where did you find it? Maigret asked Lucas.
On the highest shelf of the cupboard in the kitchen.
It was a white cardboard shoebox, and Lucas had left on the side table the red string that had been around it when he discovered it. Its contents reminded Maigret of other treasures that he had seen so often in the country or among poor people. A marriage license, a few yellowed letters, sometimes a receipt from a pawn shop, not always in a box, but in a soup tureen from the best dinner set, or in a fruit bowl. Louise Fion's treasure wasn't so different. It didn't include a marriage license, but part of a birth certificate issued by the town hall of the 18th arrondissement, stating that Louise Marie Josephine Fion was born in Paris, daughter of Louis Fion, slaughterhouse worker, living in Rue de Cambrai, near the La Villette Abattoir, and of Philippine Le Flem, laundress. It was probably the mother who appeared in a photograph taken by a local photographer. The traditional backdrop showed a park with a balustrade in the foreground. The woman, who must have been about 30 when the photograph was taken, had been incapable of smiling to order, and was staring straight ahead. She had presumably had other children apart from Louise, because her body was already shapeless, her breasts empty in her blouse. Lucas had sat down in the armchair he had been occupying before going to open the door to Maigret. The latter had been unable to stop himself smiling as he came in, because near the ashtray, in which was burning a cigarette, lay one of Lulu's cheap novels. The sergeant must have grabbed it out of boredom, and had already read almost half of it.
She died, Lucas said, pointing to the photograph, 7 years ago.
He handed his chief a press cutting from the births, deaths, and marriages column, which listed the people who had died that day, among them Philippine Fion, née Le Flem. The two men had left the door ajar, and Maigret was listening out for the noise of the lift. The only time it had been in operation, it had stopped on the second floor. What about her father?
Just this letter.
It was written in pencil on cheap paper, and the handwriting was that of someone who hadn't had much schooling. Dear Louise, this is just to tell you that I'm in hospital again, and I'm very unhappy. Maybe you'll be kind enough to send me a bit of money so that I can buy tobacco. They say eating makes me sick, and they're letting me die of hunger. I'm sending this letter to the bar where someone who is here claims he saw you. I suppose they know you there. I won't make old bones. Your father. In the corner was the name of a hospital in Béziers, in the Hérault. The letter was undated, so there was no way of knowing when it had been written, probably 2 or 3 years earlier, to judge by how much the paper had yellowed. Had Louise Fion received other letters? Why had she only kept this one? Was it because her father had died soon afterwards? Make inquiries in Béziers.
All right, Chief.
Maigret didn't see any other letters, just photographs, most taken at fairgrounds, some showing Louise on her own, others with Pierrot. There were also some identity photographs of a young woman, taken with automatic cameras. The rest consisted of trifling objects, also one of the fair, an earthenware dog, an ashtray, a drawn glass elephant, even paper flowers. It would have been normal to unearth a treasure like this one somewhere in the area of Barbey or Boulevard de la Chapelle. Here, in an apartment on Avenue Carnot, the cardboard box took on an almost tragic aspect. Anything else? Just as Lucas was about to reply, the phone rang, making them both jump. Maigret hastened to pick up the receiver. "Hello?" he said.
"Is Monsieur Maigret there?"
The voice was a woman's. "Speaking."
"I'm sorry to disturb you. I phoned your office and they told me you were probably here, or that you would drop by." This is Madame Goes speaking. I'm listening. May I come down and have a brief word with you? Wouldn't it be easier if I came upstairs? The voice was firm. It remained so now as the reply came. I'd rather come down, to avoid my husband finding you in our apartment when he gets home. As you wish. I'll be right there. Maigret had time to whisper to Luca, the wife of Professor Goes, who lives upstairs. A few moments later they heard footsteps on the stairs, then someone coming through the first door, which had been left open, and closing it behind her. Then there was a knock at the door communicating with the entrance hall, which had remained ajar, and Maigret stepped forwards. "Come in, madame," he said. She did so naturally as she might have come into any apartment, and without looking round the room, her gaze immediately settled on Maigret. Let me introduce Sergeant Luca, if you'd like to sit down. Thank you. She was tall and quite sturdy, without being fat. Goes was 62, but she was probably 45, and seemed no older. I assume you're rather expecting my phone call, she said with a hint of a smile. Did the concierge tell you? She hesitated for a moment without taking her eyes off him, and her smile intensified. Yes, she did. She just phoned me. So you knew I was here. The reason you called my office was to make your coming to see me appear spontaneous. She barely blushed and lost nothing of her self-confidence. I should have suspected you would guess. I would have got in touch with you in any case, believe me. I've been meaning to talk to you since this morning when I found out what happened here. Why didn't you do so? Perhaps because I'd rather my husband wasn't mixed up in this business. Maigret had not taken his eyes off her. He had noticed that she hadn't even glanced at her surroundings, that she had shown no curiosity. When were you last here, madame? This time again there was a slight blush on her cheeks, but she continued to play the game well. So you know that too, though I can't see who could have told you, not even Madame Colmay. She thought it over, and soon found the answer to her own question. I suppose I haven't behaved like someone coming into an apartment for the first time, especially an apartment where a murder's been committed. Luca was sitting now on the sofa, almost in the place that Louise Thion's body had been occupying that morning. Madame Goes had settled into an armchair, and Maigret remained standing, his back to a fireplace, in which there were only fake logs. Anyway, I'll answer you. One night, 7 or 8 months ago, the girl who lived here called me in a panic because my husband had just had a blackout. It was his heart. Was he in the bedroom? Yes. I came down and gave him first aid. You studied medicine. Before our marriage, I was a nurse. Ever since she had come in, Maigret had been wondering what her background was, but had been unable to figure it out for himself. Now he better understood that self-confidence of hers. Carry on. That's about it. I was going to phone a doctor who's a friend of ours when Etienne came round and forbade me to call anybody. Was he surprised to find you at his bedside? No, he's always told me everything. He's never hidden anything from me. That night he came back upstairs with me and finally fell asleep peacefully. Was it his first attack? He'd had another one 3 years earlier, but that was milder. She was still calm and self-controlled, just as you imagined her in a nurse's uniform by a patient's bedside. Of the two men, Luca was the more surprised, as he wasn't yet familiar with the situation and couldn't understand how a woman could speak so calmly about her husband's mistress. Why did you want to speak to me this evening? Maigret asked. The concierge told me you intended to talk to my husband. I wondered if it wasn't possible to avoid that, if a conversation with me wouldn't provide you with the same information. Do you know the professor? Only by reputation. He's an extraordinary man. You'll find only a few like him in a generation. Maigret nodded. He devotes his whole life to his work, which he regards as a true vocation. Apart from his classes and his duties at the Conchard Hospital, he sometimes performs 3 or 4 operations on the same day, and I'm sure you know these are extremely difficult operations. Is it any surprise that I should make every effort to spare him any worries? Have you seen your husband since the death of Louise Thion? He came home for lunch. This morning when he left, there were already comings and goings in this apartment, but we didn't know anything. How did he seem at lunch? It was a blow to him. Did he love her? She looked at him for a moment without replying. Then she glanced at Luca, whose presence she seemed to find disagreeable. I think, Monsieur Maigret, from what I know of you, that you're a man capable of understanding. It's precisely because other people wouldn't understand that I'd like to avoid this story getting out.
The professor is a man who shouldn't be the object of gossip, and his activities are too valuable to everyone to risk undermining them by pointless worries. In spite of himself, Maigret glanced at the place Lulu's body had occupied that morning, and it was a kind of comment on the words, pointless worries. Do you mind if I try to give you some idea of his character? Not at all. You probably know that he was born into a family of poor peasants in the Cevennes.
I knew he came from a peasant family. What he's become by force of will.
It wouldn't be too much of an exaggeration to say that he was never a child or a young man. You understand what I mean?
Very well.
He's a kind of force of nature. Even though I'm his wife, I don't mind saying that he's a man of genius, because others have said it before me and continue to say it. Maigret was still nodding. People in general have a strange attitude to geniuses. They're prepared to admit that they're different from other people as far as intelligence and professional activities are concerned. Any patient of his thinks it's only natural that Gouin should get up at 2 o'clock in the morning for an emergency operation that only he can perform, and that by 9 o'clock he should be at the hospital dealing with other patients. But those same patients would be shocked to learn that he's different from them in other ways, too.
Maigret could guess what was coming next, but he preferred to let her talk.
She did so with persuasive calm. Etienne has never bothered with the little pleasures of life. He has no real friends. I don't remember him ever taking a proper holiday. His expenditure of energy is incredible. The only way he's ever found to relax is with women. She glanced at Luca, then turned again to Maigret. I hope I'm not shocking you.
Not at all.
Do you understand what I'm saying? He's not the kind of man to flirt with women. He wouldn't have the patience or the inclination. What he asks of them is some quick relief, and I don't think he's ever been in love in his life. Not even with you. I've often wondered that. I really don't know. We've been married for 22 years. Before our marriage he was a bachelor and lived with an old housekeeper.
In this building?
Yes. He just happened to rent our apartment when he was 30, and it's never occurred to him to move, not even when he was appointed to Cocher, which is on the other side of the city.
Were you in his department?
Yes. I imagine I can speak to you frankly. It was still the presence of Luca that embarrassed her, and Luca, who sensed it, was ill at ease and kept crossing and uncrossing his short legs. For months he paid no attention to me. I knew, as did the whole hospital, that most of the nurses had their turn eventually, and that it never led to anything. By the next day he always seemed to have forgotten. One night, when I was on duty and we had to wait for the result of an operation that had lasted 3 hours, he had me, without a word. Did you love him? I think I did. I certainly admired him. A few days later, I was surprised when he asked me out to lunch with him in a restaurant off Faubourg Saint-Jacques. He asked me if I was married. He hadn't shown any interest in that before then. Then he asked me what my parents did, and I told him my father was a fisherman in Brittany. Am I boring you? Not at all. I really would like you to understand. Aren't you afraid he'll come back and be surprised not to find you upstairs? Before coming down, I phoned the Saint-Joseph Clinic, where he's operating right now, and I know he won't get home till 7:30. It was 6:15 now. What was I saying? Oh, yes, we had lunch together, and he wanted to know what my father did. This is where it gets harder, especially as I wouldn't want you to get the wrong idea. It reassured him to know that I came from a similar family to his. What nobody knows is that he's terribly shy. I was going to say unhealthily shy, but only with people who belong to a different social class. I assume that's why he was still unmarried at the age of 40 and why he'd never moved in what's called society. All the girls he had were common. I understand. I wonder if, with someone else, he could have... She blushed as she said these words, thus giving them a specific meaning. He got used to me, even though he never stopped behaving with the others the way he always had. Then one fine day, he asked me almost absent-mindedly if I wanted to marry him. That's our whole story. I came to live here. I've kept house for him. Did the housekeeper leave? A week after we were married. Needless to say, I'm not jealous. That would be ridiculous on my part. Maigret couldn't remember ever looking at anyone so intensely as he was looking at this woman. She sensed it and wasn't intimidated. On the contrary,
She appeared to understand the interest he had in her. She was trying to say everything, to leave no character trait of her great man in the shadows. He continued sleeping with the nurses, with his successive assistants, in fact with any girl he came across who wasn't likely to complicate his life. Perhaps that's the main point. He would never accept an affair that would make him waste time he considered he owes to his work. What about Lulu? You already know she was called Lulu. I'm getting that. It's as simple as the rest, you'll see. Do you mind if I get a glass of water? Luca tried to stand up, but she'd already got to the kitchen, where they heard a tap running. When she sat down again, her lips were moist, and there was a drop of liquid on her chin. She wasn't pretty, in the usual sense of the word, nor was she beautiful, in spite of her regular features. But she was pleasant to look at. There was a kind of calming influence in her. Maigret would have liked to be treated by her if he was sick. And she was also the kind of woman you could have lunch or dinner with somewhere without worrying about keeping up the conversation. A friend, in other words. Someone who understood everything, who was never surprised or shocked or offended by anything. I suppose you know how old he is? 62. Yes. Mind you, he's lost none of his vigor. And I use the word in all its senses. All the same, I think all men, at a certain age, are terrified of the thought of seeing their virility diminish. Realizing as she spoke that Maigret was over 50, she stammered, "Oh, I'm sorry. It's all right." It was the first time they'd smiled at each other. I suppose it's the same with other men. I have no idea. The fact is, Etienne has been even more determined than ever in his sexual activities. Haven't I shocked you yet? Not yet. About 2 years ago, he had a young patient, Louise Fillon, whose life he miraculously saved. I assume you already know about her previous life. She comes from as far down the social ladder as it's possible to come, and that's probably what interested my husband. Maigret nodded, because everything she said sounded true, with all the simplicity of a police report. It must have started at the hospital when she was convalescing. Then he set her up in an apartment in Rue de Lafayette, after mentioning it to me casually. He didn't go into details. He's always been reticent about such things. All at once, in the course of a meal, he told me what he'd done, or what he was intending to do. I didn't ask him any more questions. And then we didn't speak about it any more. Was it you who suggested she come and live in this building? It seemed to please her that Maigret had guessed. For you to understand, I need to go into more detail. I'm sorry to be taking so long, but it all hangs together. Etienne used to drive his car himself. A few years ago, 4 years to be precise, he had a small accident on Place de la Concorde. He knocked down a woman who was passing. Luckily, she escaped with bruises. All the same, he was upset. For a few months we had a chauffeur, but he never got used to it. It shocked him that a man in the prime of life should have nothing better to do than wait for him for hours at the curb. I offered to drive him, but that wasn't practical either, so he got into the habit of using taxis. The car stayed in the garage for several months, and we ended up selling it. In the morning, it's always the same taxi driver who comes to pick him up and drives him around for the rest of the day. It's quite a long way from here to Faubourg Saint-Jacques. He has patients at night, too, and often in other hospitals around the city. Going to Rue Lafayette on top of all that. Maigret was still nodding, while Luca seemed to be dozing off. As luck would have it, an apartment became free in this building. At one moment. Did your husband often spend the night in Rue Lafayette? Only part of the night. He's always tried to be here in the morning for when his assistant, who's also his secretary, gets here. She gave a little laugh. In a way, it was all because of these domestic complications. I asked him if there was any reason he shouldn't set up a girl here. You knew who she was. I knew everything about her, including the fact that she had a boyfriend named Pierrot. Did he also know that? Yes. He wasn't jealous. He probably wouldn't have liked to find him with Lulu, but as long as it happened when he wasn't there. Carry on. He agreed to the idea. What about her? Apparently, she resisted for a while. What, in your opinion, were Louise Fillon's feelings for the professor? Maigret was starting automatically to talk in the same tone as Madame Gouin about this man he had never seen and who seemed almost present in the room. Would you like me to be frank? Please. First of all, like all the women who come near him, she fell under his spell. You're going to think it's a strange kind of pride on my part, but even though he isn't what people call handsome, and he's far from young. I know few women who have resisted him. Women instinctively feel his strength, and this time she couldn't find the words she was looking for. Anyway, it's a fact, and I don't think the women you question will contradict me. This girl was just like the others. What's more, he saved her life, and treated her in a way she wasn't used to being treated. All clear and logical so far. To be perfectly honest, I'm convinced the question of money played its part. If not money exactly, at least the prospect of a certain security, a life devoid of worries. Did she ever talk about leaving him for her boyfriend? Not as far as I know. Did you ever see the man? I passed him once, the front entrance. Did he come here often? Generally not. She'd meet him in the afternoon, somewhere or other. On rare occasions he came to see her. Did your husband know that? It's possible. Would he have been displeased? Perhaps, though not out of jealousy. It's hard to explain. Was your husband very fond of the girl? She owed him everything. He was almost her creator, since without him she would have died. Maybe he was thinking of the day when he wouldn't have any others. Plus with her, although this is only a supposition, he felt no shame. And with you. She stared at the carpet for a moment. I'm a woman, after all, he almost retorted, while she was nothing, because that was clearly what she thought. Perhaps it was what the professor thought, too. He preferred not to say it. All three were silent for a moment. Outside, the rain was still falling noiselessly. Lights had come on in the building opposite, and a shadow was moving behind the cream-coloured curtains of an apartment. "Tell me about last night," Maigret said at last. He indicated his pipe, which he had just filled. "Do you mind?" "Not at all." So far, he had been so interested in Madame Gouin that he had not thought about smoking. "What would you like me to tell you?" "First, a detail. Was your husband in the habit of sleeping in her apartment?" "It was extremely rare. Upstairs we occupy the whole floor. On the left is what we call the apartment. On the right my husband has his bedroom and bathroom, a library, another room where even the floor is piled high with scientific pamphlets, and finally his office, and his secretary's office." "So you sleep separately?" "We always have. Our rooms are only separated by a boudoir." "May I ask you an indiscreet question?" "You're perfectly entitled." "Do you still have marital relations with your husband?" She looked once again at poor Luca, who was feeling superfluous and didn't know what to do with himself. "Not often. In other words, almost never." "That's right." "How long has that been the case?" "Some years. Do you miss it?" Unembarrassed, she smiled and nodded. "You're asking me to tell all, and I'm ready to answer you as frankly as possible. Let's say I miss it a little." "Do you ever let on to him about that?" "Certainly not." "Do you have a lover?" "The idea's never even crossed my mind." She paused and looked straight at him. "Do you believe me?" "Yes." "I'm grateful. People don't always accept the truth. When you're the companion of a man like Gouin, you're prepared to make certain sacrifices." "So he would go downstairs to see her, and come back up again?" "Yes." "Is that what he did last night?" "No, it didn't happen every day. Sometimes almost a week would go by with him just dropping in on her for a few minutes. It depended on his work. I suppose it also depended on the opportunities he found elsewhere." "You mean he continued having relations with other women?" "The kind of relations I described to you." "And yesterday?" "He saw her for a few minutes after dinner. I know that because he didn't take the lift when he left, which is a sign." "How can you be sure he only stayed for a few minutes?" "Because I heard him come out of his apartment and summon the lift." "Were you listening out for him?" "You're terrible, Monsieur Maigret." "I was listening out for him, yes, as I always did. Not out of jealousy, but how can I explain without appearing pretentious? Because I considered it my duty, in a way, to protect him, to know everything he did, where he was, to follow him in my thoughts." "What time was it?" "About 8. We'd eaten quickly because he was supposed to spend the evening at Cocher. He was worried about the consequences of an operation he'd performed in the afternoon and wanted to stay within easy reach of the patient. So, he spent a few minutes in her apartment, then took the lift." "Yes. His assistant, Mademoiselle Decaux,
was waiting for him downstairs, as she usually does when he goes back in the evening to the hospital. She lives not far from here, in Rue des Acacias, and they always travel together. Does she also? He asked, giving an obvious meaning to these words. Yes, on occasion. Does that strike you as monstrous? No. Where was I? My sister arrived at about 8:30. Does she live in Paris? En Boulevard Saint-Michel, opposite the École des Mines. Antoinette is 5 years older than me and is never married. She works in a municipal library and is a very model of a spinster. Does she know about your husband's life? She doesn't know everything, but from what she's discovered, she thoroughly hates and despises him. So they don't get on. She never even talks to him. My sister is still a devout Catholic, and for her, Gouin is the devil incarnate. And how does he treat her? He ignores her. She doesn't come here very often, and only when I'm alone in the apartment. So she avoids him, as much as possible. And yet, yesterday, I see the concierge told you everything. It's true. They met last night. I didn't expect my husband back before midnight at the earliest. My sister and I were chatting. What about? This and that. Did you talk about Lulu? I don't think so. Aren't you sure? Actually, I am. I don't know why I gave that evasive answer. As a matter of fact, we talk about our parents. Are they dead? My mother's dead, but my father's still alive in Finistère. We have other sisters there. There were 8 of us, 6 girls and 2 boys. Do any of them live in Paris? Only Antoinette and I. At 11:30, perhaps a little earlier, we were surprised to hear the door open and see Etienne come in. He simply nodded. Antoinette said goodbye and left almost immediately. Did your husband go downstairs? No. He was tired and worried about his patient, whose condition wasn't as satisfactory as he would have liked. I assume he has a key to this apartment. Of course. During the evening, did anything unusual happen? Did your sister and you hear any noise? In these old stone buildings, you can't hear anything from one apartment to another, let alone one floor to another. She looked at the time on her wristwatch and grew nervous. I'm so sorry, but I'm going to have to go back upstairs. Etienne may be back any minute now. Do you have any other questions to ask me? I can't think of any for the moment. Do you think it'll be possible for you to avoid questioning him? I can't promise anything, but I'll only bother your husband if I consider it indispensable. What do you think now? Now, I don't consider it indispensable. She stood up and held out her hand, as a man would have done without taking her eyes off him. I'm very grateful, Monsieur Maigret. As she was turning, her gaze fell on the cardboard box and the photographs, but Maigret couldn't see the expression on her face. I'm at home all day. You can come and see me when my husband isn't in. But in saying that, I'm sure you'll understand it isn't a demand, but a request. It never occurred to me to think otherwise. Thank you. She went out, closing the 2 doors behind her, while little Luca looked at Maigret with an air of a man who has just received a blow on the head. He was so afraid of saying something stupid that he kept silent, observing Maigret's face, in the hope of reading on it what he must be thinking. Chapter 4. Oddly, in the car taking him back to the Police Judiciaire, it wasn't Professor Gouin or his wife that Maigret was thinking about, but almost unwittingly, Louise Fillon. Before leaving, he had slipped her fairground photographs into his wallet. Even in those photographs taken as they were on evenings when she should have been in a lively mood, there was no gaiety in her face. Maigret had known lots of women like her, born in identical surroundings, who had a more or less identical childhood and life. Some had a vulgar, boisterous gaiety about them that could give way without transition to tears or rebellion. Others, like Désirée Brot, became hard and cynical, especially with age. It was hard to define the expression he found in Lulu's photographs, an expression she must have had in life. It wasn't sadness, but rather the sullen expression of a little girl who keeps to herself in the school playground and watches her schoolmates play. He would have been hard put to explain in what way she had been attractive, but he sensed it, and he had often, in spite of himself, questioned such girls more gently than others. They were young and retained a certain freshness. In some respects they seemed barely more than children, and yet they'd been through a lot, and there were too many disgusting images in their no longer sparkling eyes, while their bodies had the unhealthy charm of something that will wither, that is half withered already. He imagined her in the hotel room in Rue Briquet, or in any room in the Barbet district, spending days on a bed, reading, sleeping, or looking at the murky window. He imagined her in some café or other in the 18th arrondissement, sitting for hours while someone like Pierrot played belote with 3 of his pals. He also imagined her in a dance hall, her face grave and almost inspired as she danced. He imagined her, finally, standing on a street corner, watching the men in the shadows without bothering to smile at them, and then leading them up the stairs of a rooming house, shouting out her name to the manageress. She had lived for more than a year in the impressive stone building on Avenue Carnot, where the apartment seemed too big, too cold for her, and it was there that he found it hard to imagine her. It was face to face with a man like Etienne Gouin that he couldn't somehow see her. Most of the lights were off in Quai des Orfèvres. He slowly climbed the stairs where wet soles had left prints and opened the door to his office. Janvier was waiting for him. It was the time of year when the contrast is most noticeable between the cold outside and the warmth of the buildings, which seem overheated, and where the blood immediately rushes to your head. Any news? The police machine was dealing with Pierre Héault. At the railway stations, inspectors were examining those travellers whose description matched his. At the airports, too, the hotel agency were probably also on the trail, scouring the hotels and rooming houses of the 18th arrondissement. In Rue Briquet, young Lapointe had been hanging about outside the Hôtel du Var since early afternoon. Now that night had fallen, prostitutes were prowling about the hotel. As for Inspector Jeannot, the local man, he was indulging in a more personal kind of search. The northeast of Paris was a stone jungle in which a man can disappear for months, where often you don't hear about a crime until weeks after it's been committed. Thousands of people, men and women, live outside the law in a world where they find as many refuges and helping hands as they want, and where the police occasionally cast a net and pick up someone they're looking for quite by chance, but are more likely to rely on a telephone call from a jealous girl or an informer. Gaston Hannett called an hour ago. He was the ballistics expert. What did he say? You'll have his written report tomorrow morning. The bullet that killed Louise Fillon was fired from a 6.35 caliber automatic, what in the police judiciaire is called an amateur weapon. Real criminals, those who really have the intent to kill, use more serious weapons. Dr. Paul also phoned. He'd like you to get in touch with him. Janvier looked at his watch. It was just after 7:15. By now he's probably at the restaurant La Pérouse, where he's a guest of honor at her dinner. Maigret called the restaurant. A few minutes later, the pathologist came on the line. I carried out a post-mortem on the girl you sent me. I may be mistaken, but I have the impression I've seen her before. She was arrested several times. It couldn't have been Lulu's face, distorted by the gunshot, that the doctor thought he had recognized, but her body. Obviously the shot was fired at close range. It doesn't take an expert to see that. I reckon the distance was between 25 and 30 centimeters, no more than that. I assume death was instantaneous as could be. The stomach still contained undigested food, including lobster. Maigret remembered seeing an empty lobster can in the waste bin in the kitchen. She drank white wine with her meal. Is that of any interest? Maigret did not know yet. At this stage of the investigation, it was impossible to say what might prove important. I discovered something else that may surprise you. Did you know the girl was pregnant? Maigret was indeed surprised, so surprised that for a moment he did not speak. How far gone? He asked at last. About 6 weeks. She might not even have known. If she did know, she'd probably only recently found out. I assume you're certain about this. Absolutely. You'll get the technical details in my report. Maigret hung up and said to Janvier, who was standing waiting in front of the desk, she was pregnant. But Janvier, who knew only the broad outline of the case, was unimpressed by this. What should we do with Lapointe? He asked. That's a good point. We should send someone to take his place. I have Laubert, who has nothing in particular to do. We should also relieve Lucas. There's probably no point, but I'd still like to have someone keeping an eye on the apartment. If I can eat something first, I'll go. Is it okay to sleep there? I don't see any reason why not. Maigret glanced at the latest editions of the newspapers. The photograph of Pierrot had not been published yet.
It must have reached the editorial offices too late, but his complete description was given. The police are looking for Louise Fion's boyfriend, a dancehall musician named Pierre Hérault, known as Pierrot, who was the last person to visit her last night. Pierre Hérault, who has served a number of prison sentences, has dropped out of sight. He is believed to be hiding in the La Chapelle district, which he knows well. Maigret shrugged, stood up, and hesitated before heading for the door. "If there are any developments, can you be reached at home?" He said yes. He had no reason to stay in the office. He had himself driven home in one of the cars, and as usual, Madame Maigret opened the door to the apartment before he had turned the handle. She made no reference to the fact that he was late. Dinner was ready. "I hope you didn't catch cold." "I don't think so." "You should take your shoes off." "My feet aren't wet." It was true. He hadn't walked all day. On a cabinet lay the same evening paper he had glanced through at the office. His wife knew all about it then, but she did not ask him any questions. She knew he wanted to go out again because he hadn't taken off his tie, as he almost always did. Once dinner was over, she watched her husband open the sideboard and pour himself a glass of sloe gin. "Are you going out?" Even a moment earlier, he hadn't been sure. To tell the truth, he had rather been expecting Professor Gouin to phone him. It was based on nothing specific. Wasn't Gouin thinking that the police would question him? Wasn't he surprised they weren't paying any attention to him, even though a lot of people knew about his relations with Lulu? He called Louise Fion's apartment. Janvier had just settled in. "Anything to report?" "Nothing new, Chief. I've let my wife know. It's nice and quiet here. I'm going to spend the night on the sofa, which is fantastic." "Do you know if the professor's come home?" "Lucas told me he went up about 7:30. I haven't heard him go out." "Good night." Had Gouin guessed that his wife would talk to Maigret? Had she been capable of not letting on to him? What had they said to each other as they were having dinner? Presumably once the meal was over, the professor was in the habit of retiring to his office. Maigret poured himself another glass, which he drank standing by the sideboard, then walked over to the coat stand and took down his heavy overcoat. "Take a scarf? Do you think you'll be out for long?" "An hour or two." He had to walk as far as Boulevard Voltaire to find a taxi. He gave the driver the address of a Grelot. There was little bustle in the streets, except round Gare de l'Est and Gare du Nord. Gare du Nord always reminded Maigret of his early years in the police. On Boulevard de la Chapelle, below the overhead metro, the familiar shadowy figures were in their places, the same as every night. And although it was obvious what the women were doing there, what they were waiting for, it was less easy to define the reasons some men had to be there, doing nothing, in the cold and dark. They weren't all searching for a temporary companion, nor did all of them have an appointment. There were men of all races and ages who emerged from their holes at night like rats and ventured to the edges of their territory. The neon sign of the Grelot cast a purple light on a section of the pavement, and from the taxi Maigret made out muted music, more like a rhythm accompanied by a muted shuffling. Two uniformed officers were standing on duty under a street lamp a short distance away, and at the door there was a midget who seemed to be taking the air, but who hurried inside when Maigret got out of the cab. That is always the way in such places. No sooner had Maigret entered than two men pushed past him and hurried out, heading for the darkest depths of the neighborhood. At the bar, others turned their heads away as he passed them, in the hope of not being recognized, and as soon as his back was turned, sped off in their turn. The short, stocky owner came towards him. "If it's Pierrot you're looking for, Inspector." He was deliberately speaking loudly, underlining the word inspector so that everyone in the room should know who he was. Here, too, the light was purple, and the customers sitting at the tables and in the booths could barely be made out, because only the dance floor was lit, and the faces received only the reflected glow of the spotlights, making them look ghostly. The music did not stop playing, or the couples dancing, but the conversations had ceased, and all eyes were turned to the massive figure of Maigret, who was looking for a free table. "Would you like to sit down?" "Yes." "This way, Inspector." Saying this, the owner had the air of a fairground entertainer, showing off in front of the painted canvas of his booth. "What are you drinking? It's on the house." Maigret had expected that as he came in. He was used to it. A mark." "An old mark for Inspector Maigret." The four musicians were on their balcony, wearing black trousers and dark red silk shirts with long puffed sleeves. They had found a way to replace Pierrot. Someone was playing the saxophone, alternating with the accordion.
Is it me you want to talk to? Maigret shook his head and pointed to the balcony. The musicians. Whoever knows Pierrot best. That'd be Louis, the accordion player. He's the one leading the band. They'll be taking a break in a quarter of an hour, and he can come and talk to you for a bit. I don't suppose you're in a hurry. 5 or 6 more people, including one of the dancers, felt the need to go out for air. Ignoring them, Maigret looked calmly around him, and the people gradually resumed their conversations. There were a certain number of prostitutes here, but they weren't on the lookout for clients. They had come to dance, most with their boyfriends, and they were absorbed in their dancing, which for them was a kind of sacred ritual. Some had their eyes closed, as if in ecstasy. Others danced cheek to cheek with their partners, but without trying to move their bodies closer. There were also typists and shopgirls in the room, who were only there for the music and the dancing, and you didn't see any onlookers, any couples out for a good time as in most dance halls, getting a kick out of rubbing shoulders with the underworld. There were only 2 or 3 dance halls like this left in all of Paris. Most of the people here were initiates, and they drank lemonade rather than alcohol. From the balcony, the 4 musicians were looking imperturbably at Maigret, and it was impossible to guess what they were thinking. The accordion player was a handsome brown-haired man of about 30, who looked like a matinee idol and had long Spanish-style sideburns. A man with a big pocket in his apron collected small change. Couples remained on the dance floor. There was another dance, a tango this time, for which the spotlights changed from purple to red, erasing the women's makeup, staining the musicians' shirts. And then at last, the musicians put down their instruments, and the owner said a few words from below to the accordion player, whom he had called Louis. Louis looked once more at Maigret's table and made up his mind to come down the ladder. "You can sit down," Maigret said. "We start again in 10 minutes. That's all I need. What do you have?" "Nothing." A silence followed. They were being watched from the other tables. There were more men crowding around the bar now. In some of the booths, there were only women, touching up their makeup. Louis was the first to speak. "You're making a big mistake," he said in a rancorous tone. "About Pierrot. Pierrot didn't kill Lulu, but it's always the same. Why's he run away? He's no more stupid than anyone else. He knows he'll get the blame for it. Would you like to be arrested?" "Is he your friend?" "Yes, he's my friend. I probably know him better than anyone else." "Then maybe you know where he is." "If I did, I wouldn't tell you." "Do you know?" "No. I haven't heard from him since we said goodbye last night." "Have you read the papers?" Louis's voice was shaking with contained anger. "People assume that just because someone plays in a dance hall, he has to be some kind of tough guy. Maybe you think that too." "No." "You see the tall, fair-haired guy who plays the drums? Well, believe it or not, he's someone who graduated from high school and even spent a year at university. His parents are comfortably off. He's here because he loves it, and he's getting married next week to a girl who's studying medicine. I'm married too, if you really want to know. I have 2 children. My wife is expecting a 3rd, and we live in a 4-roomed apartment on Boulevard Voltaire." Maigret knew it was true. Louis was forgetting that the inspector knew that environment almost as well as he did. "Why hasn't Pierrot married?" he nevertheless asked in a low voice. "That's another story." "Didn't Lulu want to?" "I didn't say that." "A few years ago, Pierrot was arrested as a pimp." "I know." "And?" "Like I said, that's another story." "What story?" "You still wouldn't understand. First of all, he was in care when he was a child. You know what that means?" "Yes." "At the age of 16, they let him go, and he did what he could. In his place, I might have been worse than him. But I had parents like everyone else. I still have them." He was proud to be a man like any other, but at the same time he felt the need to defend those who found themselves on the other side of the tracks, and Maigret could not help smiling sympathetically. "Why do you smile?" "Because I know all this. If you knew Pierrot, you wouldn't set all your informers on his tracks." "How do you know the police are after him?" "The papers haven't made it all up. And you can already feel a stir in the neighborhood. When you spot certain faces around, you know what that means." Louis didn't like the police, and made no attempt to hide it. "There was a time when Pierrot acted tough," he went on. "And wasn't he? Will you believe me if I tell you he's soft-hearted, a romantic? Well, it's the truth." "Did he love Lulu?" "Yes." "Did he meet her when she was on the game?" "Yes." "And he let her carry on?" "What else could he have done? You see, you don't understand." "Then he let her have a regular lover who kept her?"
That's different. Why? Can you tell me what he had to offer her? Do you imagine he could have supported her with what he earns here? You support your family, don't you? Wrong. My wife's a dressmaker and works 10 hours a day as well as looking after the kids. What you don't understand is that when you're born around here, when you haven't known anything else—" He broke off. "I only have 4 minutes left." The other musicians were still looking at them from the balcony, their faces expressionless. "What I know is that he didn't kill her, and the only reason he didn't get her away from that doctor of hers—" "So, you know who Lulu's lover was? What of it? Was it Piero who told you?" "Everyone knows it started at the hospital." "All right. I'll tell you what Piero thought about it. She had a chance to get away from this once and for all, to have a steady life and not worry about the future. That's why he said nothing. And Lulu? Maybe she had her reasons." "What were they?" "It's none of my business." "What kind of girl was she?" Louis looked at the women around them with the air of saying she was no different from the others. "She had a tough life," he said, as if that explained everything. "She wasn't happy down there." Down there clearly meant the distant Étoile neighborhood, which from here seemed like another world. "She came here from time to dance." "Did she seem unhappy?" Louis shrugged. Did that word have a meaning in La Chapelle? Were there any truly happy women around them? Even the shop girls looked nostalgic as they danced and requested sad songs. "We only have a minute. If you still need me after that, you'll have to wait for half an hour." "When he got back from Avenue Cardinal last night, did Piero say anything to you?" "He apologized and said he'd had some important news, but didn't go into details." "Did he seem down?" "He's always down." "Did you know that Lulu was pregnant?" Louis stared at him, incredulous at first, then stunned, and finally grave. "Are you sure of that?" "The pathologist who carried out the post-mortem can't have made a mistake." "How many months?" 6 weeks. That made an impression on him, perhaps because he had children and his wife was expecting another. He turned to the waiter who was standing not far from them, trying to hear their conversation. "Give me something to drink, Ernest. It doesn't matter what." He'd forgotten that the minute had passed. From a bar, the owner was watching them. I didn't expect that." "Neither did I," Maigret added. "I assume the professor's too old." "Men have fathered children at the age of 80. If what you say is true, it's one more reason why he couldn't have killed her." "Listen to me, Louis." The musician was still looking at Maigret with a certain suspicion, but he'd lost his aggressiveness. "You may hear from Piero, one way or another. I'm not asking you to give him up, just to tell him that I'd like to talk to him, wherever he likes, whenever he likes. Have you got that? And will you let him go? I'm not saying I'll call off the search. All I can promise is that when he leaves me, he'll be free." "What do you intend to ask him?" "I don't know yet." "Do you still think he killed Lulu?" "I don't think anything." "I doubt he'll be in touch with me. But if he does, I'll see he gets your message. Now, if you'll excuse me." Downing his drink, he climbed up to the balcony and secured the straps of the accordion around his waist and shoulders. The others didn't question him. He bent over them, but only to tell them the title of the piece they were going to play. The men at the bar examined the seated girls from a distance, looking for the ones they would ask to dance. "Waiter." "There's nothing to pay. It's on the house." There was no point arguing. He stood up and headed for the door. "Have you found out anything?" There was irony in the owner's voice. "Thanks for the mark." It was pointless looking for a taxi in the neighborhood, and Maigret walked to Boulevard de la Chapelle, brushing aside the prostitutes who didn't know him and tried to approach him. 300 meters away were the lights of the Barbet intersection. It had stopped raining. The same fog as in the morning was starting to fall over the city, and the car lights were surrounded by halos. Rue Briquet was not far. He soon turned the corner and found Inspector Maigret, who was almost the same age as he was, but had never risen in rank, leaning against a wall and smoking a cigarette. "Anything?" "Lots of couples going in and out, but I didn't see him." Maigret felt like sending Maigret home to bed. He could have telephoned Janvier and told him to go home too, and called off the surveillance in the railway stations, because he was sure Piero wouldn't try to leave Paris. Only he was obliged to follow routine. He couldn't afford to take any risks. "And you cold?" Maigret already smelled of rum,
As long as the corner bistro remained open, he'd be fine. That was why he would stay an inspector all his life. Good night, my friend. If anything new crops up, phone me at home. It was 11 o'clock. The crowds were starting to emerge from the cinemas. On the pavements, couples were walking arm in arm, and women had their arms round their partners' waists. There were some who lingered in dark corners, embracing, while others ran to catch their bus. Off the lighted boulevard, every side street had its own arrangement, its own shadows, and every one also had, somewhere along its length, the yellowish signs of one or two hotels. It was towards the lights that he walked. He went into a garishly lit bar at the Barbet intersection, where at least 50 people surrounded a huge brass counter. Although he had intended to order a rum, he said mechanically, because of what he'd drunk at the Crello, a mark. Lulu had hung around here just as others were hanging around at this moment, attentive to the glances of men. He headed for the phone booth, slipped a token in the machine, and dialed the number of Quai des Orfèvres. He didn't know who was on duty. He recognized the voice of a newcomer named Lucien, who had been a good student and was already preparing for his exams in order to rise in rank. Maigret here. Anything new? No, sir, except the 2 Arabs who got into a knife fight in Rue de la Goutte d'Or. One of them died as they were putting him on the stretcher. The other was wounded, but managed to get away. It was no more than 300 meters from where he was now. It had happened barely 20 minutes earlier, probably as he was walking along Boulevard de la Chapelle. He had known nothing, heard nothing. The killer might have passed him. Other dramas would occur in the neighborhood before the night was over, probably 1 or 2 that would come to light immediately, others the police would only hear about much later. Diero, too, had gone to ground between Barbet and La Villette. Had he known that Lulu was pregnant? Was it to tell him the news that she'd phoned him at the Brello to come and see her? Dr. Paul had said 6 weeks. That meant she must have suspected it for a few days. Had she told Etienne Gouin? It was possible, but not likely. She was more the kind of girl who would go to see a local doctor or a midwife. He could only speculate. Once back home, she hadn't come to a decision for a while. According to Madame Gouin, the professor had gone to see Lulu after his dinner, but had only stayed for a few minutes. Back at the bar, Maigret ordered another drink. He had no desire to leave immediately. It struck him that this was an ideal place to think about Lulu and Piero. She didn't tell Gouin, he muttered under his breath. It was in Pierre Hérault she must have confided at first, which explained his hurried visit. In that case, could he have killed her? First, it was necessary to be sure she knew about her condition. If she had lived in another neighborhood, he would have been convinced she had seen a local doctor. In the Étoile, where she was always a stranger, that was less likely. The next day, a note would have to be sent to all the doctors and midwives in Paris. That struck him as essential. Since the telephone call from Dr. Paul, he'd been convinced that Lulu's pregnancy was the key to the drama. Was Gouin sleeping peacefully? Was he taking advantage of an evening off to work on some book about surgery? It was too late to go and see the cleaning lady, Madame Brot, although she lived not far from here near Place Clichy. Why hadn't she mentioned the professor? Was it credible that spending every morning in the apartment as she did, she was unaware of the identity of Lulu's lover? The 2 women chatted. She was the only person in the building who could have understood what someone like Louise Fion told her. The concierge had kept silent at first because she had a debt of gratitude to the professor and might well have been more or less consciously in love with him. It was as if all these women were determined to protect him. The prestige this 62-year-old man enjoyed among them was not the least curious aspect of this case. He did nothing to win them over. He used them almost distractedly in order to obtain a physical release, yet none of them seemed to resent this cynical attitude of his. Maigret would have to question his assistant, Lucille Deco. And also, perhaps Madame Gouin's sister, the only woman so far over whom the professor seemed to have no hold. How much do I owe you? He got in the first taxi he found. Boulevard Richelieu. I know, Monsieur Maigret. That gave him the idea that they should look for the taxi that had brought Gouin home from the hospital the previous evening. He felt heavy, numbed by the marquis of drunk, and he half closed his eyes as the lights glided past on either side of the car. It was Lulu he kept coming back to. He took his wallet from his pocket and looked at her photographs in the half-light of the taxi. Her mother hadn't smiled either when she had had her photograph taken. Chapter 5. The following morning, he had an unpleasant taste of muck in his mouth, and when at about 9:15 during the daily briefing he was told that he was wanted on the telephone, he had the impression that his breath still stank of cheap alcohol, and he avoided speaking too closely to his colleagues. All the heads of department were present in the commissioner's office overlooking the Seine, as they were every morning, all of them holding files of varying thickness. It was still grey, the river was a nasty colour, and people were walking as quickly as the day before, especially those crossing the windswept Pont Saint-Michel, the women lowering theirs to keep their skirts in place. "You can take the call here." "I'm afraid it might be a long one, Chief. It's best if I go to my office." The others, who couldn't all have drunk muck the previous evening, didn't look any better than he did, and everyone seemed in a bad mood. It must have been an effect of the light. "Is that you, Chief?" Maigret sensed a certain excitement in Janvier's voice. "What's happened?" "He just dropped in. Do you want me to tell you in detail?" Janvier, who had slept on the sofa in Ludra's apartment, couldn't have been looking too good either. "I'm listening." "Here goes. It happened a few minutes ago, no more than 10. I was in the kitchen drinking a cup of coffee I'd made myself. I didn't have either my jacket or tie on. I have to tell you I didn't get to sleep until quite late. Was it a quiet evening? I didn't hear anything. I couldn't sleep, that's all." "Carry on." "You'll see, it was all quite simple. So simple I still can't get over it. I heard a slight noise, a key turning in the lock. I kept still, but placed myself so that I could see into the living room. Someone came into the hall, crossed it, and opened the second door. It was the professor, who was taller and thinner than I'd imagined. He was wearing a long dark overcoat with a woolen scarf round his neck, and he had his hat and gloves on." "What did he do?" "That's just it. That's what I'm trying to explain. He didn't do anything. He took 2 or 3 steps forward, slowly, like a man coming home. I wondered for a moment what it was he was staring at. And then I realized it was my shoes, which I'd left on the carpet. When he turned his head, he saw me and frowned. Slightly. He didn't flinch. He didn't seem either embarrassed or frightened. He looked at me like someone whose mind is on something else and who needs a moment to come back down to earth. Finally he asked, without raising his voice, "Are you from the police?" I was so surprised by his appearance, the way he was taking things, that all I could do was nod. We were both silent for a while, and from the way he was staring at my bare feet, I had the impression he wasn't pleased with my lack of consideration. It's just an impression. Perhaps he wasn't bothered about my feet at all. I managed to say, "What are you doing here, Professor?" "So you know who I am." He's a man who gives you the feeling that you're nothing at all, that even when his eyes come to rest on you, you don't matter any more to him than a flower on the wallpaper. "I haven't come for any particular reason," he said. "I just wanted to have a look." And that's what he did. He looked at the sofa where the pillow and blanket I'd been using still were, and sniffed the smell of coffee. Still in a neutral voice, he said, "I'm surprised your boss hasn't been keen to question me. You can tell him, young man, that I'm at his disposal. I'm going to Cochin now, and I'll be there until 11. Then I'll drop by the Saint-Joseph Clinic before going home for lunch. This afternoon I have a major operation at the American hospital in Neuilly." He looked around again, then turned and went out, closing both doors behind him. I opened the window to watch him leave. A taxi was parked outside the building, and a young woman was waiting for him in the middle of a pavement, with a black briefcase under her arm. She opened the door of the cab for him, and got in behind him. I assume that when she comes to fetch him in the morning, she phones him from the lodge to tell him she's downstairs. That's all, Chief. Thanks. Do you think he's rich? They say he earns a lot. He operates on poor patients for free, but when he does work for money, he demands exorbitant fees. Why do you ask? Because last night, as I couldn't sleep, I made an inventory of the girl's things. They aren't what I was expecting to find. Yes, there are 2 fur coats, but they aren't top quality, and one of them is sheepskin. Not a single item from the underwear to the shoes comes from a well-known shop. It obviously isn't what she wore in Barbet, but nor are they the kind of clothes you'd expect to find in the apartment of a woman kept by a rich man. I didn't find a checkbook or anything to indicate that she has a bank account. But there were only a few $1,000-franc notes in a handbag and 2 more in the drawer of the bedside table. I think you can come back. Do you have a key? I saw one in the handbag. Lock the door when you leave. Put a thread or something on it so that we'll know if it's been opened. Has the cleaning lady been in? He had not told her the day before whether or not she could come back to clean the apartment. It hadn't occurred to anyone that she hadn't been paid. There was no point going back to the commissioner's office, where the daily briefing would be over by now. Laubert was still in Rue Briquet, most likely tired and chilled to the bone, although he'd probably warmed himself with a few glasses of rum since the bistros had opened. Maigret called the Goutte d'Or police station. "Is Jeannin there?" "Hasn't he been in this morning?" "Oh, this is Maigret. Could you send someone to Rue Briquet where they'll find one of my inspectors, Laubert? They can tell him that unless there's anything new, he should phone in his report and go home to bed." Coming back from Barbet the previous evening, he had made up his mind to do various things this morning, and now he had to make an effort to remember them. He called Lucas. "How are things?" "Fine, Chief. There was a time last night when 2 cycle officers in the 20th arrondissement thought they'd laid their hands on Pierrot. They took the man to the nearest station. It wasn't Pierrot, but a young man who looks like him and who also happens to be a musician, in a brasserie on Place Blanche. I'd like you to phone Béziers. Try to find out if a man named Ernest Fillon, who was in the hospital in that town several years ago, still lives in the region." "Got it." "I'd also like the taxi drivers who usually park around Cochin in the evening to be questioned. One of them must have driven the professor home the day before yesterday." "Anything else?" "That's it for now." It was all part of the routine, and awaiting him on his desk was a whole pile of documents that needed signing. Apart from the reports from the pathologist and from Gastine Renette, which he had to transmit to the prosecutor's department. He interrupted his work to ask for the telephone number of his friend Pardon, who was a doctor and who he saw more or less regularly every month. "Are you very busy?" "4 or 5 patients in the waiting room, less than usual for this time of year." "Do you know Professor Gouin?" "Several of my patients have been operated on by him, and I was present at the operations." "What do you think of him?" "He's one of the finest doctors, not only that we have now, but that we've ever had. Unlike many surgeons, he isn't just a hand. He's a brain. Thanks to him, there have been a number of discoveries that are really important, and will remain important." "And, as a man, what exactly do you want to know?" "What do you think of him?" "It's hard to say. He isn't very sociable, especially with an ordinary family doctor like me, but they say he's distant with other people too." "So he isn't liked?" "I'd say he's more feared. He has a way of answering the questions you dare to ask him. Apparently he's even harder with some of his patients. The story goes that an extremely rich old woman once begged him to operate on her and offered him a fortune. You know what he replied? The operation would gain you 2 weeks, perhaps a month. The time I spent on it might save the entire life of another patient. Apart from that, the staff at Cochin love him. Especially the women." "Oh, you've heard about that. Apparently, as far as that goes, he's quite something. Sometimes immediately after an operation, you know what I mean?" "Yes. Is that all?" "He's still a great man, despite that." "Thanks, old man." Without really knowing why, he felt like talking to Desiree Broads. He could have summoned her, or had someone fetch her. It was the way most of the other heads of department worked. Some of them didn't leave their offices all day. He dropped in on Lucas, who was busy phoning. "I'm going out for an hour or 2. He took one of the cars and had himself driven to Rue Nollet, behind Place Tichy, where Lulu's cleaning lady lived. The building was in a state of disrepair and clearly hadn't received a coat of paint in more than 20 years. The families crammed into it overflowed onto the landings, with children playing on the stairs. Madame Goutte lived on the 4th floor, on the courtyard side. There was no lift, and the stairs were steep. Maigret had to stop twice on the way up, sniffing more or less pleasant smells. "Who is it?" cried a voice when he knocked at the door. "Come in, I can't open." She was in the kitchen, in her slip, barefoot, doing her washing in a galvanized iron bowl. She didn't look surprised when she saw Maigret, didn't say hello, merely waited for him to speak. "I dropped by to see you." "Well, well." Because of the washing, the window panes are all steamed up. There was the sound of snoring in the next room, where Maigret noticed the foot of a bed, and Madame Goutte went and shut the door. "My husband's asleep," she said. "Drunk? Just for a change?" "When I spoke to you yesterday, why didn't you tell me who Lulu's long-term lover was?" "Because you didn't ask me. I remember it perfectly well. You asked me if I'd ever seen a man visiting her. And you never saw him? No, but you knew it was the professor. From her manner, it was clear that she knew a lot more, only she wouldn't say anything unless she was forced to. Not because she herself had anything to hide, nor probably because she was protecting someone. In her case, it was a matter of principle, not to help the police, which was quite natural when it came down to it, given that they'd been hounding her all her life. She didn't like policemen. They were her natural enemies. Did your employer talk to you about him? From time to time. What did she tell you about him? She told me so many things. Did she want to leave him? I don't know if she really wanted to leave him, but she wasn't happy in the building. Without being asked, he had sat down on a chair, making its straw bottom creak. What was stopping her from leaving? I didn't ask her. Was she in love with Pierrot? That's the impression I got. Did she get a lot of money from Gour? He gave her money when she wanted it. Did she want it often? As soon as there was none left in the apartment. Sometimes I only found small notes in her bag, and in the drawer when I was about to go shopping. I'd tell her and she'd say, I'll ask for some later. Did she give some of it to Pierrot? That's none of my business. If she'd been smarter... She broke off. What would have happened? First of all, she would never have gone to live in that building, where she seemed like a prisoner. Didn't he let her go out? Most of the time, she was the one who didn't dare go out for fear that Monsieur might suddenly decide to drop by and say hello. She wasn't his mistress. She was a kind of maid, except that what he expected of her wasn't to work, but to go to bed with him. If she'd continued to have an apartment somewhere else, then it was him who had to make an effort. But what's the point of all this? What exactly did you want of me? Information. Today, you come for information and you take your hat off. Tomorrow, if I'm unfortunate enough to stop at a shop counter, you'll have me thrown in jail. What information do you need? She was hanging up her washing on a line across the kitchen. Did you know that Lulu was pregnant? She turned abruptly. Who told you that? The post-mortem. So, she wasn't wrong. When did she tell you? Maybe 3 days before someone put a bullet in her head. Wasn't she sure? No, she hadn't yet been to the doctor. She was afraid of going. Why? The fear of being disappointed, I suppose. She wanted a child. I think she was pleased to be pregnant. It was still too early to celebrate. I told her that these days doctors have a thing that can tell you for sure, even after 2 or 3 weeks. Did she go to see a doctor? She asked me if I knew one, and I gave her the address of someone I know near here, in Rue des Dames. Do you know if she saw him? If she did, she didn't tell me. Did Pierrot know? Do you know anything about women? Have you ever met a woman who talks about these things to a man before she's sure? So, you don't think she told the professor either? Try to use your common sense. What do you think would have happened if she hadn't been killed? I can't read tea leaves. Would she have kept the child? Definitely. Would she have stayed with the professor? Unless she'd left with Pierrot. Who do you think was the father? This time, too, she looked at him as if he knew nothing about anything. You don't imagine it was the old man? It happens. You read about it in the newspapers. Only as women aren't cows who are kept in a shed and led to the ball once a year, it's hard to swear on anything. In the next room, her husband was moving on the bed and groaning. She went and opened the door. Hold on, Jules. I'm with someone. I'll bring you a drink in a few minutes. And turning to Maigret, do you have any more questions? Not exactly. Did you hate Professor Gour? I told you I never saw him. But you hated him anyway. I hate all those people. Supposing when you got there in the morning you saw a gun in Lulu's hand or on the carpet within easy reach of that hand, wouldn't you have been tempted to get rid of it, so as to rule out suicide and get the professor into trouble? Don't you ever get tired? Do you think I'm so stupid that I don't know that when the police have a choice between a big shot and a poor devil of a musician like Pierrot, it's the poor devil they'll go after? She poured some coffee into a bowl, sugared it, and called to her husband, I'm coming. Maigret didn't insist. It was only when he was at the door that he turned and asked her for the name and address of the doctor in Rue des Dames. The doctor's name was Duclos. He hadn't been practicing there for long. In fact, he had probably only just qualified, because his consulting room was almost bare, with merely the essential instruments, all second-hand. When Maigret told him who he was, he seemed to understand immediately. "I knew someone would come and see me sooner or later." "Did she give you her name?" "Yes. I even filled out her record." "How long had she known she was pregnant?" The doctor seemed more like a student, and to make himself look important consulted his almost empty patient files. "She came here on Saturday. She was sent by a woman I treated." "Madame Vault, I know." "She told me she might be pregnant and she needed to be sure." "Hold on a moment. Did she seem worried?" "I can only reply no. When a girl like her asks me that question, I expect her to ask me if I'll do what I have to do to give her an abortion. That happens 20 times a week. I don't know if it's the same in other neighborhoods. Anyway, I gave her a thorough examination. I asked her for the usual urine sample. She wanted to know what happened then, and I explained about the rabbit test." "What was her reaction?" "She wanted to know if we had to kill the rabbit. I told her to come back on Monday afternoon." "Did she come?" "Yes, at 5:30. I told her she was well and truly pregnant, and she thanked me." "Did she say anything else?" "She asked me if I was absolutely sure, and I said I was." "Did she seem happy?" "I'd swear she did." So at about 6 o'clock on Monday, Lulu had left Rue des Dames and gone back to Avenue Carnot. At about 8, having finished dinner, the professor, according to Madame Goes, spent a few minutes in the apartment on the 4th floor, then went to the hospital. Up until about 10 o'clock, Louise Fillon had been alone at home. She had eaten tinned lobster and drunk a little wine. Apparently, she had then gone to bed, since the bed had been found unmade, not untidy as if she'd slept with a man, but simply unmade. By then, Pierrot was already at the Greville, and she could have telephoned him immediately, but she hadn't called him until about 9:30. Was it to tell him the news that she had made him come all the way to the Étoile during his work hours? If so, why had she waited so long? Pierrot had jumped in a taxi. According to the concierge, she had stayed in the apartment for about 20 minutes. Goes, according to both the concierge and his wife, had come back from the hospital just after 11 and hadn't dropped in on his mistress. The following morning at 8 o'clock, Madame Vault arrived to do her work, had found Louise dead on the sofa in the living room. She claimed there was no weapon near the body. Dr. Pole, always cautious in his conclusions, placed the time of death between 9 and 11. Because of the phone call to the Greo, he could substitute 9:30 for 9. As for the fingerprints found in the apartment, they belonged to only 4 people: Lulu herself, the cleaning lady, the professor, and Pierre Eo. Mers had sent someone to Cochin to photograph Gouin's prints on a form he had just signed at the hospital. For the 3 others, they hadn't had to go to any trouble, given that they all had criminal records. Lulu had obviously not expected to be attacked, since she'd been shot at close range. The apartment had not been ransacked, which indicated that the killer had not killed for money or to get hold of some document or other. "Many thanks, Doctor. I assume that after her visit nobody came to question you about her, and nobody phoned you to talk to you about her?" "No. When I read in the newspaper that she'd been killed, I expected a visit from the police, given that it was her cleaning lady who sent it to me, and she must have known. To tell the truth, if you hadn't come this morning, I had the intention, just in case, of phoning you in the afternoon." Soon afterwards, Maigret telephoned Madame Goes from a bistro in Rue des Dames. She recognized his voice and didn't seem surprised. "I'm listening." "You told me yesterday that your sister works in a library. May I ask you which one?" "The municipal library on Place Saint-Sulpice." "Many thanks. Have you found out anything?" "Only that Louise Fillon was pregnant." "Oh." He was sorry he'd mentioned it over the phone, unable as he was to judge her reaction. "Does that surprise you?" "Yes, it does, rather. It's probably ridiculous, but you never expect that of certain women. You forget they're diddled just like the rest of us." "Do you know if your husband was aware of the fact?" "He would have told me." "Has he ever had children?" "No, never." "Didn't he want them?" "I don't think he cared one way or the other. The fact is we haven't had any. Probably my doing." The little black car took him to Place Saint-Sulpice, which, for no clear reason, was the Paris square he hated the most. Whenever he was there, he had the impression of being somewhere in the provinces. Even the shops struck him as looking different, and the passers-by seemed slower and drabber. The library was particularly drab, dimly lit and as silent as an empty church. At this hour there were only 3 or 4 people, regulars probably, looking through the dusty books. Antoinette Olivier, Madame Gouin's sister, watched him advance towards her. She looked older than her 50 years, and had the somewhat contemptuous self-confidence of those women who think they know the truth about everything. Detective Chief Inspector Maigret, of the Police Judiciaire. I recognized you from your photographs. Passing church, she spoke in a low voice, although he was reminded more of a school than a church when she invited him to sit down on the green baize table that served as her desk. She was fatter than her sister Germaine, but it was a kind of fat that seemed barely alive, and her skin was a neutral color like that of some nuns. I assume you're here to ask me some questions. You assume correctly. Your sister told me you paid her a visit yesterday evening. That's right. I arrived at about 8:30 and left at 11:30. Immediately after that, Nam came home. She must have thought it the height of contempt to not even utter her brother-in-law's name, and she seemed quite pleased with the words, that man, detaching the syllables. You often spend the evening with your sister. For some reason, it struck Maigret that she was on her guard, and that she would be even more reticent than the concierge or Madame Botte. The others responded cautiously because they were afraid of harming the professor. This woman, on the contrary, was probably afraid of exonerating him. No, not often, she replied reluctantly. Meaning, once every 6 months, once a year, once every 2 years? Perhaps once a year. Did you fix an appointment? You don't fix an appointment with your sister. So, you went there without knowing if she was going to be in. Do you have a telephone in your apartment? Yes. But you didn't call your sister. She called me to ask you to come over. It wasn't as specific as that. She talked about various things. What kind of things? Family things, mainly. She doesn't write much. I'm more in contact with our other brothers and sisters than she is. Did she say she'd like to see you? More or less. She asked me if I was free. What time was that? About 6:30. I just got home and was making dinner. Were you surprised? No, I simply made sure he wouldn't be there. What has he told you? You mean Professor Doir? Yes. I haven't questioned him yet. Is that because you assume he's innocent? Because he's a famous surgeon, a member of the Academy of Medicine, and although she hadn't raised her voice, it had become more resonant with emotion now. What happened when you got to Avenue Carnot? He cut in. I went upstairs, kissed my sister on the cheek, and took off my hat and coat. Where do you go? To the little room next to Germaine's bedroom, the one she calls her boudoir. There's something sinister about the big drawing room, and it's almost never used. What do you do? What 2 sisters of our age do when we see each other after several months. We chatted. I gave her the news about everybody. In particular, I told her about Francois, a nephew of ours who was ordained a priest a year ago and is about to leave for northern Canada as a missionary. Did you have anything to drink? The question surprised her, shocked her to the point that her cheeks turned red. We had a cup of coffee to start with. And then I sneezed several times. I told my sister I was afraid I might have caught a head cold coming out of the metro, where the heat was stifling. It was too hot at my sister's, too. Were the servants in the apartment? They both went upstairs at about 9, after coming to say good night. My sister has had the same cook for 12 years. The maids change more often, for an obvious reason. He didn't ask the reason. He had understood. So, you sneezed. Germaine suggested a couple of toddies and went to the kitchen to make them. What did you do during that time? I read a magazine article in which there was a mention of our village. Was your sister absent for a long time? Long enough to boil 2 glasses of water? The other times you were there, did you wait for your brother-in-law to get home before you left? I avoid meeting him as much as possible. Were you surprised when you saw him come in? My sister had assured me he wouldn't be back before midnight. How did he seem? The way he always does, like a man who thinks he's above the rules of morality and decency. You didn't notice anything special about him? I didn't bother to look at him. I put on my hat and coat and slammed the door on my way out. During the evening, did you hear any noise that might have been a gunshot? No. Until about 11, someone was playing the piano in the building, on the floor above. I recognized Chopin. Did you know your brother-in-law's mistress was pregnant? That doesn't surprise me. Did your sister tell you? She didn't talk to me about the girl. Did she ever talk to you about her? No. But you knew about her. She blushed again. She must have mentioned her at the beginning when that man set her up in the building. Did it bother her? We all think in different ways, and you don't live for years with a man like that without it rubbing off on you in the end. In other words, your sister didn't blame her husband for the affair, and wasn't upset by Louise Fillon's presence in the building. What are you getting at? He would have been hard put to answer that question. He had the feeling that he was digging further and further without knowing where he would end up, anxious to get a more precise idea of the people who'd been in contact with Lulu, and of Lulu herself. A young man who wanted some books disturbed them, and Antoinette left Maigret for 5 or 6 minutes. When she returned, she'd drawn on even deeper reserves of hatred for her brother-in-law, and didn't give Maigret time to open his mouth. When are you going to arrest him? Do you think he killed Louise Fillon? Who else could it have been? Her boyfriend, Pierrot, for instance. Why would he have done that? Out of jealousy, or because she was planning to break up with him? What about that man? Do you imagine he wasn't jealous? Do you think a man his age doesn't get upset over a girl choosing a young man over him? What if he was the one she decided to break up with? She seemed to be trying to hypnotize him, the better to get the idea of the professor's guilt into his head. If you knew him better, you'd realize he isn't the kind of man who'd think twice about getting rid of a human being. On the contrary, I thought he was devoted to saving lives. That's vanity, to show the world that he's the greatest surgeon of our time. The proof of that is that he only accepts difficult operations. Perhaps because others can take care of the easier ones. You're defending him without knowing him. I'm trying to understand. It's not as complicated as all that. You forget that according to the pathologist who's really wrong, the murder was committed before 11 o'clock. It was after 11 when the concierge saw the professor come home, and he went straight up to the 4th floor. What's there to prove he didn't come back earlier? I assume it's easy enough to check his timetable with the hospital. Have you done so? It was Maigret's turn to almost blush. Not yet. Well, do it then. It'll probably be more worthwhile than hunting a young man who hasn't done anything. Do you hate the professor? Him and all those like him. She said this with such force that the 3 people in the library raised their heads from their books at the same time. You're forgetting your hat. I thought I'd left it in the entrance. With a scornful finger, she pointed to it on the green baize of the table, where the presence of a man's hat probably constituted unseemly behavior in her eyes. Chapter 6. Technically, as it were, Antoinette wasn't so wrong. By the time Maigret got to the Cochin Hospital on Faubourg Saint-Jacques, Etienne Douar had already left for the Saint-Joseph clinic in Passy, together with his assistant. Maigret had expected that, since it was after 11, but he wasn't here to see the professor. Perhaps when it came down to it, he didn't want to meet him face to face just yet, although he didn't quite know why. Gouin's department was on the 2nd floor, and Maigret had to negotiate with the office staff before he was given permission to go upstairs. He found the long corridor more animated than he expected, the nurses under great pressure. The one he approached as she came out of one of the rooms, looking less busy than the others, was a middle-aged woman with already white hair. Are you the head nurse? The head nurse for the day shift. He told her who he was, and that he would like to ask her a few questions. What about? He hesitated to admit that it was about the professor. She had led him to the door of a small office, but didn't invite him in. Is that the operating theatre I can see at the end of the corridor? One of the operating theatres, yes. What happens when a surgeon spends part of the night in the hospital? I don't understand. You mean when a surgeon comes here to perform an operation? No. Unless I'm mistaken, they're sometimes here for other reasons. If they're afraid there might be complications, for example, or else to wait for the result of their operation. That does happen. What of it? Where do they go? That depends. On what? On how long they stay. If they aren't here for long, they come to my office, or walk up and down the corridor. But if they have to wait for several hours in case an emergency operation is necessary, they go upstairs to the interns section, where there are 2 or 3 rooms at their disposal. Do they use the stairs? Either that or the lift. The rooms are on the 4th floor. Most of the time, they rest until they're called. She was clearly wondering what these questions were in aid of. The newspapers hadn't mentioned Gouin's name in connection with the death of Lulu. It was likely that nobody here knew of his relations with the girlfriend of Pierrot the musician. I don't suppose I can speak to someone who was here the night before last. After 8 o'clock? Yes. I should have said the night of Monday to Tuesday. The nurses who are here now are all like me. They belong to the day team. It may be that one of the interns was on duty. Wait a moment. She went into 2 or 3 rooms, and at last came back with a tall, bony, red-haired young man, wearing thick spectacles. "Someone from the police," she said, and went and sat down in her office, but didn't ask them in. Maigret introduced himself. "Detective Chief Inspector Maigret. I thought I recognized you. What would you like to know?" "Were you here on the night of Monday to Tuesday?" "Most of the night, yes. The professor operated on a child on Monday afternoon. It was a difficult case, and he asked me to keep a close eye on the patient." "Didn't he come himself?" "He spent most of the evening in the hospital." "Was he on this floor with you?" "He got here just after 8 with his assistant. We went in together to see the patient and stayed there, looking out for something that didn't in fact happen. I don't suppose you want me to go into technical details." "I probably wouldn't understand a thing." "So, you stayed with the patient for an hour or 2. "Less than an hour. Mademoiselle Deco insisted on the professor getting some rest, because he performed an emergency operation the previous night. In the end, he went upstairs to have a lie down." "How was he dressed?" "He wasn't expecting to operate, and in fact he didn't have to. He was still in his normal everyday clothes." "Did Mademoiselle Deco keep you company?" "Yes. We chatted. The professor came down just before 11. I'd been in to see the patient every quarter of an hour. We went back together, and as the patient seemed out of danger, the professor decided to go home." "Did he leave with Mademoiselle Deco?" "They almost always arrive and leave together." "So, from 9:15 to 11 o'clock, Gouin was alone on the 4th floor." "Alone in a room, in any case. I still don't see why you're asking these questions." "Could he have come down without your seeing him?" "By the stairs, yes." "Could he also have passed the desk downstairs without anybody noticing?" "Possibly. Nobody pays any attention to doctors going in and out, especially at night." "I'm very grateful. You mind telling me your name?" "Monsuit. Raoul Monsuit." This was where Madame Gouin's sister hadn't been so wrong. Physically speaking, Etienne Gouin could have left the hospital and had himself driven to Avenue Carnot and back without anyone noticing his absence. "I don't suppose I'm allowed to know why," the intern began, just as Maigret was about to walk away. Maigret shook his head. He went downstairs and crossed the courtyard to the little black car and the police driver waiting at the curb. When he got to Quai des Orfèvres, he didn't think of casting his usual glance through the windows of the waiting room. Before entering his office, he passed through the inspector's room, where Lucas stood up to talk to him. "I have some information from Béziers." Maigret had almost forgotten about Louise Fion's father. "The man died of cirrhosis of the liver 3 years ago. Before that he worked on and off in the town abattoir. Nobody had yet come forward to claim Louise's inheritance, if there was one. Someone named Louis has been waiting for you next door for the last half hour." "A musician?" "I think so. Bring him to my office." Maigret went in, took off his hat and coat, sat down in his place, and picked up one of the pipes arranged in front of the desk blotter. A few moments later, the accordion player was admitted, looking uneasy, peering about him before sitting down as if expecting a trap. "You can leave us, Lucas. And to Louis, if you're going to be here for a while, I advise you to take your coat off." "There's no need. He phoned me." "When?" "This morning, just after 9. He was observing Maigret hesitantly. "Are we still on?" "Are you referring to what I said yesterday?" "Of course. If Pierrot's innocent, he has nothing to fear." "He didn't kill her. He would have told me. I did what you asked. I told him you were ready to meet him where he wanted, and that then he'd be free again. Let's be clear about this. I don't want there to be any misunderstanding. If I think he's innocent, he'll be entirely free. If I think he's guilty, or if I have any doubts, I guarantee I won't take advantage of our encounter. In other words, I'll let him go. But then the search will resume." "That's pretty much what I told him." "And what did he say?" that he was ready to see you. He has nothing to hide. Would he come here? Provided he isn't besieged by reporters and photographers. Provided also he can get here without the cops jumping him. Louis was speaking slowly, weighing his words, without taking his eyes off Maigret. Could it be done soon? Maigret asked. He checked the time. It wasn't yet midday. Between midday and 2 o'clock, the offices of Quai des Orfèvres were quiet and almost deserted. It was the time of day Maigret chose as often as possible when he had to set up a difficult interrogation. He could be here in half an hour. In that case, listen to me. I assume he has pocket money. Let him take a taxi and ask to be dropped outside the prison on Quai de l'Horloge. Not many people pass that way. Nobody will pay any attention to him. One of my inspectors will wait for him at the door and bring him to me through the interior of the Palais de Justice. Getting to his feet, Louis looked at Maigret again for a moment or two, conscious of the responsibility he was assuming on behalf of his friend. I believe you, he sighed at last. Half an hour tops. When he had left, Maigret phoned the Brasserie Dauphine to ask for some food to be brought up. Enough for 2 people and 4 glasses of beer. Then he called his wife and told her he wouldn't be home for lunch. Finally, just to be sure, he went upstairs to the commissioner's office, preferring to inform him about the experiment he was going to attempt. Do you think he's innocent? Until proven otherwise. If he was guilty, he'd have no reason to come and see me, or else he's tougher than I thought. What about the professor? I don't know. I still have no idea. Have you talked to him? No. Janvier had a brief conversation with him. The commissioner sensed it was useless to ask questions. Maigret had that heavy, stubborn air about him that everyone at headquarters knew so well. At such times, he was even less talkative than usual. The girl was pregnant, he simply added, as if it was bothering him. He went back to the inspector's room. Luca had not yet gone to lunch. I don't suppose the taxi's been found. There's no chance we'll find it before tonight. The drivers who work nights are all in bed. It might not be a bad idea to look for 2 taxis. I don't understand. It's quite possible that earlier in the evening, just before 10, the professor had himself driven to Avenue Carmeau, and then back to the hospital. I'll have it checked. He looked round for the inspector he would send to wait outside the prison and take charge of Pierrot, and chose young Lapointe. Go and stand on the pavement opposite the prison. After a while, you'll see someone get out of a taxi. It'll be the saxophone player. Is he giving himself up? He's coming to talk to me. Be nice to him. Try not to scare him. Bring him to me by way of the little courtyard and the corridors of the Palais de Justice. I promised him he wouldn't encounter any reporters. There were always some prowling in the corridors, but it was easy to get rid of them for a moment. By the time Maigret got back to his office, the beer and sandwiches were waiting for him on a tray. He drank one of the beers, but didn't start to eat, and then spent a quarter of an hour standing by the window, watching the barges glide by on the grey water. At last, he heard the footsteps of 2 men. He opened the door and signalled to Lapointe that he could go. Come in, Pierrot. The musician, pale, with bags under his eyes, was visibly upset. Just as his friend had done, he began by looking around him like a man expecting a trap. There's only you and me in the room, Maigret reassured him. You can take your coat off. Give it to me. He placed it on the back of a chair. Are you thirsty? He handed him a glass of beer and took one for himself. Sit down. I suspected you'd come. Why? His voice was hoarse, the voice of someone who hasn't slept all night and has smoked one cigarette after another. 2 fingers of his right hand had brown tobacco stains on them. He was unshaven. Whatever it was he'd gone to earth, he probably hadn't had a chance to shave. Have you eaten? I'm not hungry. He seemed younger than his age, and he was so nervous it was tiring to look at him. Even seated, he was still trembling from head to foot. You promised, he began. I'll keep my word. I came on my own free will. You did the right thing. I didn't kill Lulu. Suddenly, when Maigret was least expecting it, he burst into tears. It was clearly the first time he had let himself go since he'd learned of his girlfriend's death. He wept like a child, hiding his face with both hands, and Maigret was careful not to interrupt him. Basically, ever since he had found out from the newspaper in the little restaurant Boulevard Barbet that Lulu was dead, he hadn't had time to think about her, but only about the threat hanging over him. Overnight, he had become a hunted man, his freedom, if not his head, at stake with every passing minute. Now that he was at Quai des Orfèvres, face to face with the police, who had been his nightmare, he was suddenly letting himself go.
"I swear I didn't kill her,"
he repeated. Maigret believed him. He didn't look or sound like a guilty man. Louis had been right the previous day when he had talked about his friend as a weak man who acted tough. With his fair hair, his bright eyes, his almost chubby face, it wasn't a butcher's boy he made you think of, but an office clerk. You could imagine him strolling on the Champs-Élysées with his wife on a Sunday afternoon.
"Do you really believe it was me?"
No.
"So why did you tell that to the papers?"
I never said a word to the reporters. They write what they want. And the circumstances.
"I didn't kill her."
Calm down now. You can smoke. Pierrot's hand was still shaking as he lit his cigarette. There's one question I have to ask you before anything else. When you went to Avenue Carnot on Monday night, was Louise still alive? Pierrot opened his eyes wide.
"Of course,"
he exclaimed. It was probably the truth. Otherwise he wouldn't have waited to read the paper at midday the following day to take fright and run away. When she phoned you at the Grelot, did you have any idea what she had to say to you?
"No, I had no idea. She was in a nervous state and wanted to talk to me right away."
What did you think?
"That she'd made up her mind."
To do what?
"To give it all up."
Give up what exactly?
"The old man."
Had you asked her to?
"I've been begging her to come and live with me for the past 2 years.
He added, as if challenging Maigret, as if challenging the whole world.
"I love her."
He wasn't being assertive. On the contrary, he spoke haltingly. Are you sure you don't want a bite to eat? This time Pierrot automatically grabbed a sandwich, and Maigret took another. It was better this way. Both were eating, and that relaxed the atmosphere. No noise could be heard from the offices, except the tapping of a typewriter somewhere. Had Lulu ever before called you to Avenue Carnot when you were at work?
"No, not to Avenue Carnot. Once when she was still living in Rue de Lafayette, and she suddenly felt ill. It was only a bad case of indigestion, but she was afraid. She was always afraid of dying."
Because of that word, and the images it evoked, his eyes grew wet again, and he paused for a while before biting into his sandwich. What did she say to you on Monday night? Hold on, though, before you answer my question. Tell me if you have a key to the apartment.
"No."
Why not?
"I don't know. No reason. I didn't go there often, and when I did, she was always there to open the door."
So you rang the bell and she opened the door?
"I didn't have to ring the bell. She was listening out for me, and she opened the door as soon as I got out of the lift."
I thought she was in bed.
"She had been. She must have been in bed when she phoned me. She got up just before I arrived. She was in a dressing gown."
Did she seem normal?
"No."
What kind of state was she in?
"Hard to say. She looked as if she'd been doing a lot of thinking and was about to make a decision. I got scared when I saw her."
Scared of what? The musician hesitated.
"You might as well know,"
he grunted in the end.
"I was scared because of the old man."
I assume you mean the professor.
"Yes, I kept expecting him to decide to get a divorce and marry Lulu."
Was it on the cards?
"If it was, she never told me."
Did she want him to marry her?
"I don't know. I don't think so."
Did she love you?
"I think she did."
Aren't you sure?
"I don't suppose women are like men."
What do you mean?
He did not clarify his thought, perhaps because he was unable to, and merely shrugged his shoulders. "She was a poor girl," he finally murmured as if to himself. The mouthfuls went down his throat with difficulty, but he continued mechanically to eat.
Where did she sit when you arrived?
"She didn't sit down. She was too nervous to sit. She started walking up and down and said without looking at me, 'I have important news to tell you.' Then, as if she couldn't hold it in any longer, 'I'm pregnant.'"
Did she seem pleased?
"She didn't seem either pleased or upset."
Did you think the child was yours?
He did not dare answer, but from his attitude it was clear that for him it was obvious.
What did you say?
"Nothing. It had a strange effect on me. I wanted to take her in my arms."
Wouldn't she let you?
"No. She kept walking up and down, talking to herself, saying things like, 'I wonder what I'm going to do. This changes everything. It may be very important. If I tell him—'"
She meant the professor.
"Yes. She didn't know if she could tell him the truth or not. She wasn't sure how he'd react."
And now Pierrot, who had finished his sandwich, sighed despondently.
"It's hard to explain. I remember the smallest details, and at the same time it's vague. I never imagined it would happen like that."
What had you hoped?
"That she'd throw herself in my arms and tell me she'd finally made up her mind to come with me."
and the idea occurred to her. Maybe it had. I'm almost sure it had. She wanted it. In the beginning, when she came out of hospital, she claimed that she was obliged out of gratitude to act as she did. She felt indebted to Goa. He saved her life. I think he spent more time treating her than any other of his patients. Did you believe it? Believe what? Did you believe in Lulu's gratitude? I told her she wasn't obliged to keep being his mistress. He had plenty of others. Do you think he was in love with her? He was definitely attached to her. I guess she'd got under his skin. What about you? I loved her. When all said and done, why did she send for you? I've wondered that too. It was about 5:30 that she found out for sure at a doctor's in Rue des Dames that she was pregnant. Couldn't she have seen you then? Yes, she knew where I usually have dinner before going to the Frello. She went back home. Later on, between 7:30 and 8, the professor dropped in on her. She told me. Did she also tell you if she'd announced the news to him? She hadn't told him anything. She ate something and went to bed. It's likely she didn't sleep. And about 9 o'clock, she phoned you. I know. I thought about all that and tried to understand, but I still don't. The only thing I know for sure is that I didn't kill her. Answer this question frankly, Pierre. If on Monday evening she told you she didn't want to see you again, would you have killed her? The young man looked at him, and a vague smile rose to his lips. Do you want me to put a noose around my own neck? You aren't obliged to answer. I might have killed her. But first of all, she didn't tell me that. Secondly, I didn't have a gun. You had one the last time you were arrested. That was years ago, and the police didn't give it back to me. I haven't had one since. I was going to add that I wouldn't have killed her that way. How would you have gone about it? I don't know. I might have hit her without realizing what I was doing, or put my hands round her throat. He stared at the wooden floor at his feet, and paused before adding in a less distinct voice, But maybe I wouldn't have done anything. There are things like that you think about when you're falling asleep, but that you never actually do. Did you ever think about killing Lulu as you were falling asleep? Yes. Because you were jealous of Goa. He shrugged again, which presumably meant that that wasn't the whole story. But the truth was more complicated than that. Before Goa, you were already Louis' fiancé boyfriend, and unless I'm mistaken, you didn't stop her from being on the game. That's different. Maigret was making an effort to get as close to the truth as possible, but he realized that absolute truth was elusive. You never took advantage of the professor's money. Never, he retorted so sharply with an abrupt movement of the head that he seemed on the verge of losing his temper. Did Louise ever give you presents? Nothing but trifles, a ring, ties, socks. And you accepted them. I didn't want to hurt her feelings. What would you have done if she'd left, Goa? We'd have lived together. Like before. No. Why? Because I never liked that. What would you have lived on? First of all, I earn a living. Not much of one, from what Louis told me. Not much of one, maybe, but I wasn't planning to stay in Paris. Where did you plan to go? Anywhere. South America, Canada. He was even younger in character than Maigret thought. Lulu wasn't keen on the plan. Sometimes she was tempted, and occasionally she even promised that we'd leave in a month or two. I assume it was in the evening that she spoke like that. How do you know? And in the morning she saw things in a clearer light. She was afraid. Of what? Of starving to death. They were finally getting there. There was a resentment in Piero that showed through in spite of him. Do you think it was because of that fear that she stayed with the professor? Maybe. She was often hungry in her life, wasn't she? Just like me, the young man retorted defiantly. Only she was afraid of being hungry again. What are you trying to prove? Nothing yet. I'm just trying to understand. The one thing we know for sure is that on Monday night, someone shot Lulu at close range. You say it wasn't you, and I believe you. Are you certain you believe me? Piero murmured mistrustfully. Until proved otherwise. And you let me go? As soon as we finish this conversation. You'll call off your search, order your men to leave me alone? I'll even allow you to go back to your job at the railroad. And the newspapers? I'll issue a press release in a while saying that you came to the police judiciaire of your own free will, and that after you'd explained yourself you were allowed to go free. That doesn't mean I'm not still under suspicion. I add that there's nothing pointing to you.
That's something at least.
Did Lulu own a gun?
No.
You said just now that she was afraid.
Of life, of poverty, but not of people. She wouldn't have needed a gun.
You stayed just over a quarter of an hour at her place on Monday night.
I had to get back to the Credo. Plus, I didn't like being there when the old man could come in at any minute. He has a key.
Did he ever do that?
Once.
What happened?
Nothing. It was an afternoon at a time when he never came to see Lulu. We'd arranged to meet in town at 5, but something happened that stopped me going. As I was in the area, I went up to see her. We were in the living room, chatting, when we heard the key turn in the lock. He came in. I didn't hide. He didn't look at me. He advanced into the middle of the room with his hat on his head and waited without saying a word. It was a bit as if I wasn't a human being.
When all's said and done, you still don't know exactly why Lulu sent for you on Monday night.
I assumed she needed to talk to someone.
How did your conversation end?
She said, I wanted you to know. I have no idea what I'm going to do. In any case, nothing's visible yet. You think it over too.
Did Lulu ever talk to you about marrying the professor?
He seemed to search in his memory. Once, when we were in a restaurant on Boulevard Rochefort, and we were talking about a girl we both knew who had just got married, she said, if it was only up to me, he'd get a divorce and marry me.
Did you believe that?
He might have done it. At that age, men are capable of anything.
Maigret was unable to hold back a smile. I won't ask you where you've been hiding since yesterday afternoon.
I wouldn't tell you. Am I free to go?
Completely.
And your men won't arrest me when I leave?
To be honest, you'd do well to spend an hour or two in the vicinity without being too conspicuous to give me time to issue orders. There's a brasserie on Place Dauphine where you'll be left alone.
Give me my coat.
He seemed wearier than when he'd come in, because he was no longer living on his nerves. And I think you should also find a room in the first hotel you come to, and get some sleep.
I wouldn't be able to sleep.
In the doorway he turned.
What are they going to do with her?
Maigret understood. If nobody claims the body, he began.
Am I allowed to claim it?
If there's no family.
Will you tell me how to go about it?
He wanted to give Lulu a decent funeral. Their friends from the dance hall in the Barbet district would probably follow the hearse. Maigret watched his weary figure move away down the long corridor. He slowly closed the door, stood motionless for a while in the middle of his office, and at last headed for the inspector's room.
Chapter 7. It was about 6 o'clock when the car from the police judiciaire stopped on Avenue Carnot, outside the building where the Gouins lived, but at the pavement opposite, the front of it, pointing towards the Terre neighborhood. Night had fallen early. That day there'd not been any more sunshine than the 3 previous days. The lights were on in the concierge's lodge. They were also on at the Gouins on the 4th floor, in the left-hand part of the apartment. Here and there, other windows were lit. Some apartments were temporarily unoccupied. The Autremons, for example, Belgians who were in high finance, were in Egypt for the winter. The Count of Tavera and his family, who lived on the 2nd floor, spent the hunting season in their chateau, somewhere to the south of the Loire. Wedged into the back of the car, wrapped in his overcoat with his pipe sticking out from his turned-up collar, Maigret did not move. He appeared to be in such a bad mood that after a few minutes the driver had taken a newspaper from his pocket and murmured, "Do you mind?" It was a wonder he could read without any more light than the reflected glow of a street lamp. Maigret had had the same air all afternoon. It wasn't a bad mood, strictly speaking. His colleagues knew that, but the effect was the same, and the word had been passed around Quai des Orfèvres not to disturb him. He had hardly left his office, except to emerge 2 or 3 times into the inspector's room, where he looked at them with big eyes, as if he'd forgotten what he'd come in for. He had dealt with some long-pending files, with as much ardor as if they'd suddenly become really urgent. At about 4:30, he had made his first call to the American hospital in Neuilly. "Is Professor Gouin operating at the moment?" "Yes, he'll be at least another hour. Who shall I say called?" He had hung up, reread the report that Janvier had drawn up on the tenants of the building, and the answers he had been given. Nobody had heard the gunshot. On the same floor as Louise Fillon, on the left-hand side, lived a certain Madame Mitital, a widow, still young, who had been to the theatre on Monday evening. On the floor below,
the Crémieux had given a dinner party for 10 people, which by the time it ended had been really boisterous. Maigret had worked on another case and made a few unimportant phone calls. At 5:30, when he had called Neuilly again, he'd been told that the operation had just ended and that the professor was getting dressed. That was when he had taken the car. There were few other people passing on the pavements of Avenue Carnot, and not many cars on the street. Over the driver's shoulder, he could read a headline on the front page of the newspaper, "Pierrot, the musician, released." It was he who had informed the reporters in accordance with his promise. The clock on the dashboard, which let out a faint light, showed 6:20. If there'd been a bistro closer, he would have had a drink, and he was sorry now that he'd not stopped on the way. It was not until 6:50 that a taxi stopped outside the building. Etienne Gouin was the first to get out and stand motionless on the pavement for a moment, while his assistant emerged in her turn from the car. He was near a street lamp, and his figure stood out against the light. He must have been half a head taller than Maigret, and was almost as broad-shouldered. It was hard to judge his build because of his loose overcoat, which seemed too big for him, and much longer than was the fashion that year. He couldn't have been unduly bothered about his appearance, and his hat was placed just anyhow on his head. Standing there, he gave the impression of a fat man who had got thinner and retained only a strong frame. He was waiting without any impatience, staring absently at a point in space, while the young woman took money from her bag to pay the driver. Then, as the taxi drove off, he stood listening to what she was telling him. She was presumably reminding him of his appointments the following day before she left. She walked with him as far as the entrance, where she handed him the dark leather briefcase she'd been holding in her hand, and watched him enter the lift before setting off in the direction of the Terme. "Follow her." "Right, Chief." The car only had to glide down the sloping avenue. Lucille Decaux was walking quickly, without turning. She was short, brown-haired, and as far as could be judged, plump. She turned the corner into Rue des Acacias and went straight into a pork butcher's, then into the bakery next door, and finally, after about 100 meters, into a dilapidated-looking building. Maigret sat in the car for about 10 more minutes. Then he went into the building in his turn and spoke to the concierge, whose lodge was of a different class from the one on Avenue Carnot, cluttered with an adult's bed and a child's cot. "Mademoiselle Decaux?" "4th floor on the right. She just got home." There was no lift. On the 4th floor, he rang a bell and heard steps inside. "Who's there?" a voice asked from behind the door. "Detective Chief Inspector Maigret." "One moment, please." The voice was neither surprised nor frightened. Before opening, she went to another room and took a few moments to come back. Maigret understood why when the door opened, and he saw her in a dressing gown, her feet in slippers. "Come in," she said, looking at him curiously. The apartment, consisting of 3 rooms and a kitchen, was extremely clean. The wooden floor, so highly polished, you could have slid on it as if on a skating rink. He was shown into the living room, which was more like a kind of studio, with a divan covered in a striped cloth, lots of books in cases, a gramophone and shelves of records. Above the fireplace, where the young woman had just lighted some logs, was a framed photograph of Etienne Gouin. "Do you mind if I take my coat off?" "Please do. I was just making myself comfortable when you rang the bell." She wasn't pretty. Her features were irregular, her lips too thick, but she seemed to have a pleasant body. "Am I stopping you from having your dinner?" "It doesn't matter. Please sit down." She pointed to an armchair. She herself settled on the edge of the divan, pulling the hem of her dressing gown down over her bare legs. She didn't ask him any questions, merely observed him the way some people observe a famous person they at last see in the flesh. "I preferred not to disturb you at the hospital." "You would have found that difficult, because I was in the operating theatre." "Are you usually present at the professor's operations?" "Always." "How long has that been the case?" 10 years. Before that I was his student." "Are you a doctor?" "Yes." "May I ask how old you are?" "I'm 36. She was answering his questions without any hesitation, in a fairly neutral voice, but he nevertheless had the impression of a certain mistrust, perhaps a certain hostility. "I'm here to clarify a few points of detail. As I'm sure you know, in an investigation like the one I'm conducting, everything has to be checked." She was waiting for the question. "On Monday evening, unless I'm mistaken, you went to fetch your boss from Avenue Carnot just before 8. "That's right. I hailed a taxi and phoned the professor from the concierge's lodge to let him know I was waiting for him downstairs. Is that your usual procedure? Yes. I only go up when there's work in the office or documents to take. Where were you while the professor was coming down? By the door of the lift. So, you know he stopped on the way down? He stopped for a few minutes on the 3rd floor. I assume you're aware of that? Yes, I am. Why haven't you asked the professor himself that question? He preferred not to answer. Did he behave just like the other evenings, or did he seem worried? Only about his patient's condition. Did he say anything on the way to the hospital? He doesn't talk a lot. You must have got to Cochin a few minutes after 8. What happened then? We went straight to the patient's room, along with the intern on duty. Did you spend the whole evening there? No. The professor stayed in the room for about half an hour, watching out for certain reactions that didn't come. I told him you ought to get some rest. What time was it that he went up to the 4th floor? I know you already asked these questions for the hospital. Was it the head nurse of the department who told you that? It doesn't matter. What time is it? It wasn't yet 9. You didn't go up with him. I stayed with the patient. It was a child. I know. What time did the professor come back down? I went up at about 11 to tell him that what he was expecting to happen had happened. Did you go into the room where he was lying down? Yes. Was he dressed? At the hospital he usually lies down fully dressed. He had simply taken off his jacket and loosened his tie. So, you spend all the time between 8:30 and 11 at the patient's bedside, which means it would have been possible for your boss to go back downstairs and leave the hospital without your knowing. She must have been expecting this, because he had asked the same question in Cochin, and they must have told her. And yet he saw her chest rising more rapidly. Had she prepared her answer? It would have been impossible, because I went upstairs at 10:15 to see if he needed anything. Maigret, who was looking her in the eyes, said without raising his voice and with a great deal of gentleness in his tone, "You're lying, aren't you?" Why do you say that? Because I sense that you're lying. Listen, Mademoiselle de Caux, it's easy for me to reconstruct your actions at the hospital. I can do it right now. Even if you've taught the staff well, there'll be someone who will feel uneasy and admit the truth. You didn't go upstairs until 11. The professor didn't leave the hospital. How do you know that? Because I know him better than anyone. She pointed to the evening newspaper on a side table. I found that on a table in Neuilly and read it. Why did you release that young man? She meant Piero. From where he was sitting, he could read the name upside down. Are you so sure he didn't do it? I'm not sure of anything. But you suspect the professor of killing that girl. Instead of answering her question, he asked, Did you know her? You forget. I'm Monsieur Gouin's assistant. I was present when he operated on her. Did you dislike her? I had no reason to dislike her. As he had his pipe in his hand, she said, You can smoke. It doesn't bother me. Is it correct to say that the relationship between the professor and you is more intimate than purely professional? They told you that too, did they? She smiled with a certain condescension. Are you very bourgeois, Monsieur Maigret? That depends on what you mean by that. I'm trying to find out if you have fixed ideas about conventional morality. I've been in the police force for nearly 36 years, my dear. In that case, don't speak about intimate relationships. Yes, we've had an intimate relationship, our relationship as colleagues. The rest is of no importance. Does that mean there's no love between you? Certainly not in the sense you mean it. I admire Professor Gouin more than anyone else in the world. I try to help him as best I can. For 10 hours, 12 hours a day, often more, I'm at his side, and it's become such a normal thing for both of us that sometimes he doesn't even notice. We often spend the whole night together waiting for particular symptoms to manifest themselves in a patient. When he operates in the provinces or abroad, I go with him. In the street, I pay his taxi fares, and I'm the one who reminds him of his appointments, just as I'm the one who phones his wife to say that he won't be home. A long time ago, right at the beginning, things happened between us, the kind of things that normally happen between a man and a woman who find themselves in frequent contact. It didn't mean anything to him. He's done the same thing with the nurses and with many of us. Didn't it mean anything to you, either? Nothing at all. She was looking him straight in the eyes, as if challenging him to contradict her. Have you ever been in love? With whom? With anyone. With a professor. Not in the way you mean it. But you devoted your life to him. Yes. Was it he who chose you as his assistant when you qualified?
It was I who put myself forward. It was something I've been thinking about ever since I started attending his classes.
You said that at the beginning certain things happened between you. Am I to understand they don't happen anymore?
You're an excellent father confessor, Monsieur Maigret. They still happen every now and again.
In your apartment?
He's never set foot here. I don't see him climbing the 4 floors to get here.
At the hospital?
Sometimes also in his apartment. You're forgetting I'm also his secretary, and that we often spend part of a day on Avenue Carnot.
Do you know his wife well?
We see each other almost every day.
How would you describe your relationship with her?
He had the impression that a harder look came into Lucille Decaux's eyes. I'm indifferent to her, she said.
Is that mutual?
What is it that you want me to tell you?
The truth.
Let's just say that Madame Gouin looks at me the same way she looks at her servants. I suppose she has to make an effort to convince herself that she's the professor's wife. Have you met her?
Once again, Maigret avoided answering. Why did your boss marry her?
So as not to be alone, I suppose.
That was before you became his assistant, wasn't it?
Several years earlier.
Does he get on well with her?
He's not the kind of man who quarrels with anyone, and he has a remarkable ability to ignore people.
Does he ignore his wife?
He has some of his meals with her.
Is that all?
As far as I know.
Why do you think she married him?
She was just an ordinary nurse, don't forget. The professor is said to be a rich man.
Is he?
He earns a lot of money. He doesn't care about things like that.
But he has a considerable fortune.
She nodded and uncrossed her legs, not forgetting to pull down on the hem of her dressing gown.
In short, in your opinion, he isn't happy in his marriage.
That's not quite correct. His wife couldn't make him unhappy.
What about Lulu?
Nor could Lulu, that's my belief.
If he wasn't in love with her, how do you explain the fact that for more than 2 years...
I can't explain it. You'd have to figure it out for yourself.
Someone told me she'd got under his skin.
Who told you that?
Isn't it true?
It is and it isn't. She'd become something that belonged to him.
But he wouldn't have got a divorce in order to marry her.
She looked at him in astonishment. No, of course not. He would never have put himself through the complications of a divorce.
Even to marry you.
He's never thought about it.
And you?
She blushed. Neither have I. What would I have gained by it? On the contrary, I would have lost on the deal. You see, I've always had the best of him and still have. He does hardly anything without me. I take part in his work. I read his books as he writes them, and often I'm the one who does the research. He won't cross Paris by taxi without me at his side.
Is he afraid of dying, suddenly?
Why do you ask that? She seemed surprised at Maigret's insight. It's been true for a few years now, pretty much ever since he discovered that he has a weak heart. The other time he consulted several of his colleagues. You may not know this, but most doctors are more frightened by illness than their patients.
I do know that.
He's never said anything to me about it, but gradually he's got into the habit of never being on his own.
If he had an attack in a taxi, say, what could you do?
Not very much. But I understand him.
So basically, it's the thought of dying alone that frightens him.
Why exactly have you come to see me, Inspector?
Perhaps in order not to disturb your boss needlessly. His mistress was killed on Monday evening.
I don't like that word. It's inaccurate.
I use it in the meaning that's usually given to it. Physically speaking, Gouin could have committed the murder. As you yourself admitted earlier, he was alone on the 4th floor of the hospital from 9:15 until 11. There was nothing to stop him going downstairs and getting a ride to Avenue Carnot.
First of all, if you knew him, the idea would never even occur to you that he could kill someone.
On the contrary, he retorted. He was so categorical that she looked at him with astonishment, without thinking of objecting.
What do you mean?
You admit that his work, his career, his scientific research, his teaching, his medical activities, whatever, is the only thing that matters to him.
To an extent.
To a much greater extent than anyone else I've ever met. Someone used about him the words, force of nature. This time she didn't ask who. Forces of nature don't care about the damage they cause. If for one reason or another Lulu had become a threat to his activities.
How could she have threatened the professor's activities?
You know she was pregnant. What difference would that have made? She didn't seem surprised. So you knew? The professor told me. When? Last Saturday. Are you certain that he told you? On Saturday? Absolutely. We were in the taxi coming back from the hospital. He told me, just as he tells me lots of things, without making much of it, as if he was talking to himself. I think Louise is pregnant. How did he seem? Fine. Quite ironic the way he usually is. You see, there are lots of things people think are important, and he doesn't. What surprises me is that he could have talked to you about it on Saturday, when it wasn't until about 6 on Monday evening that Lulu herself found out. You forget that he's a doctor, and that he was sleeping with her. You think he told his wife too? It's unlikely. What if Louise Fillon had got it into her head to get him to marry her? I doubt the thought ever crossed her mind, and even if it had, he wouldn't have killed her. You're barking up the wrong tree, Inspector. I'm not claiming you let the real culprit go. I don't see why that Pierrot would have killed the girl either. Out of love, if she'd threatened not to see him again. She shrugged. That's going a bit far. What do you think? I have no reason to think anything. He stood up to empty his pipe in the fireplace, and automatically, as if he were in his own home, picked up the tongs to arrange the logs. Are you thinking about his wife? He asked in a casual tone with his back turned. I'm not thinking about anyone. You don't like her. How could she have liked her? Germaine Gouin was a mere nurse, a fisherman's daughter who overnight had become the lawful wedded wife of a professor, while she, Lucille Descaux, who had devoted her life to him and was quite capable of helping him in his work, was only his assistant. Every evening when they got back from hospital, she would get out of the taxi with him, but only to say good night in the doorway of his building and go home to her apartment in Rue des Acacias, while he went upstairs to his wife. Do you suspect her, Mademoiselle Descaux? I never said that. But you think it. I think you're only too eager to pry into my boss's actions during Monday evening, but that you don't care about hers. How do you know that? Have you spoken to her? I've at least learned, never mind how, that she spent the evening with her sister. Do you know Antoinette? Not personally. The professor's told me about her. He doesn't like her. It's she who hates him. He told me once that whenever they happen to meet, he always expects her to spit in his face. Do you know anything else about Madame Gouin? Nothing, she said curtly. Does she have a lover? Not as far as I know, but it's none of my business anyway. Is she the kind of woman who'd let her husband take the blame if she herself was guilty? She said nothing. Maigret couldn't help smiling. Admit, you wouldn't be upset if she was the one who killed Lulu, and we found out. The one thing I know for sure is that the professor didn't kill her. Did he mention a murder to you? Not on the Tuesday morning. He didn't yet know. In the afternoon he told me casually that the police would probably be phoning to ask to see him. And since then, he hasn't mentioned it again. Didn't Louise's death affect him? If he was upset, he hasn't shown it. He's the same as usual. I don't suppose you have anything else to tell me. Did he ever talk to you about Pierre Réau, the musician? Never. Did it ever occur to you that he might be jealous of him? He's not the kind of man to be jealous of anybody. I'm grateful to you, my dear, and I'm sorry I delayed your dinner. If you happen to remember anything interesting, don't hesitate to phone me. Aren't you going to see my boss? I don't know yet. Is he at home this evening? It's his only free evening of the week. How will he spend it? Working as usual. He has the proofs of his book to go through. Maigret put on his overcoat with a sigh. You're a strange girl, he murmured as if to himself. There's nothing remarkable about me. Good evening. Good evening, Monsieur Maigret. She walked him out onto the landing and watched him go downstairs. Outside, the black car stood waiting. The driver opened the door. He almost gave in the address on Avenue Carnot. Sooner or later he'd have to make up his mind to talk directly to Gouin. Why did he keep putting it off? He seemed to be circling around him without daring to move in closer, as if the professor's personality overawed him. To Quai des Orfèvres. At this hour, Etienne Gouin must be in the middle of dinner with his wife. In passing, Maigret saw that there was no light in the right-hand part of the apartment. There was at least one point on which the assistant had been mistaken. Contrary to what she had asserted, Gouin's conjugal relations were less neutral than she thought. Lucille Descaux explained that her boss didn't talk about his personal affairs with his wife, but as it happened, Madame Gouin had given Maigret details she could only have got from her husband. Had he also told her that he thought Lulu was pregnant? He had the driver stop the car a little further along the avenue, outside the bistro where he'd stopped once for a toddy. It was less cold this evening, and he ordered something else, a mark, even though it wasn't the hour for neat alcohol, simply because it was what he'd drunk the previous day. It was a habit they teased him about at Quai des Orfèvres. If he started a case with Calvados, for example, it was with Calvados that he continued. So that there were cases accompanied by beer, others by red wine. There had even been some where whiskey was the drink of choice. He was about to phone the office to ask if there was any news and have himself driven straight home. It was only because there was someone in the phone booth that he changed his mind. He didn't speak on the way. "Do you still need me?" the driver asked, once they were in the courtyard of the Police Judiciaire. "You can take me back to Boulevard Michel-Lenoir in a few minutes, unless you finished your shift." "I don't finish till 8. He went upstairs and switched the light on in his office, whose second door opened immediately to admit Luca. "Inspector Jeannin phoned. He's upset that nobody told him Pierre had been found." Everyone had forgotten about Jeannin, who would continue to search the La Chapelle neighborhood until he'd learned from the newspapers that the musician had been questioned by Maigret and released. "He's asking if he still needs to keep an eye on him." "There's no point anymore. Anything else?" Luca was just opening his mouth when the telephone rang. Maigret picked up the receiver. "Detective Chief Inspector Maigret speaking," he said with a frown. Immediately, Luca realized it was important. "This is Etienne Gouin," said the voice at the other end. "I'm listening." "I understand you've just questioned my assistant." Lucille Decaux had phoned her boss to let him know. "That's correct," Maigret said. "If you required information about me, it would have struck me as more proper for you to address me directly." Luca had the impression that Maigret was losing a little of his composure and was making an effort to regain it. "That's a matter of judgment," he replied quite curtly. "You know where I live." "Yes, of course. I'll come and see you." There was silence at the other end of the line. Maigret could vaguely hear a woman's voice. It was probably Madame Gouin saying something to her husband. "When?" the professor asked. "In an hour and a half. I haven't had dinner yet." "I'll be waiting." He hung up. "A professor?" Luca asked. Maigret nodded. "What does he want?" "He wants to be questioned." "Are you free?" "To go over there with you?" "Yes, but we'll have a bite to eat before that." They did so on Place Dauphine, at the table where the inspector had lunched and dined so many times that it was called Maigret's table. He didn't say a word throughout the meal. Chapter 8. Maigret had questioned thousands, tens of thousands of people in the course of his career, some occupying important positions, others who were more famous for their wealth, and others still who were considered the most intelligent of international criminals. Yet he attached an importance to this interrogation he had attached to no previous interrogation, and it wasn't Gouin's social position that overawed him, or his worldwide fame. He was well aware that Luca, since the beginning of the case, had been wondering why he didn't just go and ask the professor a few specific questions. Even now, good old Luca was disconcerted by his chief's mood. The truth was something Maigret couldn't admit to him, or to anybody, not even to his wife. Frankly, he didn't dare formulate it clearly to himself in his own mind. What he knew of Gouin, what he had learned about him, impressed him, it was true, but for a reason that nobody would have been likely to guess. Like the professor, Maigret had been born in a village in the centre of France, and like him, he had had to fend for himself at an early age. Maigret had even started studying medicine. If he had been able to continue, he probably wouldn't have become a surgeon, lacking the necessary manual dexterity, but he nevertheless had the impression that there were a number of things that he and Lulu's lover had in common. It was pride on his part, and that was why he preferred not to think about it. They both, it seemed to him, had an almost equal knowledge of men and life. Not the same knowledge, and above all, not the same reactions. They were rather like opposites, but equal opposites. What he knew about Gouin he had learned from the words and attitudes of 5 different women. Otherwise, all he had seen of him was his shadowy figure on the pavement of Avenue Carnot and a photograph above a fireplace. and the most revealing incident was no doubt the brief account that Janvier had given him on the telephone of her professor's appearance in Louis Fion's apartment. He was going to find out if he'd been wrong. He had prepared himself as much as possible, and the reason he was taking Luca was not because he needed his help, but to give a more official character to the interview, perhaps when it came down to it, to remind himself that he was going to Avenue Carnot in his capacity as a detective chief inspector of the police judiciaire, and not as a man interested in another man. He had drunk wine with his meal. Then, when the waiter had come and asked him if he would like any spirits, he had ordered an old Mark from Burgundy, so that by the time he got into the car, he felt warm inside. Avenue Carnot was quiet and deserted, with soft lights behind the windows of the apartments. As he passed the lodge, he had the feeling the concierge watched him walk by with an air of reproach. The two men took the lift. Around them the building was silent, withdrawn into itself and its secrets. It was 8:40 when Maigret pulled the polished brass handle which activated an electric bell. Footsteps were heard inside, and a fairly young and rather pretty chambermaid, wearing a smart apron over her black uniform, opened the door and said, "If you'd like to take your coats off." He had wondered if Gouin would receive them in the drawing-room, in the family part of the apartment, so to speak. He didn't have the answer immediately. The maid hung the clothes in a wardrobe, left the visitors in the hall, and disappeared. She did not return, but before long Gouin appeared and came towards them. He seemed taller and thinner here. Barely looking at them, he murmured, "If you'd like to come this way." He walked in front of them, down a corridor that led to the library. The walls were almost entirely covered in bound books. The lighting was soft, and logs burned in a fireplace much larger than the one in Lucille Decaux's apartment. "Please, sit down." He pointed to some armchairs and chose one for himself. None of this mattered. Neither had yet looked at each other. Luca, who felt superfluous, was all the more ill at ease because the armchair was too deep for his short legs, and he was sitting closest to the fire. "I was expecting you to come alone," Maigret introduced his colleague. "I brought Sergeant Luca, who'll take notes." It was at that moment that their eyes met for the first time, and Maigret saw something like a reproach in the professor's gaze. Was there also, although he couldn't be sure, a degree of disappointment? It was hard to say, because on the surface Gouin was fairly ordinary. There are theatre actors, especially singing basses, who have tall, bony bodies like that, faces with strongly drawn features, bags under their eyes. The pupils were small and clear, without any particular gleam, and yet there was an uncommon weight in his gaze. Maigret would have sworn, as this gaze came to rest on him, that Gouin was as curious about him as he was about the professor. Did he, too, find Maigret more commonplace than the image of him he had built up? Luca had taken a notebook and a pencil from his pocket to disguise his unease. It was impossible to know yet what tone the interview would assume, and Maigret was careful to be silent and wait. "Don't you think, Monsieur Maigret, that it would have been more logical to address me directly rather than go and bother that poor girl?" He was speaking naturally, in a monotonous voice, as if he were saying banal things. "Do you mean Mademoiselle Decaux? She didn't seem to me the least bit embarrassed. I assume she phoned you as soon as I left her to bring you up to date. She repeated to me your questions and her answers. She imagined it was important. Women have a constant need to be convinced of their own importance. Lucille Decaux is your closest colleague, isn't she?" "She's my assistant." "Isn't she also your secretary?" "Yes, she is. In fact, as I'm sure she told you, she follows me everywhere I go. It gives her the impression she plays a vital role in my life." "Is she in love with you?" "As she would be of any employer, provided he was famous. She struck me as devoted, to the point, for example, that she'd make a false statement if necessary, in order to get you out of trouble. She'd do so without any hesitation. My wife has also been in contact with you." "Did she tell you?" "Just like Lucille, she reported your conversation in the minutest detail." He was speaking about his wife, in the same detached tone he had assumed to talk about his assistant. There was no warmth in his voice. He was observing facts, relating them without granting them any sentimental value. The little people who approached him must have been delighted with his simplicity, and indeed there was no affectation about him. He was not in the least concerned about the effect he produced on others. It's rare to encounter people who do not play a role, even when they're alone. Most men feel the need to watch themselves living, to listen to themselves speaking. Not Gouin. He was himself, fully himself, and he did not bother to hide his feelings. When he had spoken about Lucille Decaux, his words and attitude seemed to say, "What she takes for devotion is only a kind of vanity, the need to think herself exceptional. Any of my female students would do exactly the same. She makes her life interesting and no doubt imagines that I owe her a debt of gratitude." The only reason he didn't say this was because he judged Maigret capable of understanding. He was talking to him as an equal. "I haven't yet told you why I phoned you this evening and asked you to come. Mind you, I was keen to meet you anyway." He was a man, and he was sincere. He hadn't taken his eyes off Maigret since they'd been face to face, and he was making no attempt to conceal it. He was examining him like a human specimen he wanted to get to know. "My wife and I were having dinner when I received a telephone call. It was from someone you already know, a certain Madame Boat, who did the cleaning for Louise." He didn't say Lulu, but Louise. He spoke about her as simply as he spoke about the others, knowing perfectly well that it was superfluous to provide explanations. "Madame Boat has got it into her head that she has something in her possession she can use to blackmail me. She didn't beat about the bush, although I didn't understand what she was talking about at first. She said, 'I have the gun, Monsieur Gouin.' My first thought was to wonder what gun she meant." "Will you allow me a question?" "Go ahead." "Have you ever met Madame Boat?" "I don't think so. Louise told me about her. She knew her before she moved in here. Apparently she's a strange character who's been in prison several times. As she only worked in the apartment in the mornings, and I've hardly ever had occasion to go there at that time, I don't recall ever having seen her. I suppose I might have passed her on the stairs." You can go on." "Anyway, she told me that when she went into the living room on Tuesday morning, she found the gun on the table, and—" "Did she say specifically, on the table?" "Yes. She added that she hid it in a potted plant out on the landing. Your men must have searched inside the apartment without thinking of looking outside." "That was shrewd of her." "Anyway, she now apparently has the gun and would be willing to give it back to me for a large sum of money." "Give it back to you?" "It's my gun." "How do you know?" "She described it to me, including the serial number." "Have you had this weapon a long time?" 8 or 9 years. I'd gone to Belgium to perform an operation. I travelled more in those days than I do now. I've even sometimes been called as far afield as the United States and India. My wife had often told me she was afraid of being alone in the apartment for several days, sometimes several weeks. In a hotel where I was staying in Liège, some locally manufactured weapons were on display in a case. I got the idea of buying a little automatic. I should have, but I didn't declare it to customs." Maigret smiled. "What room was it in?" "In a drawer in my office. That was where I last saw it a few months ago. I've never used it. I'd completely forgotten about it when I got that phone call." "What did you tell Madame Boat?" "That I'd give her an answer." "When?" "Probably this evening. That was when I called you." "Would you go over there, Lucas? Do you have the address?" "Yes, Chief." Lucas looked delighted to escape the heavy atmosphere of the room, because although the two men were talking quietly and in an apparently matter-of-fact way, there was an underlying tension in the air. "Will you be able to find your coat? Would you like me to ring for the maid?" "I'll find it." Once the door was closed, they fell silent for a moment. It was Maigret who broke the silence. "Does your wife know?" "About Madame Boat's attempt at blackmail?" "Yes." "She heard what I was answering on the phone because I took the call in the dining room. I filled her in on the rest." "What was her reaction?" "She advised me to give in." "Did you wonder why?" "You see, Monsieur Maigret, whether it's my wife, Lucille Decaux, or any other woman, they feel an intense satisfaction in convincing themselves that they're devoted to me. They compete with one another in helping and protecting me." He was speaking without any irony, without any resentment either. He was dissecting their state of mind with the same detachment he would have used to dissect a corpse. "Why do you think my wife felt the need to speak to you?" "To give herself the role of a wife protecting her husband's peace and quiet, and his work." "Isn't that the case?" He looked at Maigret without answering. "Your wife, Professor, struck me as unusually understanding towards you." "She does claim not to be jealous." "Is it only a claim?" "That depends on the meaning you give the word jealous. There's no doubt she doesn't care who I sleep with." "Even with Louise Fillon?" "Not at first. Don't forget that Germaine was just an ordinary nurse before she became Madame Gouin overnight." "Did you love her?" "No." "Why did you marry her?" "To have someone in the house. The old woman who took care of me didn't have long to live." I don't like being alone, Monsieur Maigret. I don't know if you're familiar with that feeling. Perhaps you also prefer it when people around you owe you everything." He didn't object. On the contrary, the remark seemed to please him. "In a way, yes. Is that why you chose a girl from a humble background?" "The others exasperate me." "Did she know what to expect when she married you?" "She knew exactly what to expect." "When did she start to be unpleasant?" "She's never been unpleasant. You've seen her. She's perfect. Takes marvelous care of the apartment. Never insists that I go out in the evening, or that we invite friends for dinner. If I understand correctly, she spends her days waiting for you." "Pretty much. She's content with being Madame Gouin, and knowing that one day she'll be the widow Gouin." "Do you think she's self-interested?" "Let's just say she won't be upset to get her hands on the fortune I leave her. For the moment, I bet you anything she's listening at the door. She was upset when I called you. She would have preferred me to receive you in the drawing-room, in her presence." He had not lowered his voice when he said that Germaine was listening behind the door, and Maigret could have sworn he heard a slight noise in the next room. "According to her, she was the one who suggested you bring Louise Fillon here." "That's true. I hadn't thought of it. I didn't even know an apartment was free." "Didn't that arrangement strike you as strange?" "Why?" The question surprised him. "Did you love Louise?" "Listen, Monsieur Maigret, that's the second time you've used that word. In medicine, we don't know it." "Did you need her?" "Physically, yes. Do I have to explain myself? I'm 62 years old." "I know. That says it all. Weren't you jealous of Pierrot?" "I'd have preferred it if he didn't exist." As in Lucille Decaux's apartment, Maigret stood up to go and put straight a log that had collapsed. He was thirsty. The professor hadn't thought of offering him a drink. His mouth was furry from the mark he had had after dinner, and he hadn't stopped smoking. "Did you ever meet him?" he asked. "Who?" "Pierrot." "Once. Usually they both made sure it didn't happen." "What were Lulu's feelings towards you?" "What should they have been? I suppose you know her history." "Of course, she told me she was grateful. She was fond of me. The truth is simpler. She had no desire to fall back into poverty. You must know that. People who've really been hungry, who've been poor in the grimmest sense of the word, and who in one way or another have escaped, would do anything not to fall back into their old lives." It was true. Maigret knew it as well as anyone. Did she love Pierrot? "How fond of that word you are," the professor sighed, resigned. "She had to have something sentimental in her life. She also had to make problems for herself. I said earlier that women need to feel important. I suppose that's why they complicate their lives, ask themselves questions, always imagine that they have a choice." "What kind of choice?" Maigret asked with a hint of a smile, to force his interlocutor to be more specific. "Louise imagined she had a choice between her musician and me." "Didn't she?" "In actual fact, no. I've told you why." "Did she ever threaten to leave you?" "She sometimes claimed she was thinking about it." "Weren't you afraid it would happen?" "No." "Didn't she ever try to get you to marry her?" "She didn't aim that high. I'm convinced she would have been a little terrified to become Madame Gouin. What she needed was security, a nice warm apartment, 3 meals a day, decent clothes." "What would have happened if you died?" "I took out a life insurance policy in her name." "Did you also take one out in Lucille Decaux's name?" "No, there's no point. When I'm dead, she'll latch onto my successor just as she latched onto me, and nothing would have changed in her life." The ringing of the telephone interrupted them. Gouin was about to stand up to answer, then stopped. "That must be your inspector." It was indeed Lucas, phoning from the Batignolles police station, the closest to Désirée Brode's apartment. "I have the gun, Chief. She claimed at first she didn't know what I was talking about." "What have you done with her?" "She's here with me." "Have her taken to headquarters." "Where did she find the gun?" "She still claims it was on the table." "Why did she conclude it belonged to the professor?" "According to her, it's obvious. She isn't going into details. She's furious. She tried to scratch me." "What does he say?" "Nothing definite yet. We're chatting." "Shall I join you?" "Go to the lab first to make sure there are no prints on the automatic. That will give you a chance to take your prisoner there." "All right, Chief." Lucas sighed unenthusiastically. It was only then that Gouin thought of offering Maigret a drink. "Would you like a glass of brandy?" "Gladly." He pushed a button. The maid who had admitted Maigret and Lucas soon appeared. "The brandy. They did not speak as they waited for her. When she came back, there was only one glass on the tray. "Please excuse me, but I never drink," the professor said, letting Maigret serve himself. It wasn't out of virtue, probably not for health reasons either, but because he didn't need it. Chapter 9. Maigret took his time. His glass in his hand, he was looking at the professor's face, while the professor, for his part, looked at him calmly. "The concierge also owes you a debt of gratitude, doesn't she? If I'm not mistaken, you saved her son." "I don't expect gratitude from anyone." "Nevertheless, she's devoted to you, and like Lucille Decaux, would be ready to lie to get you out of an awkward situation." "Of course, it's always pleasant to think of one's being heroic." "Don't you feel alone sometimes, in the world as you see it?" "All human beings are alone, whatever they think. You just have to admit it and adjust to it." "I thought you hated solitude." "That's not the kind of solitude I meant. Let's say, if you prefer, that what distresses me is emptiness. I don't like to be alone in the apartment or in the street or in a car. It's about physical solitude rather than moral isolation." "Are you afraid of death?" "I don't care about being dead. I hate death itself, with all it entails. In your profession, Inspector, you've seen it almost as often as I have." He knew perfectly well that this was his weak point, that this fear of dying alone was the little touch of human cowardice that made him, in spite of everything, a man like any other. He wasn't ashamed of it. "Since my last heart attack, I've always had someone with me. Medically, it wouldn't be any help. Nevertheless, strange as it may seem, any presence reassures me. Once, when I was alone in the city and I felt faint, I went into the first bar I came across." This was the moment that Maigret chose to ask the question he had been keeping in reserve for a long time. "What was your reaction when you realized that Louise was pregnant?" He seemed surprised, not that the subject should be brought up, but that it should be considered a possible problem. "I didn't have any reaction," he said simply. "Didn't she tell you?" "No. I assume she didn't yet know." "She found out at about 6 o'clock on Monday. You saw her after that. Didn't she say anything?" "Only that she wasn't feeling well and was going to bed." "Did you think the child was yours?" "I didn't think any such thing." "Have you ever had children?" "Not as far as I know." "Have you ever wanted to?" His reply shocked Maigret. For 30 years now, his greatest regret had been that he wasn't a father. "Why should I?" the professor asked. "Precisely." "What do you mean?" "Nothing. Some people who have no serious interests in life imagine that a child makes them important, useful in some way, makes them feel they'll be leaving something behind them. I'm not one of those people." "Don't you think that given your age and her boyfriend's, Lulu would have assumed the child was his?" "There's no scientific basis for that." "I'm talking about what she may have thought." "It's possible." "Wasn't that sufficient to make up her mind to leave you for Pierrot?" He did not hesitate. "No," he replied, still like a man who is sure he possesses the truth. "She would surely have told me the child was mine." "Would you have recognized the child as your own?" "Why not? Even if you had doubts that you were the father? What difference does that make? One child is as good as any other." "Would you have married the mother?" "I don't see why I should." "Don't you think she would have tried to get you to marry her?" "If she had, she wouldn't have succeeded." "Because you don't want to leave your wife?" "Simply because I find these complications ridiculous. I'm answering you frankly because I think you're able to understand me." "Did you talk about it with your wife?" "On Sunday afternoon, if I remember correctly. Yes, it was Sunday. I spent part of the afternoon at home." "Why did you tell her?" "I told my assistant, too." "I know." "And?" He was right to think that Maigret understood. There was something terribly arrogant and at the same time tragic in the way the professor spoke about those around him, especially the women. He took them all at face value, without the slightest illusion, asking of each only what she could give him. It was as if, to him, they were not much more than inanimate objects. Nor did he take the trouble to keep silent in front of them. What would have been the point? He could think aloud without worrying how they might react, let alone what they might be thinking or feeling. "What did your wife say?" "She asked me what I was planning to do." "Did you tell her you would recognize the child?" He nodded. "Didn't it occur to you this might upset her? Perhaps. This time, Maigret suspected something in the other man that hadn't come through so far, or that he hadn't been able to spot. There was a secret satisfaction in the professor's voice as he said, "Perhaps." "So you did it deliberately," he said sharply. "Telling her, you mean?" Maigret was sure that Gouin would have preferred not to smile, to remain impassive, but he couldn't help it, and for the first time his lips curled strangely. "In other words, you were quite content to upset your wife and your assistant." The way Gouin kept silent constituted an admission. Mightn't one or other of them have got it into their heads to get rid of Louise Fillon? It's an idea they must both have been fairly familiar with for a long time. They both hated Louise. I don't know anyone who hasn't wished for the death of another human being at some time or other. Only people capable of putting their idea into practice are rare. Fortunately for you. It was all true, which is what made this conversation so incredible. What the professor had said from the start was, when it came down to it, what Maigret himself thought. Their ideas about men and their motives weren't so different. What was different was their attitude to the problem. Gouin only used what Maigret would have called his cold reason, whereas Maigret tried to... He would have been hard put to define what it was he tried to do. Perhaps understanding people gave him a feeling that wasn't just pity, but a kind of affection. Gouin looked at them from a great height. Maigret put himself on the same level as them. "Louise Fillon was murdered," he said slowly. "That's a fact. Someone went all the way. Have you wondered who? That's your job, not mine. Did it occur to you we might think it was you? Of course. At that time I didn't yet know that my wife had spoken to you, and I was surprised you didn't come and question me. The concierge told me you knew about me." She too. And Gouin accepted it as his due. "You went to Cochin on Monday night, but you only stayed half an hour at your patient's bedside." "I went up to sleep in a room on the 4th floor, but it's kept at my disposal." "You were alone there, and there was nothing to stop you leaving the hospital without being seen, coming here by taxi and then going back to your room. At what time, according to you, did these comings and goings take place?" "It would have had to be between 9 and 11. "At what time was Pierre Avro in Louise's apartment?" "At 9:45. "So I would have had to kill Louise after that." Maigret nodded. "Given the time it would have taken me to make the journey, I wouldn't have been back at the hospital between 10 and past." Maigret calculated mentally. The professor's argument was logical. And suddenly Maigret looked disappointed. Something wasn't happening as he'd foreseen. He was expecting what was to come, barely listening to what his interlocutor was telling him. "It so happens, Monsieur Maigret, that at 10:05 a colleague of mine, Dr. Lanvin, who had just examined a patient on the 3rd floor, came upstairs to see me. He didn't trust his own diagnosis and asked me if I could come with him. I went down to the 3rd floor. Neither my assistant nor the staff in my department could have told you that, because they didn't know. This isn't the testimony of a woman anxious to get me out of trouble, but of 5 or 6 people, including the patient, who'd never seen me before and probably doesn't even know my name. I've never thought you killed Lulu." He deliberately called her by that name, which appeared to displease the professor. Maigret too had a desire to be cruel. "I'd simply expected you to try to cover for the person who did kill her." Gouin took this in. A slight flush appeared on his cheeks, and for a moment he turned his eyes away from Maigret. The doorbell rang. It was Lucas. The maid admitted him. He had a little package in his hand. "No prints," he said, unwrapping the gun and handing it to his chief. He looked at both of them, surprised at the prevailing calm, surprised also to find them in exactly the same places, in the same poses, as if while he'd been running about the city, time here had stood still. "This is your gun, isn't it, Monsieur Gouin?" "It is a fancy weapon with a nickel-plated barrel and a mother-of-pearl grip. If the shot hadn't been fired at close range, it probably would not have done much harm." "There's a bullet missing from the magazine," Lucas said. "I phoned Gaston Renette. He'll do the usual tests tomorrow, but for now, he's convinced that this is the gun that was used on Monday." "I assume, Monsieur Gouin, that both your wife and your assistant had access to your desk drawer." "It wasn't locked." "I never lock anything." That too was a kind of contempt for people. He had nothing to hide. He didn't care if anyone read his personal papers. You weren't surprised when you came home on Monday night to find your sister-in-law in the apartment? She usually avoids me. I think she hates you, doesn't she? It's another way to make her life interesting. Your wife told me her sister just happened to drop by because she was in the neighborhood. It's possible. But when I questioned Antoinette, she told me her sister had phoned her and asked her to come over. Gouin was listening attentively, but it was impossible to detect any particular expression on his face. Sitting back in his armchair, his legs crossed, he kept his fingers together, and Maigret was struck by the length of those fingers, as slender as a pianist's. "Sit down, Luca. Would you like me to ask for a drink for your inspector?" Luca refused with a gesture. "There's another thing your wife stated that I need to check, and I can only do so through you." The professor gave a sign that he was waiting. "She said that some time ago you had a blackout while you were in Lulu's apartment." "That's true. A little exaggerated, but true." "Is it also correct that your mistress called your wife in a panic?" Gouin seemed surprised. "Who told you that?" "Never mind. Is it the truth?" "Not completely. You do realize your answer is of great importance." "I realize it from the way you're asking the question, but I have no idea why. One night I didn't feel well. I asked Louise to come up here and fetch a flask of medicine which was in my bathroom. She did so. My wife opened the door to her because the servants were in bed and their rooms are on the 6th floor. My wife, who was also in bed when Louise arrived, went to look for the flask." "Did they go down together?" "Yes. Only in the meantime the attack had passed, and I'd already left the downstairs apartment. In fact, I was just coming through the door when Louise and my wife appeared, both in their nightdresses." "Will you excuse me for a moment?" Maigret said a few words in a low voice to Luca, who left the room. Gouin didn't ask any questions, didn't appear surprised. "Was the door wide open behind you?" "It was slightly ajar." Maigret would have preferred him to lie. For an hour now he'd been hoping that Gouin would try to lie, but he was relentlessly honest. "Are you sure?" He was giving him a last chance. "Absolutely." "As far as you know, has your wife ever been to see Lulu in the apartment on the 3rd floor?" "You don't know her." Hadn't Germain Gouin asserted that he was the only opportunity she'd had to see the inside of the apartment? The fact was, she hadn't gone inside that night, yet when she had come downstairs to meet Maigret, she hadn't looked around her with any curiosity, but had acted as if the place was familiar to her. It was her second lie, added to which was the fact that she hadn't mentioned that Lulu was pregnant. "Do you think she's still listening at the door?" It was a pointless precaution on his part to have sent Luca to take up position at the entrance to the apartment. "I'm convinced of it," the professor began. And indeed, the communicating door now opened. Madame Gouin took 2 steps forward, just enough to be able to look her husband in the face, and never before had Maigret seen so much hate and contempt in human eyes. The professor did not turn away, but absorbed the shock without flinching. As for Maigret, he stood up. "I'm obliged to arrest you, Madame Gouin." "I know," she said, almost absently, still turned towards her husband. "I assume you heard everything?" "Yes." "Do you admit you killed Louise Fillon?" She nodded, and it looked for a moment as if she were about to throw herself like a fury at the professor, who still sustained her gaze. "He knew it would happen," she said at last in a staccato voice, while her chest rose and fell rapidly. "I wonder now if it wasn't what he wanted, if he didn't confide certain things to me, knowingly, to drive me to it." "Did you call your sister to give yourself an alibi?" She nodded again. "I assume you went downstairs when you left the boudoir on the pretext of making toddies," Maigret went on. He saw her frown, and her gaze turned away from Gouin and came to rest on Maigret. She seemed to hesitate. You sensed there was a struggle in her. At last, in a curt voice, she said, "It isn't true." "What isn't true?" "But my sister stayed on her own." As Gouin looked at him with an ironic glint in his eyes, Maigret turned red, because that look clearly meant, "What did I tell you?" It was true. Germain was refusing to bear the weight of the crime alone. She could have just kept silent, but she had to speak out. "Antoinette knew what I was going to do. My courage failed me at the last moment, so she went down with me." "Did she go in?" "She stayed on the stairs." And after a silence, as if defying all of them, "Too bad.
It's the truth." Her lips were trembling with contained rage. "Now he'll be able to renew his harem." Madame Gouin was wrong. There was little change in the professor's life. It was not until a few months later that Lucille Decaux moved in with him while continuing to be his assistant and secretary. Did she try to get him to marry her? Maigret had no idea. In any case, the professor did not remarry, and whenever his name came up in conversation, Maigret pretended not to hear, or hastened to talk about something else. Maigret's First Case by Georges Simenon. Chapter 1. The Flautist's Statement. The room was divided in two by a black railing. In the section reserved for the public, there was only one bench, also painted black, against the whitewashed wall plastered with official notices. On the other side were desks, inkstands, and pigeonholes, bulging with fat black files so that everything was black and white. Standing on a metal base was a cast-iron stove of the kind now only found in provincial railway stations, with a flue that rose up to the ceiling and then formed an elbow to cross the entire room before disappearing into the wall. A chubby-faced officer called Le Coeur had unbuttoned his uniform and was trying to sleep. The hands on the black-rimmed clock showed 1:25. Every now and then the single gas lamp would sputter. Every now and then, too, the stove, for no apparent reason, would begin to hum. Outside, the quiet of the night was disturbed occasionally by the sound of firecrackers at growing intervals, the singing of a drunkard or a cab clattering down the sloping street. Sitting at the desk on the left, the secretary of the Saint-Georges District Police Station, his lips moving silently like a schoolboy, was poring over a newly published little manual. Guide to Official Reports, Verbal Descriptions for the Use of Police Officers and Inspectors. On the flyleaf, handwritten in capital letters in purple ink, was the name J. Maigret. 3 times already that night the young police secretary had got up to go over and poke the stove, and for the rest of his life he would feel nostalgic for that particular stove. It was identical, or almost, to the one he would find one day at Quai des Orfèvres, and later on, when central heating was installed at the headquarters of the police judiciaire, Detective Chief Inspector Maigret, head of the crime squad, would manage to keep that stove in his office. This was the 15th of April, 1913. In those days, the police judiciaire was still called the Sûreté. That morning, a foreign head of state had arrived at Longchamp station amid great pomp, and the president had been there to welcome him. The official carriages, flanked by the Republican Guard in full-dress uniform, had marched down Avenue du Bois and along the Champs-Élysées, lined with flags and people. There had been a gala performance at the opera, fireworks and parades, and only now was the noise of the boisterous crowds beginning to die down. The police were overwhelmed. Despite all the precautions taken, the preventative arrests, the deals made with certain reputedly dangerous individuals, there had been fears of an anarchist bomb up until the last minute. Maigret and Le Coeur were alone at 1:30 in the morning at the Saint-Georges District Police Station in the quiet rue La Rochefoucauld. They both looked up on hearing hurried footsteps outside. The door opened. A breathless young man stood dancing about him, dazzled by the gaslight. The chief inspector," he panted. "I'm his secretary," said Maigret without getting up. He didn't yet know that this was the start of his first case. The man was fair-haired and slight, with blue eyes and a pink complexion. He wore a beige coat over his black suit and was holding a bowler hat, while his other hand kept gingerly touching his swollen nose. "Were you attacked by some ruffian?" "No, I was trying to go to the assistance of a woman who was shouting for help." "In the street?" "No, in a big house, in Rue Chaptal. I think you'd better come straight away. They threw me out." "Who?" A sort of butler or concierge." "Don't you think you'd better begin at the beginning? What were you doing in Rue Chaptal?" "I was on my way home from work. My name is Justin Minard. I'm second flautist at the Concert Lamarve, but at night I play at the Brasserie Clichy, Boulevard de Clichy. I live in Rue d'Angers, just opposite the Petit Parisien. As usual, I walk down Rue Balou, then Rue Chaptal." Ever the conscientious secretary, Maigret took notes. About halfway down the street, which is nearly always empty, I noticed a parked motor car, a de Dion Mouton, with its engine running. At the wheel there was a man wearing a grey goatskin jacket, his face almost entirely hidden behind enormous goggles. As I drew level with him, a second-floor window opened.
"Did you take note of a house number?"
17A. It's a private mansion with a carriage entrance. There were no lights in any other windows, only the second from the left, the one that opened. I looked up and saw the shape of a woman trying to lean out, and she shouted, "Help!" What do? Wait, someone in the room must have dragged her away from the window. At the same time, a shot rang out. I turned round to look at the car I'd just passed, and it sped off. Are you certain it wasn't the sound of the engine backfiring that you heard? Absolutely positive. I went up to the door and rang the bell. Were you alone? Yes. Armed? No. What do you intend to do? Well, the flautist was so thrown by the question that he was stumped for a reply. Had it not been for his blonde moustache and a few wisps on his chin, he would have looked barely more than 16.
Didn't the neighbours hear anything?
Apparently not.
Did they open the door to you?
Not right away. I rang at least 3 times, then I started kicking the door. Eventually I heard footsteps, then a chain being removed and a bolt pulled back. There was no light in the porch, but there's a gas lamp just outside the house.
1:47. From time to time the flautist glanced anxiously at the clock.
A tall fellow in a butler's black suit asked what I wanted.
Was he fully dressed?
Of course.
With his trousers and tie?
Yes.
And yet there were no lights on in the house?
Except in the second-floor bedroom.
What did you say?
I don't know. I tried to get inside.
Why?
To go and see for myself. He barred my path. I told him about the woman who shouted from the window.
Did he seem flustered?
He glared at me and pushed me away with all his weight.
Then what?
He muttered that I'd been imagining things, that I was drunk and things like that. Then there was a voice in the darkness. It sounded as if it was coming from a first-floor landing.
What did the voice say?
"Hurry up, Louis."
Then what?
He gave me a violent shove, and when I resisted, he punched me in the face. I ended up sprawled on the ground in front of the closed door.
Was the second-floor light still on?
No.
Did the car come back?
No. Hadn't we better go there right away?
We?
Are you planning to come with me?
It was both comic and touching, the contrast between the flautist's almost feminine delicateness and his determined air.
I'm the one who was punched in the face, aren't I? At any rate, I'm going to make a complaint.
As you have every right to do.
But it would be better if we left that till later, don't you think?
Did you tell me the number of the house?
17A.
Maigret frowned as that address vaguely rang a bell. He pulled one of the files from its pigeonhole, leafed through it, and read a name that made him frown even harder. He was wearing a tailcoat that night, his first ever tailcoat. A memo had been sent round a few days earlier, instructing all police auxiliaries to wear ceremonial dress for the duration of the royal visit, since any one of them could be summoned to join the dignitaries at any moment. His beige overcoat, bought off the peg, was identical to Justin Minas's.
"Come on. Oh, look here. If anyone asks for me, tell them I'll be back soon."
He was slightly intimidated. The name he had just read in the register did not exactly put him at ease. He was 26 and had been married just 5 months. Since he had joined the police 4 years earlier, he had worked in the lowliest departments, street duty, railway stations, department stores, and he had been secretary at the Saint-Georges district police station for less than a year. Now the most distinguished name in the entire neighbourhood was that of the inhabitants of 17A, Rue Chaptal. Gendreau Balthazar. Balthazar Coffee. That name ran in big brown letters along the corridors of the metro, while in the streets the Balthazar vans, drawn by 4 magnificent horses, were part of the Paris landscape. Maigret drank Balthazar coffee, and whenever he walked along Avenue de l'Opéra, on reaching a certain point next to a gunsmith's, he never failed to stop to inhale the delicious smell of coffee being roasted in the window of the Balthazar shop. The night was cold and clear. There wasn't a soul in the steep street, not a cab in the vicinity. In those days, Maigret was almost as thin as the flautist, so skinny that as they walked up the road they looked like two raw-boned adolescents. "I presume you haven't been drinking?" "I never drink. Doctor's orders." "Are you certain you saw a window opening?" "I'm absolutely positive." This was the first time that Maigret was standing on his own 2 feet. Until now, he had merely accompanied his boss, Monsieur Lebray, the most urbane detective chief inspector in Paris, on various raids, 4 of them to establish proof of adultery. Rue Chaptal was as deserted as Rue La Rochefoucauld. There were no lights on in the Georges Balthazar residence, one of the finest mansions in the neighborhood. "You said there was a parked motor car?" "Yes, right here." Not quite outside the door, a little higher up the street. Maigret, whose head was buzzing with fresh theories about Mina's testimony, lit a candle match and bent over to examine the woodblock paving. "You see," exclaimed the musician triumphantly, pointing to a large puddle of blackish oil. "Come on. I think it's highly irregular for you to be with me." "But I'm the one who got punched in the face." The situation was actually rather alarming. As he raised his hand to ring the bell, Maigret felt his chest tighten, and he wondered which regulation he could invoke. He had no warrant. Besides, it was the middle of the night. Could he really claim a crime had been committed when his only evidence was the flautist's swollen nose? Like the musician, he had to ring 3 times, but he did not have to kick the door. At length, a voice called out, "What is it?" "Police," he said in a slightly tremulous voice. "1 moment, please, I'll get the key." There was a click inside the porch. The house already had electricity. Then they had to wait for ages. "It's him," said the musician, who had recognized the voice. At last, the chain was removed and the bolt drawn back to reveal a sleepy face with eyes that slid over Maigret and stared at Georges Simenon. "Oh, you've caught him," said the man. "I suppose he tried his little prank on you. May we come in?" "If you must. Please keep quiet so as not to wake the entire household. Come this way." To the left, up 3 marble steps, was a glazed double door that led to a colonnaded hall. It was the first time that Maigret had ever been inside such an opulent residence, whose proportions reminded him of the splendor of the ministerial building. "Is your name Louis?" "How do you know?" All the same, Louis opened a door that led not into the drawing-room, but into a sort of butler's pantry. He looked as if he'd just got out of bed, and he wasn't wearing his livery, but a white nightshirt with a red embroidered collar and a hastily pulled-on pair of trousers. "Is Monsieur Georges Balthazar at home?" "Which one, the father or the son?" "The father. Monsieur Felicien has not come home yet, and Monsieur Richard, the son, probably retired hours ago. Now, about half an hour ago, this drunkard—" Louis was tall and burly. He must have been around 45. His shaved chin had a 5 o'clock shadow, his eyes were very dark, his eyebrows black and unusually bushy. With a feeling that he was jumping in at the deep end, Maigret took a big breath and said, "I should like to speak to Monsieur Richard." "Do you want me to wake him up?" "Yes, please." "Would you show me your photo ID?" Maigret held out his prefecture card. "Have you been in this neighborhood long?" 10 months. "And you are based at Saint-Georges?" "That's right." "Then you must know Monsieur Lebray." "He's my boss." Then Louis said with a casual air that barely concealed a threat, "I know him too. I have the honor of waiting on him each time he comes here to lunch or dinner." He let a few seconds tick by, his gaze elsewhere. "Do you still want me to wake Monsieur Richard?" "Yes." "Do you have a warrant?" "No." "Very good. Please wait here." Before leaving the room, he took from a cupboard a starched shirt front, a collar, and a black tie. Then he put on his morning coat, which was hanging up. There was only 1 chair in the butler's pantry. Neither Maigret nor Georges Simenon sat down. They were enveloped by silence. The entire house was in semi-darkness. It was all very solemn, very daunting. Twice, Maigret took out his fob watch. 20 minutes went by before Louis reappeared, still as frosty. "If you would be so good as to step this way." Mina attempted to follow Maigret, but the butler turned to him. "Not you, unless you are also a police officer." Maigret had a ridiculous thought. It seemed cowardly to leave the pallid flautist behind. The butler's pantry with dark wood panelling fleetingly made him think of a sort of dungeon, and he had a vision of the butler with his stubble-covered chin coming back to beat up his victim. He followed Louis across the colonnaded hall and up the red-carpeted stairs. A few solitary lamps with yellowish filaments gave out a wan glow, leaving vast areas of darkness. A door onto the first-floor landing was open. A man in a dressing gown stood framed in the light. "I understand you wish to speak to me. Do come in. That'll be all, Louis." The room was a sitting-room cum study with leather-covered walls. A smell of Havana cigar and a fragrance that Maigret could not identify hung in the air. A half-open door led into a bedroom where there was a rumpled four-poster bed. Richard Gendreau Balthazar was wearing pyjamas beneath his dressing gown, and on his feet were Russian leather slippers. He appeared to be around 30 years old. He was dark-haired, and his face would have been quite ordinary, were it not for his crooked nose. "Louis tells me you're from the local police station." He opened a carved cigarette box and pushed it towards his visitor, who refused. "You don't smoke?" "Only a pipe." "I shan't invite you to smoke in here, as I can't stand the smell of pipe tobacco. I presume you telephoned my friend Lebray before coming here?" "No." "Ah, forgive me, if I'm not familiar with the ways of the police. Lebray is a regular visitor to our house, not, I must emphasize, in a professional capacity. One would never guess he's a police chief. He really is a very charming man, but his wife is delightful. Now, let's get to the point. What time is it?" He made a show of looking for his watch, and it was Maigret who pulled his fat silver turnip watch out of his pocket. 2:25. "And it gets light around 5 o'clock at this time of year, doesn't it? I know, because I often go riding in the Bois de Boulogne very early. I thought that during the hours between sunset and sunrise, the citizen's privacy was sacrosanct." "That is correct, but—" he interrupted Maigret. "Mind you, I only mention it by way of a reminder. You are young and probably new in the job. You're lucky to have come across a friend of your chief's. I imagine you have good reason to enter this house as you've done? Louis told me about it. No doubt the individual he threw out is dangerous. Even so, young man, you could have waited until morning, don't you think? Do please sit down." He himself remained on his feet, pacing up and down, and exhaling the smoke from his gold-tipped Egyptian cigarette. "Now that I've taught you the little lesson you deserved, tell me what it is you wanted to know. Whose is the bedroom upstairs?" "I beg your pardon." "I'm sorry, I know you're under no obligation to reply, at least for the time being." "Obligation to—" echoed Richard in utter amazement, and Maigret, his ears beetroot. "A short while ago, a shot was fired in the bedroom." "What? What? You are in your right mind, I hope. Even though it's been a night of street celebrations, I assume you haven't been drinking excessively?" Footsteps could be heard on the stairs. The door had remained ajar, and Maigret glimpsed a new figure on the landing, a silhouette straight off the cover of La Vie Parisienne. The man was wearing a tailcoat, a cape, and an opera hat. He was bony and elderly, and his thin moustache, curling up at the ends, was visibly dyed. He hovered in the doorway, hesitant, surprised, perhaps afraid. "Come in, father. Listen to this. It'll make you laugh. Monsieur here is one of Lebray's men." It was strange. Félicien Gendreau Balthazar, the father, couldn't have been drunk, and yet there was something vague about him, something insubstantial, fluttery. "Have you seen Louis?" his son continued. "He's downstairs with someone." "Exactly. Earlier, a drunkard, unless he's a madman escaped from Villejuif, practically kicked the door down. Louis went down and had a terrible job getting him out, and now Monsieur—" He paused with an inquiring look. "Maigret. Monsieur Maigret, who is the secretary to our friend Lebray, is here to ask me— What was it exactly that you wanted to know?" "Whose bedroom is above us, the one that has the second window on the left?" He sensed that the father was worried, but it was a strange disquiet. For example, since his arrival, the old man had been gazing at his son with a sort of fear, almost submissiveness. He didn't dare open his mouth. It was as if he were waiting for Richard's permission. "It's my sister's," Richard said at length. "Now you know." Is she in the house at the moment?" And Maigret looked not at the son but at the father. But once again it was the son who replied, "No, she's at Onceval." "I'm sorry?" "Our chateau, the Château d'Onceval, near Puy-sur-Loire, in the Nièvre." "So the room is empty?" "I have every reason to believe so." He added sarcastically, "I imagine you'd like to see for yourself. I'll show you up. Then tomorrow I shall be able to congratulate our friend Rabelais on the zeal of his subordinate. Please, come this way." To Maigret's surprise, the father followed too, somewhat timorously. "This is the room you mentioned. Fortunately, it's not locked." He switched on the light. The furniture was of white lacquered wood, the walls covered in blue silk. A side door opened into a boudoir, and everything was in order. Each object seemed to be in its rightful place. "Carry out your search, I beg you. My sister will be delighted to know that the police have been poking their noses into her things." Unfazed, Maigret walked over to the window. The heavy silk curtains were of a darker blue than the walls. He opened them to find net curtains designed to soften daylight, and noticed that a corner of the netting was caught in the window. "I don't suppose anyone has been in here this evening?" he asked. "Unless one of the maids." "Are there several in the house?" "Naturally," sneered Richard. "There are two, Germain and Marie. There's also Louis's wife, who's our cook, and there's even a laundress, but she's married and only comes in during the day." Félicien Jeannot, the father, kept glancing from one to the other. "What is this about?" he asked eventually after clearing his throat. "I don't know exactly. Ask Monsieur Maigret." "Someone who was walking past the house just before 1:30 heard this window opening. He looked up and saw a distraught woman who was shouting for help." Maigret noticed the father clench the gilt knob of his cane. "And then what?" asked Richard. "The woman was pulled backwards and a gunshot rang out." "Really?" The younger Gendreau looked about him with an expression of mock concern, pretending to try to find traces of a bullet on the silk walls. "What I find surprising, Monsieur Maigret, it is Maigret, isn't it, is that, given the seriousness of the accusation, you didn't take the elementary precaution of informing your superiors. You rushed straight here, rather rashly, it seems to me. Did you take the trouble to find out anything about this passer-by who has such a fertile imagination?" "He's downstairs." "I'm happy to hear that he's under my roof. In short, not only did you come in here in the middle of the night, in defiance of the law protecting civil liberties, but you have brought with you an individual whom I consider somewhat dubious, to say the least. But now you are here, please proceed with your routine search, so that you can make a full report to our friend Lebray tomorrow. I presume you want to ascertain that the bed hasn't been slept in tonight?" He pulled back the satin bedspread to reveal sheets without a single crease, a pristine pillow. "Take your time, please. Search every nook and cranny. I presume you have a magnifying glass?" "I don't need one." "I'm sorry. Apart from Marais, my only acquaintance with the police is through novels." "A shot was fired, you say? Maybe there's a body somewhere. Follow me. Let's hunt for it together. In this wardrobe, perhaps? Who knows?" He flung open the doors, but it contained nothing but dresses on hangers. "In here. These are Lise's shoes. She's crazy about shoes, as you can see. Let's go into her boudoir." He was tense, becoming more and more sarcastic. "This door? It has been boarded up since Mother's death, but we can enter the apartment from a corridor. Come. Oh, yes. I insist." Maigret spent a nightmare half-hour. He had no option but to obey, for Richard was literally ordering him about. There was something spooky about the whole scene as they combed through the house, followed closely by old Gendreau Balthazar, who still had his opera hat on his head, his cape around his shoulders, and his cane with its gilt knob in his hand. "Oh, no, we're not going downstairs yet. You're forgetting that there's a floor above us, an attic floor, where the servants sleep." The light bulbs in the corridor were bare, and the ceiling was slanted. Richard knocked on each door. "Open the door, Germain." "Yes, please. It doesn't matter if you're in your nightdress. It's the police." A plumpish girl who was half asleep and gave off a musty smell, a damp bed, a comb clotted with hair on her dressing table. "Did you hear a gunshot?" "A what?" "What time did you go to bed?" "I came upstairs at 10 o'clock. "And you didn't hear anything?" Richard was asking all the questions. "Next." "Open up, Marie." "No, no, dear, it's not important." a girl of 16 who had slipped a coat over her nightdress and was trembling from head to toe. "Did you hear a gunshot?" She stared at Richard and Maigret with a sort of terror. "Have you been asleep long?" "I don't know." "Did you hear anything?" "No. Why, what's going on?" "Any questions, Monsieur Maigret?" "I'd like to ask her where she comes from." "Where do you come from, Marie?" "From Anceva." "What about Germain?" "Also from Anceva." "And Louis?" "From Anceva, Monsieur Maigret," replied Richard with disdain. "You're clearly unaware of the fact that people who own a chateau tend to hire their servants from the village." "The next door?" "Madame Louis's room." "Does her husband sleep there too?" "He sleeps downstairs, in the lodge." It took Madame Louis longer to open the door. She was short, swarthy, and very fat, and had weary eyes. "Have you finished making a racket? Where's Louis?" "Downstairs." "Tell me, did you hear a gunshot?" She almost threw them out, muttering furiously, and Richard carried on opening more doors into empty rooms, junk closets, garret rooms. Maigret wasn't spared the attic, and then he had to go down to the first floor and visit the apartments of the father and son. "There are still the drawing rooms. Oh, yes, I absolutely insist." Richard switched on the great chandelier with tinkling crystal droplets. "No dead body. No one wounded. Have you seen the whole house? Don't you want to go down into the cellar? You'll note that it is now 3:15. He opened the pantry door, and they saw Georges Simenon sitting on a chair, with Louis standing in a corner guarding him as if he were a prisoner. "Is this the young man who heard the shot?" Delighted to have seen his interesting face. "I presume now, Monsieur Maigret, that I am entitled to file a complaint for slander and attempted forced entry?" "You are indeed within your rights to do so. I wish you good night. Louis, show these gentlemen out." Old Gendreau opened his mouth, but said nothing. As for Maigret, he managed to say, "Thank you very much." Louis walked close behind and shut the heavy door after them. Disconcerted and slightly anxious, they were all alone on the left-hand pavement of Rue Chaptal. Maigret turned round automatically towards the patch of oil on the wooden paving, as if to grasp at something tangible in spite of everything. "I swear I haven't been drinking." "I believe you." "And I'm not mad." "Most certainly not." "Do you think this is going to get you into trouble? I vaguely heard—" That night, Maigret's brand-new tailcoat was a little tight under the arms. Chapter 2. Richard's Lie. At 9:50, a smiling Madame Maigret, smelling fragrant and fresh, drew back the bedroom curtains to let in the bright sunlight. Newly married, she was not yet used to seeing a man asleep, with the tips of his reddish moustache quivering, his forehead creasing when a fly landed on it, and his thick hair tousled. She laughed. She always laughed when she brought him a cup of coffee in the morning, and he looked at her with hazy, slightly childlike eyes. She was a plump, cheerful young woman, bursting with energy, the kind you see in bakeries or behind the marble counter of a dairy. He could leave her alone for days on end in their little apartment on Boulevard Michel-Lenoir, and she wouldn't be bored for a second. "What are you thinking about, Jules?" In those days, she didn't call him Maigret, but she already had for him the sort of respect that he automatically inspired, the same respect she must have had for her father, the same she would have for her son, were she to have one. "I'm thinking," and he recited the words that had come into his head on opening his eyes after only 2 hours' sleep. They were extracts from a police manual. "It is a hard and fast rule that agents of the Sûreté must devote all their time to their duties. Any investigation or surveillance operation undertaken must, in principle, be conducted continually. Leave cannot be guaranteed at fixed hours, or even on fixed days." He had left the police station at 6 in the morning, when the deputy secretary, Albert Luce, had come on duty. The air outside was chilly, and the streets of Paris so filled with aromas that he had walked home and had been tempted to make a detour via Les Halles to relish the smell of spring vegetables and fruits. At present, there were hundreds, thousands of people in Paris who had not had much more sleep than him. Although the foreign sovereign's visit was to last only 3 days, the police were under a lot of pressure, and some squads, like those in charge of security, the railway stations, aliens, and traffic duty, had been on high alert for weeks. Men were seconded from various departments and from local police stations. The king's strictly scheduled comings and goings did not affect the Saint-Georges district, so all available men had been sent to the Opera police station. It wasn't just the anarchists who were giving the police a headache. There were the madmen who invariably went berserk during this sort of grand occasion. There were the pickpockets and swindlers who were having a field day with the provincials flocking to the capital to watch the parades.
"Is it Balthazar coffee?" he asked.
"Why do you ask? Don't you like it?"
"I want you to know what made you buy this coffee rather than another one. Is it because it's better?"
"It's not bad at any rate. And there are the picture cards."
He had forgotten about the albums into which she carefully pasted the pictures of all the different species of flowers that came inside the packets of coffee.
"When you have 3 complete sets, you win a walnut bedroom suite."
Since they didn't have a bathroom in the apartment yet, Maigret had a sponge bath. Then he ate some soup for breakfast, as he had always done at home in the country.
"I don't suppose you know what time you'll be back?"
And he repeated, smiling, "Leave cannot be guaranteed at fixed hours, or even on fixed days." She knew it by heart. She already had her hat on. She liked walking with him to his office, as if taking a child to school, but she didn't go all the way, as he would have been embarrassed to run into a colleague. On the dot of 10, the chief inspector's gig drew up in Rue de la Rochefoucauld, the horse pawing at the ground as the coachman took over the reins from his master. Maxime Maigret was probably the only police inspector in Paris to have his own carriage and live in the Plaine Monceau neighborhood, in one of the new apartment buildings on Boulevard de Courcelles. By the time he arrived in style at the police station, he had already dropped into the Orche Club for a bout of fencing, a swim in the pool, and a relaxing massage. Maigret's report was on his desk, and Maigret thought about it with annoying anxiety. This was his first important report, and he had painstakingly worked on it until dawn, trying not to leave out any of the hypotheses still fresh in his mind. The flautist, Georges Simenon, had walked back from Rue Chaptal to the police station with him. They passed outside the door. "Are you married?" asked Maigret.
"Yes."
"Don't you think your wife will be worried?"
"It doesn't matter."
And Justin had come in. Maigret had taken his statement, which the musician had signed. He still wouldn't leave. "Don't you think your wife will make a scene?" And again Minon said softly,
"It doesn't matter."
Why was Maigret remembering this now? He had almost had to show him the door at daybreak. And again the flautist had asked with a mixture of shyness and assurance,
"May I come and see you?"
He had fired a complaint against the man named Louis. He had insisted. All the paperwork was in order on the chief inspector's desk, on top of less important daily reports. Maigret never saw Maxime Maigret come in because he went down the corridor straight into his office, but he could hear him, and this time his heart skipped a beat. On the bench sat the usual motley assortment of regular customers, mainly sad souls and poor bedraggled wretches. He called out their names one by one, provided them with certificates of residence or of hardship, made a note of items that had been lost or found, and sent the vagrants and hawkers who had been picked up on the streets down to the lockup. Just below the black-rimmed clock, there was an electric bell, and when that bell rang, he had calculated that it would take Maigret about 12 minutes to read his report and Minot's statement. 20 minutes went by, and Maigret still hadn't called him in, but a soft click told him that his boss was making a telephone call. There was a baize door between Maigret's office and the main office. A murmur from the other side was faintly audible. Was Maigret already speaking to Richard Gendreau, who so frequently invited him to dine at his house? No bell, but the door opened. "Maigret." A good sign or a bad sign. "Come in, my boy." The chief inspector paced up and down the room, smoking a cigarette before sitting down at his desk. Eventually he placed his hand on the file and appeared to be casting around for the right words. "I've read that thing of yours," he sighed. "Yes, sir." "You did what you believed was right. Your report is very clear, very detailed." "Thank you, sir. It even mentions me." He raised a hand to silence Maigret, who had opened his mouth to speak. "I am not criticizing you at all. On the contrary. I did my best to transcribe faithfully everything that was said. In short,
You were able to look around the entire house at your leisure. They showed me every room. You were able to ascertain there was nothing untoward. In the bedroom mentioned by Georges Simenon, the net curtain was caught in the window as if it had been closed hastily. That can happen at any time, can't it? Nothing proves that the curtain hasn't been like that for several days. The father, Monsieur Félicien Gendre Balthazar, seemed very perturbed by my presence in the house. You wrote, frightened. That was the feeling I had. I know Gendre personally. I meet him several times a week in my club. I know, sir. The chief inspector was a handsome man with a patrician manner. He was to be found at all the society gatherings, having married a wealthy Parisian heiress. That was probably why, despite his lifestyle, he insisted on having a regular job. His eyelids had fine creases, and there were deep crow's feet around his eyes. He had probably had no more sleep than Maigret the previous night, or any other night. Call Besson in, would you? Besson was an inspector, the only one who had remained at the station during the royal visit. I have a little job for you, Besson, my man. He copied out the name and address of Georges Simenon, the flautist, onto a loose sheet of paper. I want you to make some discreet inquiries about this gentleman. The sooner the better. Besson looked at the address, was pleased to see that it was in Paris, and promised, Right away, sir. And when Maigret was alone again with Maigret, he smiled very faintly and said, Right. I think that's all there is to be done, for the time being. Sitting at his black desk, Maigret spent the most furious hours of his life examining grubby documents, listening to concierges' complaints and street hawkers' excuses. He thought of various extreme options, such as handing in his notice immediately. So according to the chief inspector, all that needed to be done was to make inquiries about the flautist. Why not arrest him and give him a going-over? Maigret could also have telephoned the big chief, Xavier Guichard, or gone to see him since he knew the head of the Sûreté personally. The latter had often spent his holidays near their home in the Allier, and he had once been a friend of his father's. He hadn't exactly taken Maigret under his wing, but he kept an avuncular eye on him from a distance, or rather from on high, and it was probably thanks to him that over the past 4 years Maigret had constantly been transferred between departments so that he could become acquainted with all the workings of the police within a short space of time. Mina isn't mad, he wasn't drunk, he saw a window open, he heard a shot, and I saw those patches of oil on the road for myself. That's what he would say, outraged, he would insist. That gave him an idea, and he left the room, going down 3 steps into the duty office where uniformed officers were playing cards. Tell me, Sergeant, have all the men who were on duty last night already made their reports? Not all. Would you ask them something? I'd like to know whether any of them noticed a de Dion Bouton in the neighborhood between midnight and 2 in the morning. The driver was wearing a grey goatskin jacket and huge goggles. I don't know if there are any passengers. Too bad for the chief inspector. Any investigation or surveillance undertaken? He knew his theory. Ordinarily, this would be his case, Balthazar or no Balthazar. At around midday, he began to feel sleepy, but it wasn't his turn to go for lunch yet. His eyelids were pricking. He caught himself repeating the same question twice while interrogating his customers. Besson came back, the smell of absinthe clinging to his moustache, and that made Maigret hanker for the coolness of a café or the subdued light of a terrace on the boulevard. Is the chief still here? He had left, and Besson sat down to write his report. Poor fellow, he sighed. Who? The musician. And Besson, who exuded health of his soft, glowing skin, went on, To start with, he's consumptive, which is no fun. They've been trying to send him to the mountains for 2 years, but he won't hear of it. Horses clattered across Place Saint-Georges. That morning there had been a military parade at Les Invalides, and the troops from the various barracks were on their way back to their quarters. The city was still in ferment, with flags, uniforms, music and parades, dignitaries in colourful outfits hastening to the Élysée, where there was a big state banquet. They live in a 2-room apartment overlooking the courtyard on the 5th floor, with no lift. Did you go up? I talked to the coal merchant who lives in the building, then to the concierge who's from my part of the world. Every month she gets complaints from the residents because he plays the flute all day long with the windows wide open. The concierge is fond of him, so is the coal merchant, even though Mina owes him for 2 or 3 months' worth of coal. As for his missus, did you see her? She walked past when I was in the concierge's lodge. A big brunette on the heavy side, with flashing eyes, a sort of Carmen. Always in her dressing gown and slippers, hanging around in the local shops. She has her cards read. She yells at him. The concierge claims she even beats him. Poor fellow. Besson laboriously penned a few lines. Writing reports wasn't his strong point. I took the metro and went to see Minard's boss at the Brasserie Clichy. Nothing to report. He doesn't drink. He always arrives 5 minutes early. He's nice to everybody, and the girl on Matilda adores him. Where was he this morning? I don't know. Not at home. The concierge would have told me if he had been. Maigret left the office to go and eat 2 hard-boiled eggs and drink a beer in a little cafe on Place Saint-Georges. When he came back, he found a note from the sergeant on his desk. Officer Julien noticed the presence of a de Dion-Bouton motor car at 1:30 a.m. It was parked in Rue Montsaint, outside number 28. The only occupant was the driver, who matches the description given. The vehicle remained in Rue Montsaint for approximately 10 minutes and drove off in the direction of Rue Blanche. The bell under the clock rang, and Maigret leapt up to open the baize door. Lebray was already back, and Maigret could see the pages of his report spread over the desk, with annotations in red pencil. "Come in, dear boy. Have a seat." This was a rare favour, as the chief inspector usually left his men standing. "I imagine you've spent all morning cursing me." He too was in a tailcoat, but his came from the best tailor on Place Vendôme, and his waistcoats were always in the softest colours. "I've reread your report thoroughly. A very good report, by the way, as I think I already told you. I also had a conversation with Besson about your friend, the flautist." Maigret felt emboldened. "Have the Gendreau Balthazars telephoned you?" "They have indeed, but not to complain, if that's what you think. Richard Gendreau was perfectly amicable. Actually, he was rather amused by you and your zeal. No doubt you were expecting recriminations from him. It was quite the opposite. I don't suppose you'll be surprised that he considers you to be young and impetuous. That is precisely why he took a perverse pleasure in opening every door of his house to you." Maigret was frowning, and his boss watched him with a slight smile, the blasé smile that was the hallmark of the fast set, as they were called. "Now tell me, my boy, if you were in my shoes, what would you have done this morning?" And since Maigret said nothing, he went on, "Apply for a search warrant? First of all, on what grounds? Has a complaint been filed? Not against the Gendreaus in any case. Has a crime been committed? None. Has anyone been injured? Is there a body? Not as far as we know. And you visited the house last night and went over it with a fine-tooth comb. You saw everyone who lives there, some of them in their night-clothes. Don't get me wrong, I'm perfectly aware of what must have been going through your mind all day. I am a friend of the Gendreaus. I am a regular guest at their home. I belong to the same social circle as they do. Admit that you've been cursing me. There is Minard's statement and complaint. The flautist, I'm coming to him. At around 1:30 this morning, he tried to force his way into a private residence, claiming that he had heard a woman cry for help. He saw, don't forget that he is the only person to have seen anything, that no neighbours were disturbed. Put yourself in the place of the butler, who was woken up by someone trying to kick the door down. Excuse me, the butler Louis was fully dressed, tie and all, at 1:30 this morning, even though at the hour Minard rang the bell, the house is in total darkness. Be that as it may, note that it's your flautist again who stated that the butler was fully dressed. But is that a crime? Minard was thrown out fairly violently, but what would you do if a dubious individual were to burst in on you in the middle of the night, claiming that you were murdering your wife? He proffered a gold cigarette case, and Maigret had to remind him for the umpteenth time that he didn't smoke cigarettes. It was a mannerism of Lebray's, a gesture of aristocratic condescension. Let us look at the matter from a strictly administrative point of view. You have written a report which must go through the usual channels. That is, it will be passed on to the commissioner, who will decide whether to pass it on to the prosecutor. The flautist's complaint against the butler will also be processed in the usual way." Maigret glared at him steadily, and once again considered handing in his notice. He guessed what was coming next. "The Journaux Balthazars are one of the most prominent Paris families. If the slightest indiscretion were committed, every sordid blackmailing scandal sheet would jump at the opportunity." Maigret snapped, "I understand. And you hate me, isn't that so? You think I'm protecting these people because they're powerful, or because they're my friends?" Maigret made to gather the papers on the desk and tear them up, as was expected of him. Then he would go back to the main office and write his letter of resignation in a handwriting that was as firm as possible. "Now, young Maigret, I have some news for you." It was odd. Lebret's mocking tone had become affectionate. "This morning, while I was reading your report, and then again while I was talking to you, something was niggling me, like a vague memory. I don't know if you ever experienced that. The harder you try to pin it down, the hazier it becomes. But I knew it was important, that it could even shed an entirely new light on things. And then I finally put my finger on it, just before going to lunch. Contrary to my usual habit, I ate lunch at home because we had guests. As I looked at my wife, I found one of the links. The thing that had been niggling me all morning was something she had said. But what? Suddenly, in the middle of lunch, it came back to me. Yesterday, before leaving Boulevard de Courcelles, I asked, as I often do, "What are you doing this afternoon?" And my wife replied, "I'm going to have tea in Faubourg Saint-Honoré with Lise and Bernadette. Bernadette is the Countess d'Estiraux, and Lise is Lise Journaux Balthazar." He stopped and looked at Maigret, a twinkle in his eyes. "There, my boy. All I needed to do was check whether Lise Journaux really did have tea with my wife at 5 o'clock at the Pihat Tea Rooms. She did, my wife confirmed. At no point did she say she was going to Enseval. When I got back to the office, I reread your report carefully." Maigret's face lit up, and he had already opened his mouth to speak. "Just a moment, not so fast. Last night, you found this same Lise Journaux's bedroom empty. Her brother told you she had gone to the Nièvre. So that proves nothing. Richard Journaux wasn't speaking under oath. You had no search warrant, no grounds for questioning him. But now, none now either. That is why I'm advising you." Maigret was at a loss to understand. His heart sank, and he wasn't sure what to do or say. He was hot. He felt humiliated by being treated like a child. "Have you already made your holiday plans?" He nearly gave a rude reply. "I know the public servants are in the habit of arranging their days off and annual leave well in advance. However, you may take your holiday as of today, if you wish. I think that will even ease my conscience, especially if you are not intending to leave Paris. A police officer on leave is no longer a police officer, and there are steps he can permit himself to take that it would be difficult to sanction, officially." Hope again, but Maigret was still afraid. He was expecting another volte-face. "Of course, I hope I won't receive any complaints about you. But should you have something to tell me, or should you need any information, you can call me at home, Boulevard de Courcelles. You'll find my number in the telephone directory." Maigret opened his mouth once again, this time to say thank you, but the chief inspector, who was gently shooing him towards the door, suddenly recalled a minor detail and added, "Actually, 6 or 7 years ago, Monsieur Journaux, the father, appointed a board of trustees, as if he were some harebrained young man. And it's Richard who, since his mother's death, has effectively been in control of the family's affairs. Is your wife well? Is she becoming accustomed to living in Paris and her new apartment?" A dry handshake, and Maigret found himself on the other side of the baize door. Still dazed, he was making his way mechanically over to his black desk when his gaze fell on one of the figures sitting on the bench on the other side of what they called the counter. It was Justin Minard, the flautist, all in black, though not evening dress this time, and minus his beige overcoat. He was sitting quietly, sandwiched between a tramp and a fat woman with a green shawl, who was breastfeeding her baby. The musician winked at him, as if to ask if he could come up to the barrier. Maigret gave him a little nod of recognition, tidied away his papers, and briefed one of his colleagues on various cases in hand. "I'm on leave," he announced. Leave? In April? With a visiting monarch to deal with? Leave. And the colleague, who knew that Maigret had recently married. Baby? No baby. Ill? Not ill. That was more than worrying, and the colleague shook his head. Well, it's none of my business. Have a good holiday anyway. Some people have all the luck. Maigret picked up his hat, put on his cuffs, which he had removed on arriving at the office, and went through the gate that separated the police officers from the public. Georges Simenon rose quite naturally, and just as naturally he followed Maigret outside, without saying a word. Had he received a thrashing from his wife, as Besson had suggested? He stood there, fair-haired and frail, with rosy cheeks and blue eyes, keeping close to Maigret like a stray dog who latches on to a passer-by. The sun was streaming down, and there were flags in every window. The air seemed to reverberate with the sound of drums and bugles. The crowds were exuberant, and most of the men held themselves upright like soldiers, inspired by the military parades. When at last Simenon drew level with Maigret and walked alongside him, he asked him nervously, "Have you been fired?" He thought, of course, that a public servant could be fired as easily as a flautist, and he was distressed to think that he was the cause. "I haven't been fired. I'm on leave." Oh? His O was uneasy. It contained an anxiety, already almost a reproach. "They'd rather you weren't there for the time being, is that it? I assume they're going to drop the case and my complaint." His tone hardened. "They're not going to ignore my complaint, I hope. I'm telling you now that I won't let them walk all over me. The complaint will go through the usual channels." "Good, especially since I've got some news for you. Well, one piece of news." They had reached Place Saint-Georges, a quiet provincial little square with a café that smelled of white wine. Maigret, unable to resist, pushed open the door. There was a festive atmosphere that afternoon. The pewter counter had been freshly polished, and the Vouvray shimmered pale green in the glasses, making Maigret feel thirsty. "You saw 2 maids in the house, didn't you? That's what you told me, right?" "Germaine and Marie," Maigret reeled off, "as well as Madame Louis the cook." "Well, in fact, there was only one." The musician's eyes lit up with childlike glee, making him look even more like an affectionate dog who had retrieved a stick for its master. "I had a chat with a woman at the dairy where the Gendreaus buy their milk, just next to the tobacconists on the corner of Rue Fontaine." Maigret stared at him in amazement, slightly embarrassed, and he couldn't help thinking of him being thrashed by that Carmen creature. "Since Saturday, Germaine, the eldest maid, has been in the Oise, where her sister is about to give birth. I'm completely free during the day, you see." "What about your wife?" It doesn't matter," he repeated in a slightly distant voice. "I said to myself that if you're carrying on with the investigation, I could perhaps help you out a little. People are generally nice to me. I don't know why." And Maigret thought, except for Carmen. "Now it's my round. Yes, I insist. Just because I drink strawberry cordial, it doesn't mean I can't buy a round. You're not really on leave, are you? That was a joke, wasn't it?" Was it breaking professional secrecy to wink? "I'd have been disappointed if you said you were. I don't know these people. I've nothing against them personally, but the fact is that Louis is a thug, and they lied." A little girl in red was selling mimosa freshly arrived from Nice, and Maigret bought a bunch for his wife, who only knew the Riviera from a colour picture postcard of the Baie des Anges. "Tell me what I have to do. And please, don't be afraid that I'll bring you trouble. I'm used to shutting up and keeping quiet." His eyes were beseeching. He would have liked to buy Maigret another Vouvray to convince him, but he didn't dare. "Those houses always conceal dark secrets, only there are some who are in the know. The servants usually talk too much, and the tradesmen are a mine of information." Without thinking, unaware that in a way he was sealing his partnership with the flautist, Maigret muttered, "Mademoiselle Gendreau is not at Ancevin, as her brother claimed." "So where is she?" "Since Germaine was away, it was probably Lise Gendreau that I saw in the maid's room in her nightdress." That made Maigret uneasy. He had spent his childhood in the shadow of a chateau where his father had been the estate manager. As a result, he had acquired a respect for people in high places, the rich. And strangest of all was that the flautist shared his embarrassment. He said nothing for a good while, but sat staring at his strawberry cordial. "Do you think so?" he asked at length, troubled. "In any case, there was a woman in a nightdress in the maid's room, a plump girl with a stale smell. And that also troubled him, as if young ladies from good families whose names are plastered all over the corridors of the metro in capital letters weren't capable of smelling stale, like farm girls. The two men sitting in front of their drinks, the scented mimosa mingling with that of white wine and strawberries, the sun on the backs of their necks, were both lost in a vague dream, and Maigret started when his companion's voice brought him back down to earth. Georges Simenon was saying, his voice completely guileless, "Now, what do we do?" Chapter 3. A few rounds with old Paumelle. Police officers are advised to own a black dress suit, a dinner jacket, and a morning coat, without which it is not possible to gain admission to some society gatherings. This was one of the instructions that were as fresh in his memory as the catechism is in the mind of a boy making his first communion. But the recommendations were rather over-optimistic, or otherwise the word "some" needed further qualification. He had tried on his dress suit the previous evening, with the idea of gaining entry to the circles frequented by the Gendros, the Osh Club, for example, or the Haussmann, but one little comment from his wife had been enough to bring him back down to earth. "You're so handsome, Jules," she had exclaimed as he inspected his reflection in the wardrobe mirror. She would never have taken the liberty of laughing at him. She was certainly speaking in earnest. All the same, there was something indefinable in her tone, in her smile, that warned him not to try to pass himself off as a young clubman. Resting their elbows on the window ledge, they could hear the sounds of a torchlight retreat coming from Place de la Bastille. As the coolness of the night enveloped them, Maigret was finding it hard to remain positive. "You see, if I crack this case, it's almost a guaranteed passport to Quai des Orfèvres. Once I'm there..." What more could he want? To be part of the Sûreté, perhaps the famous murder squad, dubbed the Chief's Squad. But to get there, he had to bring this case to a successful conclusion, in other words, without drawing attention to himself, and uncover the darkest secrets of a wealthy household in Rue Chaptal. He spent a restless night, and on waking at 6 o'clock in the morning, he was once again presented with an ironic reminder of his police manual. A cap, a scarf, and a worn jacket proved to be a very effective disguise. This time, as he inspected his reflection in the mirror, Madame Maigret hadn't laughed, but said affectionately, "Next month you really must buy yourself a suit." She was tactfully trying to say that his tatty old jacket was hardly more tired than his so-called best suit. In other words, he had no need for a disguise. So he ended up putting on his collar and tie, as well as his bowler hat. The weather was still magnificent, as if in honor of a visiting sovereign who would be driven to Versailles later that day. Nearly 200,000 Parisians were already on their way to the royal town, whose parks by evening would be strewn with greasy wrappers and empty bottles. Meanwhile, Georges Simenon would be taking the train to Conflans, where he planned to track down the famous Germaine, the Gendros' maid. "If I can just find her," he had said with his disarming gentleness, "I'm sure she'll tell me everything she knows. I've no idea why, but people always seem to want to tell me their life story." It was 7 o'clock when Maigret took possession, as it were, of Rue Chaptal, and he was glad he hadn't worn a cap and scarf, since the first person he met was an officer from his station, who greeted him by name. There are bustling streets full of shops and cafes where it's easy to blend in, but Rue Chaptal is not one of them. Short and wide, it has no shops and very few people use it. All the curtains of the Gendreau Balthazar mansion were tightly drawn, as in most of the other houses in the street. Maigret loitered on one corner and then another, feeling rather conspicuous. When a maid came out of one of the buildings to go and fetch the milk from the dairy in Rue Fontaine, next to the tobacconist's, he had the impression that she was looking at him with suspicion, and that she hastened her step. It was the worst time of day. Despite the sunshine, there was still a nip in the air, and he had not worn his overcoat, as it would be hot later. The pavements were absolutely empty. The tobacconists on the corner didn't open until 7:30, when Maigret went in and drank a foul cup of coffee that made his stomach heave. Another maid with her milk can, then another. They looked as if they'd just got out of bed and hadn't washed yet. Then shutters opened here and there, and women with their hair in curling papers gazed out into the street, invariably eyeing him with suspicion. But there was no movement at the Gendreaus. It wasn't until 8:30 that a chauffeur in a very tight-fitting black uniform arrived from Rue Notre-Dame-de-Lorette and rang the bell. Luckily, the Vieux Calvados, on the corner of Rue Aînée, almost opposite the Gendreaus, had just opened. It was the only place in the street that offered Maigret a refuge. He stepped inside in the nick of time. Louis, wearing a striped waistcoat, opened the door, then exchanged a few words with the driver. The door stayed open as it would do all day. Beyond the porch, Maigret glimpsed a sun-drenched courtyard, some foliage, a garage, and the sound of hooves, suggesting that there were also stables. "Are you wanting to eat?" A very fat man, with a very ruddy face and beady little eyes, was calmly eyeing Maigret, who jumped. "What do you say to a few slices of andouille with a bowl of cider? It's the best way to start the day." And that was how Maigret's day began, one that was typical of many that he would experience during his career, but which at this early stage felt like a dream. The place itself was rather extraordinary. In this street of private mansions and expensive apartment buildings, the Vieux Calvados looked like a country inn that had been forgotten when Paris had spread. The building was low and narrow, with a little step down into a rather dark, very cool room with a dull pewter counter. The bottles looked as if they'd been standing there forever. There was a special smell, too. It came perhaps from the open trapdoor in the floor that led down to the cellar. A sort of acidic cloud wafted up from below, cider mingled with Calvados, old barrels, and must, while cooking aromas came from the kitchen. At the back of the room, a spiral staircase led up to the mezzanine, and the whole effect was that of a stage set. The owner, stubby-legged, very broad, with an obstinate forehead and a glint in his eyes, paced up and down like an actor. Did Maigret have any alternative but to accept what was put in front of him? He had never drunk cider at breakfast. This was his first experience, and contrary to his expectations, he felt a warm glow in his chest. "I'm waiting for someone," he ventured by way of an explanation. "It's no business of mine." But the shrug of his massive shoulders said, "I don't believe you." There was a cynical glint in his eyes, so cynical that after a while Maigret began to feel uncomfortable. The owner had, too, at the bar, thick slices of andouille, and after a quarter of an hour he had drained the jug of cider drawn from the barrel in the cellar. Over the road at the Gendreaus, Maigret caught an occasional glimpse of the chauffeur in the courtyard. He had removed his jacket and was busy hosing down a car of which only the front wheels were visible. But it wasn't a Dion-Bouton. It was a black limousine with huge copper headlamps. There were still a few passers-by in the street, a handful of workers heading towards the metro, maids or housewives hurrying to the shops in Rue Fontaine. Nobody came into the Vieux Calvados, but an enormous woman appeared on the spiral staircase, her feet coming into view first, encased in red slippers. Without saying a word, she went into the kitchen. Officers on a surveillance operation are no longer their own masters. Their actions are determined by the behavior of the individual under surveillance. Curtains opened on the first floor, those of Richard Gendreau's bedroom. It was 9 o'clock. The owner of the Vieux Calvados pottered about, a cloth in his hand, and seemed deliberately to be avoiding making conversation. "It looks as if my friend's been delayed," said Maigret, anxious to keep up appearances. The Vieux Calvados wasn't a bar, but a restaurant with a regular clientele. The red gingham tablecloths matched the curtains. Cooking aromas were already drifting through the doorway at the back, and potatoes could be heard plopping into a bucket, one at a time, as they were peeled. Why did the owner and his wife not speak to one another? Since the woman had come downstairs, the two of them, or rather the three of them, seemed to be acting out a strange pantomime. The owner carried on wiping his bottles and glasses and polishing the pewter counter. He lingered for a moment in front of a row of earthenware jugs and eventually chose one. Then he promptly filled 2 glasses, jerked his head in the direction of the wall clock next to a promotional calendar, and said simply, "Time for a drink." His beady eyes on Maigret to see how he would react to the Calvados, he ticked his tongue and picked up his cloth, which he looped through his braces when he wasn't using it. At 9:30, the chauffeur over the road put on his jacket and the engine could be heard spluttering into action. The car pulled up beneath the porch, and a few minutes later, Richard Gendreau, in a grey suit with a carnation in his buttonhole, clambered in. Was the restaurant owner simply a mischievous fool? Or, on the contrary, had he already guessed everything? He glanced at the car as it drove past, then at Maigret, and then gave a gentle sigh, and went back to work. A quarter of an hour later, he resumed his place behind the bar, selected another jug, filled 2 little glasses without saying a word, and nudged one towards his customer. It was only later that Maigret gathered that this was a ritual, a kind of foible. Every half hour there was a little glass of Calvados, which explained the man's blotchy complexion and rheumy eyes. Thank you, but too bad. It was impossible to say no. There was such authority in the insistent gaze fixed on him that he preferred to knock back the drink. He was beginning to feel tipsy. At 10 o'clock he asked, "Do you have a telephone?" "Upstairs, opposite the WC." Maigret went up the spiral staircase into a little low-ceilinged room where there were only 4 tables with gingham cloths. The windows began at floor level. Balthazar Coffee, Avenue de l'Opéra. Warehouses, Quai de Valmy, Head Office, Rue Aubert. He called Head Office. "May I speak to Monsieur Richard Gendreau?" "Who's calling?" "Tell him that it's Louis." Almost immediately he recognized Gendreau's voice on the other end. "Hello, Louis?" He sounded anxious. Maigret hung up. Through the window he could see the butler in his striped waistcoat stationed on the pavement where he was calmly smoking a cigarette. He didn't stay there for long. He must have heard the telephone ring. Alarmed, his boss was calling him. Good. So Richard Gendreau was at his office, where he probably spent the greater part of his time. Louis did not come back outside, but the main door stayed open. A very young face appeared at a second-floor window where the curtains had just been drawn back. It was Marie, the little maid with a pointed nose, a neck like a plucked bird's, and dishevelled hair beneath a pretty lace cap. She was wearing a soubrette's black dress and white apron. He was afraid of staying upstairs too long and arousing the owner's suspicions. He came down just in time for the 3rd Calvados, which the owner poured with the same authority as before. As he gave him the glass, he pushed towards him a saucer on which there were slices of enduit, stating, "I'm from Pontarcy." He pronounced the word with such solemnity that it must have contained some mysterious significance. Did that explain the enduit? Were people from Pontarcy in the habit of knocking back a glass of Calvados every half hour? He added, "Dear Veer. May I make another telephone call?" It wasn't yet 10:30, and Maigret was already familiar with the place. He was beginning to feel at home, and his mood was even fairly cheerful. The floor-to-ceiling window was entertaining, as it allowed passers-by in the street below to peer in and see the diners. "Hello, is that Monsieur Gendreau Balthazar's residence?" This time it was Louis's lugubrious voice that answered. "May I speak to Mademoiselle Gendreau, please?" "Mademoiselle is not at home. Who's calling?" Maigret hung up, as he had done before, and went back downstairs, where the owner, concentrating hard, was writing out the day's menu on a slate, thinking carefully about each word. There were a lot of open windows now, with rugs being beaten above the empty street. An elderly lady in black, wearing a hat with a purple veil, was walking a little dog, which stopped at every doorway to raise its hind leg, in vain. "I'm beginning to wonder," mumbled Maigret with a forced laugh, "whether my friend has forgotten that we're meeting." Did the owner believe him? Had he guessed that Maigret was from the police? At 11 o'clock, he watched a coachman hitch a bay horse to a broom in the courtyard of the Gendreau's residence. But this coachman had not come in through the carriage entrance. He was unlikely to have slept in the house, which suggested that there was another way out of the property. At 11:15, Félicien Gendreau, the father, came down dressed in a morning coat, yellow gloves, beige hat, cane in hand, his moustache neatly waxed. The coachman helped him clamber into the carriage, which set off in the direction of Rue Blanche. The elderly gentleman was probably going for a ride in the Bois de Boulogne before having lunch at his club. Police officers are advised to own a black dress suit, a dinner jacket, and a morning coat. And Maigret, looking at himself in the mirror, surrounded by bottles, had a wry smile. And yellow gloves, too, I suppose, and a cane with a gold knob, and light-coloured spats, and patent leather shoes. Just his luck for his first investigation. He could have been required to infiltrate any milieu. Petty bourgeois, shopkeepers, ragmen, vagrants. Any of those would have been easy, but not this private mansion, its carriage entrance more imposing than a church door with its marble peristyle, and even its courtyard, where a driver was polishing a limousine for one of the masters before harnessing a pedigree horse for the other. Calvados. He had no choice. He would hold out until the end and remain at his post in the Vieux Calvados for as long as was necessary. He hadn't caught sight of Madame Louis. Maybe she didn't do her shopping every morning. She probably had provisions at home, and the gentleman must be having luncheon out. Georges Simenon was lucky. He was in the country now, tracking down Germaine Babouf. He'd found out her surname from the dairywoman, who was at her sister's, probably in a humble little shack with a garden and chickens. "Don't you think your wife—" "It doesn't matter." And Madame Maigret, who had decided to give the apartment a thorough spring clean today. "Do you think it's worth it?" he had asked her. "We won't be staying here for long. We're bound to find a place in a nicer neighborhood soon." He couldn't know that 30 years later they would still be living in the same home on Boulevard Michel-Lenoir, having acquired the next-door apartment too. At 11:30, some customers walked into the Vieux Calvados at last. Painters in white overalls, who were clearly regulars, since one of them greeted the owner with a familiar "Salut, Pommel." For them, this was an aperitif which they drank as they stood reading the menu slate before going to sit at a window table. By midday, all the tables were full. Every so often, Madame Pommel would emerge from her kitchen carrying plates, while her husband served the drinks, going up and down the stairs from the cellar to the ground floor, and from the ground floor to the mezzanine. Most of the customers were workers from the nearby building sites, but there were also 2 cabmen whose carriages stood outside the restaurant. Maigret would have liked to telephone Monsieur Lebray to ask his advice. He had eaten and drunk too much. He felt sluggish, and if he had been in Noir's, in the flautist's shoes, he would probably have indulged in a little nap in a field under a tree, with a newspaper spread over his face. His self-confidence was beginning to dwindle, as was his faith in his profession, which at times felt futile. Was it a manly job, idling the day away in a cafe, watching a house where nothing was happening? The other people there all had a specific job. All over Paris, people were coming and going like ants, but at least they knew where they were going. No one was forced, for example, to drink a glass of Calvados every half hour with a man whose eyes were growing increasingly unfocused, his smile increasingly sinister. Pommel was laughing at him, he was certain of it. But what else could he do? Go and stand outside in the bright sunlight, in full view of the many windows overlooking the street? The thought brought back an unpleasant memory. A stupid episode barely 2 years earlier that had almost made him leave the police. He had been put on patrol with specific responsibility for pickpockets in the metro. A cap, a scarf, and a worn jacket are... In those days, he believed in his job. Deep down, he still did. The incident had happened opposite La Samaritaine. He'd been coming up the stairs from the metro. Just in front of him, a man in a bowler hat deftly sliced the strap of an elderly lady's reticule. Maigret leapt at him, grabbed the black velvet bag, and tried to hold on to the man, who started yelling, "Stop, thief!" And the crowd had set upon Maigret with fists flying, while the man in the bowler hat discreetly slipped away. Now he was beginning to have doubts about his friend, Georges Simenon. Maybe the second-floor window had been opened, but so what? Everybody was entitled to open their window in the middle of the night. There are people who sleepwalk, who start shouting. The Vieux Calvados had emptied. The owner and his wife hadn't exchanged a single word all day.
They each went about their jobs in silence, as in a perfectly choreographed ballet. And then, at last, at 2:20, something happened. A car came cruising leisurely down the street, and it was a grey de Dion-Bouton. The man at the wheel was wearing a grey goatskin jacket and goggles. The car did not stop in front of the Gendreau residence, but drove slowly past, and Maigret could see that there were no passengers. He rushed over to the window and managed to make a note of the registration number, B780. He couldn't possibly run after the car, which turned into Rue Fontaine. He stood there, his heart racing, and less than 5 minutes later, the same car cruised past again. When he returned to the bar, Paumelle stared fixedly at him, giving no indication of what he was thinking. He merely filled 2 glasses and pushed one towards his customer. The car did not reappear. It was the hour when the Opéra's nymph-like corps de ballet was performing in the gardens of Versailles, all those gentlemen in full dress. 100,000 people crammed together, children hoisted onto shoulders amid red balloons, hawkers selling coconuts and little paper flags. Meanwhile, Rue Chaptal dozed. The occasional cab went by, and now and again came the dull tip-clop of hooves on the wooden paving blocks. At 4:10, Louis appeared. He had slipped a black jacket over his striped waistcoat and wore a black bowler hat. He stood framed in the entrance arch for a moment, lit a cigarette, blowing the smoke out defiantly. Then he walked slowly to the corner of Rue Fontaine. Maigret watched him go into the tobacconist's. He soon came out again and returned to the house. For a second his gaze rested on the Vieux Calvados sign. It was too light outside and too dark inside for him to be able to recognize the secretary from the Saint-Georges police station. Was he expecting someone? Was he trying to make up his mind? He walked to the corner of Rue Blanche, and there he seemed to spot someone who was outside Maigret's field of vision. Then he hastened off and disappeared. Maigret almost followed him. It was a sort of human respect that stopped him. He could feel the owner's bleary eyes on him. He would have to find an explanation, ask for the bill, wait for change, and then by the time he reached Rue Blanche, the butler would probably be far away. He thought of another plan. Calmly pay his bill, and take advantage of Louis's absence to go and ring the doorbell of the house over the road, ask to speak to Mademoiselle Gendreau, or simply to young Marie. On second thoughts, he did neither. A horse-drawn cab was approaching from Rue Blanche. The driver, with the boiled leather hat, carefully scrutinized the numbers on the houses, and pulled up just past the Gendreau residence. He did not leave his seat. He seemed to have received orders. His meter flag was down. 2 or 3 minutes at most went by. Marie's mouse-like face appeared under the arch. She was still wearing her apron and lace cap. Then she vanished, came back with a travel bag, looked up and down the street, and walked up to the cab. Maigret couldn't hear what she said to the driver, who, without leaving his perch, lifted up the bag, which couldn't have been heavy, and set it down beside him. Marie returned to the house with a jaunty step. Her waist was as slender as that of the legendary Polaires, and she was so tiny that her mass of hair made her look as if she might overbalance. She disappeared, and a moment later someone else appeared, a tall, curvaceous young woman, wearing a navy blue suit and a blue hat with a white veil decorated with large polka dots. Why did Maigret turn red? Because he had seen her in her nightdress, in a cluttered maid's room? The woman was no maid, that was clear. She could only be Lise Gendreau. She walked over to the cab, very dignified despite her hurry, wiggling her hips a little, and clambered inside. Maigret was so flustered that he almost forgot to make a note of the number of the cab. 48. He wrote it down straight away, and reddened again under Paumel's stare. "And there it is," sighed the owner, wondering which jug to choose. "There what is?" "There's how it is with these so-called good featherlies." He sounded jubilant, although he did not go so far as to smile. "That's what you were waiting for, isn't it?" "What do you mean?" He became contemptuous and nudged a glass towards Maigret, scowling. He appeared to be signaling
since you are acting so secretively." And Maigret, to redeem himself, as if to curry the owner's favour, "That's Mademoiselle Gendreau, isn't it?" "Balthazar Coffey, yes, sir. And I don't think we'll be seeing her again in our street for a while."
"Do you think she's gone travelling?"
The man's expression became crushing. He intimidated his young customer with the full weight of his 50 or 60 years, with all the little drinks he'd had with people of all kinds, with his knowledge of all the neighbourhood secrets. "Who are you working for?" he asked, suddenly cagey.
"But I'm not working for anyone."
A mere look, which said more bluntly than words, "You're lying." Then, with a shrug, "Too bad."
"What did you think?"
"Go on. Admit that you've already been sniffing around this area."
"Me?"
"I swear."
It was true. He felt the need to prove his good faith. And the owner studied him calmly, seeming hesitant, and finally sighed,
"I taken you for a friend of a count's."
"What count?"
"It doesn't matter, since you aren't. You have the same walk at times, the same way of hunching your shoulders."
"Do you think that Mademoiselle Gendreau went off to meet a count?"
Paumelle didn't reply, as he had his eye on Louis, who had just reappeared at the corner of Rue Fontaine.
Since setting off down Rue Blanche, he had walked around the block. He looked brighter than before. He really did appear to be out for a stroll, thinking of nothing other than enjoying the sunshine. He glanced up and down the empty street. Then, like a man allaying himself a glass of well-earned white wine, he entered the tobacconist's on the corner.
"Does he sometimes come in here?"
A sharp, categorical "No."
"He's an ugly-looking character."
"There are a lot of ugly-looking people, but they can't do anything about it."
Was he alluding to Maigret?
He went on, as if talking to himself, while a clatter of crockery came from the kitchen.
"And there are some people who are honest, and others who aren't."
Maigret sensed that he was on the verge of an important revelation. But first he needed to win the trust of this heavy man drunk on Calvados. Was it too late? He had probably not helped his cause by saying that he wasn't a friend of the Count's. He had the distinct feeling that the entire morning had been fraught with misunderstandings. "I work for a private detective agency," he ventured on impulse.
Well, well, well.
Hadn't his boss told him not to bring the police into the case? He was using deception to get to the truth. At that moment, he would have given a great deal to have been 20 years older and have the owner's bulk and build. "I knew something would happen."
"And so it has, you see."
"So you reckon she won't be coming back?" He kept missing the mark, as Paumelle merely shrugged, not without a trace of pity. Then he tried another tactic. "It's my round," he announced, pointing to the earthenware flagons. Would Paumelle refuse a drink with him? He shrugged again and muttered,
"At this hour, we do better to drink a bottle of cider."
He went out of the cellar to fetch one. While Maigret felt groggy after all the Calvados he had drunk, Paumelle still walked with a sure step and was unfazed by the staircase with no handrail, which was more like a ladder.
"You see, young man, you have to be an old dog in order to lie."
"Do you think that I—" Paumelle filled the glasses.
"Who would hire a private detective agency to deal with something like this? Not a count, right? Even less the Gendreau gentleman, father or son. As for Monsieur Hubert—"
"Who's Hubert?"
"You see, you don't even know the family."
"Is there another son?"
"How many houses are there in the street?"
"I don't know, 40, 50.
"Well, count them. Then go and knock on every door. Perhaps you'll find someone who can tell you. In the meantime, excuse me, I'm not throwing you out. You can stay as long as you like. Only it's time for my nap, and that's sacred."
There was a straw-bottomed chair behind the bar, and Paumelle sat down in it, his back to the window, folded his hands over his belly, closed his eyes, and appeared to fall asleep instantly. Now that everything had gone quiet, his wife poked her head around the kitchen door, a tea towel in one hand, a plate in the other, and, reassured, returned to her washing up without a glance at Maigret, who sheepishly went over and sat by the window. Chapter 4. The Old Gentleman in Avenue du Bois. Maigret and Minard had agreed that when the latter returned from Conflans, he would leave a note at Maigret's apartment on Boulevard Vichel-Lemoire to let him know he was back. "But it's out of your way," Maigret had protested. Minard's reply had been the usual, "It doesn't matter." Maigret had asked him a question, tentatively, because he was loath to discourage the flautist. "How are you going to introduce yourself? Or do you intend to tell them?" It was only now, with hindsight, as Maigret was walking home amid the bright lights of the boulevard after an exhausting day, that the musician's reply alarmed him somewhat. "Don't worry, I'll think of something." Then, after a moment of gloom during the afternoon, perhaps because of the formidable owner of the Vieux Calvados, perhaps because he was having trouble digesting all the little glasses of Calvados he'd drunk, Maigret now felt more cheerful. Something was happening inside him which he had never experienced before. He couldn't have imagined that one day this sensation would become so familiar that it would become legendary at Quai des Orfèvres. Up until that point, it had only been a pleasant warmth pervading his body, a more confident stride and way of looking at people, shadows and lights, and at the cabs and trams all around him. Earlier, in Rue Chaptal, he had resented his boss for allowing him to continue with this case, and he half suspected that Lebray was deliberately playing a mean trick on him. Can a man attack a fortress like the Balthazar's residence single-handed? Is that how the big boys in the chief squad worked? They had endless resources at their disposal, files, records, colleagues everywhere, informers. If they needed to have 10 people followed, they put 10 men on the job. But now, Maigret was suddenly happy to be working alone, snooping around as he pleased. Neither did he foresee that one day he would be famous for this method, and that when he became head of a crime squad, with a small army of officers under his command, he would sometimes stake out a suspect in person, tail him in the street, and sit in a cafe, waiting for hours on end. Before leaving the Vieux Calvados, where Paumelle was now showing him only the utmost indifference, he had made 2 more telephone calls. First of all, to the Urbain Cab Company, because Lise Gendreau's cab had borne its emblem. He was kept waiting for a long time. "Number 48 belongs to the depot at La Villette. The cab driver's name is Eugène Cornille. He went on duty at midday today. It's unlikely he'll be back at the depot before midnight." "You don't happen to know where I might find him in the meantime?" "He usually waits at Place Saint-Augustin, but that of course depends on whether or not he picks up any customers. There's a little restaurant nearby called Au Rendezvous du Massif Central. I believe he goes there for a bite to eat when he can." The other telephone call was to the vehicle registration department at the prefecture. It took even longer to find the car registration number in the files. Since Maigret was supposedly calling from the police station, the clerk offered to call him back. "I'd rather hold on." At long last he was given a name and an address. The Marquis de Bazancourt, 3, Avenue Gabriel. Another affluent neighborhood, probably a mansion overlooking the Champs-Élysées. A haughty voice answered, "Is it personal?" And when he replied yes, "Monsieur le Marquis passed away 3 months ago." Then he asked a rather naive question. "Does he have an heir?" "I'm sorry, I don't understand. All his possessions have been sold, and only the house is still waiting for a buyer." "You don't know who purchased the de Dion-Bouton?" "A mechanic from Rue des Acacias, off Avenue de la Grande Armée. I don't recall his name, but I think it's the only garage in the street." At 5 o'clock, Maigret took the métro to Étoile and found the garage in Rue des Acacias. But it was closed, and there was a notice on the door saying, "Please inquire next door." There was a shoemender on one side and a barn on the other. The notice meant people to inquire at the bar. Unfortunately, the wine merchant knew nothing. "Day hasn't been in today. He does a bit of this and a bit of that, you know. Sometimes he goes on trips for his customers." "You wouldn't have his home address?" "He lives in lodgings near Place de Terme, but I don't know the exact address." "Is he married?" Maigret couldn't be sure, because he didn't dare appear too inquisitive, but he had the sense that Dédé was a rather particular kind of gentleman, and that if he did have a companion,
Then he would be most likely to run into her in the street between Étoile and Place des Termes. He spent the rest of the afternoon trying to track down the cab driver, Cornille. He found au rendezvous du Massif Central. It's rare for him not to drop in for a bite to eat. Annoyingly, today was one of those rare days. Not one of his fares had happened to finish up in the vicinity of Cornille's haunt in Place Saint-Augustin. Maigret finally went home and walked under the archway. The concierge slid back the hatch in the glazed door. "Monsieur Maigret! Monsieur Maigret, I have something important for you." It was a note which he was advised to read before going up to his apartment. "Don't go upstairs right away. I have to speak to you first. I waited as long as I could. Come and find me at the Brasserie Clichy. The young lady's upstairs, with your wife. Your devoted servant, Georges Simenon." By that time, it was completely dark. Standing on the pavement, Maigret looked up, saw the curtains drawn in their apartment, and pictured the two women in the little dining room that doubled as a sitting room. What on earth could they be talking about? Madame Maigret would most likely have laid the table, perhaps even served dinner. He took the metro to Place Blanche and entered the vast brasserie, where the air was thick with the smell of beer and sauerkraut. The little band of 5 musicians was playing. Justin wasn't playing the flute, but the double bass. Dwarfed by the huge instrument, he looked even scrawnier. Maigret sat down at one of the marble tables, couldn't make up his mind, and eventually ordered sauerkraut and a beer. When the piece was over, Mina joined him. "I'm sorry to drag you all the way here, but I absolutely had to speak to you before you saw her." He was very agitated, perhaps a little worried, and that made Maigret anxious too. It hadn't occurred to me that her sister, being married, would have a different name from her. That made me lose time in my search for her. Her husband works for the railway on the freight trains and is often away for 2 or 3 days. They live in a house in the country, on a hillside, with a white goat tethered to a stake and a vegetable garden surrounded by a fence. Was Germaine there? When I arrived, the two of them were sitting at the table in front of a huge dish of black pudding, and there was a strong smell of onions. The sister hasn't given birth. Not yet, they're waiting. Apparently it would still be a few more days. I told them I was an insurance salesman, that I heard that the young lady was about to have a baby, and that it was the perfect time to take out a policy. The violinist, who was also the band leader, hung a card with a number on it from a rail, struck his rostrum with the tip of his bow, and Justin excused himself and went up onto the podium. When he came back, he said hurriedly, "Don't worry, I'm sure everything will turn out fine. I'm quite well up on the subject because my wife has a bee in her bonnet about insurance. She claims I've only got about 3 years to live and that... But it doesn't matter. Germaine is good-looking. She's plump, with a heavy chignon which she's always having to pin up again, and a penetrating gaze. You'll see. She stared at me continuously. She asked me point-blank which company I worked for. I gave her a name off the top of my head, and then she wanted to know who my boss was. She fired a whole lot of questions at me, and then she said, I had a friend who worked in the same company for 3 months. Then, suddenly changing the subject, she asked, Did Louis send you? Georges Simenon had to go back on stage. As the band struck up a Viennese waltz, he darted little glances at Maigret as if to reassure him. He seemed to be saying, Don't worry, just wait for what's coming next. Next came. I told her that it wasn't Louis who'd sent me. It's not the Count either, she retorted. No. As for Monsieur Richard, tell me you wouldn't be one of Monsieur Richard's men, would you? You see the type of girl? I had to make a decision. Her sister is younger than her and has been married for just a year. She was a housemaid in the Saint-Lazare neighborhood, where she met her husband. Germaine rather enjoyed shocking her. If you want my opinion, she enjoys shocking people. She needs to be the center of attention at any price, if you see what I mean. She probably dreamed of being an actress. After eating, she lit a cigarette, but she has no idea how to smoke. The house only has 1 room, with a big bed and an enlarged print of the wedding photo in an oval frame. Are you sure you're not one of Monsieur Richard's men? She asked me again. She has bulging eyes, and sometimes when she's talking to you, she stares fixedly. It makes you squirm. It's as if all of a sudden she's no longer herself. But that's only an impression, because she's certainly got her head screwed on. You see how complicated life is in that world, Olga, she said to her sister indignantly. I told you it would end badly. I asked her when she planned to return to work. I don't think I'll ever set foot in that place again. And she still wanted to know, so—" Music. The flautist's eyes entreated Maigret to be patient, not to worry. "So there you are. Too bad if I did the wrong thing. I told her the truth." "What truth?" "That the young lady had called for help. That Louis had hit me, that you had come, and they'd shown you a girl in a nightdress passing herself off as Germaine. That infuriated her. I made it clear that there was no official investigation, that you were handling the case in a private capacity, that you'd be pleased to meet her, and before I'd finished talking, she started to get dressed. I can still see her, in her lace-trimmed drawers and camisole, rummaging in her suitcase, apologizing to her sister. 'You do understand,' she said to her, 'a baby always comes sooner or later, whereas for me, this is a matter of life or death.' I felt awkward, but I thought it would be useful for you to hear it. I didn't know what to do with her. So I took her to your place. I managed to have a word with your wife on the landing. My goodness, what a kind wife you have. I told her not to let your man escape. Are you angry with me?" How could he be angry? Maigret wasn't exactly reassured, but all the same he sighed. "Perhaps it's a good thing. When will I see you?" He remembered that he had to meet Cornille, the cab driver, at midnight. "Maybe tonight. If I don't see you, I'll take the liberty of dropping into your place tomorrow morning, now that I know where it is. Oh, one more thing." Embarrassed, he faltered. "She asked me who would pay her expenses, and I told her— I didn't know what to say. I told her not to worry, but, you know, if it's a problem, I—" Maigret left, while the band was playing, and hurried towards the metro. He felt a certain emotion on seeing the light under his door. He had no need to take his key out of his pocket, because Madame Maigret always recognized his footsteps. She gave him a knowing look, saying cheerfully, "There's a charming young lady waiting for you." Dear Madame Maigret. She wasn't being sarcastic. She wanted to be hospitable. The creature was there, a dirty plate before her, elbows on the table, a cigarette in her mouth. Her huge eyes bored into Maigret as if she wanted to devour him, and yet there was still something hesitant about her. "Are you really a policeman?" He showed her his ID, and from then on she did not take her eyes off him. In front of her was a small glass. Madame Maigret had brought out the kirsch she kept for special occasions. "I don't suppose you've eaten?" "Yes, I have." "In that case, I leave you. I must do the washing up." She cleared the table and went into the kitchen, not sure whether she should close the door. "Is your friend a policeman too?" "No, not exactly. It was by chance. Is he married?" "Yes, I think so." He felt slightly uncomfortable in his own home with this strange girl, who was behaving as if this were her place, getting up, rearranging her chignon in front of the mirror on the chimney-breast, then sitting down in Madame Maigret's armchair, muttering, "May I?" He asked her, "Have you known Mademoiselle Gendreau long?" "We were at school together." "I presume you are from Onceval, is that right? Did you both go to the school in Onceval?" He was surprised that the Balthazar coffee heiress had attended a little village school. "I mean that we're the same age, give or take a couple of months. She'll be 21 next year, and I turned 21 a couple of weeks ago." "And you both went to school in Onceval?" he repeated. "She didn't. She went to a convent in Nevers. But it was at the same time." He understood, and from then on he was cautious, taking care to separate the false from the true and the true from the partially true or the plausible. "Were you expecting something to happen at Rue Chaptal?" "I've always thought that things would turn nasty." "Why?" "Because they hate one another." "Who?" "Mademoiselle and her brother. I've worked at the house for 4 years. I started immediately after Madame's death. You know, don't you, that she died in a railway accident when she was on the way to take the waters at Itel. It was terrible." She said that, as if he had been present when they had recovered the 100 or so bodies from under the debris of the carriages. "You see, while Madame was alive, the will wasn't important." "You know the family well?" "I was born in Onceval. My father was born there. My grandfather was one of the Count's farmers. He used to play marbles with the old gentleman when they were boys." "Which old gentleman?" "That's how they still refer to him in the village. Don't you know anything? I thought the police knew everyone's business. Presumably you're talking about old Monsieur Balthazar. Monsieur Hector, yes. His father was the village saddler. He was also the church bell ringer. At the age of 12, Monsieur Hector was a peddler. He used to go from farm to farm with his box on his back. Was it he who founded Balthazar Coffee? Yes, which didn't stop my grandfather being on familiar terms with him until the end. He didn't come back to the village for a very long time. When we saw him again, he was already rich, and we heard he'd bought the chateau. Who would the chateau belong to? To the Count d'Orteval, of course. And is there no longer a Count d'Orteval? There is still one, Mademoiselle's friend. Won't you pour me another glass of liqueur? Is it from your region? From my wife's. When I think that little shrew, I don't mean your wife, had the cheek to pretend she was me and sleep in my bed. Did you really see her in a nightdress? She's fatter than me. I could say a lot more about her body, her breast. So, old Balthazar, the owner of Balthazar Coffee, bought the Chateau d'Orteval. Was he married? He had been married, but his wife was already dead by then. He had a daughter, beautiful woman, much too stuck up. He also had a son, Monsieur Hubert, who's always been a good-for-nothing. He was as easy-going as his sister was tough. He travelled overseas a lot. All that was before you were born? Of course, but it's still going on. Maigret had automatically taken a notebook out of his pocket and was writing down names, rather as he would have drawn a family tree. He sensed that with a girl like Germaine, it was important to get things straight. So, first of all, there was Hector Balthazar, whom you call the old gentleman. When did he die? 5 years ago, only 1 year before his daughter. And Maigret, thinking of Félicien Gendreau, who was elderly himself, said in surprise, "He must have been very old." He was 88. He lived alone in a huge house on Avenue du Bois de Boulogne. He still ran the business with the help of his daughter. Not his son. You must be kidding. His son wasn't even allowed to set foot in the offices. He was given an allowance. He lives on the banks of the Seine, not far from Pont-Neuf. He's some sort of artist. Just a minute. Avenue du Bois. Hector's daughter was married to Félicien Gendreau. That's right. But Monsieur Félicien wasn't allowed to be involved in the business either. Why not? They tried, apparently, a long time ago. He was a gambler. Even now he spends his afternoons at the races. He's rumoured to have done something shady with bank drafts or cheques. His father-in-law wouldn't even speak to him anymore. Later, Maigret would become acquainted with a mansion on Avenue du Bois de Boulogne, one of the ugliest, most pretentious houses in Paris, with medieval turrets and stained-glass windows. He would also see a photograph of the old man, with his chiselled features, chalky complexion, and long white side whiskers, wearing a frock coat open to reveal 2 slim strips of shirt front, either side of his black cravat. If he had been better acquainted with Paris life, he would have known that the elderly Balthazar had bequeathed his mansion to the state with his entire collection of paintings, on condition that it be turned into a museum. The newspapers had been full of it when he died. For over a year, the experts had argued, and the government had ended up refusing the legacy, having discovered that most of the paintings were forgeries. One day, Maigret would see the portrait of the daughter, too, her hair drawn back at the nape, reminiscent of the Empress Eugénie, her face as cold as that of the founder of the Balthazar dynasty. As for Félicien Gendreau, he had met him with his dyed moustache, light-coloured spats, and his cane with its gold knob. Apparently, the old man hated everyone, including his son, then his son-in-law, and finally Monsieur Richard, whom he knew well. The only exceptions were his daughter and his granddaughter, Mademoiselle Lise. They used to say that they alone were of his stock, and he left a complicated will. Monsieur Braquemont will be able to tell you about it. Who is Monsieur Braquemont? His lawyer. He's in his 80s. All the others are afraid of him because he's the only person who knows. Who knows what? I was never told. All will be revealed when Mademoiselle Lise turns 21, and that's why they're all so worked up at the moment. As for me, I don't take any sides. If I'd wanted to— He had a sudden hunch. Monsieur Richard? He asked, egging her on. He was always after me. I told him that he was barking up the wrong tree, and that he'd do better to go after Marie. She's stupid enough to fall for your nonsense, I said to his face. Did he take her advice? I have no idea. With those people, you never can tell. As far as I'm concerned, and I know them well, they're all a bit crazy. As she said this, her eyes bulged more than ever, and her fixed stare was disconcerting. She leaned towards Maigret, as if about to grab his knees. Is Louis also from Roncesvalles? He's the son of the former schoolmaster. Some people say that he's actually the priest's son. Is he on Monsieur Richard's side? What are you saying? Quite the opposite. He spends his life running around after Mademoiselle. He stayed with the old man until his death. He's the one who cared for him during his illness, and he probably knows more than anyone else. Perhaps even more than Monsieur Braquemont. He never made a pass at you? Him? She hooted. He'd have a hard job. He looks like a man, with all that black hair. But first of all, he's much older than people think. He's at least 55. And he's not a real man, if you understand my meaning. That's why Madame Louis and Albert... who is Albert? The manservant. He comes from Roncesvalles too. He was a jockey until he was 21. Excuse me, I was shown around the entire house, but I didn't see a bedroom because he sleeps above the stables with Jérôme. Jérôme? Monsieur Felicien's coachman. Arsène, the chauffeur, is the only one who doesn't sleep in the house because he's married and has a child. Maigret had scribbled down the names higgledy-piggledy in his notebook. If someone shot Mademoiselle, and that wouldn't surprise me, it's bound to be Monsieur Richard during one of their arguments. Do they often argue? Pretty much every day. Once he grabbed her wrist so hard that she had 2 blue rings around them for a week. But she fights back, and she's given him some vicious kicks to his legs, and even a bit higher. But I'll bet that the shot wasn't aimed at Mademoiselle. Who was it aimed at, then? At the Count. What Count? Don't you understand anything? The Count d'Roncesvalles. Really? There's still a Count d'Roncesvalles? The grandson of the one who sold the chateau to Earl Balthazar. It's Mademoiselle who found him. I've no idea where. Is he wealthy? Him? He hasn't got a bean. And he's a visitor to the house. He visits Mademoiselle. I mean, are you asking me if he sleeps with her? I don't think he wants to. Now do you understand? They're all balmy. They fight like dogs. Monsieur Hubert's the only one who minds his own business, but the other two, the brother and the sister, try to drag him into things. Are you talking about Hubert Balthazar, the old man's son? How old is he? 50, maybe. Perhaps a bit older. He's very elegant, very distinguished. When he comes, he always stops and has a chat with me. Oh, goodness, it's so late there are no more trains for Conflans, and I have to sleep somewhere. Do you have a bed here? There was something so provocative in her eyes that Maigret cleared his throat and glanced instinctively towards the kitchen door. I'm afraid we don't have a spare room. We've only just moved in. Are you newlyweds? In her mouth the word sounded almost lewd. I'll find you a room in a nearby hotel. Are you going to bed already? I have another appointment in town. It's true that you police officers probably don't sleep in your own beds that often. It's funny, you don't look one bit like a policeman. I once knew a local policeman, tall, very dark-haired, Léonard. Maigret didn't want to hear about Léonard. She seemed to have known a lot of men, including the insurance agent. I expect you'll be needing me again. The best way would be for me to go back to their place as if nothing were amiss, and then I could report to you every morning. A clatter of saucepans came from the kitchen, but that was not why Maigret declined Germaine's offer. She literally terrified him. I'll see you tomorrow, if you'd like to come with me. Before putting on her hat and coat, she rearranged her hair again in front of the mirror and grabbed the bottle of kirsch. May I? I've talked so much, thought so much. Aren't you drinking? There was no point telling her how many small glasses of Calvados he'd downed earlier in the day, willingly or not. I'm sure I've got lots more to tell you. There are people who write novels who haven't experienced a fraction of the things I have. Now if I were to start writing—" He went into the kitchen and kissed his wife on the forehead. She gave him a cheerful look with a mischievous twinkle in her eyes. "I may not be back until fairly late," and she teased, "Take your time, Jules." There was a lodging-house just before Boulevard Voltaire. In the street, Germaine deliberately grabbed hold of her companion's arm. "It's my Louis heels." Indeed, she was more used to wearing clogs. "I think your wife's very nice. She's a very good cook." He didn't dare give her the money for her room. He went into the office and blushed when the night duty clerk asked him, "Is it for the night or for a couple of hours?" "For the night, just for the lady." While the clerk looked at his keyboard, Germaine leaned even more heavily on Maigret's arm, with no excuse now that she wasn't walking. "Number 18, second floor on the left. Wait and I'll fetch you some towels." Maigret would rather forget how he took leave of her. There was a strip of red carpet on the stairs. She was holding her 2 towels in one hand and her key dangling from a copper tag in the other. The clerk had gone back to reading his newspaper. "Are you sure you don't have any more questions for me?" She stood on the first stair. Her eyes were bulging, staring more intently than ever. What was it about her that reminded him of the praying mantis which devours the male after mating? No, not today," he must have stuttered. "I was forgetting that you had an appointment." Her moist lips curled in a mocking smile. "So, see you tomorrow." "Tomorrow, yes." At least, that is how it must have gone. Maigret wasn't used to such things yet. He only recalled the smell of fresh laundry as he raced down the steps to the metro. The click of the automatic turnstiles, a long ride in the subterranean greyness, with human shapes swaying with each jolt of the train, glazed eyes, faces gnawed by shadow under the wan electric lights. He lost his way in the ill-lit empty streets around Porte de la Villette. Eventually, he came across a vast open depot, cluttered with stationary carriages, shafts pointing upwards, and behind it, on the other side of a courtyard, the warmth of stables. "Cornel? Oh, no, he's not back yet. Do I wait for him?" It wasn't until midnight that a completely drunk cab driver looked at him in amazement. "The little lady from Rue Chapsal? Hold on. She was the one who gave me a 1 franc tip. And the tall dark-haired fellow." "What tall dark-haired fellow?" "I mean the one who hailed me in Rue Blanche and told me to go and wait in Rue Chaptal opposite number... That's funny, I can never remember numbers, even though in my job..." "Did you drive her to the station?" "To the station? Which station?" His eyes were swimming, and the juice from the tobacco he was chewing nearly landed on Maigret's trousers when he spat it out in a long stream. "First of all, it wasn't a station, and then it must have been..." Maigret slipped him a franc. "It was to the hotel opposite the Tuileries in a little square. Hold on, it's named after a monument. Always muddle up the names of monuments. The Hotel du Louvre. Gee up." There were no more metros or omnibuses or trams, and Maigret had to walk back down the interminable Rue de Flandre before he reached the bright lights of a livelier neighborhood. The Brasserie Clichy would be closed by now, and Justin Minat had probably gone home to his apartment in Rue d'Enghien, where he would be giving an account of himself to his wife. Chapter 5. Maigret's Earliest Ambition. Maigret was shaving in front of his mirror, which he had hooked over the window catch in the dining room. He was in the habit of following his wife around the apartment every morning, washing and shaving in whichever room she happened to be in, perhaps because it was their best moment together. Madame Maigret had one particularly pleasing quality. She was as fresh and cheerful on waking as she was in the middle of the afternoon. They opened the windows and breathed in the morning air. They could hear hammering from a smithy, the rumble of lorries, horses whinnying, and they even caught warm whiffs of manure when the stables of the removals company next door were being cleaned out. "Do you think she really is mad?" If she'd stayed in her village, got married and had 10 children, probably no one would have noticed. They might not all have been from the same father, that's all. "Look, Isn't that your friend pacing up and down the street?" He leaned out, one cheek covered in lather, and spotted Georges Simenon waiting patiently for him. "Aren't you going to invite him up?" "There's no point. I'd be ready in 5 minutes. Were you planning to go out today?" Maigret really inquired about her plans, and she guessed at once. "You want me to chaperone the young lady?" "It's highly likely that I will ask you. I can't let her loose in Paris, given that she simply can't keep her mouth shut. Goodness knows who she'll speak to or what she'll tell them." "Are you going to see her now?" "Right away." "She'll still be in bed."
"Probably."
"I bet you'll have a job getting away from her." As he emerged from under the arch, Minard stopped him and began to walk alongside him completely at ease, asking, "What are we doing today, Chief?" Years later, Maigret would remember that the little flautist had been the first person to call him Chief. "Did you see her? Do you have any leads? I hardly slept. Just as I was about to doze off, a question came into my mind." Their footsteps echoed on the pavement of Boulevard Richelieu-Lenoir. From a distance, they could see the crowds on Boulevard Voltaire. "If a shot was fired, it must have been aimed at someone. So I was wondering whether it had hit home. Am I boring you?" On the contrary, since the same question had occurred to Maigret. "Supposing the shot didn't hit anyone. Of course, it's difficult to imagine yourself in the shoes of people like that, but it seems to me that if no one was wounded or killed, they wouldn't have put on such an elaborate performance. Do you follow me? As soon as they'd thrown me out, they hurriedly tidied the room to make it look as if no one had set foot inside. There's another detail. Do you remember, while the butler was trying to get rid of me, a voice from the landing said, 'Hurry up, Louis,' as if there was some trouble up there. And if they had to stick the young lady in the maid's room, it's probably because she was too upset to play her part. I'm free all day. You can send me anywhere you like." Next to the lodging house where Germaine had spent the night, there was a cafe with a terrace, pedestal tables with white marble tops, a waiter with side whiskers straight out of a promotional calendar who was cleaning the windows with whiting. "Wait here for me." He had hesitated. He had almost sent Minard upstairs in his place. Had anyone asked him why he needed to see Germaine, he would probably have found it hard to reply. That morning, he wished he could be in several places at once. He was feeling almost nostalgic for the Vieux Calvados, and was sorry not to be sitting by the window, watching the comings and goings of the house in Rue Chaptal. Now that he was better acquainted with all the people who lived there, it seemed to him that the sight of Richard Gendreau getting into his motor car, or his father walking towards his carriage, or Louis coming out into the street for a breath of air, would have had a precise significance. He also wished he could be at the Hôtel du Louvre, Avenue du Bois, or even in Alceval. But only one of these characters, all of them unknown to him 2 days earlier, was accessible to him, and he instinctively clung to him. Curiously, that feeling was rooted in the dreams of his childhood and adolescent years. His father's premature death had put an end to his medical studies after 2 years, but the fact was that he had never intended to become a real doctor treating patients. The profession he had always yearned for did not actually exist. As he grew up, he had the sense that many people in his village were out of place, that they'd followed a path that was not theirs purely because they didn't know what else to do. And he imagined a very clever, above all very understanding man, a cross between a doctor and a priest, a man capable of understanding another's destiny at first glance. His reply to his wife on the subject of Germaine fitted that image. If she'd stayed in Onceval, people would have come to see him the way they consulted a doctor. He would have been a sort of mender of destinies, not only because he was clever. Perhaps he didn't need to have an exceptional mind, but simply to be able to live the life of every man, to put himself in anyone's shoes. Maigret had never spoken of this to a soul. He didn't dare think about it too much, because he would have laughed at himself. Prevented from completing his medical studies, he had joined the police by chance. But was it really chance, and aren't the police sometimes menders of destinies? He had spent the entire night, sometimes awake, sometimes asleep, among those people whom he barely knew, starting with the elderly Balthazar, who had died 5 years earlier. Now, as he knocked on Germaine's door, he had the entire clan with him. "Come in," replied a husky voice, then immediately after, "Hold on, I forgot the door's locked." She was barefoot in her nightdress, her hair cascading down her back, her plump breasts heaving with vitality. But she had clearly been awake for a while, because on the bedside table was a tray with some leftover hot chocolate and croissant crumbs. "Are we going out? Do I need to get dressed?" "You can either get back into bed or put on some clothes. I simply want to have a chat with you." "Don't you feel awkward standing there fully clothed while I'm in my nightdress?" "No." "Doesn't your wife get jealous?" "No. I'd like you to talk to me about Count d'Onceval. Or rather, you know, the house, the people who live in it, and the regular visitors. Imagine that it's 1 o'clock in the morning. 1 o'clock in the morning. An argument breaks out in Mademoiselle Gendreau's room. Think hard. Who, in your opinion, might be in her room?" She had started to comb her hair in front of a mirror, displaying the auburn tufts under her arms, her rosy flesh visible through her nightdress. She racked her brains. "Louis?" he prompted. "No, Louis wouldn't have gone upstairs so late." "Wait a minute. There's a detail I forgot to mention. Louis was fully dressed with his tailcoat, his starched white shirt front and his black tie. Does he generally go to bed late?" "Sometimes, but he doesn't keep his butler's uniform on. That means there was a visitor in the house." "Could Hubert Balthazar, Mademoiselle Gendreau's uncle, have been in his niece's bedroom, for example?" "I don't think he'd have come at 1 o'clock in the morning." "If he had, where would she have entertained him? In one of the downstairs drawing rooms, I imagine." "Definitely not. That's not how they do things in Rue Chaptal. They all lead separate lives. The drawing rooms are only for receptions. The rest of the time they all stay shut away in their own rooms." "Could Richard Gendreau have gone up to his sister's room?" "Definitely. He often did, especially when he was angry." "Did he sometimes carry a pistol? Have you ever seen him with a gun in his hand?" "No." "What about Mademoiselle Gendreau?" "Oh, just a minute. Monsieur Richard owns 2 guns, a big one and a little one, but they're in his desk. Mademoiselle has one too, with a mother-of-pearl grip. She keeps it in a bedside table drawer. Every night she takes it out and puts it on the table." "Is she afraid?" "No, she's wary. Like all shrews, she always reckons someone's got it in for her." "Supposing I told you that she's already a miser, even at her age. She leaves small change lying around on purpose, having counted it to see if anyone will steal a few sous. The maid de Formerie got caught and was fired." "Has she ever entertained the Count in her bedroom?" "Maybe not exactly in her bedroom, but in the boudoir next door." "At 1 o'clock in the morning?" "Probably. I read a book about that English queen, Elizabeth I. Have you heard of her? I know it's a novel, but it must be true. She was a cold woman who couldn't make love. I wouldn't be surprised if Mademoiselle was like that too." The comb rasped through her hair, and she arched her back, glancing occasionally at Maigret in the mirror. "I'm glad I'm not like that." "Is it possible that on hearing a noise coming from the 2nd floor, Monsieur Richard could have rushed upstairs with his pistol?" She shrugged. "What for?" "To catch his sister's lover." "That wouldn't bother him. The only thing those people care about is money." She continued to flaunt herself in front of him, oblivious of the fact that he was miles away, his thoughts on the bedroom in Rue Chaptal, trying to position all the main actors like a theatre director. "Has Count d'Onceval ever brought a friend with him?" "It's possible, but then she would have entertained him downstairs, and I hardly ever went down." "Did Mademoiselle Lise telephone him sometimes?" "I don't think he has a telephone. She didn't call him. Now and then he called her, probably from a cafe." "How did she address him?" "Jacques, of course." "How old is he?" 25, perhaps. He's a handsome fellow, but there's something faggish about him. He always looks as if he's making fun of people." "Is he the sort of man who'd carry a gun in his pocket?" "Definitely." "Why are you so sure?" "Because he's that sort of fellow. Have you read the Fantomas books?" "Monsieur Félicien, the father, does he side with his daughter or with his son?" "He doesn't side with anyone. Or rather, he's on my side, if you really want to know. He sometimes shuffles into my room in his slippers at 8 in the morning, saying he needs a button sewing on. The others pretty much ignore him. The servants call him the old boy or mutton chops. Apart from Albert, who's his personal manservant, no one takes any notice of what he says. They know it's of no importance. Once I said to him bluntly, if you keep getting all excited like this, you'll have a heart attack, and that won't do you any good. I didn't stop him. Now it's Marie's turn, and I don't know whether she gave in. By the way, aren't you embarrassed watching a woman getting dressed? Maigret rose and looked for his hat. Where are you off to? You're not going to leave me all on my own? I have some important meetings to attend. In a moment, my friend who brought you here will come and keep you company. Where is he? Downstairs. Why didn't you bring him up? Admit that you had something in mind. Are you scared? Because of your wife? She'd already poured water into the bowl to wash, and Maigret could see she was about to slip off her nightdress, the straps of which slid down a little further every time she moved. I'll probably see you at some point during the day, he said, opening the door. He found Georges Simenon enjoying a café crème on the terrace of the café, illuminated by a slanting ray of sunshine. Your wife was here a moment ago. What? Just after you left. An urgent letter arrived. She ran to try and catch up with you. When I saw her, I realized that she was looking for you. Maigret sat down, ordered a beer without thinking, oblivious of the time of day, and opened the letter delivered by pneumatic tube. It was signed, Maxime Lepré. I should like you to come into the office this morning. Regards. It had definitely been written from his home on Boulevard de Courcelles, because if he had sent it from the office, Lepré would have used headed notepaper. He was a stickler for etiquette. He had at least 4 different visiting cards for different purposes. Monsieur and Madame Maigret de Plunec, Maxime Maigret de Plunec, Maxime Maigret, Officer of the Legion of Honor, Maxime Maigret, Detective Chief Inspector. This handwritten note marked a new intimacy between him and his secretary, and he must have thought carefully about how to begin. Dearest Maigret? Dear Jules? Monsieur? In the end, he had resolved the problem by putting nothing. Tell me, Mina, do you really have some time on your hands? As much time as you need. The young lady is upstairs. I don't know when I'll be free. I'm worried that if we allow her to wander around on her own, she might go to Rue Chaptal and blab. I understand. If you go out with her, leave me a note telling me where you are. If you need to get away, leave her with my wife. A quarter of an hour later, Maigret walked into the police station, and his colleagues looked at him with that slightly envious admiration reserved for officers on leave or on a special mission, those lucky enough to escape the daily grind. Has the chief inspector arrived? Ages ago. There was the same hint of friendliness in Lebré's voice as in his note. He even proffered his hand, which he did not usually do. I shan't ask you how your investigation is progressing, as I imagine it's still early days. I asked you to come and see me. I'd like to make one thing clear, because this is a delicate matter. Although anything I find out when I'm at home in Boulevard de Courcelles is certainly no business of the chief inspector, on the other hand, he paced up and down the office, his face fresh and rested, puffing on his gold-tipped cigarette. I don't want to leave you at a stew for want of a piece of information. Yesterday evening, Mademoiselle Gendreau telephoned my wife. Did she telephone from the Hôtel de Louvre? You know. She took a cab there in the afternoon. In that case, that's all. I'm aware of how hard it is to find out what goes on in some houses. He sounded anxious, as if he was wondering what else Maigret might have discovered. She has no intention of returning to Rue Chaptal, and she plans to restore her grandfather's house. Avenue du Bois de Boulogne. Yes. I see that you already know a great deal. Emboldened, Maigret asked, May I take the liberty of asking whether you know Count d'Anceville? Surprised, Lepré frowned, as if trying to understand. He racked his brains for a moment. Oh, yes. The Balthazars bought the Château d'Anceville. That's right, isn't it? But I don't see the connection. Mademoiselle Gendreau and Count d'Anceville used to meet each other regularly. Are you sure? That's rather strange. Do you know the Count? Not personally, and I prefer not to, but I have heard about him. What I find surprising, Unless they're old childhood friends or she's not aware, Bob d'Onceval has gone off the rails. All doors are closed to him. He's not a member of any club, and I think he's been in trouble with the drug squad on several occasions. Do you happen to have his address? He's said to hang around certain disreputable little bars in Avenue de Wagram and around Place des Termes. Perhaps the drug squad will be able to help you. May I ask them? On condition you don't mention the Gendreau Balthazars. He was visibly anxious. He muttered to himself a couple of times, "How strange." And bolder still, Maigret asked, "Do you think that Mademoiselle Gendreau is a normal person?" This time, Lebray gave a start and shot his secretary an unintentionally stern look. "Pardon. I'm sorry if I phrased my question awkwardly. I'm convinced that it was Lise Gendreau I saw in the maid's room on the night in question, which means that something had happened in her room that was serious enough to require a cover-up. And I have no reason to doubt the testimony of the musician who heard a gunshot as he was walking down the street." "Go on." "It is probable that Mademoiselle Gendreau was not alone with her brother in her room that night." "What are you saying?" "That in all likelihood the third person was Count d'Onceval. If a shot was fired, if there really were 3 people in the room, if one of them was hit—" Maigret glowed inwardly at Lebray's astonished expression. "Have you found out anything else?" "Not a lot. I thought you were shown around the entire house, apart from the bedrooms above the stables and the garage." For a moment, and for the first time, the drama took on substance. Lebray had accepted the possibility that a violent event had taken place, a murder or an assault, and it had taken place in his world, among people who belonged to his social circle, people he met at his club, in the room of a young lady who was a close friend of his own wife. It was strange to see his boss flummoxed, and Maigret was aware of the tension. No longer was there simply a problem to be resolved, but there was a human life, perhaps several human lives, at stake. "Mademoiselle Gendreau is very wealthy," sighed Lebray at length with regret. "She is probably the sole heiress to one of the 5 or 6 biggest fortunes in Paris." "Probably." His superior knew more than he was letting on, but his society gentleman self was clearly struggling to come to the aid of his chief inspector self. "You see, Maigret, there are huge interests at stake, and Lise Gendreau has known all her life that she is at the centre of these. She was never an ordinary little girl. She always knew that she was the Balthazar coffee heiress, and furthermore, that she was Hector Balthazar's spiritual heiress." He added wistfully, "Poor girl." Then, becoming alert, "Are you certain of what you told me about d'Onceval?" It was Lebray, the man of the world, who was intrigued by this question, and who, despite everything, was still incredulous. He would often visit Mademoiselle Gendreau late at night, if not in her bedroom, then in her boudoir on the 2nd floor. "That's different." Was this distinction between the boudoir and the bedroom enough to reassure him? "I'd like to ask you another question, if I may, sir. Has Mademoiselle Gendreau ever intended to marry? Is she interested in men? Do you think she might be what's described as frigid?" Lebray couldn't believe his ears. He stared, dumbstruck, at his young secretary, who had suddenly come out with such language, moreover in connection with people he'd never even met. Lebray's expression was a mixture of reluctant admiration and slight concern, as if he had unexpectedly come face to face with a wizard. "There's a lot of gossip about her. She certainly turned down the most dazzling offers." "Is she reputed to have lovers?" The chief inspector was obviously lying when he replied, "I don't know." Then he added sharply, "I confess that I don't take the liberty of speculating on such matters where my wife's friends are concerned. You see, my young friend—" He was almost brusque, as he probably would have been had they been at his home on Boulevard de Courcelles, but he checked himself in time. "Our profession requires extreme caution and tact. I even wonder—" Maigret felt a shiver run down his spine. He was going to be told to drop the case and to go back to being a pen-pusher at his black desk, copying statements into registers and writing out certificates of hardship. For a few seconds, the sentence hung in the air. Fortunately, the police chief gained the upper hand over the society gentleman. Listen to me. Be very, very careful. If you run into any trouble, telephone me at home if necessary. I think I've already said that to you. Do you have my number?" He wrote it down on a scrap of paper. "I asked you to come and see me this morning because I didn't want to leave you floundering. I had no idea that you'd already made such good progress." However, he did not extend his hand. Maigret had become a police officer again, and a police officer who was about to bumble into a world where the visiting card, Monsieur and Madame Lebray de Prunec, alone had currency. Maigret walked through the arch of Quai des Orfèvres just before midday. He passed the room whose walls were plastered with criminal record cards. He climbed up the wide, dusty staircase, not as the bearer of a message from the police station, but in pursuit of his own ends. He took in the doors along the corridor with the names of the detective chief inspectors on them, the glassed-in waiting room, an inspector who walked past escorting a man in handcuffs. Now he was in an office whose open windows overlooked the Seine, an office that was a far cry from that of his neighborhood police station. Men were sitting in front of telephones or report sheets. An inspector, one leg resting on his desk, was calmly smoking his pipe. The place was alive, buzzing, the atmosphere one of relaxed camaraderie. "Look, kid, you can always try going up to records to see if there's a file on him, but I don't think there is, because he's never been sentenced as far as I know." A sergeant in his 40s treated him affably as if he were a choir boy. This was the drug squad. These people knew Count d'Ensemar's milieu inside out. "Tell me, Vanel, how long is it since you've seen the Count?" "Bob?" "Yes. The last time I bumped into him was at the races, and he was with Day-Day," they explained. "Day-Day's the fellow who has a garage in Rue des Acacias, a garage where there are never more than 1 or 2 cars. Get it, kid? Cocaine? Most likely, and probably other little rackets on the side, not to mention the women. The Count, as he's called, is in it up to his neck. We could have picked him up for a couple of minor offences, but we prefer to keep an eye on him in the hope that eventually he'll lead us to bigger fish. Do you have his most recent address?" "Don't you think your boss is treading on our toes? Watch it, kid. Don't put the wind up, Bob. Not that we have any particular interest in him, but a depraved fellow like him can often be very useful to us. Is this case of yours a big one? I really need to find him. Have you got the address, Vanel?" And a surly Vanel, with a contempt of those at Quai des Orfèvres for lowly local police officers, said, "Hôtel du Centre, Rue Bouet, just behind Étoile." "When was he last there?" 4 days ago. I saw him in the cafe on the corner of Rue Bouet with his tart." "May I ask her name?" "Lucille. She's easy to spot. She has a scar on her left cheek." A harassed inspector came in with a bundle of papers in his hand. "Tell me, boys." He stopped at the sight of an outsider in his inspector's office and looked inquiringly at his men. "The secretary from the Saint-Georges station." "Ah." And that "ah" made Maigret long all the more fervently to be one of the boys at Quai des Orfèvres. He was a nobody, less than a nobody. No one paid him any further attention. Leaning towards the sergeant, the chief inspector was discussing a raid planned for the following night in the vicinity of Rue de la Roquette. Since he wasn't far from République, he decided to go home for lunch before going to the Étoile neighborhood in search of the Count or Lucille. He was about to turn into Boulevard Richelieu when he spotted a couple in the brasserie sitting at a table set for 2. It was Justin Minat and Germaine. He had to hurry past to avoid being waylaid by them. He had the feeling that the flautist had seen him and was pretending to look elsewhere. But Mademoiselle Gendreau's maid tapped on the window, and he had no option but to go inside. "I was worried you'd go to the lodging-house and find no one there," said Germaine. "Have you been very busy?" Minat looked shamefaced as he scrutinized the menu. Germaine, on the other hand, was radiant. Her skin looked clearer, her cheeks pinker, her eyes brighter, and even her breasts were fuller. "Do you need us this afternoon? Because if you don't, I saw there's a matinee at the Théâtre de l'Ambigu." They were both sitting on the imitation leather banquette, and Maigret noticed Germaine's hand resting on the musician's knee with a calm assurance. The two men's eyes eventually met. The flautist said, "I had no choice," and Maigret forced himself to keep a straight face. He was going to have a cosy lunch with Madame Maigret in their little dining room on the 4th floor, from where they had a foreshortened view of the passers-by in the street. Madame Maigret suddenly blurted out while they were in the middle of talking about something else, "I bet she had him," without suspecting for a moment that the buxom girl might have had her husband too. Chapter 6. A Little Family Party. It wasn't until 8 o'clock that evening, when it was dark and the avenues radiating from the Arc de Triomphe were outlined by the pearly glow from the gas lamps, that Maigret, who was beginning to lose hope, finally found what he was looking for. He had a golden memory of his afternoon, Paris at its most beautiful. The spring air so mild and fragrant that people stopped to inhale it. Women had probably been going out without a jacket during the warmest hours for the past few days, but it was only now that he noticed. He felt as if he were witnessing a blossoming of flimsy dresses, and there were already daisies, poppies, and cornflowers on their hats, while the men ventured out in boaters. That afternoon he had combed a narrow sector between Étoile, Place d'Éterne, and Port Maillot for hours on end. On turning the corner into Rue Bray, he ran into 3 tightly corseted women teetering on high-heeled boots, who were not talking or standing together, but would rush over as soon as a passing man appeared. Their home base was the hotel where the Count lived. Just inside the doorway stood another woman, much fatter and more placid than the others, not bothering to cast her net wide. Why was Maigret struck by the laundry opposite, where fresh-faced girls were ironing? Was it because of the contrast? "Is the Count upstairs?" he asked at the desk. The receptionist looked him up and down. The people he was to meet that day would all have the same way of sizing him up, as if in slow motion, looking bored rather than contemptuous. The reluctant answer came, "Go up and see." He believed he had already cleared the first hurdle. "Can you tell me his room number?" A hesitation. He had just let slip that he was not one of the Count's friends. 32. He went up the stairs, where the smell of human life and cooking hung in the air. At the far end of the corridor, a chambermaid was collecting up bed-sheets, which still seemed damp with sweat. He knocked at the door in vain. "Is it to see Lucille?" asked the maid from a distance. "No, the Count." "He's not there. No one's in. Do you happen to know where I might find him?" The question must have sounded so ridiculous that she didn't take the trouble to reply. "What about Lucille?" "Isn't she at Lecoq?" There again he had given himself away, instantly arousing suspicion. If he didn't even know where to find Lucille, what was he doing there? Lecoq was one of the 2 cafes on the corner of Avenue de Wagram, with a wide terrace. A few lone women were sitting at tables, and Maigret suspected there was a slight difference between them and the women soliciting on the corner of Rue Bray. There was yet another type, the women who walked slowly up to Étoile, then back down to Place d'Éterne, pausing to look in the shop windows. Some of them could have been mistaken for wealthy women out for a stroll. Maigret looked for a girl with a scar. He spoke to the waiter. "Is Lucille not here?" A quick glance around the room. "I haven't seen her today." "Do you think she'll be coming? Have you not seen the Count either?" "He hasn't been in for at least 3 days." He reached Rue des Acacias. The garage was still closed. The shoe mender, chewing tobacco, also seemed to find Maigret's questions pointless. "I think I saw him take the car out this morning." "A grey car? A de Dior-Bouton?" For the man chewing quid, a car was a car, and he paid no attention to the model. "You don't happen to know where I might find him?" And the man sitting in his gloomy shop looked at him with something bordering on pity. "I just mend shoes." Maigret returned to Rue Bray, went upstairs, and knocked at number 32, but there was no reply. For over an hour he continued his search, from Lecoq to Place des Ternes, turning his head to stare at every woman, looking for a face with a scar. They thought he was a punter who couldn't make up his mind. He felt the occasional twinge of anguish, and berated himself for wasting his time when something more important might be happening elsewhere. He had promised himself, if he had the leisure, to go and sniff around the offices of Balthazar Coffee, check whether Lise Gendreau was still at the Hôtel de Louvre, and he would also like to have kept an eye on the comings and goings in Rue Chaptal. Why did he persist? He saw solemn-looking men enter the hotel in Rue Bray with their heads lowered, as if they were being pulled by an invisible leash. He saw men come out, even more shamefaced, their expressions anxious, who quickly strode over the empty space between them and the crowd, regaining their confidence as they melted into it. He saw women signaling to each other, sharing out silver coins. He went into every bar. He decided to copy the flautist's example and ordered strawberry cordial, but it tasted foul, and at around 5 o'clock he went back to drinking beer. Haven't seen Day-Day either, no. Who's supposed to be meeting him? From one end of the neighborhood to the other, he came up against the same wall of silence. Eventually, at around 7 o'clock, someone said to him, "Wasn't he at the races?" No sign of Lucille either. He ended up questioning the woman who looked least surly. "Most likely that she's gone to the country." At first he was baffled. "Does she often go to the country?" They looked at him and laughed. "She does, like all women. So, best to make the most of it and take a break." 3 or 4 times he almost gave up. He had even wavered at the entrance to the metro and descended several steps. And now, just after 7:30, as he walked along, staring at every woman he passed, he happened to look down the quiet Rue de Tilsit. Horse-drawn cabs and a chauffeur-driven car lined the curb. At the very front stood a grey car, the model and registration number instantly familiar. It was Day-Day's car. There was no one in it. A patrol officer was standing on the corner of the street. "I'm from the Saint-Georges District Police Station. I'd like you to do me a favor. If the owner of this car comes back and tries to drive off, could you detain him on some pretext?" "Do you have your ID?" Even the police officers in this neighborhood were suspicious. It was the hour when all the restaurants were full. Since Day-Day wasn't at Lecoq, he had just checked, he was probably eating somewhere else. Maigret went into a working-class eatery where people pushed past him, and he was sent away with a flea in his ear. Day-Day? Never heard of him. Neither had anyone heard of him in the brasserie close to the Salle Wagram concert hall. Twice, Maigret went to check that the car was still there. He was tempted to puncture one of the tires with a penknife as a precaution, but was deterred by the presence of a patrol officer who had many more years than him under his belt. And now he was pushing open the door of a little Italian restaurant. He asked the usual question. "You wouldn't happen to have seen the Count?" "Bob? No, not yesterday or today." "What about Day-Day?" The room was small and fairly elegant, with red plush banquettes. At the back, a partition, which almost reached the ceiling, screened off a sort of private dining room from the main restaurant, and a man in a check suit appeared in the doorway. He had a ruddy face and very blonde hair with a centre parting. "What is it?" he asked, addressing not Maigret but the owner, who was behind the bar. "He's asking for the Count, or Day-Day." The man in the check suit started moving towards him, his mouth full, his napkin in his hand. He came right up to Maigret calmly, pausing to look him up and down. "Well?" he asked. And while Maigret was trying to think of an answer, "I'm Day-Day." Maigret had rehearsed a number of scenarios in case he found himself face to face with a man, but he improvised a new one. I arrived yesterday," he stated awkwardly. "Arrived from where?" "From Lyon. I live in Lyon." "Now that's interesting." "I'm looking for a friend, someone I was at school with." "If it's a school friend, it's not me you want." "It's Count d'Onceval, Bob." "Well, well, well." He was not smiling. He ran his tongue over his teeth, thinking.
And where have you been looking for Bob? Everywhere. He wasn't at his hotel. Because when you two were at school, he gave you the address of his hotel, did he?
A friend gave me the address.
Dede signalled imperceptibly to the barman. Well, since you're a friend of Bob's, you must have a drink with us. It just so happens that this evening we're having a little family party. He beckoned Maigret to follow him into the private dining room. There was food and wine on the table, champagne in a silver bucket, fruit glasses. The other guests were a woman in black, her elbows on the table, and a man with a broken nose and a bovine expression who rose slowly, with the air of a boxer about to enter the ring. This is Albert, a friend. And he gave Albert a peculiar look, the same look he had given the owner. He did not raise his voice, still did not smile, and yet Maigret had the feeling that he was mocking him somehow. Lucille, Bob's girl. Maigret noticed the scar on her very beautiful, very expressive face. As he leaned over to say good evening, the young woman's eyes filled with tears, which she wiped away with a handkerchief. Take no notice. She's just lost her father, so she's crying into the champagne. Angelino, another glass and a plate. This frosty cordiality was creepy, ominous, sinister even. Maigret turned around and had the distinct feeling that there was no escape without the permission of the little man in the check suit. So you've come from Lyon to meet up with your old friend Bob? Well, that's not the only reason. I had business in Paris. A friend told me that Bob was here. I lost touch with him years ago. Years, eh? Well, to your health. A friend of Bob's is a friend of ours. Drink up, Lucille. She obeyed, her hand trembling so badly that the glass knocked against her teeth. She received a telegram this afternoon telling her that her father had died. It's always upsetting. Show us the telegram, Lucille. She looked at him in surprise. Show the gentleman. She rummaged in her bag. I must have left it in my room. Do you like ravioli? The owner is making his special dish. What's your name, by the way? Jules. I like that, Jules. It sounds good. So, Jules, my friend, what do you have to say for yourself? I'd like to have seen Bob before leaving. Because you're going back to Bordeaux soon? Lyon. Oh, yes, Lyon. Lovely city. I'm sure Bob will be very sorry to have missed you, especially as he's very fond of his old school friends. Put yourself in his shoes. School friends are decent people. I bet you're a decent person. What do you reckon this gentleman does for a living, Lucille? I don't know. Think. Me? I'll bet he's a pig farmer. Was it an idle guess? Why that word pig, a derogatory word in some circles for the police? Was he sending the others a warning? I work in insurance, muttered Maigret, playing the part to the hilt, for he had no other option. The next course was served. The waiter brought another bottle, which Dede must have ordered with a gesture. It's strange how people bump into one another. You arrive in Paris out of the blue, you vaguely remember an old school friend, and you run into someone who gives you his address. Anyone else might have searched for 10 years, especially as there isn't a soul in the neighbourhood who knows the name Donceville. Take me, for example. Angelino and the owner have known me for years. Ask them my name, and they'll tell you I'm Dede. Just Dede. Stop bawling, Lucille. The gentleman will think you don't know how to behave at the table. The other man, the one with the boxer's nose, said nothing. He ate and drank with a mulish expression, now and then giving a sort of silent snigger, as if he found the garage owner's jokes very entertaining. Lucille checked the time on a little gold watch that dangled from her belt on a chain, and Dede reassured her. You'll catch a train, don't worry. He explained to Maigret. I'm taking her to the local train later to make sure she gets there in time for the funeral. Funny thing, life. Today her old man snuffs it, and I back the winner at Longchamp. I'm rolling in dough, so I'm putting on a little party. But Bob's not here to raise a glass. Has he gone away? Like you say, Jules.
He's gone away, but we'll try and arrange for you to see him later anyway."
Lucille began sobbing again. "Drink up, sweetheart, drown your sorrows." Who'd have thought that she was such a sensitive creature? "For 2 hours I've been doing everything I can to cheer her up. Fathers have to die sooner or later, don't they? How long is it since you last saw him, Lucille?" "Shut up." "Same again, Angelino. What about the souffle? Tell the boss not to ruin the souffle." "To your good health, Jules." No matter how much Maigret drank, his glass was always full, and Dédé had an almost menacing way of filling it and clinking glasses. "What's the name of your friend who gave you Bob's address?" "Bertrand. He must be pretty well informed. Not only did he give you the lowdown on old Bob, but he sent you to the garage." So he already knew that someone had been prowling around Rue des Acacias asking questions about him. He must have dropped by in the late afternoon. "What garage?" mumbled Maigret. "I thought you said something about a garage. Wasn't it me you were asking for when you came in here? I knew that you and Bob were friends. You Lyon boys are clever. To your good health, Jules. Let's drink Russian style. Drain your glass in one. Come on. Don't you like that?" The boxer in his corner seemed jubilant, whereas Lucille, forgetting her grief for a moment, seemed to be increasingly anxious. 2 or 3 times Maigret thought he caught her flashing Dédé a questioning look. What were they going to do with him? Dédé clearly had something in mind. He was growing more and more jovial, in his own way, without smiling and with a strange glint in his eye. Sometimes he sought approval from the other two, like an actor who feels on top form. "Whatever happens, I must keep a cool head," Maigret said to himself, as he was forced to drink one glass of champagne after another. He wasn't armed. He was strong, but he couldn't take on 2 men like Dédé and the boxer in particular. He was distinctly aware of an icy resolve in the pair of them. Did they know he was from the police? Probably. Perhaps Lucille had dropped into Rue Bray and heard about the insistent visitor who had been there earlier. Perhaps they'd even been expecting him. And yet there was a good reason for this celebration. Dédé had declared that he was feeling flush, and it was clearly true. He had that excited air of those of his kind who suddenly find their wallets bulging. The races? Dédé must be a regular, but Maigret would have sworn that he hadn't been anywhere near Longchamp that day. As for Lucille's tears, it wasn't because of her father's death that she kept bursting into sobs. Why did she well up every time Bob's name was mentioned? It was 10 o'clock and they were still at the table, the champagne still flowing, and Maigret continued to fight off the drunkenness. "Do you mind if I make a telephone call, Jules?" The telephone booth was to the left, in the main dining room, and from where he sat, Maigret could see him. Dédé had to request 2 or 3 numbers before getting through to the person he was calling. His lips could be seen moving, but it was impossible to guess what he was saying. Lucille looked worried, while the boxer, who had lit a huge cigar, was smiling blissfully and giving Maigret the occasional wink. Inside the glass booth, Dédé appeared to be giving orders, emphasizing certain words. There was no trace of merriment on his face now. "Apologies, but I didn't want you to miss seeing your friend Bob." Lucille, at the end of her tether, burst into tears, burying her face in her handkerchief. "Was it Bob you were telephoning?" "Not exactly, but as good as. I've arranged for the 2 of you to meet up. That's the main thing, isn't it? You're very keen to see him, aren't you?" His words must have been very witty, for the boxer looked ecstatic and even let out a sort of chuckle of admiration. Did they imagine that Maigret didn't understand what they meant? The Count was dead, or almost, so when Dédé promised Maigret he would get the 2 of them together— "I also needs to make a telephone call," he said, sounding as casual as possible. Despite Maxime Nobret's advice, he had just decided to inform his station. He didn't dare talk to the police from a different neighborhood. It would be Besson on duty, or Colombani playing cards with Sergeant Dufeux. He simply needed to drag things out to give his colleagues the time to get there and position themselves near the car. They wouldn't dare do anything to it inside the restaurant.
They were still customers whose voices could be heard on the other side of the partition, and while a lot of them were from the underworld, there must be some who weren't. "Who do you need to telephone?" My wife." "So your wife's here with you. Married, eh? Do you hear that, Lucille? Jules is spoken for. He's not for you. No point playing footsie under the table. To your health, Jules. No need to get up. Angelino will make the call for you." "Angelino? Which hotel is your missus staying at?" The waiter stood waiting for Maigret's reply, and he too seemed to be relishing the situation. "It's not urgent." "Are you sure? Won't she be worried? She might think that something's happened to you and have the police out looking for you." "A bottle, Angelino? Or rather, no, let's have cognac now. It's time. In balloon snifters. I'm sure our friend Jules loves cognac." For a second, Maigret thought of jumping up and making a beeline for the door, but he realized that they'd block his path. More than likely, the two men were armed. They probably had friends, if not accomplices, in the restaurant, and Angelino, the waiter, would have no hesitation in tripping him up. Then Maigret felt a calmness, a clear-headed calmness, extremely clear-headed, despite all the champagne and the cognac he had been forced to drink. From time to time he too checked his watch. It was not long since he had been policing the railway stations, and he knew the timetables of the main trains by heart. Dédé had not been speaking idly when he had talked of a train. They really were leaving, possibly all three of them. They must already have their tickets, and each half hour that passed reduced the possibilities. The Le Havre train, which might have been taking them to some ocean liner, left Saint-Lazare 10 minutes ago. At Gare de l'Est, the Strasbourg train would be leaving in around 20 minutes. Dédé was not a man to go and lie low in some rural hidey-hole where he would eventually be tracked down. He had his car outside, parked by the curb in Rue de Tirsit. They were leaving with no luggage. They probably planned to abandon the car, too. "Don't drink any more, Lucille. If I know you, you'll end up throwing up all over the tablecloth, and that's not nice. Angelino, the bill." And pretending to believe that Maigret had made as if to take his wallet from his pocket. "No way. I told you that this was a little family party." He proudly opened a wallet, stuffed with 1,000-franc notes. He didn't even look at the bill, and pressed one of the notes into Angelino's hand, saying, "Keep the change." He must have been very sure of himself. "And now, folks, let's go. We'll drive Lucille to the station, then we'll go and find Bob. Are you happy, Jules? Can you stand up? Our friend Albert will help you." "Yes, he will. Take his arm, Albert, while I look after the young lady." It was 11:30. That end of Avenue de Wagram was poorly lit. The bright lights were further down towards Place des Ternes. The owner watched them leave with a strange expression, and before they'd taken 10 steps, he hastily pulled the shutters down, even though there were still 2 or 3 customers inside. "Hold on to him, Albert. We don't want him falling on his face. Otherwise his friend Bob won't recognize him. This way, ladies and gentlemen." If there had been a police officer on the corner, Maigret would have called for help, because he knew only too well what lay in store. He had heard too much, seen too much. He realized that his fate had been sealed from the moment he'd set foot inside the Italian restaurant. There was no patrol officer in sight. He noticed 2 or 3 girls silhouetted in the dark on the other side of the road. At the end of the avenue, an empty tram stood at the terminus, its windows casting a syrupy, yellowish light. Maigret dared to hope that his companions would not shoot. They needed time to jump into the car and get out of the neighborhood before the alarm was raised. Knife? Probably. It was the fashion, and Albert the boxer had pinned his right arm to his side under the pretense of helping him to keep upright. A pity that Maigret hadn't been able to puncture one of the tires earlier. Had he waited a few minutes until the police officer had his back turned, the situation would have been different. It was almost midnight. There were 2 more trains that night, one for Belgium from Gare du Nord, and the Ventimiglia train from Gare de Lyon. But Ventimiglia was a long way away. Madame Maigret must be waiting up for him, sewing. Justin Mina would be playing the double bass at the Brasserie Clichy, where the number of the piece was written on a card. Had he managed to shake off Germaine? Maigret would have sworn that she was there, in the brasserie, and that the musician would be wondering what to do with her. There wasn't a soul, not a cab to be seen in Rue des Hilsid. Only the grey car parked by the curb. After settling Lucille in the rear seat, Dédé slid behind the wheel and started up the engine. Perhaps they wanted to drive him to an even more deserted spot, by the Seine or the Saint-Martin Canal, so they could throw his body into the water. Maigret had no wish to die, and yet he was somehow resigned. He would do his utmost to defend himself, but that was not much. His left hand in his pocket clutched a bunch of keys. If only the engine had refused to start, but after a few splutters it was ticking over, and the car was quivering on its wheels. The goatskin jacket was on the seat, but Dédé didn't bother to put it on. Was he going to beat Maigret up, or would it be the boxer who was standing behind Maigret and still gripping his right arm? The moment had come, and it is just possible that Maigret inwardly prayed, "Please God, let me." As if by chance, they suddenly heard voices. Two fairly drunk men in evening dress were weaving down Avenue de Wagram, the knobs of their canes protruding from the pockets of their black cloaks. They were humming the chorus that was all the rage in the cabarets. "Come on, Jules," said Dédé, with a haste that Maigret just managed to detect. Then, as Maigret lifted his right foot to clamber into the car, he received a violent blow to the head. He was quick-witted enough to duck, and that cushioned the shock. He thought he heard footsteps approaching, voices, an engine backfiring, before he lost consciousness. When he opened his eyes, first of all he saw legs, patent leather shoes, then pallid faces in the dark. There seemed to be a lot of them, a whole crowd, and yet, a little later, he was surprised to see that there were only 5 people surrounding him. One of the faces was that of a plump, flabby, placid girl who had probably been soliciting on the other side of the avenue and been drawn over by the commotion. He had seen her 2 or 3 times that afternoon at her station, and she probably hadn't had much luck if she was still looking for custom at that hour. The 2 revellers were also there, and one of them, leaning over him, was stubbornly questioning him, most likely still drunk. "Feeling better, my friend? Tell me, you feeling better now?" Why was there a basket, and why was there a smell of violets? He tried to raise himself up on one elbow. The reveller helped him. Then he spotted an elderly flower seller who was complaining, "Those facts again, if this carries on," and a hotel bellboy in a red uniform rushed over, saying, "I'll go and fetch the police." "I'm fine, thank you." Maigret asked as if in a trance, "What time is it?" "5 past midnight. I have to make a telephone call." "Of course, my friend, in a minute. Someone's bringing you a telephone? They're just getting it." He had lost his hat, and his hair was plastered to the top of his head. That thug Albert must have delivered his punch with a knuckle-duster. If it hadn't been for the 2 night owls, he would most likely have finished him off, and if Maigret hadn't ducked. Again he said, "I have to make a telephone call." He managed to raise himself onto all 4s, and blood dripped from his head onto the pavement, while one of the revellers exclaimed, "He is drunk. It's priceless. He's still drunk." "I assure you, I have to make a telephone call. Yes, my friend. Do you hear, Armand? Go and get him a telephone." And the girl, becoming indignant, "Can't you see he's delirious? You'd do better to call a doctor." "Do you know one around here?" "There's one in Rue de l'Étoile." But the bellboy was already back, all excited, showing 2 police officers on bicycles the way. The others stood aside. The officers leaned over. "I have to make a telephone call," repeated Maigret. It was funny, he hadn't felt drunk all evening, but now his words were slurred and his thoughts muddled. Only one remained clear, imperative. He stuttered, annoyed at being there on the brown, in that ludicrous position, unable to stand up. "Police. Look in my wallet. Saint-Georges district. Telephone Gare du Nord immediately. The Brussels train. In a few minutes. They have a car." One of the officers had gone over to stand beneath the gas lamp to examine the contents of Maigret's wallet. "It's true, Germain." "Listen. Hurry. They've got their tickets. A woman in black, with a scar on her cheek. One of the men is wearing a check suit. The other one has a broken nose. Will you go, Germain?" The police station was in Rue de l'Étoile, not far away. One of the officers jumped onto his bicycle. The bellboy, who hadn't heard much of what they'd said, asked, "Is he a cop?" Maigret lost consciousness again, while one of the revellers struggled to form the words, "I tell you, he's as drunk as a skunk." Chapter 7. Madame Maigret's Laughter. He was still trying to push them away, but his hand was limp, with no strength. He wished they would just leave him alone. Had he asked them to? He couldn't remember. There were so many things in his head that it hurt a little. Above all, he was certain of one thing. He absolutely must be allowed to see this thing through to the end. The end of what? Good Lord, how difficult people found it to understand him. To the end. But they were treating him like a child, or an invalid. No one asked his opinion. The most annoying thing was that they were talking about his case in front of him, as if he were incapable of understanding, because he was still lying on the ground like a giant crushed insect. There had been legs around him, then the ambulance. He had been perfectly aware that it was an ambulance, and he had struggled. Can't a person receive a blow to the head without being carried off to hospital? He had also recognized the dark gates of Beaujon Hospital, the arch with a very powerful electric light that hurt his eyes. People were calmly coming and going. A tall young man in a white coat seemed to be laughing at everyone. Maigret knew that he was the junior doctor, didn't he? A nurse was cutting the hair on top of his head, and the doctor was whispering sweet nothings. She was very pretty in her uniform. From the way they were looking at each other, they must have been making love just before Maigret's arrival. He didn't want to vomit, but he did, because of the ether. "That'll teach him," he said to himself. What were they giving him to drink? He refused to drink. He needed to think. Hadn't the officer on the bicycle told them that he was a policeman in charge of an important case, a confidential case? No one believed him. It was the chief inspector's fault. He didn't want to be carried, and why did Madame Maigret burst out laughing as she yanked back the sheets? He was sure she had laughed, with a nervous laugh that he'd never heard before. Then, for a long time, he heard her coming in and out of the bedroom, making as little noise as possible. Could he have acted differently? If only they would let him think. If only they'd give him a pencil and paper, any old scrap of paper, yes. Good. Now, if this line is Rue Chaptal, it's very short. Good. It's just after 1 o'clock in the morning, and there's no one in the street. Wrong. There is someone. There's Dédé at the wheel of his car. And Dédé has kept the engine running. There could be two reasons for that. The first, that he has only stopped for a few minutes. The second, that he's expecting to have to make a quick getaway, and it's difficult to start cars up again, especially when it's chilly, and April nights are chilly. No one must interrupt him. A line, then, a little square for the Balthazar's house. He called it the Balthazar's residence because it rang truer than the Gendreau's. Ultimately, it's all the Balthazar family, Balthazar money, the Balthazar saga. If Dédé's car is there, there's a reason, and that reason is that it has probably dropped the count off and is waiting to pick him up when he leaves. This is very serious. Don't interrupt. There's no need to put things on his head or boil water in the kitchen. He can hear water being boiled. People are always boiling water, and it's very annoying. It stops you thinking. On other occasions, when the Count had visited Lise, had Dédé driven him there? It's crucial to find out. Otherwise, that nocturnal visit was a one-off call with a specific purpose. Why had Madame Maigret burst out laughing? What was so funny about him? Did she also think that he'd been larking around with girls? Justin Mina was the one who'd slept with Germaine. She certainly didn't intend to let go of him, and would probably make his life a misery for a long time. What about Carmen? He'd never met her. There were lots of people he'd never met.
It wasn't fair. When you're conducting a confidential investigation, you should be allowed to see everyone, to see them from inside. They must give him back his pencil. This square was a bedroom. Lise's bedroom, of course. The furniture wasn't important. There's no point drawing furniture. It would only confuse things. Only the bedside table, because there was a pistol either on top of it or in the drawer. Now, the crucial question, was Lise in bed or wasn't she? Was she expecting the Count or not? If she was in bed, she must have taken the pistol out of the drawer. If only they'd stop squeezing his head, damn it. You can't think when someone's pressing down on your head with some heavy object. How come it was broad daylight? Who's this? There's a man in the room, a short, bald man, someone he knows but whose name eludes him. Madame Maigret whispers. A cold object has slipped into his mouth. For pity's sake, gentlemen. In a while, he's going to have to go into the witness box, and if he babbles incoherently, Lise Gendreau will burst out laughing, saying that he can't possibly understand because he's not a member of the Osh Club. He must concentrate on the square. The little circle is Lise. Remember, it's only the women in the family who have inherited the character of old Balthazar, the recluse who lived in Avenue du Bois. He's the one who said it, and he should know. So why does she rush over to the window, draw back the curtains, and cry for help? Hold on, Inspector. Don't forget Mina, the flautist, because he has just changed everything. There wasn't time for anyone to leave the house when Mina rang the doorbell, and while he was arguing with Louis, a man's voice on the stairs shouted, "Hurry up, Louis!" And Dédé's car drove off. But hold on, it didn't disappear altogether. It drove around the block, so Dédé was definitely waiting for someone. When he came back, was he content to just cruise down the street to have a look? Or did he stop? Did the person he was waiting for get into the car? Hell and damnation, why couldn't they leave him alone? He doesn't want to drink any more. He's had enough. He's working, do you hear? I'm working. I'm reconstructing. He feels hot. He struggles. He will not allow anyone to laugh at him, no one, not even his wife. It's enough to make you cry. He really feels like crying. It's pointless humiliating him like this. Just because he's sitting on the pavement, that's no reason to treat him with disdain and laugh at everything he says. He won't be put in charge of any more cases. Already they were uncertain about this one. Is it his fault if you sometimes have to drink with people to find out what makes them tick? Jules. He shakes his head. Jules, wake up. He'll punish them by refusing to open his eyes. He clenches his jaw. He must look fierce. Jules, it's... And another voice says, Well, Maigret, my boy. He has forgotten his vow. He sits up abruptly and feels as if he has banged his head on the ceiling. He automatically raises his hand to his head and finds that it is encased in a thick bandage. I'm sorry, sir. I'm sorry I woke you. I wasn't asleep. His wife is there, smiling at him, and is making unintelligible signs behind Monsieur Aubre's back. Oof. What time is it? 10:30. I heard what had happened when I arrived at the office. Have they written a report? A report on him? How humiliating. Usually he's the one who writes reports, and he knows the formula. Last night, at 11:45 p.m., while on patrol in Avenue de Wagram, we were hailed by something along the lines of an individual lying on the ground, stating that his name was Maigret, Jules Amédée François. As for the chief inspector, he was looking dapper in pearl grey from head to toe, a flower in his buttonhole. His breath smelled of his early morning tipple of port. The Garde Nord police arrested them in the nick of time. Goodness, he'd almost forgotten that lot. He was tempted to say, like the flautist, it doesn't matter. And it was true. It wasn't Dédé who mattered, or Lucille, or even less the boxer who did him over the head with a blunt instrument, as the report probably said. It was the embarrassment of being in bed in front of his boss. He poked a leg out. Don't get out of bed. I'm fine, I assure you. That's what the doctor said, too. All the same, you need a few days' rest. Never. He knew they wanted to take his case away from him, but he wasn't going to let them trample all over him. Calm down, Maigret.
I am calm, perfectly calm, and I know what I'm saying. There's no reason why I can't walk or go outside.
There's no rush. I understand your hurry, but as far as your case is concerned, we'll do whatever you feel is necessary. He had said, your case, because he was a man of the world. Without thinking, he lit a cigarette, then glanced at Madame Maigret in embarrassment. Don't worry, my husband smokes a pipe all day long, and even in bed. That's a good idea. Give me a pipe. Are you sure? Did the doctor say I mustn't smoke? He didn't mention it. So? She had put everything she'd found in his pockets on top of the dressing table, and she began to fill a pipe for him. She held it out to him along with a match. I'll leave you to it, she said, making her exit and retreating to the kitchen. Maigret tried to recall everything he had thought of during the night. He only had a vague recollection, and yet he had the feeling he'd been close to the truth. Maxime Lebray sat down on a chair. He was clearly worried. He became even more so when his secretary announced slowly between two puffs, Count d'Oncemal is dead. Are you certain? I don't have any evidence, but I'd swear to it. Dead? How? He's the one who got shot. Rue Chaptal? Maigret nodded. Do you think that it's Richard Gendreau who... The question is too specific. Maigret hasn't reached that point yet. He remembers his square with the little crosses. There was a pistol on the bedside table, or in the drawer. Lise Gendreau cried for help from the window, then she was dragged backwards, and then a shot was heard. What's Dédé doing mixed up in all this? He was in the street, at the wheel of the de Dion-Bouton. Has he admitted it? There's no need for him to admit it. What about the woman? She's the mistress of the Count, who's generally known as Bob. Anyway, you know that as well as I do. Maigret would have liked to be rid of the ridiculous turban that was making his head feel heavy. What's been done with them? He asked. They've been taken to headquarters for the time being. Until when? For the moment, they've simply been charged with carrying out an armed attack on a public thoroughfare. They could probably be charged with robbery, too. Why? This Dédé had 49 1,000-franc notes in his pockets. He didn't steal them. The inspector must have read his thoughts, for he became increasingly glum. Do you mean they were given to him? Yes. To keep him quiet? Yes. Dédé disappeared for the whole of yesterday afternoon. When he resurfaced, so to speak, he was jubilant, impatient to spend some of the money swelling his pockets. While Lucille was crying over the death of her lover, he was celebrating his newfound fortune. I was with them. Poor Lebray. He could not get used to Maigret's transformation. He was like those parents who treat their child like a baby and then suddenly see before them a man, reasoning like an adult. Who knew? Watching him, Maigret had a vague suspicion. Gradually, this suspicion turned into a conviction. If Lebray had entrusted him with the case, it was in the certainty, the hope, that he would find nothing. This is what had happened. Monsieur Lebray Courcelles, the socialite, had absolutely no desire to see one of his circle, a friend from his club, being inconvenienced, even less a close friend of his wife's, a Balthazar coffee heiress. That damned flautist who'd come poking his nose into something that was none of his business. Were the goings-on in an upstairs bedroom in a private house in Rue Chaptal of any interest to the papers, the public, or even juries, made up chiefly of small shopkeepers and bank clerks? Yet on the other hand, Chief Inspector Lebray couldn't very well tear up a statement in front of his secretary. You understand, Maigret, my boy? Discretion, no scandal, extreme caution. The best way to ensure that Maigret found out nothing. Then, after a few days, he would have been greeted with smiling condescension. Come, come, it's not important. You mustn't lose heart. You did all you could. It's not your fault if that flautist is a madman who dreamed the whole thing up. Back to work, my boy. I promise you that the next big case will be yours. Right now he was worried, naturally. He might even be wishing that Maigret hadn't softened the blow by ducking in time. If he hadn't, he would have been out of action for days.
if not weeks. How the devil had the fellow found out so much? He cleared his throat and murmured in as detached a tone as possible. In other words, you're accusing Richard Gendreau of murder. Not necessarily him. It could have been his sister who fired. It's also possible that it was Louis. Don't forget that the flautist must have rung the bell, then stood knocking on the door for ages before Louis opened it, and when he did, he was fully dressed. It was a ray of hope. What a relief that it was the butler who had done it. Don't you think that the last hypothesis sounds the most plausible? He blushed, because Maigret couldn't help staring at him insistently. He began to speak volubly. As far as I'm concerned, that's how I gladly see things. He said gladly, and the word was delicious. Maigret acknowledged it in passing. I don't know precisely what business brought the Count to the house. It wasn't the first time, as you've already said, and I was surprised. He was a desperado. His father still retained a certain dignity, even though he'd lost all his money. He lived in a little apartment in the Latin Quarter and carefully avoided the people he'd known in his youth. Did he work? No, not exactly. What did he live on? He sold items that he'd salvaged from a disaster as and when he needed to. Paintings, a snuff-box, a family jewel. Perhaps some people who had known his father and used to hunt at the chateau discreetly sent him a little money. Bob, on the other hand, became a sort of anarchist. He flaunted himself in the seediest places. At one point he got a job as a bellboy at the Voisin restaurant just to embarrass his family's friends by accepting tips from them. He went off the rails in the end, mixing with the likes of Lucille and Dede. Now, where was I? Maigret said nothing. Oh, yes. He was bound to have gone to the Gendreaus that night with dishonorable intentions. Why? The fact that he was driven there by Dede, who waited for him in the street without even turning off his engine, suggests that was the case. But he was expected. How do you know? Do you think he'd have been allowed up to a young lady's bedroom otherwise? And why was Louis fully dressed at 1 o'clock in the morning? Let's suppose he was expected, which doesn't mean he was welcome. Perhaps he had indeed announced his visit. To the bedroom, remember? Very well. I'd admit, too, that Lise behaved recklessly with him. We should not judge her. Well, well. It is possible that the two of them had an affair. After all, he is still heir to the Ossevin name, and his grandparents were the masters of the chateau bought by old Balthazar, who is merely one of their peasant farmers. That might impress the peddler's granddaughter. Why not? Mind you, it's also plausible that on discovering the kind of life he was leading, she wanted to save him. Why was Maigret becoming furious? He had the feeling that his entire investigation was being reflected back to him in a distortion mirror. Nor did he like the insinuating tone of the chief inspector, who sounded as if he was giving a lecture. There's another possibility, he said quietly. What's that? That Mademoiselle Gendreau Balthazar wanted to add a title to her fortune. It's all very well having acquired the Château d'Onceville, but perhaps she felt a little like an interloper. I, too, spent my childhood in the shadow of a chateau where my father was the estate manager. I remember how desperate some of the nouveaux riches were to be invited for the hunt. Are you insinuating that she wanted to marry Bob d'Onceville? Why not? I do not wish to discuss this question, but that sounds to me like a very audacious supposition. That's not what the maid thinks. You question the maid, even though, he nearly added, even though I advised against it, which was tantamount to saying, against my orders. But he didn't, and Maigret went on, I even sort of kidnapped her. She's just around the corner from here. Did she disclose anything to you? She doesn't know anything for certain, other than that Mademoiselle Gendreau had got it into her head to become a countess. Lebray gave a resigned shrug. It clearly weighed heavily on his heart to see people of his world throwing their dignity to the winds. Supposing you're right, that still doesn't alter the facts. Will you admit that Bob might have behaved like a swine? We know nothing of what happened in that bedroom, except that a shot was fired. You have reached the same conclusions as I have. A man behaves in the way that we know he was capable of behaving. The young lady's brother is in the house, and so is the butler. She shouts for help. One of them hears, rushes upstairs, and in his indignation grabs the pistol which you yourself say is on the bedside table." Maigret now appeared to be in agreement, but he retorted, softly puffing on his pipe, one of the most enjoyable he had ever smoked, "What would you have done in that man's shoes? Supposing that you were still holding the gun, the smoking gun as it's called in the papers. On the floor there's a dead or seriously wounded man. Assuming he was wounded, I'd have called a doctor. They didn't. So you infer that he was dead." Maigret patiently pursued his train of thought, and he too seemed to be groping in the dark. Just then there's a knock on the door. It's a passer-by who heard a cry for help. "Admit it, dear Maigret, that it is disagreeable to have some passer-by meddling in your business." Someone shouted from the staircase, "Hurry up, Louis." What does that mean? He was barely aware that he was steering the conversation now. Their roles were in a way reversed, and his superior was increasingly uncomfortable. The man could not be completely dead, or again, Lise was having hysterics. I don't know. I suppose that in a crisis people tend to panic somewhat. Louis punched the intruder in the face and shoved him out into the street. He shouldn't have. And nobody should have panicked. Naturally, they realized that the fellow they'd just thrashed would go to the police, and the police would be bound to come round asking for an explanation. Which you did. They only had a few minutes before them. They could have telephoned the authorities and said, "This is what happened. It's not a murder but an accident. We had no option but to shoot a maniac who was threatening us." I think that's how you would have acted, Inspector, wouldn't you? How it changed the situation being here in his room, in his bed, instead of at the office. Behind the baize door of a police station, he would not have dared say a quarter of the things he had just said. He had a thumping headache, but that was secondary. Madame Maigret in the kitchen must have been terrified hearing him talk with such assurance. He even became aggressive. "Well, sir, that is what they didn't do, but this is what they did do. First of all, they moved the body, or the wounded man, to goodness knows where. They probably took him to one of the rooms above the stables, since they're the only ones I wasn't shown. That's only a supposition, based on the fact that the body was no longer there when I arrived. And what if Bob had left under his own steam? His friend Dede would not have had 50,000 francs in his pocket yesterday, and what's more, he certainly wouldn't have decided to leave for Belgium with Lucille. Perhaps you're right. So our people in Rue Chaptal had around half an hour. That gave them enough time to clean up the place and remove every trace of what had happened. And they had an idea that was almost a stroke of genius. Wasn't the best way to dismiss the flautist's testimony to claim it was the ramblings of a drunkard, and to show that the room he was pointing to was unoccupied? That had another advantage. Perhaps, despite everything, Lise Gendreau was a bundle of nerves, as they say. Show her in bed and claim that she was asleep. Better to show her on her feet and assert that she hadn't heard anything? That was just as risky. They bundled her into a maid's room that was miraculously empty. Would a nobody from the local police station know the difference? They simply needed to claim that she was away at her chateau in the Nièvre. Didn't hear a thing, didn't see a thing. A shot? Where? People who roam the streets at 1 o'clock in the morning are often not in their right minds. Next morning in broad daylight, who would dare accuse the Gendreau Balthazars? You are harsh, Maigret. He sighed and stood up. But perhaps you're right. I'm going to confer with the head of the Sûreté. Do you think that's necessary? If a murder really has taken place, and you have finally convinced me— Sir, said Maigret in a softer, almost imploring voice. Yes? Could you possibly wait 24 hours? Earlier you almost accused me of not acting fast enough. I assure you that I can get up. Look. And despite Debre's gesture of protest, he emerged from the sheets, a little dazed, and managed to stand up, rather embarrassed all the same to be in his nightshirt in front of his boss. This is my first case, and I congratulate you on your zeal. If you inform the Sûreté right away, the cheat squad will take over the case. Probably. First of all, if Bob has been killed, we have to find the body. If it's a question of a dead body, it can wait, can't it? The roles were reversed once again, and the inspector turned his head away to hide a smile. Maigret, so passionate earlier in his nightshirt with its collar embroidered in red, suddenly looked like an overgrown child deprived of a treat he had been promised. "I don't need this thing on my head." He tried to rip off his dressing. "I can wind up this case on my own. Just give me permission to go and question Dédé and Lucille, especially Lucille. What did they say?" "This morning, when the duty officer questioned him, he asked, 'Is Jules dead?' I presume he was talking about you. If I haven't succeeded by this time tomorrow, you can hand the case over to the Sûreté." Alarmed, Madame Maigret had opened the door a fraction and remained there standing guard, staring at her husband on his feet. There was a ring at the door. She crossed the room to go and open it, and whispering could be heard coming from the landing. When she came back alone, Maigret asked, "Who is it?" She gestured to him, but he didn't understand, and since he insisted, she finally admitted, "The musician." "I'm off," said Lebray. "I can't in all decency refuse your request. Excuse me, sir. I'd also like to, given the way the situation has developed, and given that the Sûreté would do so, may I speak to Mademoiselle Gendreau if necessary?" "I imagine that you'll be tactful, but do be careful." Maigret was delighted. He heard the door close. Then, while he was hunting around for his trousers, Georges Simenon came into the room, followed by Madame Maigret. The musician looked woeful, worried. "Are you hurt?" "Not really." "I have some bad news for you." "Go on." "She's gone." The flautist's crestfallen expression was so funny that Maigret nearly burst out laughing. "When?" "Yesterday evening, or rather, last night. She insisted on coming with me to the Brasserie Clichy, claiming that she was crazy about music and that she wanted to hear me play." Madame Maigret's presence made it even more difficult for him to own up. She understood and disappeared back into her kitchen. "She was sitting in the seat that you occupied when you came to see me. I was uncomfortable. Since I hadn't been home for dinner and hadn't set foot in my place all day, I was expecting to see my wife appear at any moment." "Did she come?" "Yes." "Did they have an argument?" "I was sitting at the table having a break between numbers. My wife started it by yanking off Germain's hat. Then she grabbed her chignon." "Were they thrown out?" "Both of them. I was back on stage. The band was playing to keep up appearances, like when a ship's going down, you know. We could hear them fighting outside. When we finished the piece, the owner came to fetch me and asked me to go and sort out my harem, as he called it." "Were they waiting for you in the street?" "Only one. My wife. She dragged me home. She locked up my shoes, so I couldn't go out. I came out anyway an hour ago, and I borrowed the concierge's shoes. Germaine has left the hotel. She came to pick up her suitcase." He finished. "Now what do we do?" Chapter 8. One says nothing, the other says too much. "Please put on your heavy overcoat at least," Madame Maigret had insisted. In those days, he had two overcoats. A heavy black one with a velvet collar, which he had been trailing around for 3 years, and a short beige one which he had been hankering after since his youth, and had recently splashed out on. As the two of them left the apartment, he suspected his wife of having whispered in Minard's ear, "Don't let him out of your sight, whatever you do." Although she made fun of him a little, she was fond of the flautist, who was so gentle, polite, and self-effacing. The sky was overcast, and the beautiful pale grey fluffy clouds promised rain for the first time in 10 days or so. Showers or sheets, long hatchings of warm rain that would make Maigret all damp beneath his overcoat and leave him smelling like a wet animal. He carried his bowler hat in his hand, since it wouldn't fit over the bulky dressing on his head. Minard went with him to the doctor's on Boulevard Voltaire to have the bandages changed for a more discreet dressing. "Do you absolutely have to go into town?" The doctor gave him a packet containing pills rolled in yellow powder. "In case you feel dizzy." "How many can I take?" 4 or 5 between now and this evening, no more. I'd rather you stayed in bed." Maigret wasn't sure what to do with the musician, but he didn't want to upset him by sending him home now he no longer needed him. So he sent him to Rue Chaptal, letting him think that he was on a very important mission. "More or less opposite the Gendreau's house, there's a little restaurant called the Vieux Calvados. I want you to sit at a table, and watch what's happening in the house. But suppose you start feeling unwell? I won't be alone." Minard stayed with him until they arrived at the gate of police headquarters, Quai d'Horloge. At that point, Maigret was still full of self-confidence. He even sniffed the odor of the dark arch with delight. Everything was dirty, seedy. This was where, each night, the officers brought in all the suspicious individuals they picked up on the streets, and where the meat wagons discharged the lowlife rounded up during raids. He entered the guardroom that smelled of barracks and asked if the chief inspector would see him. People seemed to be staring at him oddly, but he didn't dwell on that impression. He said to himself that of course the men here looked down on a humble secretary from a district police station. "Have a seat." There were 3 officers. One of them was writing while the others were doing nothing. The chief inspector's office was next door, but no one went to inform him, and no one took any notice of Maigret. They treated him as if he were an outsider. It was so embarrassing that he didn't dare fill his pipe. After a quarter of an hour, he ventured to ask, "Is the chief inspector not here?" "Busy." "Where are the people who were picked up last night?" He hadn't seen anyone in the vast room where they normally herded their victims. "Upstairs." He didn't dare ask permission to go up to criminal records. The men were made to go up in a crocodile, like schoolchildren, then forced to strip and stand in a line. They were examined one by one, and any tattoos and distinguishing marks were noted. Then they were allowed to put their clothes back on before being measured and photographed, and lastly having their fingerprints taken. Was Day-Day in the queue among the vagrants and tramps as cocksure as ever? In years to come, when he was part of the chief's squad, Maigret would be able to come and go as he pleased anywhere in the building. Meanwhile, a doctor was examining the women in another room, and the sick were sent to the Saint-Mazar infirmary. "Are you certain that the chief inspector is still busy?" He had been waiting for more than half an hour. He thought he caught the 3 men exchanging amused glances. "You'll have to wait until he rings." "But he doesn't know I'm here. I'm working on an important case. He must be informed." "You're from Saint-Georges, aren't you?" And one of the officers, the one who was writing, glanced at a piece of paper on his desk. "Jules Maigret?" "Yes." "You'll have to wait, I'm afraid. There's nothing I can do about it." There wasn't the slightest sound from the adjacent room where the chief inspector was supposed to be. After Maigret had been waiting for over an hour, he came in, not from his office, but from outside. "Are you Lebret's secretary?" At last he was being taken care of instead of being left to twiddle his thumbs like a supplicant. "You look as if you've been in the wars." "It's nothing. I know. You want to question a man named Day-Day. I think he's come back down. Would you check, Gerard? If he's here, have him brought into my office." And to Maigret, "Come in, please. You may use my office for a while." "I also need to question the woman." "Fine. Just have the sergeant bring her in." Somehow this didn't feel quite right. Maigret had imagined that things would happen differently, but he wasn't worried yet. He wasn't acquainted with the habits of the place, and he felt intimidated. An officer brought Day-Day in, then left, and so did the chief inspector, shutting the door behind him. "Well, Jules." The garage owner from Rue des Acacias was wearing the same suit as the night before. Only his tie and bootlaces had been removed in accordance with the rules, which made him look a little dishevelled. Maigret gingerly sat down at the chief inspector's desk. "I'm glad we didn't do too much damage," declared Day-Day. "These gentlemen will tell you the first thing I said when they brought me here was to ask after you." "You knew who I was, didn't you?" "Of course. And I knew you knew," said Maigret simply. "So you suspected that we were going to beat you up? And supposing we'd finish you off completely?" "Sit down." "All right. You can call me Day-Day." Maigret wasn't used to the lack of formality, but he knew that was how his colleagues spoke to people here. "I know a lot of other things too, and I'm sure we'll be able to come to an understanding." "I very much doubt it." "The Count is dead." "Do you think so?" "On the night of the 15th of April, you drove the Count in your car to Rue Chaptal, and you waited for him without switching off the engine." "I don't remember." A window opened. A woman screamed, and there was a shot. Then you drove off towards Rue Fontaine. You drove round the block. You stopped for quite a while in Rue Victor Massé, Then you cruised down Rue Chaptal one more time to see if Bob had come out. Dede watched him, smiling calmly. "Go on," he said. "You wouldn't have a cigarette, would you? Low swine took everything I had in my pockets." "I only smoke a pipe." "You knew why the Count had gone to the house?" "Tell me anyway." "You knew that something ugly had happened. The next day you didn't see anything in the papers. The Count didn't return. The day after that, still no news. Now this is getting interesting. You drove over and hung around the street again. Then, guessing what must have occurred, you went to see Richard Gendreau, not at his house, but at his office. And what did I say to that gentleman? That you would keep quiet in exchange for a sum of money. 50,000 francs, probably, because knowing why Bob went to Rue Chaptal, you knew why he was killed. Is that all?" "That's all." "What are you offering me?" "Nothing. I'm asking you to talk." "What do you expect me to say?" "The Count knew the Gendreau family. He had visited the young lady several times. Was he a lover?" "Did you ever see him?" "No. If you'd seen him, you wouldn't be asking me that question. He wasn't the sort of fellow to let slip an opportunity. There was talk of marriage, wasn't there?" "You know, I like you. I was actually saying to Lucille, pity he's a fool. How stupid to become a cop when you're built like that and you're not afraid of hard work." "Do you prefer prison?" "To what?" "If you talk, it's likely that we'll drop the charge of blackmailing Richard Gendreau." "Do you think he'll file a complaint?" "We'll also drop the charge of attempted murder, of which I was the victim." "Listen, Jules, you're on a losing streak. Don't waste your breath. It makes my heart ache. You're a good kid. Perhaps one day we'll bump into one another and have a couple of drinks, but here we're not on equal terms. You're as innocent as a choir boy. They'll make mincemeat out of you." "Who?" "It doesn't matter. But let me tell you one thing. Bob was a decent fellow. He had his own ideas about how to behave in the world. He couldn't stand the sight of some people, but he was incapable of foul play. Get that clear." "He's dead." "He could be. I have no idea. Or if I do know something, it's no one else's business. Now I'm telling you as a friend, drop it. Do you get it? Drop it, Jules. I've nothing to say." "I'll say nothing. You're out of your depth. Let's say we're both out of our depth. I know nothing, I saw nothing, I heard nothing. The 50 grand? I'll carry on repeating till the cows come home that I won it at the races. As for getting out of here, we'll see, won't we?" And so saying, he gave a strange little smirk. "Now, be a nice fellow and don't give poor Lucille a hard time. She really loved her Bob. Do you get that? A girl can be on the game and love her man. Don't torment her, and perhaps one day I'll thank you. That's all." He had stood up, and of his own accord was heading for the door. "Dede," called Maigret, also rising. "That's it. I'm keeping mum. You won't get another word out of me." Dede opened the door and called the officers. "We're done," he said with a leer. The sergeant asked Maigret, "Shall I bring you the woman?" Lucille refused to sit down, but insisted on standing in front of the desk. "Do you know how Bob died?" She sighed. "I have no idea." "He was murdered in a house in Rue Chaptal." "Do you think so?" "He was the lover of another girl." "I'm not jealous." "Why won't you talk?" "Because I have nothing to say." "If you'd known that Bob was alive, you wouldn't have been on your way to Belgium." She clammed up. "Why don't you want Bob to be avenged?" She bit her lip and looked away. "You prefer a fistful of money to seeing his killer put away?" "You have no right to say that." "Then talk." "I don't know anything." "What have I helped you?" "I wouldn't say anything." "Who have you seen since you've been here?" At last Maigret understood. The reason he had been kept waiting was not because the inspector was busy. The Criminal Records Department upstairs had been in touch with Quai des Orfèvres. Had Dede been photographed and his fingerprints taken? Had Lucille been given a medical examination? It was unlikely. But it was almost certain that someone had questioned them. Someone from the Sûreté. By the time Maigret had arrived, at least an hour had elapsed since Lebray had left Boulevard Michel-Lenoir. It was hard to believe, and yet hadn't Dede himself hinted that Maigret was being taken for a ride?
He left the room and had the feeling that they were laughing at him behind his back. The chief inspector returned just at that moment as if by chance. "Well, my friend, success? Did they talk?" "What are you planning to do with them?" "I don't know yet. I'm awaiting orders." "From whom?" "From on high, as usual." "Thank you." Maigret stepped into the street just as the skies opened. He felt so disillusioned that he was on the verge of handing in his notice. "You're as innocent as a choir boy," Dede had said to him with a touch of pity. He had so wanted to belong to this establishment, and now he was leaving, demoralized, a feeling of disgust in the pit of his stomach. He walked into the Brasserie Dauphine, where there were a few officers from Quai des Orfèvres having a drink. He knew them by sight, but for them, he was a nobody. First he took one of the pills the doctor had given him, in the hope that it would give him a boost. Then he drank a large glass of spirits. He saw them sitting around a table looking rather unkempt, very much at ease. Those men were entitled to go anywhere. They knew everything. They exchanged information on the cases they were working on. Did Maigret still want to be one of the boys? Was he not beginning to discover that his idea of the police was completely mistaken? After the second glass, he was on the point of going to see his protector, the big boss, Xavier Guichard, to tell him what was on his mind. They had made a fool of him. When Lebray had come to visit him, he'd wormed information out of him. His car was waiting at the door. Most likely, he told the driver to go straight to Quai des Orfèvres, where he would certainly not have been kept waiting. "My secretary's overzealous. He's going to put his foot in it and bring us trouble." Who knows whether he went to his superiors, to the commissioner, for example, or even the Minister of the Interior. Perhaps the Minister of the Interior was also a regular dinner guest at Rue Chaptal. By now, Maigret was convinced they had only allowed him to handle the case, warning him to be cautious, so that he would fall at the first hurdle. "You want to question Dede? Why not? Go ahead, my boy." Only beforehand, they'd had a word with the garage owner. Who knows what they'd promised him in exchange for keeping his mouth shut? It was easy. This wasn't the first time he'd been in trouble. As for Lucille, if she didn't keep quiet, they could always put her away for a spell in Saint-Lazare. "You're as innocent as a choir boy." He laughed nervously, because he really had been a choir boy back in his village. Everything had been tainted. His police force was tainted. He wasn't just vexed that he'd been robbed of his little success. It was something deeper. He felt more like a jilted lover. "Wait up." He almost ordered a third drink, changed his mind, paid, and left with a feeling that the four others at their table were laughing at him behind his back. He realized that from now on everything would be rigged. What could he do? Go and find the flautist. Justin Minard was his only trump card, a flautist. It was because of him that Lebray had launched an investigation in the first place. If Maigret got angry, they would claim that the blow to his head had affected his mind. He clambered onto a passing omnibus and stood sullenly on the platform, breathing in the wet dog smell coming from his overcoat. He felt hot. Was he perhaps running a slight temperature? On reaching Rue Chaptal, he nearly turned back at the thought of Paumelle, the owner of Vivier Calvados, who had been so patronizing towards him. Perhaps they were right after all. Perhaps he'd been mistaken and wasn't made of the right stuff for a career in the police. And yet he was so certain of what he would have done had he had a free hand. He would have searched every nook and cranny of that house which he could see from the street. He would also have got to know the people who lived there. He would have discovered all their secrets, starting with the late elderly Balthazar and finishing with Lise Gendreau and Louis. The main thing was not to find out precisely what had happened on the night of the 15th. That was only an end. It would be easy to piece together their comings and goings once he knew each person's inner thoughts. But the house was a stronghold whose gates were closed to him, just like the one on Avenue du Bois. People came racing to the rescue at the slightest alert. Dede had suddenly clammed up, and Lucille was resisting the urge to avenge her Bob. He realized that he'd been talking to himself as he walked. He shrugged and flung open the door of the little restaurant. Justin was there, standing at the bar, holding a glass. He had taken Maigret's place and was chatting to Paumelle, who showed no surprise at the sight of a newcomer. "The same for me," Maigret ordered.
The main door was wide open. The downpour was petering out, and there was sunshine between the raindrops. The glistening pavement would be dry in no time.
"I thought you'd be back," said Pamel. "What baffles me is that you're not with the other gentlemen."
Maigret wheeled round to look at Georges Simenon, who hesitated. Eventually he said, "There are a lot of people in the house. They arrived around half an hour ago." There were no cars in the street. The visitors had probably arrived in cabs. "Who are they?" "I don't know. It looks like a raid by the prosecutor's office. There's a gentleman with a white beard, accompanied by a young man, maybe the prosecutor and his clerk." Clenching his glass, Maigret asked, "Then what?" "People I've never seen." Justin tactfully did not say what he thought, and it was Pomel who grumbled,
"Colleagues of yours, not from the local police station, from Quai des Orfèvres. I recognize one of them."
Poor Mina. He didn't know where to look. He too felt as if he'd been duped. Maigret had let him think that he was in charge of the case, and the flautist had thrown himself body and soul into helping him. And now it transpired that Maigret was a nobody, and that he wasn't even being kept abreast of developments. Once again, Maigret was tempted to go home, to write his furious letter of resignation, then retire to bed. His head was burning and hurting with a stabbing pain. The owner was brandishing a bottle of Calvados in mid-air, and Maigret nodded. Too bad. He'd been made a fool of from the start. They were right. He was an innocent. "Germaine is in the house," muttered Mina. "I spotted her at a window." Naturally. Her too. She might not be very bright, but she had a certain intuition, like all women. She had realized that she'd chosen the wrong side, that Maigret and his flautist were just pawns. "I'm going over there," Maigret suddenly decided, putting his glass down on the bar. He was so afraid that his courage would fail him that he rushed across the road. From the archway he saw two men digging in a corner of the garden. To the left, in front of the main door into the hall, a police officer stood guard. "I'm from the local police station," said Maigret. "You'll have to wait." "Wait for what?" "For these gentlemen to finish. But I'm in charge of this case." "Maybe, but I have my orders." Another one from Quai des Orfèvres. If ever I work for the Sûreté, Maigret promised himself, already forgetting his firm resolve to leave the police, I swear I'll never show contempt for the poor fellows from the local police stations. "The prosecutor?" "Or those gentlemen." "Is the chief with them?" "I don't know. What does he look like?" "He's wearing a grey tailcoat. He's tall and thin with a blonde pencil moustache." "I haven't seen him." "Who's here from Quai des Orfèvres?" "Detective Chief Inspector Maigret." His name was forever appearing in the newspapers. In Maigret's eyes, he was perhaps the most distinguished man in the world, with his clean-shaven face that made him look like a butler, and prying, beady little eyes that always seemed to be looking elsewhere. "The body?" The police officer was reluctant to reply to Maigret's questions, and did so condescendingly. "Is Richard Gendreau in the house?" "What does he look like?" "Dark hair and a long crooked nose." "He is." So either Gendreau hadn't gone to his office as usual, or he had hurried back. Just then a cab drew up outside. A young woman alighted and hurried towards the door where the two men stood talking. She couldn't have seen Maigret. "Mademoiselle Gendreau," she said tentatively, and the officer opened the door to her at once, saying to Maigret, "I had orders." "Were they expecting her?" "I was simply told to let her in." "Have you seen the butler?" "He's with a gentleman from Quai des Orfèvres right now. Are you familiar with the case?" "A little," replied Maigret, swallowing his pride. "Apparently it was a nasty piece of work." "Who?" "The fellow who was shot by the servant." Maigret stared at him, open-mouthed. "Are you certain?" "Of what?" "That Louis—" "Look, I don't even know who Louis is. I just overheard snatches of conversation. What I do know is that it's best to avoid attracting a crowd." One of the men who was digging, and who was definitely a police officer, entered the porch. The one who remained in the garden must be the manservant. The officer had mud on his hands and on his shoes, and wore an expression of disgust. "It's not a pretty sight," he said in passing. A door opened, and he vanished into the house. In the split second the door was ajar, Maigret caught a glimpse of Lise Gendreau and her brother, who stood talking in the entrance hall. The men from the prosecutor's office must be in one of the drawing rooms behind closed doors. "Do you have an appointment?" the police officer asked Maigret, whose impatience was visible. "I don't know." It was enough to make him cry. Never had he been so humiliated. "I think they're more afraid of the press than anyone else. That's why they're taking so many precautions. The funny thing is that at home we drink Balthazar coffee. I had no idea that one day—" They must be making a lot of telephone calls in the house, for they could hear frequent clicks and ringing. "If your chief inspector sent you, I can go and tell them that you're out here waiting." "There's no point." The officer shrugged. He didn't understand what Maigret meant and watched him take a pill. "Are you not well? Do you have any idea how it all started?" "How what started?" "Were you at Quai des Orfèvres?" "Yes, I was just off on a stakeout in La Villette. Chief Inspector Maigret was giving a guy a roasting." A short fellow in a check suit?" "Yes, a brash fellow." "Did someone telephone the inspector?" "No. The chief called him in. While he was gone, he asked me to keep an eye on the fellow. A funny one. He asked me for a cigarette, but I didn't have any." "Then what?" "When Monsieur Maigret came back, he shut himself away with the fellow in the check suit for a moment, after telling us to be at the ready." "Who?" "The men in the squad. There are 3 of us here, plus the chief inspector. The other 2 are inside. The one who was digging, that's Barrère. He got a bullet in his body a month ago, as he was arresting the Pole of Rue Colincourt." Every word was loaded. Maigret pictured the inspector's office, the amiable authority of Maigret, who called them "my boys." Why had they done this to him? Had he made a mistake? Had he gone about things the wrong way? Had he not been of the utmost discretion? When Chief Inspector Lebray had visited Maigret's apartment on Boulevard Richard-Lenoir, he seemed to be giving him carte blanche. But then Lebray had raced over to Quai des Orfèvres. Then perhaps he'd come here. "So the butler admits he did it." "That's my understanding. He looks like a thug at any rate." "I'm at a loss to understand." "Because you like to think you can understand." It was perhaps Maigret's first true lesson in modesty. The police officer was older than him. He was over 30. He had the calm air, the sort of indifference of those who have seen many things. He puffed gently on his pipe without craning to hear what was being said inside. "It's still better than hiding out for hours on end in some alley in La Villette." Now a car was pulling up outside the house. A young doctor with a dark beard jumped out, clutching his bag. And Maigret recognized him from the photographs in the newspapers. He was Dr. Paul, the coroner, who was already quite famous. "Where are the gentlemen from headquarters?" "This way, doctor. The body's in the garden, but I presume you'd like to see the prosecutor first." They all went into the inner sanctum, apart from Maigret, who was left to champ at the bit under the arch. "You'll see," said the officer. "There will only be 3 lines in the papers about it." "Why?" "Because—" And true enough. That evening there was a paragraph in La Presse saying, "During the night of the 15th of this month, a burglar broke into the private residence of the Gendreau Balthazar family in Rue Chaptal. The butler, Louis Vieux, age 56, born in Anseval-Nièvre, killed him with a bullet to the chest." That night, Maigret was lying in bed with a temperature of 39, while Madame Maigret wondered how to get rid of the flautist, who refused to leave the room and seemed more like a lost dog than ever. Chapter 9. Lunch in the Country. It lasted 3 days. At first he'd hoped that he would really be ill, and that would infuriate them. But on the first morning, when he cautiously opened his eyes, the only thing wrong with him seemed to be a nasty cold in the head. So he was shamming, trying to fool even his wife. It was ridiculous to have nothing more serious than a cold in the head, so he groaned, coughed, and complained of chest pains. "I'm going to give you a mustard poultice, Jules. That'll stop you getting bronchitis." Madame Maigret was as cheerful as ever. She nursed him tenderly. You could say she pampered him, and yet he had the feeling that she wasn't taken in. "Come in, Monsieur Minard," he heard her saying in the adjacent room. No, he's no worse, only please don't tire him out. That meant that she was playing along. His temperature? Asked the flautist anxiously. No cause for concern. And she took care not to say what it was, because if anything it was subnormal. She loved concocting herbal teas and poultices and making broth or egg custard. She also liked to draw the curtains gently and walk around on tiptoe, half open the door sometimes and peek in to make sure he was asleep. Poor Mina had already become a nuisance. Maigret was annoyed with himself. He was fond of the flautist and wished he could be kind to him. He would turn up at around 9 or 10 in the morning. He didn't ring the bell, but discreetly scratched at the door in case Maigret had fallen asleep. Then he would whisper, come into the room, brushing the doorpost, and walk over to the bed. No, don't move. I simply come to find out how you are. Do you need me to do anything? I'd be so happy to help you out. It was no longer a matter of playing detective. Anything to help. He also offered Madame Maigret his services. Why don't you let me go to the market for you? I'm very good at shopping, you know. He ended up perching by the window for a moment on one buttock and would stay for hours. If they asked after his wife, he answered sharply, It doesn't matter. He came back in the late afternoon, in evening dress on his way to work. Now he was playing in a dance hall on Boulevard Saint-Michel, no longer the double bass, but the cornet, which must be hard for him. It left a pink ring in the center of his lips. Every morning Maigret also sent over an orderly from the police station for news. The concierge had been disappointed. She knew that her tenant was an official, but he had never told her that he was a police officer. The chief inspector says to take good care of yourself and not to worry. Everything's fine. He snuggled under the covers of his damp bed, which smelled strongly of sweat. It was a way of withdrawing into himself. He didn't know yet that this would become a quirk, that he would often resort to this behavior in his moments of despondency or confusion. The shift happened almost to order. Instead of his ideas becoming clear, they became scrambled, as they do when a person is feverish. He slipped gently into a half-sleep, and reality took on new forms, merging with childhood memories. The light and shadows of the room also played a part, and even the flowers on the wallpaper, the aromas from the kitchen, and Madame Maigret's muffled footsteps. He always went back to the same point, picking up his characters like chess pieces. Old Balthazar, the Gendros, the father, Lise and Richard, the Château d'Ancevin, Louis, Germaine, the little maid, Marie. He moved them around, distorted them. Then came the turn of Maigret, leaving the Maigret's apartment on Boulevard Richard-Lenoir, getting into his gig and saying to his coachman, "Quai des Orfèvres." Was he on first-name terms with the big chief, Xavier Guichard? This was where it became harrowing. What was Maigret saying to him in the vast office which Maigret had been inside twice and which he thought was the most awe-inspiring place in the world? "My secretary, that young man you recommended to me, is handling a case. I had no alternative but to give it to him, but I fear he's going to put his foot in it." Was that what he was saying? Possibly. Above all, Maigret was a man of the world. He fenced every morning at the Orche Club, frequented the salons, attended all the premieres, and appeared at the races in a light grey top hat. But what about Xavier Guichard? He'd been a friend of Maigret's father and was from the same social class. He didn't live in the exclusive Morceau district, but in a little apartment in the Latin Quarter, surrounded by his books, rather than by beautiful women. No, he wasn't capable of playing a dirty trick or of compromise. And yet he had called Barraudais. What orders had he given him? And if that were true, did that mean that Maigret was wrong? He hadn't concluded his investigation, granted. He didn't know who had shot the Count, nor did he know why, but he would have got to the bottom of it. He was conscious of having done a good job in a very short time, as was proved by the fact that Maigret had been alarmed. So why had he been? There was no more mention of the case in the newspapers. It had been hushed up. Bob's body must have been taken to the morgue for the autopsy. He saw himself back in the courtyard in Rue Chaptal, behind the others, the high-ups who ignored him. Barraudais, who didn't know him personally, must have taken him for one of the servants. The prosecutor, the examining magistrate, and the clerk of the court thought he was one of Baraday's men. Only Louis had shot him a smug look. He had probably been told of Maigret's activities by Germaine. All that was humiliating, discouraging. There were moments when, his eyes closed, his body clammy, he formed a plan for the perfect investigation. Next time, I'll go about it like this. Then, abruptly on the fourth morning, he had enough of being ill, and before the arrival of the flautist, he got up, had a thorough wash, carefully shaved, and removed the dressing from his head. "Are you going to the office?" He wanted to get back to the smell of the police station, his black desk, and the seedy-looking customers on their bench against the white wall. What should I tell Justin? Now they called him Justin, like a family friend or kinsman. If he wants to come and meet me at 1 o'clock, we can have lunch together. He hadn't slept with his moustache net on, and he had to straighten the tips with a hot curling iron. He walked most of the way to soak up the atmosphere of the boulevard, and his resentment melted away in the spring sunshine. What's the point of my worrying about those people? The Gendreaus in their stronghold, the old man's character that was passed on through the female line, their battles over the will, the question of who would inherit the Balthazar coffee empire. Because it dawned on him that this wasn't just about money. Once people have a considerable fortune, it is no longer money that matters, but power. It was about deciding who would have the biggest pile of shares, who would be the chairman of the board, Lise or Richard. It had to be deeply ingrained for a young woman to forget her 21 years and only think of taking up the director's role, as her mother had done before her, to be the big boss. Let them fight it out between them. That was it. That was exactly what they'd done. And a man had been killed, who nobody grieved for except for a girl who walked the streets around Avenue de Wagram. He went into the police station and shook hands with his colleagues. "Bertrand's gone over to your place to find out how you are." He didn't let Lebray know he was there, but went and sat at his desk without a word. It wasn't until 10:30 that on half opening the baize door, his boss spotted him. "Are you here, Maigret? Come in and see me." He was trying to sound offhand. "Have a seat. I wonder whether you're doing the right thing in coming back to work so soon. I was planning to offer you convalescence leave. Don't you think that a few days in the country would do you good?" "I feel perfectly fit." "Good, good. By the way, as you'll have seen, this whole business is resolved now, and I congratulate you, for actually you weren't so far from the truth. On the same day that I visited you, Louis telephoned the police." "Of his own accord?" "I really have no idea. Besides, it makes no difference. The main thing is that he confessed to the crime. He must have got wind of your investigation and realized that you would uncover the truth." Maigret stared fixedly at the desk, and his face showed no emotion. Ill at ease, Lebray continued, "He went over our heads and contacted the prefecture directly." "Have you read the papers?" "Yes." "Naturally, the truth has been slightly rearranged. Sometimes it's a necessity, as you'll understand one day. There are cases when there's no point in creating a scandal, where the harsh truth does more harm than good. Let me explain. We both know that the Count didn't break into the house as a burglar. Perhaps he was expected. Lise Gendreau was very nice to him. I use the word in the best sense. Don't forget that she was born at the Château d'Onceval and that there are ties between her family and his. Bob was a hothead. He was on a downward spiral. Why would she not have tried to help him back onto the straight and narrow? That's the opinion of my wife, who knows her well. Anyway, it's of little importance. Was he drunk that night, as he often was? Did he behave in a scandalous manner?" Louis gave few details. He heard screams when he entered the room. Bob and Richard Gendreau were fighting, and he thought he saw the gleam of a knife in the Count's hand. "Has the knife been found?" Maigret asked quietly without looking up. He seemed to be gazing obstinately at a little stain on the mahogany desk. "I don't know. It's Baraday who questioned him. The fact remains that there was a pistol on the bedside table, and that Louis, fearing for his master's life, fired it. Now, my young friend, tell me, who would have benefited from a scandal? The public wouldn't have accepted the truth. We live in times when certain social classes are constantly being targeted. Mademoiselle Gendreau's honor was at stake because it is her reputation that would have suffered. In any case, we are dealing with a case of self-defense. Are you certain that it was the butler who fired? We have his confession. Think about it, Maigret. Ask yourself how a certain section of the press would have reacted, and what the repercussions would have been for the young woman who could be accused of nothing other than imprudence. I understand. Mademoiselle Gendreau has left for Switzerland. Her nerves are shattered, and she will probably rest for a few months. Louis has been released, and it's likely that the case will be dismissed. His only crime was to have panicked and buried the body in the garden instead of owning up immediately. Did he do it alone? Put yourself in Richard Gendreau's position. I see that you don't yet understand, but you will. There are cases where we have no right. And while he struggled to find the right words, Maigret looked up and said in a neutral, almost naive tone, "To do as our conscience dictates." Then abruptly, Lebré became curt again, loftier than ever. "My conscience is clear," he snapped, "and I would claim that it is as sensitive as anyone else's. You are young, Maigret, very young, and that is the only reason why I can't hold it against you." It was midday when the telephone rang in the big main office. Inspector Besson, who had picked it up, shouted, "For you, Maigret, it's that fellow who's already called 3 times, always at the same time." Maigret grabbed the receiver. "Hello, Jules?" He recognized Dédé's voice. "Are you feeling better? Are you back at work? Tell me, are you free for lunch?" "Why?" "A little idea of mine. Ever since the other night I've been wanting to take you out to lunch in the country. Don't be scared. I'll come and pick you up in the car. Not outside the police station, because I'm not very fond of those places, but at the corner of Rue Fontaine, all right?" Poor old Justin Minard was going to be left high and dry once again. Tell him that I had to go out on important business, that I'll see him tonight, or tomorrow." A quarter of an hour later, he clambered into the Grey de Dion-Bouton. Dédé was alone. "What do you fancy? Do you like fried gudgeon? First, we're going to stop at Port Mayo for a quick drink." They went into a bar, and Dédé ordered 2 stiff absinthes, letting the water drip onto the sugar lump balanced on the perforated spoon and watching it slowly dissolve. He was cheerful, with a hint of earnestness in his expression. He was wearing a check suit, greenish-yellow shoes, and a splendid red tie. "Another?" "No, as you wish. I've no reason to get you drunk this time." Then he was back on the road, the banks of the Seine, with fishermen in their boats, and finally a little riverside inn with leafy arbours dotted around the garden. "A slap-up meal, Gustave, for starters fried fish, only gudgeon. And to Maigret, he's going to net some for us and cook 'em live." Then to the owner, "What will you serve us for the main course?" "A coq au vin made with the Beaujolais rosé." "Let's go for the coq au vin." Dédé was very much at home here. He sniffed around in the kitchen and went down to the cellar, returning with a bottle of white Loire wine. "It's better than all the aperitifs in the world. Now, while we're waiting for our fish, fill your pipe. We can talk." He had an urge to explain. "I insisted on seeing you because deep down I like you. You're not corrupt, yet, like most of the boys in your outfit." He too embroidered the truth a little, Maigret knew. People of Dédé's sort are blabbermouths, and that's often how they get caught. They're so proud of themselves that they can't resist the desire to boast. "Where's Lucille?" asked Maigret, who had expected her to be with them. "She really is ill, believe it or not. That girl really was mad about Bob, you see. She'd have put her head on the block for him. She was completely devastated. First of all, she wouldn't leave Roubray, saying that every step would remind her of him. Yesterday, I persuaded her to go away to the country. I drove her there, and I'll go and pick her up again. Bad enough. Maybe we'll talk about her later." He lit a cigarette and blew the smoke out slowly through his nostrils. The wine sparkled in the glasses. The breeze made the young leaves of the bower quiver. They could see the owner, standing in his skiff, peering into the water before casting his net. "I presume you were curious enough to have a look at my file, and you will have seen that I never take risks. Little jobs, yes. Twice I copped 6 months, and I swore that that was enough." He drank to keep up his spirits.
Have you read the papers?" And when Maigret nodded, "Clever, very clever, that lot. You should have seen Lucille. She turned as white as a ghost. She was determined to go and find him and squawk. I calmed her down. I kept saying to her, what would be the point? They sullied his name all right, didn't they? I swear to you, if I could get the guy with a broken nose, Richard his name is, in a corner where there are no cops, I'd happily smash his face in. He coughed up 50 grand and he thinks that's the end of it. Well, between you and me, even though you're a cop, I tell you that's not the end of it. We'll meet again one day, sooner or later. There are bastards and bastards. That type of bastard I can't stand. What about you?" "I was taken off the case," mumbled Maigret. "I know. I'm paid to know. Did they order you to keep quiet?" "They told me that all I needed to do was keep mum and I'd have my deal." Which meant that the police would turn a blind eye to Dédé's peccadilloes. They'd forget the blow to Maigret's head, and they wouldn't investigate where the 49,000 francs found in his wallet had come from. What bowled me over was the butler story. Do you believe that? No. Right. Otherwise you'd have gone down in my esteem. Since someone had to have pulled the trigger, it might as well be the servant. Who do you reckon fired the shot? We can talk here, can't we? Mind you, if you try and use what I've told you, I'll swear I kept my mouth shut. I think it was the girl. So do I. The difference being that I have good reason to believe so. I'd also add that if she shot Bob, it was by mistake. It was the brother she was trying to kill, because those two loathe each other the way people in those families do. It's a pity you never met Bob. He was the most decent fellow on earth. Boy, he could drive them all round the bend. But not out of spite. He didn't have a mean bone in his body. It was something else. He despised them so much that he found them laughable. When the girls started hanging around him— How long ago? Oh, it was last autumn. I don't know who told her. Everyone knew that after the races at around 5:30 you could always find Bob in a bar in Avenue de Vavron. She went there? She did too. And without avail. She told him who she was, that she lived at the Château d'Enceval, that she was interested in him, and he'd be welcome to visit her at her house. Did he sleep with her? You can say that again. He even took her to the hotel in Rue Bray that you've been to see how far she'd go, you know. He was a good-looking kid, but she wasn't the kind of doll to go into a hotel like that just for the pleasure of being screwed. Besides, she had no more feelings than a brick wall. He didn't keep it secret for Lucille's sake. If she was going to be jealous of all the girls that passed through his hands— Oh, here's the fish. Tell me how you find it. He could eat and talk at the same time, and he continued to indulge in both, caressing the second bottle that had been placed in front of them. Don't try to understand. It took Bob himself a while to see clearly, and— no offence, he was cleverer than the two of us put together. What surprised him the most was that she wanted to marry him. She offered him a deal. He would no longer need to work and would receive an allowance every month for his day-to-day expenses and everything. He strung her along. He said to himself that she was desperate to be called the Countess d'Enceval. There are people like that. They buy themselves a chateau, then they want a title to buy a set of ancestors. That's what Bob explained to me. He looked Maigret in the eye and announced, pleased at catching him off balance, "Well, that wasn't it." He crunched the crisp gudgeon, glancing from time to time at the Seine where barges glided slowly past, sounding their sirens as they approached the lock. Don't try. You'll never guess. When Bob found out, he was staggered. And yet he knew the family history inside out. Do you know whose idea the marriage was? The old man's. He was triumphant. Admit that it was worth coming out to Bougival for lunch. You've heard about the shriveled-up old boy who wanted to leave his house and his paintings to the state to be turned into a museum. If you want to laugh, listen to what comes next. I don't know the full story, mind you, neither did Bob. Apparently the old boy who had started out as a country peddler dreamed of having grandchildren of true noble blood. Do you want to know what I think? That for him it was a sort of revenge, because it appears that the Encevals weren't very nice to him. They sold him the chateau and the farms, then they discreetly withdrew. They wouldn't once invite him to dinner or even to lunch. So he put clauses in his will that riled the entire family. His daughter was still alive when he died, but those people with their millions plan a long way ahead. On the death of the daughter, the shares were to be split between two parties, 51% for the young lady and 49% for Crooked Nose. Apparently it was very important that the majority vote, as they call it, went to the young lady. Me, I don't know much about these things. Anyway, it was to happen when she turned 21. "Next month," said Maigret. "I'd have some more. Too bad if I'm too full for the coq au vin." Where were we? Right. Only there was another little problem. If the young lady married an Roncesvalles, then she would receive all the shares, and it would be left to her discretion to give her brother an allowance equivalent to his holding. That means that he would no longer have had anything to do with the coffee company, the chateau, etc. The Balthazars and the Gendreaus would have become Roncesvalles, their lineage going back to the Crusades. Bob was well up on these things, and you have no idea how it made him laugh. Did he agree to the deal? What do you take him for? How did he find out? Through the brother, and you'll see how a man can stupidly lose his life. The Gendreau with a broken nose is no fool. He doesn't want to end up like his father, spending all his time in clubs and chasing errand girls in Rue de la Paix. He wants to be the boss, too. I'm beginning to see. No, you can't possibly see, because Bob didn't see at first. Richard asked him to come to his office. Apparently it's like a sacristy, with carved wood on the walls, Gothic furniture, a floor-to-ceiling portrait of the old man, who seems to be laughing at you. To be honest, out of a lot of them, that old man is still the one I'd find easiest to get on with. Bob used to say that he was the most mischievous devil he'd ever come across, so to speak, because he was dead. Anyhow, so the brother comes out with his spiel. He asked Bob if he's decided whether to marry his sister. Bob replies that he never had any intention of doing so. The brother tells him that he's making a mistake, that it would be a good deal for everyone. And why would it be a good deal? Because he, Richard Gendreau, would hand over a pile of dough to his sister's husband. As much dough as he wanted, on the sole condition that he promised to show his sister a good time, entertain her, and get her to give up her love of business. Do you see now? Bob replied that he didn't feel cut out for that job. So the bastard with the crooked nose declared that that was just too bad for him, and he would end up paying a high price. When I think that you'd have had me thrown in jail for having got that fellow to cough up 50,000, I don't hold it against you. You couldn't have known. Now they basked in a wonderful aroma of coq au vin, and despite what Daddy had said earlier, he still had a healthy appetite. Try this Beaujolais, and admit that it would have been a pity to deprive me of such a feast and put me on a diet of beans. Do you know what he had in his bag, that idiot? I said that Bob was a decent guy, but I didn't claim he was a saint. It happened, as it does to everyone, that he found himself a bit short. All his life he'd known loads of swanky people, so sometimes, for a laugh, he'd imitate their signature on bankers' drafts or other bank forms. He didn't mean any harm. The proof is that no one ever filed a complaint, and things always worked out in the end. Well, Jules, the idiot had got hold of a whole pile of those forms from God knows where. If you don't marry my sister, I'll have you locked up. If, when you have married her, you don't toe the line, I'll have you locked up. Harsh, even harsher than the old man. I swear Bob was sorry he got mixed up with a girl and that old business. Meanwhile, the young lady was in a hurry. She wanted the wedding right away before she turned 21. She sent him letters by pneumatic tube, dispatches. She arranged to meet him time and time again. Sometimes he came, sometimes he didn't. And she'd turn up at Roubray looking for him. She'd wait on the corner of the avenue, not caring whether she was mistaken for something else. Lucille knew her well. When you drove Bob to Rue Chaptal on the night of the 15th, he decided to finish it, to come clean, and tell her that he would not be bought, either by her or her brother. Did he ask you to wait for him? Not exactly, but he didn't expect to be long. Oh, breast or leg? You should have more mushrooms. Gustave picks them himself and preserves them. Maigret felt perfectly relaxed, possibly thanks to the Beaujolais on top of the dry white wine. You're wondering why I'm telling you all this.
No. You know? Yes. Or at least he intuited it. Dede needed to get it off his chest, or spit it out, as he would have said, and could no longer keep quiet. Here there was no danger. Besides, he had his deal. But he wasn't proud of that. This lunch was a way for him to salve his conscience. Revealing others' dirty doings made him appear in a relatively virtuous light. Maigret would remember that lunch at Bougival for a long time to come, and that memory possibly helped him avoid making rash judgments. I know nothing about what happened up there. Neither did Maigret, but it was already becoming easier to reconstruct. What they needed to know was whether Richard Gendreau was supposed to be in the house. Perhaps that night he should have been at his club or elsewhere. And again, perhaps, as it was in his nature, it was Bob himself who had asked him to go upstairs. Why not? In order to tell the pair of them what he thought of their scheming. First of all, I'm not getting married. Maigret, who had never seen him, was beginning to have a sense of his character, and even of his appearance. I have no desire to sell a name that I don't even bother to use. Because although around Place des Town and on the racecourses some called him the Count, most of his acquaintances were convinced it was a nickname and were unaware of his real name. Did Lise Gendreau throw a tantrum and talk about her reputation? Did her brother lose his temper? And you can shut up. Besides, I'm going to tell your little sister about the little deal you cooked up. Did he have the chance? Or did Richard go for him straight away? Hundreds of thousands of people who drank Balthazar coffee and stuck flower cards in albums like Madame Maigret had no idea that their morning coffee had been at stake in the bedroom battle in Rue Chaptal. A vicious battle which a servant listening at the keyhole had probably overheard. The two men must have grabbed hold of each other. Perhaps they'd rolled on the floor. Was Richard Gendreau armed? He was definitely the sort to stab someone in the back. I reckon it was the bitch that killed him. Not intentionally. She genuinely panicked. The proof is that the first thing she did, which she must later have regretted, was to open the window and call for help. Unless the window was open, I must say I hadn't looked. You see, I wonder whether she hadn't ended up being truly in love with Bob. These things happen. She began because it suited her purpose. Then she fell for him. Not physically, I've already told you that she's made of wood, but he was so different from the fossils she was used to meeting. I reckon that when she saw that Bob had the upper hand, or that her brother was trying to do the dirty on her, she lost her head. She fired. Unfortunately, she's a lousy shot, and it was Bob she hit in the belly. Shall we ask for another bottle? This little wine's not bad for 2 sous. So, there you have it, Jules, my friend. When I saw the guy hammering on the door to be let in, I skedaddled. Then I came back. But there was nothing more to be seen. I decided to make myself scarce. We thought about it, Lucille and me. We still hoped that Bob would come back, or that we'd hear he was in hospital. In the end, I went to see Gendreau in his office. That's how I know what the old man looked like. Would it have been better if no one had profited from this? He coughed up almost immediately, and I wished I'd asked for 100 grand instead of 50. Bunch of crooks. You turned up just as we were about to scram. It would have been too done to get caught, you got to admit. Cheers, my friend. They settle things in their own way. I'm beginning to get used to it. It makes me sick every time I see one of their delivery vehicles with their neatly harnessed horses and a well-groomed coachman in the driver's seat. Petrol, coffee, but not Balthazar. But there was no other choice. That's annoying, he grumbled under his breath. I'm glad we're going to live in the country. You and Lucille? She didn't say no. We got 50,000 or near enough. I've always dreamed of running a little restaurant by the river, something like this, with customers who are pals. It's hard to find a place because it would need to be not too far from a racecourse. Tomorrow I'm going to hunt around Maison Lafitte. That's where I've taken Lucille. He looked a little sheepish, and added hastily, Don't you go thinking that we become law-abiding. It lasted for a week. Each morning the bell summoned Maigret into the chief inspector's office, where he presented his daily reports. Each morning Lebray opened his mouth as if he were about to say something, and then looked away. They did not exchange a word other than for strictly office matters. Maigret was more earnest than before, as if heavier, even though he had not yet put on weight. He didn't bother to smile, and he was perfectly conscious that for Lebray he was like a living rebuke. "Tell me, my boy," that was in early May, "when are you due to take your exam?" The famous course he had been studying for the night the flautist had burst into his office, into his life. "Next week." "Do you expect to pass?" "I hope so." He remained cool, almost terse. "Guichard tells me that your ambition was to work at Quai des Orfèvres." "Yes, sir." "Is it no longer so?" "I don't know." "I think you would be more at home there, and even though you are invaluable to me here, I think I'm going to intercede to have you transferred." Maigret, a lump in his throat, didn't breathe a word. He was sulking. Deep down, he still resented them, all of them, his boss, the Gendreaus, the men from the Sûreté, perhaps even Guichard, who was a father figure for him. But if Guichard... It was inevitably they who were right, he vaguely realized. A scandal would have been pointless. In any case, Lise Gendreau would have been acquitted. Well, was it not life itself that he was angry at, and was it not he who was in the wrong not to understand it? He had no intention of being bought. He refused to be indebted in any way to Chief Inspector Lebray. "I'll wait my turn," he managed to mutter. The very next day, he was summoned to Quai des Orfèvres. "Still angry, my boy?" asked the big chief, tapping him on the shoulder. He couldn't help blurting out almost furiously like a child, "It was Lise Gendreau who killed Bob." "Probably." "You knew?" "I suspected as much. If it had been our brother, Louis wouldn't have sacrificed himself." The windows were open onto the Seine. Tugs, trailing their strings of barges, sounded their sirens before passing under the bridge and lowering their funnels. A constant stream of trams, omnibuses, carriages, and taxis crossed Pont Saint-Michel, and the streets were alive with women in pastel frocks. "Have a seat, my friend." The lesson he learned that day, given in a paternal voice, wasn't in his technical police manuals. Try to do as little damage as possible. You understand? What would it have achieved? The truth. What truth? And the big chief concluded, "You can relight your pipe. On Monday you will start here as an inspector, under Detective Chief Inspector Barodet." Maigret did not yet know that one day, 22 years later, he would come across Lise again, under a different name, an aristocratic Italian name, that of her husband. Or that she would receive him in the unchanged office of Balthazar Coffee, which he had only heard about from a certain Dédé, where he would finally see the portrait of the old man, still gracing the wall. Inspector. That was him. "I don't need to ask you to exercise discretion." By that time, the Sûreté had changed its name to the Police Judiciaire, and it handled investigations undertaken on behalf of private families, as they were called in official jargon. "Unfortunately, my daughter has her father's character." She, on the other hand, was cool and calm, like old Balthazar, whose full-length portrait hung behind her chair. She allowed herself to become involved with an unscrupulous individual who has taken her to England, where he obtained a marriage license. They must not, at all costs. No, he did not yet know that once again the honor of the Balthazars would be in his hands. He was 26 years old. He couldn't wait to go and tell his wife the news. "I'm being transferred to the chief's squad." But he couldn't do so straight away. Justin Minard was waiting for him in the street. "Bad news?" "Good news. I've been promoted." The flautist looked more excited than he did. "Are you leaving the police station?" "As of tomorrow." "Shall we celebrate?" At the Brasserie Dauphine, a stone's throw from Quai des Orfèvres, inspectors from headquarters were having a drink, taking no notice of the two men celebrating over a bottle of sparkling wine. In a few days' time, they would know at least one of them. Maigret would be their equal. He would be at home in this cafe. The waiter would greet him by his name and know what his favorite drink was. When he got home that evening, he was drunk. 10 times he and Georges Simenon had walked to and fro from one corner of the street to the other. "Your wife," protested Maigret. "It doesn't matter." "Shouldn't you be at your dance hall?" "What dance hall?" Maigret stumbled noisily up the stairs to his apartment. Flinging open the door, he announced solemnly, "Say hello to the newest inspector in the chief squad. Where's your hat?" Running his hand over his head, he realized he must have left his hat somewhere. "That's women for you. And take note, be sure to take note, because it's very important. Very important, you hear? It's not because of the chief inspector. They had their eye on me, but I wasn't aware. Do you know what he said to me? The big chief. He said, I can't repeat everything he said, but he's a father. He's a father to me, you know." Then she brought him his slippers and made a cup of strong coffee. Maigret Goes to School by Georges Simenon. Chapter 1. The Teacher in Purgatory. Some images you record unconsciously with the precision of a camera, and when you find them later in your memory, sometimes you rack your brains to recall where you saw them. After so many years, Maigret no longer noticed that when he arrived, always slightly winded, at the top of the bare, dusty stairs of the police judiciaire, he would pause a moment, glancing automatically at the glassed-in cage that served as a waiting room and was called the aquarium by some colleagues, purgatory by others. Perhaps they all paused there, in what had become a kind of occupational reflex. Even on mornings like this one, when clear, bright sunlight as cheerful as lilies of the valley shone on Paris and made the pink chimney-pots gleam, a lamp glowed all day in the windowless purgatory, where daylight entered only from the immense corridor. Sometimes you'd see some rather disreputable characters in the armchairs and on the green velvet chairs. Familiar customers, rounded up by an inspector during the night, and now waiting to be questioned, or perhaps informers or witnesses summoned the previous day who looked up with hangdog faces whenever anyone walked by. For some mysterious reason, that was where the photographs of policemen killed in the line of duty were displayed, in 2 black frames with gold fillets. Other people passed through purgatory, men and women from what is known as high society, who at first remained standing, as if they'd be summoned any minute now, as if they were there simply for some routine matter. After a good while, you'd see them draw closer to a chair on which they would eventually sit down, and it was not unusual to find them slumped there in dejection 3 hours later, having lost all sense of their class privilege. That morning, there was only one man in purgatory, and Maigret noticed that he was the sort who was commonly called rat-faced. He was on the thin side. His sloped and balding brow was crowned with a froth of reddish hair. His eyes must have been blue or violet, and his nose seemed to thrust itself all the more forwards over a receding chin. From our school days on, we meet people like that everywhere, whom we tend not to take seriously, God knows why. Maigret felt he had paid so little attention that if he'd been asked, as he pushed open his office door, who was in the waiting room, he might not have known what to reply. It was 8:55. The window was wide open, and a light mist, of a blue tinted with gold, was rising from the Seine. He had put on his between-season overcoat for the first time that year, but the air was still crisp, air you felt like drinking as if it were a light white wine, air that made your face feel taut. As he took off his hat, he looked briefly at the visiting card placed in plain sight on his desk blotter. The ink was pale. Joseph Gastin, teacher. Then, in the right-hand corner, in smaller letters obliging him to lean closer, Saint-André-sur-Mer. Making no connection between this card and the rat-faced man, he simply wondered where he'd heard of Saint-André-sur-Mer before. Out in the corridor, the bell rang for the daily briefing. He took off his overcoat, picked up a dossier he had prepared the day before, and as he had done for so many years, set off for the Commissioner's office. Along the way he encountered other inspectors, whose eyes all revealed the same mood he'd seen in passers-by in the street. "This time, spring is here, so it seems. We're going to have a splendid day." Sunshine streamed in through the big windows of the Commissioner's office, as if into a country church, and pigeons cooed on the stone ledge outside. Everyone who entered rubbed his hands together and said, "Spring is here." They were all over 45, and the matters they were about to discuss were of a serious, at times even a macabre nature. Yet they delighted like children in the suddenly mild air, and especially in the light that bathed the city, turning every street corner, facade, roof, and all the cars crossing the Pont Saint-Michel into pictures anyone would be glad to hang on a wall. "Have you seen the deputy director of the bank in Rue de Rivoli, Maigret?" "I have an appointment with him in half an hour." Nothing of importance. His week was practically empty. The deputy director of a bank branch in Rue de Rivoli, a few steps from his hall, suspected one of his employees of certain irregularities. Looking out of a window, Maigret filled his pipe while his colleague from Special Branch discussed a different case involving a senator's daughter who had got herself into a compromising situation. Back at his office, Maigret found Lucas with his hat already on his head, waiting to accompany him to Rue de Rivoli. "We're going on foot." It was close by. The visiting card had slipped Maigret's mind. Going past Purgatory, he noticed the rat-faced man again, along with 2 or 3 other customers, including a nightclub proprietor whom he recognized, who was there in connection with the senator's daughter. They reached Pont-Neuf, the 2 of them, Maigret striding along, while Lucas, with his short legs, had to struggle to keep up with him. Later on, they would have been hard put to say what they talked about. Perhaps they'd simply been looking around them. At Rue de Rivoli, the air smelled strongly of fruits and vegetables, and lorries were loading up baskets and slatted crates. They went into the bank, listened to the explanations of the deputy director, then toured the premises while keeping a discreet eye on the employee under suspicion. In the absence of evidence, they would set a trap for him. They discussed the details, shook hands. Outside again, Maigret and Lucas found the air so balmy that they carried their overcoats on their arms, which gave them a kind of holiday feeling. In Place Dauphine, they stopped with the same impulse. "How about a quick one?" It was early yet for an aperitif, but they both felt that the taste of Pernod would go marvellously with the springtime atmosphere. They stepped into the Brasserie Dauphine. "2 Pernods, and quickly." "You know anything about Saint-Onlay-sur-Mer?" "I think it's somewhere in Charente." That reminded Maigret of the beach at Fouras, in the sun, and the oysters he'd eaten on the terrace of a small bistro at this same hour, around 10:30 in the morning, washed down with a bottle of the local white wine, at the bottom of which had been a little sand. "Do you think the employee is crooked?" "The deputy director appears convinced of it. He seems just like some poor fellow." "We'll know in 2 or 3 days." They went along Quai des Orfèvres, up the great staircase, and once again Maigret paused. Rat-Face was still there, leaning forwards, his long bony hands clasped in his lap. He looked up at the inspector, who thought he saw reproach in the man's eyes. In his office, he found the visiting card where he'd left it, and rang for the office boy. "He's still there." "Since 8 this morning. He got here before I did. He insists on speaking to you personally." Lots of people, especially the mad and the half-mad, asked to speak personally to the chief of police, or to Maigret, whose name they were familiar with thanks to the newspapers. They refused to be seen by any other inspector, and some would wait the entire day, return the next morning, stand up hopefully whenever they saw the detective chief inspector pass, only to sit back down and wait some more. "Show him in." Maigret sat, filled a few pipes, and motioned to the man, now ushered in, to take the chair across from him. "This is you?" he asked, holding the visiting card. Seeing the man close up, he realized that he had probably not slept, for his complexion was grey, his eyelids red, and his eyes glittered unhealthily. The visitor clasped his hands as he had in the waiting-room so tightly that the joints cracked. Instead of answering the question, he looked at Maigret with both anxiety and resignation, murmuring, "You've heard the news?" "About what?" The man looked surprised, confused. perhaps disappointed. "I thought everyone knew already. A reporter had arrived before I left Saint-Andre yesterday evening. I took the night train. I came straight here."
"Why?"
The fellow seemed intelligent, but was clearly very upset, uncertain how to begin his story. Maigret intimidated him. He had probably heard about him for years, and like many people, held him in almost godlike esteem. At a distance, this had seemed easy. Now he was before a man of flesh and blood, puffing gently on his pipe and watching him with wide-open, almost indifferent eyes. Was this how he had imagined him? Wasn't he beginning to regret coming here? "They must be thinking that I've run away," he remarked nervously, with a bit of smile. "If I were guilty, the way they're sure I am, and if I'd meant to flee, I wouldn't be here, right?"
"It's hard for me to answer that question without more information," said Maigret softly. "Of what are you accused?"
"Of killing Léonie Birat."
"Who is accusing you?"
"The entire village, more or less openly. The lieutenant from the gendarmerie didn't dare arrest me. He admitted frankly to me that he had no proof, but asked me not to go anywhere."
"You left anyway?"
"Yes."
"Why?"
The visitor, too tense to remain seated for long, sprang to his feet, stammering, "May I?" He had no idea what to do with himself, or how to behave. "At times, I even wonder what's happening to me." He pulled a soiled handkerchief from his pocket and mopped his brow. The handkerchief must have still smelled of the train and his sweat.
"Have you had any breakfast?"
"No, I was in a hurry to get here. I absolutely did not want to be arrested before that, you understand?"
How could Maigret have understood? "Why exactly did you come to see me?"
"Because I have confidence in you. I know that if you want to, you will discover the truth."
"When did this lady, what did you say her name was again?"
"Léonie Birat. She used to be our postmistress."
"When did she die?"
"She was killed on Tuesday morning, the day before yesterday, shortly after 10 in the morning."
"You are accused of the crime."
"You were born in the countryside. I read that in a magazine. You spent most of your youth there, so you know how things are in a small village. Saint-Andre has only 320 inhabitants."
One moment. The crime you're talking about was committed in Charente?"
"Yes, about 15 kilometers northwest of La Rochelle, not far from the Pointe de Légion. Do you know it?"
"A little. But I happen to belong to the police judiciaire of Paris, and have no jurisdiction over Charente."
"I considered that."
"In which case?"
The man was wearing his best suit, which was shabby. His shirt was worn at the collar. Motionless in the middle of the office, he had bowed his head and was staring at the carpet. "Of course," he sighed.
"What do you mean?"
"I was wrong. I don't know any more. It just seemed like the right thing to do."
"What did?"
"To come and place myself under your protection."
"Under my protection?"
repeated Maigret in surprise. Gaston steeled himself to look up at him, with the air of a man who wonders where he stands. "Back there, even if they don't arrest me, they might harm or do away with me."
"They don't like you?"
"No."
"Why?"
"First, because I'm the teacher and the secretary at the village hall."
"I don't understand."
"You've been away from country life for a long time. They've all got money. They're farmers or mussel farmers. You know the mussel farmers?"
"The ones along the coast?"
"Yes. We're right in the heart of the mussel farm and oyster bed region. Everyone owns at least a bit of one. There's big money in it, they're rich. Almost everyone has a car or a small van. Well, do you know how many of them pay taxes on this income?"
"Not too many, I dare say."
"Not a one. In the village, only the doctor and I pay taxes. Naturally, I'm the one they call a loafer. The way they see it, they're the ones who pay me. When I complain that the children are skipping school, they tell me to mind my own business. And when I insisted that my students greet me properly in the street, they thought I was putting on airs."
"Tell me about the Léonie Birat case."
"You'll really listen?" The look in his eyes brightened with this renewed hope. He forced himself to sit, tried to speak calmly, although his voice still quavered with ill-contained emotion. "You would have to understand the layout of the village. Here it's hard to explain. As in almost every village, the school is behind the village hall. That's also where I live, on the other side of the courtyard, and I have a scrap of kitchen garden. The weather on the day before yesterday, Tuesday, was about the same as it is today, a true spring day, and it was a neap tide."
"Is that important?"
"During neap tides, meaning when the tides are at their weakest, no one goes out to the mussels or the oysters. You understand?"
"Yes."
Beyond the school courtyard are gardens and the backs of several houses, including Leonie Bira's.
How old was she?
66. As village hall secretary, I know everyone's exact age.
Of course.
It's been 8 years since she retired. She became almost a complete invalid, no longer leaving her house, where she walked with a cane. A spiteful woman.
Spiteful in what way?
She hated the whole world.
Why?
I don't know. She was never married. She had a niece who lived with her for a long time and who married Julien Tinsmith, who is the village officer as well.
On another day, these stories might have bored Maigret. That morning, with sunlight bringing a spring warmth through his window, with his pipe that had a fresh taste to it, he listened, smiling vaguely to the words that reminded him of a different village, where there were also dramas involving the postmistress, the teacher, the village officer.
The two women no longer see each other because Leonie didn't want her niece to marry. She doesn't see Dr. Boissel either, whom she accuses of trying to poison her with his drugs.
He tried to poison her?
Of course not. That's to show you what kind of woman she is. Or rather, was. Back when she was the postmistress, she used to listen to phone conversations, read postcards, so she knew everyone's secrets. It wasn't hard for her to set people against one another. Most quarrels among families or neighbours sprang up because of her.
So she wasn't well liked?
Certainly not.
In that case, Maigret seemed to be saying that clearly the death of the universally detested woman simplified things, leaving everyone free to rejoice.
Except that they don't like me either.
Because of what you've told me?
That, and the rest of it. I'm not a local. I was born in Paris, Rue Colincourt, in the 18th arrondissement, and my wife is from Rue de Marc.
Does your wife live with you in Saint-Only?
We live together with our son, who's 13.
Does he go to your school?
Oh, there is only one.
Do his classmates resent him for being the teacher's son?
Maigret knew about that as well. He remembered it from his own childhood. The tenant farmers' sons resented him for being the son of the estate manager who collected their father's rent payments. I don't show him any favoritism, I swear to you. I even suspect him of intentionally doing less well than he could in school.
The man had gradually calmed down. You no longer sensed the same fear in his eyes. He was not a madman inventing a story to make himself interesting.
Leonie Bira had chosen me as her bête noire.
For no reason.
She'd claimed that I egged the children on against her. I state categorically, Inspector, that this is not true. On the contrary, I've always tried to make them behave like well-brought-up children. She was very fat, enormous even. It seems that she wore a wig, and she had a beard, a real moustache and black hairs on her chin. That's enough to stir the children up, you understand? Along with the fact that she would fly into a fury over nothing, like seeing a child's face glued to her window, for example, sticking out his tongue. She would get up from her armchair and shake her cane threateningly. That amused them. It was one of their favourite distractions, going to send old Mother Bira into a rage.
Haven't there been in his village as well someone like that?
In his day, it was the woman who owned the fabric shop, old Mother Tatin, whose cat they all tormented. Perhaps I'm boring you with these details, but they have their importance. There were more serious incidents. Windows the kids broke at the old woman's house. Rubbish they threw inside. She went to complain, I don't know how many times, at the police station in Noir Rochelle. The lieutenant came to find me to get the names of the guilty ones.
Did you provide them?
I told him they were all more or less involved, and that if she stopped playing the scarecrow and brandishing her cane, they would probably lose interest.
What happened on Tuesday?
Early in the afternoon, at around 1:30, Maria, a Polish cleaning woman with 5 children, went as she did every day to old Lady Bira's. But the windows were open, and I could hear her cries from the school, the things she says in Polish every time she becomes upset. Maria, whose full name is Maria Smelka, arrived in the village at 16 as a hired farm girl and has never married. Her children are from different fathers. People say that at least 2 belong to the deputy mayor. That one hates me too, but that's a different story. I'll tell you about that later.
So, Tuesday, at around 1:30, Maria called for help.
Yes. I didn't leave the classroom because I heard other people rushing to the old woman's house. Shortly afterwards, I saw the doctor's small car go by.
Didn't you go and see for yourself?
No. There are now some who reproach me for that, claiming that I didn't bother to go over because I already knew what the others had found. I suppose that you couldn't leave your class. I could have. Sometimes I leave the room for a moment to go and sign papers in the village hall office. I could also have called my wife over. Is she a teacher? She was. In the country? No, but we both taught for 7 years in Courbevoie, near Paris. It was when I asked to be posted to the countryside that she handed in a resignation. Why did you leave Courbevoie? Because of my wife's health. The subject bothered him. He was answering more guardedly. So you did not summon your wife, as you sometimes do, and you remained with your pupils? Yes. What happened next? For more than an hour there was a huge commotion. The village is usually quite calm. Sounds can easily be heard in the distance. The hammering stopped over Marchanon's smithy. People were calling to one another over the garden hedges. You know how it goes when something like this happens. I closed our windows to keep the class from getting all excited. From the school windows, can you see into Léonie Birat's house? From one of the windows, yes. What did you see? First, the village officer, which really struck me, because he wasn't on speaking terms with his wife's aunt. And I saw Theo, the deputy mayor, who must have been half drunk, as he usually is after 10 in the morning. I also caught a glimpse of the doctor. Other neighbours, all of them milling around in one room and looking down at the floor. Later, the gendarmerie lieutenant arrived from La Rochelle with 2 of his men. But I only learned about it when he knocked on the classroom door, and he'd already had time to question a lot of people. Did he accuse you of having killed Léonie Birat? Gaston glanced reproachfully at the inspector as if to say, "You know perfectly well that isn't how such things go." And in a slightly flat voice, he explained, "I saw straight off that he was looking at me in a strange way. The first question he asked me was, 'Do you own a rifle, Gaston?' I told him that I didn't, but that my son Jean-Paul had one. That's another complicated story. You must know how that goes with children. One fine morning, you see, someone came to class with marbles, and the next day all the boys are playing marbles. Every pocket bulges with them. Another day, someone pulls out a kite, and kites are the new fashion for weeks. Well, last autumn, I no longer remember which boy brought out a .22 rifle and began shooting at sparrows. A month later, there were half a dozen rifles like that around. My son wanted one for Christmas. I saw no need to deny him one. Even the rifle brought back memories for Maigret, except that his rifle at the time had been an air gun, and the pellets had merely ruffled the bird's feathers. I told the lieutenant that as far as I knew, the rifle ought to be in Jean-Paul's room. He sent one of his men to make sure. I should have asked my son, I didn't think of it. As it happened, the gun wasn't there. He'd left it in the shed in the kitchen garden, where I keep the wheelbarrow and tools. Léonie Birat was killed with a .22 rifle. That's the most extraordinary thing, and that's not all. The lieutenant then asked me if I'd left my classroom that morning, and unfortunately, I said no. Had you left it? For about 10 minutes, a little after break time. When someone asks you a question like that, you don't really think about it. Playtime is over at 10 o'clock. Then maybe 5 minutes later, Pierre Boeuf, the farmer from Gros-Chêne, arrived to ask me to sign a document he needed to receive his pension, because he's a disabled veteran. I usually have the municipal seal in my classroom. That morning I didn't have it, and I took the farmer to the office. My pupils seemed quiet. Since my wife is not well, I then crossed the courtyard to find out if she needed anything. Is your wife in poor health? It's mostly her nerves. All in all, I was gone for 10 or 15 minutes, more like 10 than 15. Did you hear anything? I remember that Marchanon was shoeing a horse because I could hear the hammer blows on the anvil, and the air smelled of burnt horn. The forge is next to the church, almost opposite the school. That's when Léonie Birat was supposedly killed? Yes. Someone from one of the gardens or windows seems to have shot at her while she was in her kitchen, which opens onto the back area. It was a .22 bullet that killed her. That's what's most surprising. The bullet wouldn't ordinarily have hurt her much, fired from that distance. Well, it just happened to have entered her left eye and smashed into the inside of her skull. Are you a good shot? People think so, because they saw me shooting targets this winter with my son. I did that maybe 3 or 4 times. Other than that, I've never handled a rifle except at a fair. Didn't the lieutenant believe you? He didn't come right out and accuse me, but he seemed surprised that I hadn't admitted leaving the classroom. Then, while I wasn't there, he questioned the children. He didn't tell me about the results of his interrogation. He went back to La Rochelle. The next day, meaning yesterday, he set himself up in my office at the village hall with Théo, the deputy mayor, beside him. Where were you, meanwhile? I was teaching. Out of 32 pupils, only 8 showed up. Twice I was summoned to answer the same questions, and the second time they had me sign my statement. They questioned my wife as well. They asked me how long I'd stayed with her. They asked my son about the rifle. But they didn't arrest you. They didn't arrest me yesterday. I'm convinced they would have today had I remained in Saint-André. At nightfall, stones were thrown at our house. My wife was very upset about it. You left by yourself, leaving her there, your wife with your son? Yes. I think they won't dare do anything to them. Why, if I'm arrested, they won't give me a chance to defend myself. Once locked up, I won't be able to communicate with the outside anymore. No one will believe me. They'll do what they like with me. His brow was once again wet with perspiration, and he clasped his fingers together so fiercely that the circulation was cut off. Perhaps I was wrong. I thought if I told you everything, you might agree to come and discover the truth. I'm not offering you money. I know that isn't what interests you. I'll swear to you, Inspector, that I did not kill Léonie Bira. Maigret reached to the phone with a hesitant hand, and finally picked up the receiver. What's the name of your gendarmerie lieutenant? Danielou. Hello. Place a call to the gendarmerie in La Rochelle. If Lieutenant Danielou's not there, see if you can find him at the village hall of Saint-André-sur-Mer. Put him through to me in Lucas's office. Maigret hung up, lit a pipe, and went over to stand in front of the window. He pretended to pay no more attention to the teacher, who had opened his mouth a few times to thank him, but had found nothing to say. The yellow glint in the air was gradually overtaking the blue, while the facades across the Seine were turning a creamy colour, and somewhere the sun was reflecting off the panes of a mansard window. Chief, are you the one who asked for Saint-André-sur-Mer? Yes, Luca. Stay here for a moment. Maigret went into the office next door. Lieutenant Danielou, Maigret here from the police judiciaire in Paris. It seems you're looking for someone. The officer at the other end of the line couldn't get over it. How did you know that already? We're talking about the teacher. Yes, I was wrong to trust him. I never imagined that he would try to escape. He took the train for Paris yesterday evening and— Are you pressing charges against him? Very serious ones, and with a damaging testimony of at least one witness received this morning. From whom? From one of his pupils. Did he see something? Yes. What? The teacher coming out of his tool shed on Tuesday morning at around 10:20. And it was at 10:15 that the deputy mayor heard a rifle shot. Have you applied for an arrest warrant from the examining magistrate? I was just about to go to La Rochelle to do that when you called me. How did you hear the news? Have the newspapers? I haven't read the papers. Joseph Gaston is in my office. There was a short silence. Ah, said the lieutenant, after which he no doubt wanted to ask a question. He did not. Maigret, for his part, was not sure what to say. He'd made no decision. If the sunshine hadn't been what it was that morning, if, shortly before, the inspector had not been moved by the memory of foie, of oysters and white wine, if Maigret had not been able to take even 3 days' holiday during the past 10 months, if— Hello, are you still on the line? Yes. What do you intend to do with him? Bring him back to you. Personally— This was said without enthusiasm, which made the inspector smile. Mind you, I would not allow myself to intervene in any way whatsoever in your investigation. You don't believe he's— I don't know. Perhaps he is guilty. Perhaps he's not. In any case, I am returning him to you. Thank you. I will be at the station. Back in his office, Maigret found Lucas observing the teacher in a curious way. Give me a moment more. I'll have to clear this upstairs. His work would allow him to take a few days off. When he returned, it was to ask Gaston, Is there an inn at Saint-André? The Bon Coin, yes, run by Louis Paumel. The food is good there, but the rooms don't have running water. You're leaving, Chief? Get my wife on the line. All this was so unexpected, the poor Gaston, thrown completely off balance, didn't yet dare to be delighted.
What did he say to you?
He'll probably arrest you as soon as we arrive at the station.
But you're coming with me?
Maigret nodded, taking the receiver Luca held out to him. Hello. Will you pack me a small suitcase with some underwear and my toiletries? Yeah. Yes, I don't know. Perhaps 3 or 4 days. He added gaily, I'm off to the seaside, in Charente, in the heartland of oysters and mussels. In the meantime, I'll lunch in the city. See you soon. He felt as if he were playing a good trick on somebody, like those kids who had pestered old Leonie Bier for so long. Come and have a bite with me, he finally said to the teacher, who rose and followed him as if in a dream. Chapter 2. The Waitress at the Bon Coin. The train was in the station at Poitiers when the lamps suddenly lit up all along the platforms, though it was not yet dark. It was only later, while they were crossing some pasture land, that they watched night fall and the windows of the isolated farms begin to shine like stars. Then, abruptly, a few kilometers from La Rochelle, a light fog came up, not from the countryside, but from the sea, and mixed with the darkness. A lighthouse appeared for a moment in the distance. There were 2 other people in the compartment, a man and a woman who had spent the whole trip reading, looking up now and then to exchange a few words. Most of the time, Joseph Gaston had kept his tired eyes fixed on the inspector, especially towards the end. They were going through some switch points. Low houses streamed past. More and more tracks appeared, and finally the station platforms, the doors with their familiar signs, the people waiting, the same people it almost seemed as in the previous stations. Hardly was the door opened when they smelled a strong, cool breath from the black hole where the tracks appeared to end, and looking more closely, they made out some ships' masts and funnels rocking gently, and heard the cries of seagulls, recognized the odors of tar and the tide. The 3 uniformed men standing near the exit did not move. Lieutenant Danielou was still young, with thick eyebrows, a dark little moustache. Only when Maigret and his companion were a few meters away did he step forwards, holding out his hand with military formality. "It's an honor, Detective Chief Inspector." Noticing that one of the sergeants was pulling a pair of handcuffs from his pocket, Maigret murmured to the lieutenant, "I don't think that's necessary." The lieutenant signaled to his subordinate. A few heads, not many, had turned in their direction. People were moving in a herd towards the exit, laden with their suitcases, walking diagonally across the waiting room. "I have no intention, Lieutenant, of interfering with your case in any way. I hope you've understood me. I'm not here in any official capacity." "I know. The examining magistrate and I have discussed this." "He is not displeased, I trust." "On the contrary, he's glad to have any help you might bring us. At present, we're obliged to take this man into custody." 1 meter away, pretending not to listen, Joseph Gaston could not help overhearing them. "In any case, it's in his own interest. He'll be safer in prison than anywhere else. You're not unfamiliar with how people behave in small towns and villages." All this was a bit strained. Maigret himself was rather ill at ease. "Have you had dinner?" "On the train, yes." "Are you planning on staying in La Rochelle tonight?" "I'm told there's an inn at Saint-Ouen." "Will you allow me to invite you for a drink?" Maigret did not say yes or no, so the lieutenant went to give instructions to his men, who walked over to the teacher. Having nothing to say to Gaston, the inspector simply looked at him solemnly. "You heard him?" He seemed to apologize. "There's no avoiding it. I'll do my best." Gaston looked back at him, and a few moments later turned around for another glance before finally going out the door between the 2 officers. "We'd be best off in the station restaurant," murmured Danielou. "Unless you prefer to come to my place?" "Not tonight." A few travellers were eating in the poorly lit buffet. "Well, what will you have?" "I don't know. A brandy?" They sat down in a corner at a table still set for a meal. "You're not eating anything?" asked the waitress. They shook their heads. Only after their drinks arrived did the lieutenant ask in some embarrassment, "Do you believe he's innocent?" "I don't know. Before we heard the schoolboy's testimony, we could let him remain at liberty. Unfortunately for Gaston, that testimony is categorical and the boy seems sincere, has no reason to lie." "When did he speak up?" This morning when I questioned the entire class for the second time. He hadn't said anything yesterday. He was scared. You'll see him. If you want, when I go there tomorrow morning, I'll give you the file. I spend most of my time at the village hall." There was some lingering awkwardness. The lieutenant appeared intimidated by the inspector's imposing form and reputation. "You're used to the affairs and people of Paris. I don't know if you're familiar with the atmosphere of our little villages." "I was born in a village. And you?" "At Toulouse." He managed a smile. "Would you like me to drive you over there?" "I think I'll find a taxi." "If you prefer. There are some in front of the station." They separated at the door of a taxi, which drove off along the harbour road, and Maigret craned his neck to make out the fishing boats in the darkened port. He was disappointed to have arrived at night. When they turned away from the sea and left La Rochelle, it was to cross countryside that looked like any other, and 2 villages later the car was already stopping in front of a lighted window. "This is it. You asked for the Bon Coin, right?" A very fat man came to look through the glass door panel, and without opening it, followed all Maigret's movements as he took out his suitcase, set it down, paid the fare, and finally headed towards the inn. Some men were playing cards off in a corner. The inn smelled of wine and stew, and smoke drifted around the 2 lamps. "Do you have a room available?" Everybody was looking at him. A woman came to observe him from the kitchen door. "For the night?" "Maybe for 2 or 3 nights." He was studied from head to toe. "Have you got your identity card? The police come by every morning and we must keep our register in order." The 4 card players were no longer playing, but listening. Maigret held out his card at the counter, covered with bottles, and the innkeeper put on his glasses to read it. When he looked up again, he winked slyly. "You're the famous inspector, eh? I'm Pommel. Louis Pommel." He turned towards the kitchen to call out, "Thérèse, carry the inspector's suitcase to the front room." Without paying particular attention to the woman, who must have been about 30, Maigret had the impression that he had seen her somewhere before, but the thought struck him only afterwards, as with the people he would glimpse when walking past Purgatory. The woman had appeared to give a little start, too. "What can I get you?" "Whatever you've got." "Brandy, if you like." The others, to keep up appearances, had gone back to their game of belote. "Are you here because of Léonie?" "Not officially." "Is it true that they found the teacher in Paris?" "He's now in the prison at La Rochelle." It was hard to guess what Pommel thought of this. Innkeeper though he was, he looked more like a peasant on his farm. "You don't believe it was him?" "I don't know. I suppose if you had a mind he was guilty, you wouldn't have gone to this trouble, am I wrong?" "Perhaps not." "Oh, here's to you. There's a man here who heard the shot." "Theo, isn't that right? You heard the shot?" One of the card players, 65 or perhaps older, unshaven, reddish hair flecked with white, evasive and malicious eyes, turned towards them. "Why wouldn't I have heard it?" "It's Inspector Maigret, who's come from Paris to—" "A lieutenant told me about him." He didn't get up, made no greeting, held his soiled cards in fingers with black nails. "The deputy mayor," explained Pommel quietly. Maigret replied, equally brief, "I know. Don't mind him. At this hour." He tossed back an imaginary drink. "And you, Ferdinand, what did you see?" The fellow called Ferdinand had only one arm. His face was that ruddy brown of a man who spends his days in the sun. "The postman," explained Louis. "Ferdinand Copnu." "What did you see, Ferdinand?" "Nothing at all." "You saw Theo in his garden. I even brought him a letter." "What was he doing?" "He was planting out onions." "At what time?" "It was exactly 10 o'clock at the church. I could see the time on the bell tower up over the houses." "Belote, Camelot. 9 trumps, ace of spades, king of diamonds, takes the lot." He slammed his cards down on the table, covered in wet rings from their drinks, and looked defiantly at the other players. "And to hell with those who come looking to cause us trouble," he added, getting to his feet. "You're on the hook, Theo." His movements were clumsy, his gait wobbly. He went to claim his postman's cap from a peg and headed for the door, grumbling under his breath. "Is he like that every evening?" "Just about." Louis Pommel was going to refill their 2 glasses when Maigret stayed his hand. Not now. I assume you won't be closing right away, and I've time to go for a walk before bed. I'll wait for you." The room was dead silent as he left. Before him lay a public square that was neither square nor round, with the dark mass of a church to the right, while facing him was a shop, its lights out, over which he still managed to discern the words, Coopérative Charentaise. There was a light in the grey stone house on the corner on the third story. Walking over to the 3 front steps, Maigret spied a brass plate, lit a match, and read, Xavier Bressel, Doctor of Medicine. At a loose end, not sure where to begin, he almost rang, then realized with a shrug that the doctor was probably getting ready for bed. Most of the houses were dark. He recognized the village hall, a single story, from its flagpole. It was quite a small building, and in the courtyard on the second story of what was probably Gaston's house, a lamp was glowing. He continued along the road, turned right, past gardens and house fronts, and in a little while encountered the deputy mayor coming the other way. The man grunted by way of good evening. Maigret could not hear the sea, could not see it anywhere. The sleeping village seemed like any other little country town, and didn't fit the image he had of oysters and white wine on a terrace overlooking the water. He was disappointed, for no specific reason. The lieutenant's welcome at the train station had already dampened his enthusiasm. He couldn't hold it against any. The man knew the area where he'd probably been posted for years. A tragedy had occurred which he had done his best to resolve, and then Maigret had arrived out of the blue from Paris, apparently convinced that he had things wrong. The examining magistrate was probably not happy either. Neither man would dare show it. They would be polite, would let him see their files. But Maigret was still a nuisance, intruding into what was none of his business, and he began to wonder what had made him abruptly decide to make this trip. He heard steps, voices, probably the other 2 card players going home. Then, further along, a yellowish dog brushed past his legs, and Maigret jumped, startled. When he pushed open the door of the Bon Coin, only one lamp was still lit, and the innkeeper behind his counter was putting away glasses and bottles. He wore neither waistcoat nor jacket. His dark trousers hung low at his bulging belly, and his rolled-up sleeves revealed fat, hairy arms. "Found out anything?" He thought he was clever, probably considered himself the most important person in the village. "A nightcap?" "Provided it's on me." Ever since that morning, Maigret had been longing for some local white wine, but feeling it no longer suited the late hour, he had another brandy. "Here's to you." "I thought," murmured the inspector as he wiped his lips, "that Léonie Birard was not very popular." "She was the worst shrew on earth. She's dead, God keep her soul, or rather the devil, but she was without any doubt the nastiest woman I'd known, and I knew her when she still had plaits down her back, and we were in school together. She was, 3 years older than me. Right, I'm 64, so she was 67. At 12, she was already a horror." "What I don't understand," Maigret began. "There are lots of things you won't understand, clever though you may be, let me warn you." "I don't understand," continued Maigret as if talking to himself, "why, when she was so hated, everyone is hounding the teacher. Because after all, if he did kill her, you'd think that instead everyone would say good riddance. That's what you think, isn't it?" "Just about. Only you're forgetting that Léonie, well, she was from here." He refilled the glasses without being asked. "It's like in a family, you see. We've the right to hate one another among ourselves, and we exercise it often. Let a stranger butt in, and that's all different story. We hated Léonie. We hate Gaston, his wife, even more. His wife as well. His wife most of all." "Why? What did she do?" "Here? Nothing." "Why, here. In the end, people find out everything, even in a back beyond like ours. And we don't like being sent people who aren't wanted any more somewhere else. This isn't the first time the Gastons have been mixed up in a drama." It was interesting to watch him, leaning on his counter. He obviously wanted to talk, but with each sentence he studied Maigret's face to judge the effect produced, ready to backtrack, even contradict himself, like a peasant haggling over a pair of oxen at a fair. "In short, you arrived without knowing anything?" Only that Léonie Maigret was killed by a bullet in the left eye. And you came all this way? He was making fun of Maigret in his own way. You weren't curious enough to stop off at Courbevoie? Should I have? They'd have told you a fine story. It took some time to make it out here. It was only 2 years ago that the people of Saint-André heard the news. What news? The Gaston woman was a teacher along with her husband. They worked in the same school, she on the girls' side, he on the boys'. I know. Have you also heard about Chevassus? Who's Chevassus? A town councillor over there. Handsome fellow, tall and strong, black hair, with a southern accent. There was also a Madame Chevassus. One fine day, when school was heading out, Madame Chevassus shot at Madame Gaston from the street, hit her in the shoulder. Can you guess why? Because she'd found out that her husband and the Gaston woman had been going at it like rabbits. It seems she was acquitted, after which the Gastons had to leave Courbevoie. They found they had a taste for country life. I don't see the connection to the death of Léonie Maigret. Perhaps there isn't any connection. From what you've told me, Joseph Gaston hasn't done anything wrong. They're so cold. Louis was smiling, delighted with himself. There are others, of course. Our village is full of them. Good luck. One last round? No, thanks. Thérèse will show you to your room. Tell her what time you'd like your hot water brought up. Thank you. Good night. Thérèse! She went up the uneven steps of the staircase ahead of him, turned into a corridor with flowered wallpaper, opened a door. Oh, would you wake me at around 8 o'clock? He said. She didn't move, stood there looking at him as if she wanted to confide in him about something. He considered her more carefully. I've met you before, haven't I? Do you remember? He didn't admit that he recalled only vaguely. I'd like you not to talk about it here. You're not from these parts. Yes, I am, but I left at 15 to work in Paris. Did you really work there? For 4 years. And after that? Since you saw me there, you know already. Inspector Maigret will tell you that I didn't take the wallet. It was my pal Lucille, and I didn't even know about it. An image came to mind, and he realized where he'd seen her. One morning, as he often did, he had walked into the office of his colleague, Puelet, superintendent of a vice squad. Sitting on a chair was a brunette with dishevelled hair, wiping her eyes and sniffling. There had been something in her pale, sickly face that had appealed to him. What did she do? He had asked Puelet. The usual story. A little servant girl who began picking up men on Boulevard Sebastopol. Day before yesterday, a shopkeeper from Béziers complained he'd been robbed, and gave us a description that for once was fairly close. Last night we picked her up in a dance hall in Rue de Lappe. It wasn't me, stammered the girl between two gasping sobs. I swear to you, by mother's life, it's not me who took the wallet. The two men had winked at each other. What do you think about this, Maigret? She's never been arrested before. Not until now. Where's she from? Somewhere in Charente. They often played a little scene of this sort. Have you found her friend, Lucille? Not yet. Why don't you send this one back to our village? Puelet had turned solemnly to the girl. Do you want to go home to your village? As long as they don't know about this back there. It was strange to run into her again, now 5 or 6 years older, still pale with big dark eyes that pleaded with the inspector. Is Louis Pomel married? He asked quietly. Widower. You share his bed. She nodded. Does he know what you were doing in Paris? No, he mustn't find out. He always promises to marry me. He's been promising for years, and one of these days he'll make up his mind. Courage! Called the innkeeper from the bottom of the stairs. I'll be right down. And to Maigret, you won't tell him anything? He shook his head with an encouraging smile. Don't forget my hot water at 8 o'clock. It pleased him to have met her again, because with her, basically, he was on familiar ground, and it was a little like meeting up with an old acquaintance. He felt as if he knew the other villagers as well, although he'd hardly seen them at all, because in his village there had been a deputy mayor who drank, card players, whose game was piquet, for the lot was not yet in fashion, a postman who thought he was a big man, and an innkeeper who knew everyone's secrets. Their faces remained engraved on his memory. Only he had seen them with the eyes of a child, and now understood that he hadn't known them. Not really. While he was undressing, he heard Pommel coming upstairs, then bumps in the neighboring room. Thérèse joined the innkeeper shortly and began to undress in turn. Both were talking in low voices like a husband and wife going to bed, and the last noise was a creaking of springs. Maigret had a little trouble arranging his burrow in the two enormous feather mattresses. He rediscovered that country smell of hay and mildew, and perhaps because of the feathers, or the brandies he drunk in thick glasses with the innkeeper, he was sweating heavily. Sounds reached him through his slumber before sunrise, including those of a herd of cows going past the front of the inn, mooing now and then. The blacksmith's forge didn't take long to get going. Someone was taking down the shutters below. He opened his eyes, saw a sun yet more glorious than on the day before in Paris, sat up, and pulled on his trousers. His feet bare in his slippers, he went downstairs and found Thérèse in the kitchen busy making coffee. She was wearing a kind of dressing gown in a floral pattern over her chemise, and her legs were bare. She smelled of bed. "It isn't 8 yet, only 6:30. Do you want a cup of coffee? It'll be ready in 5 minutes." Neither washed nor shaved, Pommel descended in turn in slippers, like the inspector. "I thought you didn't want to get up before 8. They drank their first cup of coffee in thick china bowls, standing near the stove. On the square, a few women in black with baskets and two-handled shopping sacks stood in a group. "What are they waiting for?" asked Maigret. "The bus. It's market day at La Rochelle." They heard hens clucking in the slatted crates. "Who's teaching at the school now?" "Yesterday there was no one. This morning there's a replacement coming from La Rochelle. He should arrive on the bus. He'll stay here in the back room, since you have the one in the front." Maigret was in his room when the bus stopped in the square, and he saw a timid-looking young man, who must have been the teacher, get out, carrying a large Gladstone bag. The women piled into the bus. The crates were stowed on its roof. Thérèse knocked at the door. "Your hot water?" Casually, while looking elsewhere, he asked, "Are you one of those who think Gaston killed Léonie?" Before answering, she glanced over at the half-open door. "I don't know," she said very softly. "You don't believe it?" "It doesn't seem like him. But they all want it to be him, you understand?" He was starting to understand above all that for no reason he had taken on a difficult, if not impossible, task. "Who has a stake in the old lady's death?" "I've no idea. They say she disinherited her niece when the woman got married." "To whom will her money go?" "Perhaps for charity. She changed her mind so often. Or maybe to Maria, the Polish woman." "Is it true that the deputy mayor fathered one or two of her children?" "Of Maria's? That's what they say. He often goes to see her and sometimes spends the night there." "Despite the children?" "It doesn't bother Maria. Everyone goes there." "Pommel, too?" "He must have when she was younger. Now she's not very attractive at all." "How old is she?" "Around 30. She doesn't take any care of herself. And her place, it's worse than a stable." "Thérèse!" called the innkeeper, as he had the night before. It was better not to push it. Pommel did not seem pleased. Perhaps he was jealous, or he simply didn't want her to tell the inspector too much. When Maigret went downstairs, the young teacher was eating and looked at him a little blankly. "What will you have for breakfast, Inspector?" "Do you have any oysters?" "Not during a neap tide." "Will it last long?" 5 or 6 days more." Since Paris, he'd been craving oysters washed down with white wine, and now he was probably not going to get any while he was there. "There's soup, or we can make you ham and eggs." Yet nothing at all. Drank a second cup of coffee, standing in the doorway looking out at the sunny village square, and 2 silhouettes moving about inside the Coopérative Charentais. He was considering indulging in a glass of white wine nonetheless, to erase the taste of the awful coffee, when he heard an eager voice nearby exclaim, "Inspector Maigret!" The man was short, thin, and lively, with a youthful gaze, although he was past 40. He held out his hand without hesitation, and introduced himself. "Dr. Purcell, the lieutenant told me yesterday that we were expecting you." I came to offer you any assistance you might need before I open my surgery. In an hour, the waiting room will be full. Or will you have a little something? At my house, if you like. It's next door. I know. Maigret followed him into the grey stone house. All the other village houses were lime-washed, some in a raw white, the others in a creamier tone, and the pink roofs gave the place a cheerful air. Come in. Or what would you like to drink? Since I left Paris, I've been wanting oysters and some local white wine, admitted Maigret. As to the oysters, I've already learned that I have to do without them. Armand, the doctor went to shout at the door. Bring up a bottle of white wine, one from the red bin. She's my sister, he explained. She's managed my household ever since I became a widower. I have 2 children, one at the lycée in Niort, the other doing his military service. What do you think of Saint-Audrey? Everything seemed to amuse him. I forget that you haven't seen much of it yet. Hang on. As a sample, you have that scoundrel Pommel, who was a farmhand and married the owner of the Bon Coin when her husband died. She was 20 years older than Louis, and partial to bending her elbow. So, since she was fiendishly jealous and the money belonged to her, he did her in, sip by sip. Can you imagine? He managed to get her drinking more and more, and it wasn't unusual for her to go back to bed after lunch. She held out for 7 years with a liver like stone, and he was finally able to give her a handsome funeral. Since then, he sleeps with a run of housemaids. They leave one after the other, except for Thérèse, who seems to be hanging on. The sister entered, timid, unobtrusive, carrying a tray bearing a bottle and 2 crystal glasses, and Maigret thought she looked like the servant of a parish priest. My sister, Inspector Maigret. She backed out of the room, and that as well seemed to amuse the doctor. Armand never married. Deep down, I'm convinced that she's waited all her life for me to become a widower. Now she finally has her house and can spoil me the way she would have spoiled her husband. What do you think of Gaston? Oh, a poor sap. Why? Because he does what he can, desperately, and the people who do what they can are poor saps. No one is grateful to him. He labours to teach something to a gang of young snot-noses whom their parents would rather keep on the farm. He even tried to make them wash. I remember the day he sent one home because his head was crawling with lice. Within 15 minutes, the father came running, furious, and they almost came to blows. His wife is ill. To your health. Strictly speaking, she's ill, but she isn't healthy either. You see, I've learned not to believe too much in medicine. The Gaston woman is eating her heart out. She's ashamed. She blames herself every moment of the day for having brought misfortune on her husband. Because of Chevassus. Oh, you know about that. Because of Chevassus, yes. She must really have loved him. What's called a devouring passion. You would never believe it to look at her, because she's an ordinary little nothing of a woman who resembles her husband as sisters do brothers. Perhaps that's the problem in the end. They're too much alike. As for Chevassus, who's a big brute full of life, a kind of satisfied bull, he did what he wanted with her. She still has some pain in her right arm, which has remained a bit stiff. What were her relations with Léonie Bira? They only saw one another from one window to the other, across the courtyards and gardens, and Léonie stuck out her tongue at her sometimes, as she did at everyone. The most extraordinary thing in this whole business, I find, is that Léonie, who seemed indestructible, was killed by a little bullet from a child's rifle. And that's not all. There are unbelievable coincidences. That left eye, the one injured, was a bad eye, which has always stared a little fixedly and has been blind for years. What do you say to that? The doctor raised his glass. The wine had greenish glints, was light and dry, with a pronounced taste of its region. To your health. They will all try to trip you up. Don't believe a thing they'll tell you, whether it's parents or children. Come and see me whenever you want, and I'll do my best to help you out. You don't like them. The doctor's eyes shone with laughter, and he exclaimed wholeheartedly, I adore them. They're priceless. Chapter 3. Chevassus' Mistress. The door to the village hall stood open into a freshly whitewashed hallway, along which official notices were tacked up. Certain small ones, like the announcement of a special session of the municipal council, were handwritten, with the headings in round hand, probably by the teacher. The floor was of grey flagstones, and the panelling grey as well. The door on the left doubtless led to the council room, with its flag and the bust of Marianne, while the door on the right, which stood ajar, led to the secretary's office. The room was empty, and the air smelled stale with cigar smoke. Lieutenant Danielou, who for the past 2 days had made the place his headquarters, had not yet arrived. Opposite the street door, at the other end of the hallway, a double door stood open onto the courtyard, in the centre of which was a linden. To the right of this courtyard, the low building with 3 windows visible, was the school, with its rows of boys' and girls' faces, and the upright figure of the substitute teacher Maigret seen at the inn. All that was as quiet as a convent. The only sound was from the hammer on the anvil at the forge. There were hedges and gardens at the back, and some tender green beginning to show on the lilac branches, white and yellow houses, a few windows open here and there. Maigret went to the left, towards the 2-story house of the Gastins. When he reached out to knock on the door, it opened, revealing a kitchen where a boy in glasses, sitting at a table covered with brown oilcloth, was bent over a notebook. It was Madame Gastin who had opened the door. Through the window she had seen him halt in the courtyard, look around, and walk slowly forwards. "I learned yesterday that you would come," she said, stepping back to let him pass. "Come in, Inspector. If you knew how much better that made me feel." She wiped her wet hands on her apron and turned towards her son, who had not looked up and seemed to be ignoring the visitor. "Aren't you going to say good morning to Inspector Maigret, Jean-Paul?" "Good morning. Would you go up to your room?" The kitchen was small, but even though it was still early morning, perfectly clean and tidy. Young Gaston picked up his book without protest, went out to the corridor, and up the stairs. "Come this way, Inspector." They went out to the corridor as well, and entered the room that served as a parlour, probably never used. There were armchairs, and antimacassars of point lace, an upright piano against a wall, a round table of solid oak, photographs on the walls, and knick-knacks everywhere. "Please, do sit down." There were 4 rooms in the house, all equally small, and Maigret felt both too tall and too big there. He had also felt from the moment he stepped inside the house that he had suddenly entered an unreal world. He had been warned that Madame Gastin was a female version of her husband, but he had never imagined her to be so like him that they could indeed be taken for brother and sister. Her hair was of the same nondescript colour, also already thinning, while the middle part of her face seemed thrust forwards, and her pale eyes seemed myopic. As for the child, he was a caricature of both his parents. Upstairs, was he trying to listen in, or had he returned to his notebook? He was 12 or 13, and already looked like a little old man, or more precisely, a creature of no particular age. "I didn't send him to school," explained Madame Gastin, closing the parlour door. "I thought it best. You know how cruel children are." If Maigret had remained standing, he would almost have filled the room. Sitting quietly in an armchair, he gestured towards the woman to sit down, for it tired him to see her standing there. She looked as ageless as her son. He knew she was only 34, but he had rarely seen a woman abandon all femininity to such an extent. Beneath her dress of an indefinable colour, her body was thin and tired, with a suggestion of 2 breasts that hung like empty pockets, while her back was beginning to hunch, and her skin, instead of colouring in the country sun, had gone greyish. Even her voice sounded washed out. She tried to smile, though, and timidly touched Maigret's forearm as she told him, "I'm so grateful to you for having believed in him." He could not tell her that he was certain of nothing yet, or admit that it was the first spring sunshine in Paris and the memory of oysters with white wine that had suddenly impelled him to come. "If you knew how I reproach myself, Inspector, because I'm the one responsible for what's happened. I'm the one who spoiled both his life and my son's. I'm doing my best to atone for it. I try so hard, you see." He felt uncomfortable, as when you unwittingly enter a house where someone you don't know has died, and you don't know what to say. Maigret had just walked into another world, one that did not belong to the village pressing in or around it. Those 3, Gaston, his wife, and their son, belonged to such a different race that the inspector understood the country people's distrust. "I don't know how it will all turn out," she continued after a sigh, "but I don't want to believe that the courts will condemn an innocent person. He's such an extraordinary man. You've met him, but you don't know him. Tell me, how was he yesterday evening? Fine. Quite calm. Is it true that he was handcuffed at the station? No, he went with the police officers, of his own accord. Were there people who saw him? It was all very discreet. Do you think he needs anything? His constitution is delicate. He's now been very strong. She wasn't crying. She had probably cried so much in her life that she'd run out of tears. Just above her head, to the right of the window, was the photograph of an almost chubby young woman, and Maigret could not take his eyes off it, wondering if she'd ever really been like that, with laughing eyes and even dimples in her cheeks. You're looking at my portrait when I was young. There was another one of Gaston to make a pair. He had hardly changed at all, except that back then he had worn his hair rather long. Bohemian style had been the phrase, and he had doubtless written poetry as well. Did they tell you? She murmured after a glance at the door, and he felt that this was what she most wanted to talk about. This was what she'd been thinking about ever since hearing that he was coming. This was the only thing for her that mattered. You mean what happened in Courbevoie? Charles. Yes. She caught herself, blushed, as if this name were taboo. Cheversu. She nodded. I still wonder how that could have happened. I've suffered so, Inspector, and I wish someone would explain it to me. You see, I'm not a wicked woman. I met Joseph when I was 15, and I knew right away that he was the one I would marry. We planned our life together. Together we decided that we would become teachers. Was he the one who gave you the idea? I think so. He's more intelligent than I am. He's a man of superior gifts. Because he's too modest, people don't always realize this. We earned our diplomas the same year we got married, and thanks to an influential cousin, we were both sent to Courbevoie. Do you think that this is connected to what happened here on Tuesday? She looked at him, startled. He ought not to have interrupted her because she'd lost her train of thought. It's all my fault. She frowned, anxious to explain herself. Without what happened in Courbevoie, we wouldn't have come here. There, people thought highly of Joseph. They have more modern ideas, you understand. He was doing well, he had a future. And you? It was the same for me. He helped me, advised me. Then, one day, it was as if I'd gone crazy. I still wonder what possessed me. I didn't want to. I struggled against it. I swore to myself that I would never do such a thing. Then, when Charles was there... She blushed again, stammering, as if she were offending Maigret himself by speaking of the man. Please excuse me. When he was there, I could not resist. I don't think it was love, since I love Joseph and always have. I was seized by a kind of fever, and no longer thought of anything else, not even our son, who was quite young. I would have left him, Inspector. I really thought about leaving them both, going away anywhere. Do you understand that? He didn't dare tell her that she'd probably never felt sexual pleasure with her husband and that hers was a common story. She needed to believe that her affair was extraordinary, needed to fret, to repent, to call herself the lowest of women. Are you a Catholic, Madame Gaston? That was another sensitive point. I was, like my parents, before I met Joseph. He believes only in science and progress. He hates priests. You stopped practicing your faith? Yes. Since that happened, you haven't returned to the church? I couldn't. I feel it would be betraying him again. Anyway, what would be the point? The first years here, I hoped we would begin a new life. People watched us warily, as always in the countryside. Still, I was convinced that one day they would notice my husband's fine qualities. Then, I don't know how, they found out what happened in Courbevoie, and even the pupils stopped showing him any respect. When I tell you that it's all my fault. Did your husband have any arguments with Leonie Bila? On occasion, because he was the village hall secretary. She was a woman who always stirred up trouble. There were questions about some benefits that had to be resolved. Joseph is strict. He feels duty-bound and won't certify something that isn't true. Did she know what had happened to you? Like everyone else. She stuck her tongue out at you, too. And shouted rude things at me when I walked by her house. I avoided going that way. Not only did she stick out her tongue at me, but sometimes when she saw me at the window, she turned around and pulled up her skirts.
Please excuse me, but an old woman would do that seemed almost unbelievable. She was like that. But Joseph would never have thought of killing her for it. He wouldn't have killed anyone. You've seen him. He's a gentleman who would like the whole world to be happy.
Tell me about your son.
What do you want me to say? He's like his father. He's a quiet boy, studious, very advanced for his age. If he isn't top of his class, it's because people would accuse my husband of favouring his son. Joseph gives him grades lower than he deserves on purpose.
The boy doesn't rebel.
Oh, he understands. We've explained to him why we must do it.
Does he know about the business in Courbevoie?
We've never spoken to him about it. But his classmates wouldn't pass up a chance like that. He pretends not to know anything.
Does he ever play with the others?
In the beginning, yes. For 2 years now, since the village has come out openly against us, he prefers to stay at home. He reads a lot. I'm giving him piano lessons. He already plays quite well for his age.
The window was closed and Maigret was beginning to feel stifled, wondering if he hadn't suddenly been trapped in some old photo album. Your husband came over here on Tuesday morning, shortly after 10.
Yes, I think so. They've asked me that question so many times in every possible way, as if they wanted at all costs to get me to contradict myself that I'm no longer sure of anything. Usually, during playtime, he comes to the kitchen for a moment and pours himself a cup of coffee. I'm almost always upstairs at that time.
He doesn't drink wine?
Never. He doesn't smoke either.
On Tuesday, did he come in during playtime?
He says no. I said no too, because he never lies. Then they claim that he did come in later.
You denied this?
I was speaking in good faith, Monsieur Maigret. A while later I remembered having found his empty coffee bowl on the kitchen table. I don't know whether he came in during playtime or afterwards.
Could he have gone to the tool shed without you seeing him?
The room where I was, upstairs, has no window on the garden side.
Could you see Léonie Bira's house?
If I'd looked, yes.
Didn't you hear the shot?
I didn't hear anything. The window was closed. I've become very sensitive to the cold. I've always had that tendency. And during playtimes I close the windows even in the summer because of the noise.
You told me that the people here don't like your husband. I'd like to clarify this point. Is there anyone in the village particularly dislikes your husband?
Certainly. The deputy mayor.
Théo.
Théo Kumar, yes, who lives right behind us. Our gardens are next to each other. Every morning he starts drinking white wine in his storeroom, where he always has a barrel on tap. After 10 or 11, he's at Louis's place, and he keeps drinking into the evening.
Doesn't he do anything?
His parents owned a large farm. He's never worked in his life. One afternoon, when Joseph was in La Rochelle with Jean-Paul last winter, Théo came into the house at around 4:30. I was upstairs changing. I heard heavy footsteps on the stairs. It was Théo. He was drunk. He pushed open the bedroom door and started to laugh. Then, right away, as if he were in a brothel, he tried to push me back onto the bed. I clawed him in the face, leaving a long scratch on his nose. He bled. He began cursing, shouting that a woman like me had no right to play hard to get. I opened the window, threatening to call for help. I was in my slip. In the end, he went away, mostly, I think, because of the blood running down his face. Since then, he's never spoken to me. He's the one who controls the village. The mayor, Monsieur Atto, is a mussel farmer who has no time to spare from his business and only shows up at the village hall on council days. Théo runs the elections as he likes, does favours, always ready to sign any old paper.
Do you happen to know if he was in his garden on Tuesday morning as he claims?
If he says so, it's probably true, because others must have seen him. Although, if he asked them to lie in his favour, it's true that they wouldn't hesitate to do so.
Would it bother you if I had a little chat with your son?
She rose, resigned, and opened the door. Jean-Paul, will you come down? Why? Said the voice upstairs. Inspector Maigret would like a word with you. Hesitant footsteps were heard. The boy appeared, a book in his hand, staying mistrustfully in the doorway at first.
Come in, my boy. I assume you're not afraid of me."
"I'm not afraid of anyone." He spoke in almost the same muffled voice as his mother.
"Were you in school on Tuesday morning?" Jean-Paul looked at the inspector and at his mother, as if wondering if he ought to answer even such an innocent question.
"You may speak, Jean-Paul. The inspector's on our side."
Her look seemed to apologize to Maigret for that affirmation. Even then, the child simply answered with a nod. What happened after playtime? Still the same silence. Maigret was becoming a monument of patience. "I assume you want your father to get out of prison, and the real culprit to be arrested?" The thick lenses of a boy's glasses made it hard to judge the look in his eyes. He didn't turn away. On the contrary, he stared his questioner full in the face, without a flicker of movement in his thin features. "For the moment," continued the inspector, "I know only what these people say. A small fact, seemingly unimportant, can put me on the track of something. How many pupils are there at the school?"
"Answer, Jean-Paul."
32 in all," he replied grudgingly. "What do you mean by in all?"
"The older and the younger ones. Everyone on the register." "There are always absentees," explained his mother. "Sometimes, especially in the spring, there are only 15 or so, and we can't always send gendarmes to see the parents."
"Do you have any chums?"
"No,"
he said curtly. "There isn't a single one among the village children who's your friend?" At that, seeming to defy the inspector, he announced,
"I'm the teacher's son."
"Is that why they don't like you?" He didn't reply. "What do you do during playtime?"
"Nothing."
"You don't come to see your mother?"
"No."
"Why?"
"Because my father doesn't want that."
Madame Gustin explained again.
"He doesn't want to make any distinction between his son and the others. If Jean-Paul came here during the playtimes, there would be no reason why the village officer's son, or the butcher's, for example, couldn't cross the road to go home."
"I understand. Do you remember what your father did on Tuesday during playtime?"
"No."
"Doesn't he monitor the children?"
"Yes."
"He stands in the middle of a courtyard?"
"Sometimes."
"He didn't come to this house?"
"I don't know."
Maigret had rarely questioned anyone so recalcitrant. If he had had an adult in front of him, he would probably have lost his temper. And, sensing that, Madame Gustin stayed near her son to protect him, placing a hand on his shoulder in a conciliatory gesture.
"Answer the inspector politely, Jean-Paul. I'm not being rude."
At 10 o'clock, you all returned to the classroom. Did your father go to the blackboard? Through the curtains of the window, he saw a section of that blackboard with words written in chalk in the building across the way.
"Perhaps."
It was a class in what subject?
"Grammar."
Did anyone knock at the door?
"Perhaps."
You're not sure. Didn't you see your father leave?
"I don't know."
Listen to me. When the teacher leaves the class, the pupils usually start getting up, talking, clowning around. Jean-Paul kept quiet. What happened on Tuesday?
"I don't remember."
You didn't leave the classroom.
"Why?"
You might, for example, have gone to the toilet. I see that it's in the courtyard.
"I didn't go there."
Who went over to the windows?
"I don't know."
Now Maigret was on his feet, and in his pockets, his fists were clenched. Listen to me.
"I don't know anything. I didn't see anything. I have nothing to tell you."
Suddenly the boy left the room and went upstairs, where they heard him close the door.
"You mustn't be angry at him, Inspector. Put yourself in his place. Yesterday the lieutenant questioned him for an hour, and when my son came home, he didn't say a single word to me, but went to lie down on his bed, where he stayed until it was dark, with his eyes wide open."
Does he love his father? She didn't understand the precise point of the question. What I mean is, does he have a special affection or admiration for his father? Or else, for example, does he prefer you? Does he confide in you? Or in him?
"He confides in no one. He certainly prefers me to his father."
How did he react when they accused your husband?
"He was just as you've seen him here."
He didn't cry?
"I've not seen him cry since he was a baby."
How long has he had a rifle?
"We gave it to him for Christmas."
Does he often use it?
Now and then he goes for a walk alone, like a hunter, with a rifle on his arm, but I don't think he fires it often. He tacked a target to the linden in the courtyard a few times, but my husband explained to him that he was wounding the tree.
I suppose, if he had left the classroom on Tuesday while your husband was gone, that his classmates would have noticed.
Of course.
And they would have mentioned it.
You would actually think that Jean-Paul—
I'm obliged to think of everything. Which student claims to have seen your husband leaving the tool shed?
Marcel Cellier.
Whose son is he?
His father's the village officer, who is a tinsmith, an electrician and a plumber as well. He also occasionally repairs roofs.
How old is Marcel Cellier?
The same age as Jean-Paul, give or take a few months.
He's a good student?
The best, with my son. To avoid seeming to favour Jean-Paul, my husband always gives Marcel the top grade. His father is smart too, and industrious. I believe that they're good people. Are you very angry with him?
With whom?
Jean-Paul. He was practically rude to you, and I never even offered you anything to drink. Won't you have something?
No, thank you. The lieutenant must have arrived, and I promised to see him.
Will you keep helping us?
Why do you ask me that?
Because if I were you, I think I would be discouraged. You came so far, and what you find here is so uninviting.
I will do my best. Seeing that she was about to take his hand in hers, perhaps to kiss them, he went to the door. He was in a hurry to get outside, to feel the fresh air on his skin, to hear other sounds besides the tired voice of the teacher's wife. I'll be back to see you again, no doubt.
You don't think he needs anything?
If he does, I'll tell you.
Shouldn't he be choosing a lawyer?
That isn't necessary, right now. While he was crossing the courtyard without a backwards look, the double-glass doors of the school swung open, and a swarm of children rushed outside, yelling. A few of them stopped short when they spotted him, having probably learned from their parents who he was, and watched him pass. They were of all ages, 6-year-old kids and big boys of 14 or 15, who already looked almost like adults. There were girls, too, clustered in a corner of a yard, as if to get away from the boys. At the end of a corridor where the two doors stood open, Maigret caught sight of a local police car. He knocked at the door of the secretary's office. "Come in," called Danielu. The lieutenant, who had taken off his belt and unbuttoned his tunic, was working at Gaston's desk, with papers spread out before him and municipal stamps all around. He rose to shake hands with Maigret, who did not immediately notice a plump girl sitting off in a dark corner with a baby in her arms. "Take a seat, Detective Chief Inspector. I'll be with you in a moment. I've taken the precaution of calling in all the witnesses a second time and going through the interrogations again." Because of Maigret's arrival in Saint-Andre, undoubtedly. "A cigar?" "No, thanks. I smoke only a pipe." "I'd forgotten." The lieutenant smoked very black cigars, which he chewed on as he talked. "If you don't mind," he said, and turned to the girl, "you say she promised to leave you everything she had, including the house?" "Yes, she promised it." "Before witnesses?" The girl didn't seem to know what that meant. In fact, she did not seem to know much at all, and rather seemed like the village idiot. She was a big, stout girl, solid as a man, wearing a cast-off black dress, and there were wisps of hay in her uncombed hair. She smelled bad. The baby did too, of urine and feces. "When was this promise made?" "A long time ago." Her large eyes were of an almost transparent blue, and she frowned in an effort to understand what was wanted of her. "What do you mean by a long time? A year?" "Maybe a year." 2 years? "Maybe." "How long have you been working for Léonie Bira?" "Wait. After I had my second child." "No, the third." "How old is he?" Her lips were moving as if she were in church while she did her mental arithmetic. 5. "Where is he now?" "At home." "How many are there at home?" 3. "I've the one here and the oldest is at school." "Who's taking care of them?" "No one." The two men exchanged glances. "So you've been working for Léonie Bira for about 5 years. Did she promise you right away to leave you her money? No. After 2, 3 years? Yes. 2 or 3? I don't know. Did she sign a paper? I don't know. And you don't know either why she made you that promise? To make her niece mad. She told me so. Did her niece used to come to see her? Never. She's Madame Cellier, the village officer's wife, isn't she? Yes. The officer never came to see her either? Yes, he did. They weren't angry with each other. Yes, they were. Why did he come to see her? To threaten to report her for throwing filth out of the window. Did they argue? They screamed insults at each other. Did you feel affection for your employer? She looked at him with her round eyes, as if the idea that she could be fond or not of someone had never occurred to her. I don't know. Was she nice to you? She gave me leftovers. Of what? Food. And also her old dresses. Did she pay you regularly? Not much. What do you mean by not much? Half what the other women pay me when I work for them. But she had me in every afternoon, so... Have you seen her arguing with other people? With almost everyone. At her house? She never left home anymore. She shouted things out the window at people. What things? Things that they'd done and they didn't want others to know. So everyone hated her? I think so. Did someone hate her in particular, enough to want to kill her? Of course, since somebody did. But you haven't the slightest idea who could have done that. I thought you knew. Pardon? Because you arrested the teacher. You think he's the one? I don't know. A question, if I may, said Maigret quickly, turning to the lieutenant. Be my guest. Theo, the deputy mayor. Is he the father of one or more of your children? She did not seem offended, and appeared to be thinking. Maybe so. I'm not sure. Did he get along well with Leonie Bira? She thought some more. Like the others. Did he know that she'd promised to put you in her will? I told him so. How did he react? She did not understand the word. Well, how did he answer you? He told me to demand a paper from her. Did you do that? Yes. When? A long time ago. She refused. She said that everything was arranged. When you found her dead, what did you do? I shouted. Right away? As soon as I saw the blood. At first I thought she'd fainted. Did you look through the drawers? What drawers? Maigret signaled to the lieutenant that he had finished. Then he stood up. Thank you, Maria. If I need you again, I'll send for you. She didn't sign any paper? Asked the girl, standing near the door with her baby. We haven't found anything yet. Then she grumbled, turning away from them. I should have known she was cheating me. They saw her pass by the window, looking unhappy and talking to herself. Chapter 4. The Postmistress's Letters. The lieutenant sighed, as if in apology. You see, I do what I can. And it was certainly true. He was even more conscientious now that there was a witness to his investigation, someone from the famous police judiciaire, and thus particularly impressive in his eyes. His was a curious story. His family was well known in Toulouse. At the urging of his parents, he'd attended the École Polytechnique, and done more than honourably there. Then, instead of choosing between the army and industry, he had opted for gendarmerie, as well as 2 years of law school. He had a pretty wife, also of good family, and everyone agreed they formed one of the most charming couples in La Rochelle. He was making an effort to seem at ease in the greyish setting of the village hall, into which the sunlight was not yet shining, and which the brightness outside made look almost dark. It isn't easy to find out what they think, he remarked, lighting a new cigar, In a corner of the room, 6.22 rifles were leaning against the wall, 4 of them exactly alike, and one of an old model with a carved stock. I think I have them all. If there are more somewhere, my men will find them this morning. He picked up what resembled a cardboard pillbox from the mantelpiece and took out a deformed bit of lead. I've examined it carefully. I once took a course in ballistics, and we have no expert in La Rochelle. It's a lead bullet, what's sometimes called a soft bullet, which flattens when it hits the target, even if it's a pine board. So it's useless to look for the markings found on other bullets, which often allow identification of the weapon used. Maigret nodded to show he understood. Are you familiar with .22 rifles? Continued the lieutenant. More or less. More less than more, because he could not remember any crime committed in Paris with such a weapon. They can shoot 2 sorts of cartridges, short or long. The short ones have a weak range, but the long ones reach their target at more than 150 meters. About 20 other lead lumps formed a small pile on the veined marble mantelpiece. Yesterday we did a few experiments with these different rifles. The bullet that struck Léonie Birat is a .22 long, of the same weight as those we fired. The cartridge case hasn't been found. My men went over the gardens behind the house with a fine-tooth comb. They'll continue looking this afternoon. It's possible that the shooter picked up the case. What I'm trying to explain to you is that we have very little material evidence. Have all these rifles been used? Recently enough. It's hard to judge exactly because the boys don't bother cleaning and oiling them after they're fired. The medical report, which I have here, doesn't help us much either, because the doctor's unable to determine, even approximately, at what distance the gun was fired. It could just as well be 50 meters as more than 100. Maigret filled his pipe, standing by the window and listening distractedly. Across the way near the church, he could see a man with bushy black hair shoeing a horse, while a younger man held its hoof. The examining magistrate and I have considered the various available hypotheses. The first one we thought of, strange as it may seem, is that it was an accident. There's something so unlikely about this crime. There was so little certainty of killing the former postmistress with a .22 caliber bullet that we wondered if she hadn't been struck by chance. Someone in the gardens, someone could have been shooting at sparrows the way boys do. There have been stranger coincidences, you see what I mean? Maigret nodded. The lieutenant had an almost childish desire for his approval, and was touching in his eagerness to perform well. That's what we call the theory of the pure and simple accident. If Léonie Birat had died at a different time of day, or on holiday, or elsewhere in the village, we would no doubt have stopped there, because that is the most reasonable theory. Except that when the old woman was killed, the children were in school. All of them. Just about. 3 or 4 who were absent, one of them a girl, lived rather far away on farms, and were not seen in a village that morning. Another, the butcher's son, has been bedridden for almost a month. We then thought of a second possibility, that of malice aforethought. Someone, no matter which neighbor, feuding with the Birat woman the way almost all of them were, someone whom she had aggravated once too often, could have shot at her from a distance in a fit of rage to frighten her or break her windows without even thinking that she might be killed. I haven't completely rejected this hypothesis yet, because the third one, that of deliberate murder, requires first of all a champion marksman. If the bullet had hit the victim anywhere except in her eye, the wound would not have been too serious, and to hit the eye on purpose at a certain distance, one would have to be an exceptional shot. Don't forget that this happened in broad daylight, in this very block of houses, at an hour when most of the women are at home doing their housework. There's a whole warren of yards and gardens. The weather was fine, and most windows were open. Have you tried to determine where everyone was at around 10:15? You heard Maria Smelka. The other depositions are about as clear as hers. People are reluctant to talk. When they go into details, these are so confused that they simply complicate matters. The deputy mayor was in his garden. So it seems. It depends on whether we go by radio time or church time, because the tower clock is 15 to 20 minutes fast. Someone who was listening to the radio claims to have seen Theo on the road at around 10:15, heading for the Bon Coin. At the Bon Coin, they affirmed that he arrived only after 10:30. As for the butcher's wife, who was hanging out laundry, she says she saw him go into his wine storeroom for a drink, as he regularly does. Does he own a rifle? No, only a double-barreled shotgun for hunting. This shows you just how hard it is to get any valid evidence. The only evidence that holds up is the boy's. The policeman's son. Yes. Why didn't he speak up the first day? I asked him that. His answer's plausible. You're doubtless aware that his father, Georges Simenon, married the old woman's niece. And I know that Léonie Birat had announced her intention to disinherit her. Marcel Sellier thought it would look as if he wanted to put his father out of the running. It was only the following evening that he mentioned it to him, and Georges Simenon brought him to us on Thursday morning. You'll see them. They're nice people. They seem straightforward. Did Marcel see the teacher leave his tool shed? That's what he says. The children in the classroom were left on their own. Most of them were acting up. Marcel Sellier, who was a calmer, more serious boy, went over to the window and saw Joseph Gastin come out of a shed. He didn't see him go inside. Only leave. At that point, the shot had to have been fired. Yet the teacher continues to deny having gone in the tool shed that morning. Either he's lying or the boy invented the story. But why? Why, indeed, murmured Maigret lightly. He felt like having a glass of wine. It seemed about the right time for one. Playtime was over in the courtyard. Two old women were passing with shopping bags, walking towards the cooperative shop. Might I take a look at Léonie Birat's house? He asked. I'll go with you. I have the key. It, too, was on the mantelpiece. The lieutenant shoved it in his pocket, buttoned his tunic, and put on his cap. The air outside did smell of the sea, although still not enough for Maigret. They both headed for the street corner, and in front of Pomel's place the inspector asked casually, Shall we? You think? Replied the lieutenant, a little disconcerted. He was not the type to drink in a bistro or an inn. The invitation bothered him, and he didn't know how to refuse. I wonder if that— Just a quick glass of white wine. Theo was there, sitting in a corner with his long legs stretched out, a half-litre carafe of wine and a glass within reach. The postman, who had an iron hook instead of his left arm, was standing in front of him. Both men fell silent when the other two came inside. What can I get you, gentlemen? Asked Louis from behind his counter, his sleeves rolled up. A carafe. Danielou, ill at ease, was trying to act naturally. Perhaps that's why the deputy mayor was watching them both with twinkling eyes. He was tall and must once have been fat. When he'd lost weight, his skin had collapsed into folds, like a garment now way too big. His gaze reflected the mocking self-assurance of a peasant as well as that of a politician adept at tampering with municipal elections. So, what's happening with that scum of a guest now? He asked, as if addressing no one in particular, and Maigret, without really knowing why, answered in the same tone. He's waiting for someone to come and take his place. That shocked the lieutenant. As for the postman, his head whipped round. You've discovered something? You're the one who knows the area better than anybody, replied Maigret. You cover all your territory every day. And what a day! Before, not too long ago, there were still folks who never got any mail, so to speak. I remember certain farms where I set foot only once a year for the post office calendar. Now, not only does everyone receive a newspaper, which must be home delivered, but there isn't anyone who doesn't receive benefits of some kind. If you knew what that means in the way of forms. He repeated, seemingly overwhelmed. Forms, forms. To listen to him, you might have thought that he was the one who filled them out. First the military veterans, that I can understand. Then the widows' pensions. Next the welfare payments, the large family supplements, and the benefits for— He turned towards the deputy mayor. Can you figure it out? I wonder if there's a single person in the entire village who doesn't get something from the government. And I'm sure that some have kids just for the allowances. His misted glass of wine in hand, Maigret inquired cheerily, Do you think the allowances have something to do with Léonie Birat's death? You never know. It was doubtless an obsession. He must have been receiving a pension as well for his arm. He was paid by the government, and it infuriated him that others also took their turn at the cashier's window. In short, he was jealous. Give me a carafe, Louis. Theo's eyes were still laughing. Maigret was sipping his wine, and this scene was almost like what he'd envisioned for his trip to the seaside. The air was the same colour as the white wine, with the same taste. Two hens were pecking at the hard earth out on the square, where they could hardly be finding any worms. Therese in her kitchen was peeling onions and occasionally wiping her eyes with the corner of her apron. Shall we go? Danielu, who had merely wet his lips in his glass, followed him out in relief.
Don't you think those peasants seem to be making fun of us? He murmured once outside. You don't say. It's as if it amuses you.
Maigret made no reply. He was beginning to find his footing in the village and no longer regretted having left Quai des Orfèvres. This morning he'd not telephoned his wife as he had promised her he would. He had not even noticed the post office. He would have to get to that soon. They passed a haberdasher's shop, behind the front windows of which the inspector spied a woman so old and withered that it was a miracle she didn't break into pieces. Who's that? There are two of them, of about the same age, Mademoiselle Thévenard. Two old spinsters had had a shop in his home village too. It was as if the villages of France were interchangeable. Years had passed. The roads had filled with speedy cars. Buses and vans had replaced carts. There were cinemas more or less everywhere. The radio and many other things had been invented, and yet here Maigret was finding once again the characters of his childhood, frozen in their attitudes as if in a naive painting. This is the house. It was old, and the only one in the street that hadn't been pebble-dashed in years. The lieutenant fitted the big key into the lock of a green-painted door, which he pushed open, and they smelled a sweetish odour, the same that must have reigned in the home of the two old maids next door, an odour found only where elderly people live, confined in close quarters. The first room somewhat resembled the one where Madame Gaston had received him, except that the oaken furniture was less well polished, the armchairs shabbier, and there was an enormous set of brass fire-irons. There was also, in a corner, a bed that must have been brought in from another room, and which was still unmade. "The bedrooms are upstairs," explained the lieutenant. "During the last few years, Léonie Birin no longer wanted to use the stairs. She lived on the ground floor, sleeping in this room. Nothing's been touched." Beyond a half-open door was a rather large kitchen with a stone fireplace, next to which a coal stove had been installed. The whole place was dirty. On the stove, saucepans had left reddish circles. The walls were spattered with grease. The leather armchair in front of the windows must have been the one where the old woman spent most of her days. Maigret understood why she preferred to stay in this room rather than the one in the front. Almost no one used the road which led to the sea, whereas in the back one could view, as from the teacher's place, the liveliest parts of the houses, courtyards and gardens, including the schoolyard. It was almost intimate. From her armchair, Léonie Birin took part in the daily lives of a dozen households, and if she had good eyes, she could find out what everyone was eating. I don't need to tell you that the chalk outline shows the spot where she was found. The stain, you see. I understand. She hadn't bled much. Where is she now? They took her to the morgue at La Rochelle for the post-mortem. The funeral will be tomorrow morning. We still don't know who inherits. I've looked everywhere for a will. I telephoned a lawyer in La Rochelle. She'd often spoken to him about drawing up a will, but had never made one in his presence. He has in his keeping some stocks of hers, some bonds, the title deeds to this house, and to another one she owns 2 kilometers from here, so that if nothing is found, her niece will inherit. That's my impression. What does she say about it? She doesn't seem to be counting on it. The Celliers are not badly off. Without being rich, they have a nice little business. You'll see them. I'm not used to reading people the way you are. I find this family frank, honest, and hard-working. Maigret had begun opening and closing drawers, discovering half-rusted kitchen utensils, a jumble of objects. Old buttons, nails, bills, pell-mell with empty bobbins, stockings, hairpins. He returned to the first room, where there was an old chest of drawers that was not without value, and began going through those drawers as well. Have you examined these papers? The lieutenant reddened slightly, as if he'd been caught out or forced to face unpleasant realities. He'd have the same look in Louis' bistro when he had had to take the glass of white wine Maigret was handing to him. They're letters. So I see. They date back more than 10 years, to the time when she was still the postmistress. As far as I can tell, these letters are not addressed to her. That's correct. I will add this correspondence to the file, of course. I've spoken about it to the judge. I can't do everything at once. Every letter was still in its envelope, on which different names were written. Évariste Cornu, Augustin Cornu, Jules Marchadon, Célestin Marchadon, Théodore Kumar. Even more, and women's names too, including those of the two Tidmarsh sisters, the ladies of the haberdasher's shop. If I understand correctly, when she was postmistress, Leonie Birat did not send all the mail on to its addressees. He glanced at a few letters. Dear Mamma, this is to tell you that I am well, and that I hope you are the same, and happy in my new employer's home, except that the grandfather who lives with them coughs all day long and spits on the floor. Another said, I met Cousin Jules in the street, and he was ashamed when he saw me. He was completely drunk, and I thought for a moment he'd not recognized me. Leonie Birat did not, evidently, open all the letters. She seemed to pay particular attention to certain families, especially the Cornus and Rateaus, of whom there were many in that region. Several envelopes bore the postmark of the Senate, and were signed by a noted politician who had died 2 years earlier. My dear friend, I acknowledge receipt of your letter concerning the tempest that ravaged your mussel farm and carried off more than 200 posts. I will see to it that the funds earmarked for victims of national disasters. I looked into this, explained the lieutenant. The farms consist of pine posts driven into the sea bottom and bound together by bundles of sticks. That's where they install the clusters of young mussels to fatten them. When a tide is a little strong, it carries away a certain number of posts, which are expensive, as they must be brought from a great distance. So, the cunning fellows get them paid for by the government under the guise of a national calamity. The senator was very popular, observed Daniel, with a wry smile. He never had any difficulty getting re-elected. You've read all these letters? I skimmed through them. They provide no clues. They explain why the Birat woman was hated by the entire village. She knew too much about all of them. She must have told them a few home truths. Still, I haven't found anything really serious. Nothing bad enough in any case for someone, especially after 10 years, to decide to eliminate her with a bullet in the head. Most of the people to whom these letters are addressed are dead, and their children don't care what happened in the past. You're taking these letters away. I don't have to remove them this evening. I can leave you the key to the house. Don't you want to go upstairs? Maigret went up for form's sake. The 2 rooms, full of strange objects and furniture in poor condition, taught him nothing. Outside, the lieutenant handed him the key, asking, What are you going to do now? What time does the school let out? The morning session ends at 11:30. Certain pupils who don't live too far away go home for lunch. Those from the farms and the seashore bring bread and butter with them to eat at the school. Classes resume at 1:30 and are over at 4. Maigret pulled his watch from his pocket. It was 11:10. Are you staying in the village? I must go and see the examining magistrate who questioned the teacher this morning, but I'll be back sometime this afternoon. See you later. Maigret shook his hand. He wanted another glass of white wine before the classes let out. He stayed there a moment, standing in the sun, watching the lieutenant walk away with a light step, as if relieved of a great burden. Theo was still at Louis's place. There was also in the opposite corner an old man almost in rags, with the look of a tramp, with a bushy white beard. Pouring his drink with a shaking hand, he glanced at Maigret only briefly, without interest. A carafe? Asked Louis. Of the same as before. That's the only kind I have. I suppose you'll be eating here. Therese is cooking a rabbit. I know you'll enjoy. The maid appeared. Do you like rabbit in white wine, Monsieur Maigret? It was just to see him, to glance at him in complicity and gratitude. He had not betrayed her. She was relieved of that, becoming almost pretty. Off to your kitchen. A van pulled up. A man entered in the working clothes of a butcher. Unlike most butchers, he was thin and unwell, with a crooked nose and bad teeth. A Pernod, Louis. He turned towards Theo, who was smiling in delight. Hello, you old pirate. The deputy mayor simply gestured vaguely with his hand. Not too tired? Well, I think that layabouts like you exist. He zeroed in on Maigret. So it's you, it seems, who's going to ferret out the truth. I'm trying. Try hard. If you find out anything, you'll deserve a medal. His drooping moustache was getting wet in his glass. How's your son? Asked Theo from his corner, his legs still stretched out lazily. The doctor claims it's time he was walking. That's easy to say. As soon as we get him upright, he falls down. The doctors don't know anything. No more than deputy mayors. Although he seemed to be joking, there was a bitter edge to his voice. Done with your day, are you? I still have to do bourrage. He ordered a second glass, drank it down in one go, wiped his moustache, and called to Louis, "Put that on the tab with the rest." Then to the inspector, "Have fun." Finally, he bumped into Teo's legs on purpose as he went out. "So long, scum." They saw him start his van and swing into a U-turn. "His father and mother died of tuberculosis," explained Louis. "His sister's in a sanatorium for TB patients. He has a brother locked up as a madman." "And him?" "He holds his own as best he can, sells his meat in the surrounding countryside. He tried to establish a butcher shop in La Rochelle and lost all the money." "Has he children?" "A son and a daughter. The two others died at birth. The son was knocked over by a motorbike a month ago and is still in a cast. The girl, who's 7, must be at school. By the time he's finished his round, he'll have downed a good half bottle of Pernod." "You find that funny?" asked Teo sarcastically. "Find what funny? To talk about all that? I don't badmouth anyone. You want me to talk about your little doings?" Looking scared, Louis grabbed a full carafe from under his counter and went to place it on the table. "You know perfectly well there's nothing to tell. People have to make conversation, don't they?" Deep down, Teo seemed to be having a ball. His mouth wasn't smiling, but his eyes were glittering strangely. Maigret couldn't help thinking of some sort of old retired faun. There he was, planted in the middle of a village like a malicious god who knew everything that happened inside people's heads and homes, enjoying this show put on for him in solitary pleasure. He saw Maigret more as an equal than as an enemy. "You're a very shrewd man," he seemed to say. "You pass for a champion at your game. Paris, you find out everything anyone tries to hide from you. Only I'm a shrewd man too, and here I'm the one who knows. Try, play your game, question people, worm their secrets out of them. We'll see if you ever figure anything out." He slept with Maria, who was dirty and unattractive. He had tried to sleep with Madame Gastin, who was no longer any kind of woman. He drank from morning till night without ever getting completely drunk, floating in a world of his own that must have been amusing, because it made him smile. The old beard woman knew the village's little secrets as well, but they gnawed at her, working on her like a poison she had to draw out one way or another. He watched the villagers, scoffed at them, and when someone needed a convenience certificate to obtain one of those allowances that so enraged the postman, he approved it, certifying the document with one of those municipal stamps he always had in the pocket of his droopy trousers. He didn't take them seriously. "Another inspector?" "Not now." Maigret heard children's voices over by the school. The pupils going home for lunch were coming out. He saw a few of them crossing the square. "I'll be back in half an hour. The rabbit will be ready. Still no oysters?" "No oysters." Hands in his pockets, he headed for the Cellier's shop. A boy had just gone in there before him, winding his way among the buckets, watering cans, sulphate sprayers that cluttered the floor and hung from the ceiling. There were tools everywhere in a dusty light. "May I help you?" inquired a woman's voice. He had to peer into the shadows to find a rather young face and the bright patch of a blue-checked apron. "Is your husband here?" "Out back in the workshop." The boy had gone into the kitchen and was washing his hands at the pump. "If you'd like to come this way, I'll call in." She knew who he was and didn't seem frightened. In the kitchen, the vital center of the house, she brought forwards a straw-bottomed chair for him and opened a door to the courtyard. "Julien, someone to see you." The boy wiped his hands while observing Maigret curiously, and he too brought childhood memories back to the inspector. In his class, in all the classes he'd been in, there had always been a boy fatter than the rest, with the same frank and studious appearance and the same clear skin, the same demeanor of a well-brought-up child. His mother was not big, but his father, who appeared a moment later, weighed more than 100 kilos. He was very tall, quite broad, with an almost babyish face and candid eyes. The man wiped his feet on the doormat before entering. 3 places were set at the round table. "Excuse me," he murmured, going to take his turn at the pump. One sensed that there were rituals here, that each person performed certain gestures at certain moments in the day. "Were you about to sit down and eat?" It was the woman who answered, "Not right away. Dinner isn't ready." "Actually, what I would most like is a brief chat with your son." The father and mother looked at the boy without showing any surprise or uneasiness. "Did you hear Marcel?" said the father. "Yes, Papa." "Answer the inspector's questions?" "Yes, Papa." Turned towards Maigret directly in front of him, he assumed the attitude of a pupil preparing to reply to his teacher. Chapter 5. Marcel's Lies. Just as Maigret was lighting his pipe, a kind of silent ceremony took place that, more than everything he had seen since the previous evening in Saint-Vendré, conjured up for the inspector the village of his childhood. For an instant, it was even one of his aunts, also in a blue-checked apron, her hair up in a chignon, who took Madame Cellier's place. This last had simply looked at her husband, opening her eyes just a little wider, and big Julien had got the message. He went out of the door to the courtyard, where he disappeared for a moment. As for his wife, without waiting for his return, she had opened the sideboard, taken 2 glasses from a set, the one used only for company, and was polishing them with a clean dish towel. When the tinsmith returned, he was holding a corked bottle of wine. He did not say anything. Nothing needed to be said. Someone from far away or from another planet might have thought that those gestures were part of a religious service. They listened to the sound of the cork coming out of the bottleneck, the gurgling of the golden wine in 2 glasses. A touch intimidated, Julien picked up one of them and checked its color, then finally said, "Cheers." "Cheers," replied Maigret. After which the man withdrew to a shadowy corner of the room, while his wife went over to the stove. "Tell me, Marcel," began the inspector, returning to the boy who had not budged. "I presume that you've never told a lie." If there was any hesitation, it was brief, accompanied by a swift glance in his mother's direction. "Yes, I have, monsieur, but I always confessed it," he hastened to add. "You mean you went afterwards to confession?" "Yes, monsieur." "Immediately afterwards?" "As quickly as possible, because I wouldn't like to die in a state of sin." "They mustn't have been important lies, though, were they?" "Important enough." "Would you mind much telling me one as an example?" "There was the time I tore my trousers climbing a tree. When I came home, I claimed I'd caught them on a nail in Joseph's yard." "You went to confession that very day?" "The day afterwards." "And when did you admit the truth to your parents?" "Only after a week. Another time I fell into the pond while fishing for frogs. My parents forbid me to play around the pond because I catch cold easily. My clothes are all wet. I told them I'd been pushed while I was crossing the little bridge over the stream." "Did you wait a week again before telling them the truth?" "Only 2 days." "Do you often lie like that?" "No, monsieur." "Once every how long about?" He took the time to reflect, still as if taking an oral exam. "Not even once a month." "Do your friends lie more?" "Not all of them. Some." "Do they go to confession like you?" "I don't know. Probably they do." "Are you friends with the teacher's son?" "No, monsieur." "You don't play with him?"
"He doesn't play with anyone."
"Why?"
"Maybe he doesn't like to play. Or else because his father's the teacher. I try to be his friend."
"Don't you like Monsieur Gaston?"
"He isn't fair."
"How is he not fair?"
"He always gives me the best grades, even when it's his son who deserves them. I would like to be the best in the class when I've earned it, but not otherwise."
"Why do you think he does that?"
"I don't know. Maybe because he's afraid."
"Afraid of what?"
The child tried to find an answer. He certainly sensed what he would have liked to say, but realized that it was too complicated, that he wouldn't find the words. He simply repeated, "I don't know."
"Do you remember Tuesday morning, clearly?"
"Yes, monsieur."
"What did you do during playtime?"
"I played with the others."
"What happened shortly after you returned to the classroom?"
Old man Pierrebeuf from Gros Chêne came knocking at the door, and Monsieur Gaston went with him to the village hall after telling us to wait quietly.
Does that often happen?
Yes, monsieur, rather often.
Do you all wait quietly?
Not all of us.
Do you personally remain quiet?
Most of the time.
When did that happen before?
Also on the day before, Monday, during the funeral, someone came to get a paper signed.
What did you do?
Tuesday. At first I stayed in my seat.
Did your classmates start misbehaving?
Yes, monsieur, most of them.
What were they doing exactly?
They were pretending to fight, for laughs, throwing things at one another's heads, erasers, pencils.
After that?
If he sometimes hesitated before answering, it wasn't from uneasiness, but like someone trying to find the right words. I went to the window.
Which window?
The one through which you see the courtyards and kitchen gardens. That's always the one I look out of.
Why?
I don't know. It's the one closest to my bench.
It wasn't because you just heard a shot that you went to that window.
No, monsieur.
If there had been a shot outside, you would have heard it?
Maybe not. The others were making a lot of noise, and at the forge they were busy shoeing a horse.
Do you have a .22 rifle?
Yes, monsieur. I took it to the village hall yesterday, like the others did. They asked everyone who has a rifle to take it there.
While the teacher was gone, you didn't leave the classroom?
No, monsieur. Maigret was speaking in a calm, encouraging voice. Madame Cellier had discreetly gone to tidy the shop, while her husband, glass in hand, was watching Marcel with satisfaction.
Did you see the teacher cross the yard?
Yes, monsieur.
Did you see him go to the tool shed?
No, monsieur. He was coming back from it.
You saw him coming out of the shed?
I saw him shutting the door. Then he crossed the yard and I whispered to the others, "Watch out!" Everyone returned to their seats, me too.
Do you play a lot with your classmates?
Not a lot, no.
You don't like to play?
I'm too fat. He blushed saying that and glanced at his father as if in apology.
Don't you have any friends?
Mostly I have Joseph.
Who is Joseph?
The Ratto's son.
The mayor's son.
Now, Julien Cellier spoke up. "We have many Rattos who sont André and hereabouts," he explained. "Almost all of them cousins. Joseph is the son of Marcelin Ratto, the butcher."
Maigret drank a swallow of wine and relit the pipe he had let go out. Was Joseph near you, at the window?
He wasn't in school. For a month he's had to stay home because of his accident.
He's the boy who was knocked down by a motorbike?
Yes, monsieur.
You were with him when that happened?
Yes, monsieur.
Do you go to see him often?
Almost every day.
Did you go there yesterday?
No.
The day before?
Not then either.
Why?
Because of what happened. Everyone was busy with the crime.
I suppose you wouldn't have dared lie to the police lieutenant?
No, sir.
Are you pleased that the teacher's in prison?
No, sir.
Do you realize that he's there because of your statement?
I don't know what you mean.
If you'd not said that you'd seen him leaving the tool shed, he would probably not have been arrested.
Abashed, the boy said nothing, shifting from one leg to the other, dancing again at his father.
If you really did see him, you were right to tell the truth.
I told the truth.
Didn't you like Léonie Bira?
No, monsieur.
Why not?
Because when I went by, she would shout nasty words at me.
At you more than at the others?
Yes, monsieur.
Do you know why?
Because she's angry at Mamma for having married my father.
Maigret half closed his eyes, looking for another question to ask, found none, and decided to empty his glass. He stood up rather heavily, for he'd already drunk a fair amount of white wine that morning. Thank you, Marcel. If you had something further to tell me, if you were to remember a detail you'd forgotten, for example, I'd like you to come and see me right away. You're not afraid of me?
No, monsieur. Another? Asked the father, reaching for the bottle.
No, thank you. I don't want to keep you from your lunch any longer. Your son is a smart boy, Monsieur Cellier.
The tinsmith blushed with pleasure. Oh, we're raising him the best we can. I don't think he often lies. On that point, when did he speak to you about the teacher going to the shed?
Wednesday evening.
He said nothing on Tuesday, when the whole village was talking about Léonie Birad's death.
No, I think he was intimidated. At dinner on Wednesday, he seemed different and suddenly said to me, "Papa, I think I saw something." He told me about it and I went to repeat it to the police lieutenant.
Thank you. Something was bothering him. He didn't quite know what. Outside, he went first to the Bon Coin, where he saw the substitute teacher eating near the window while reading a book. He remembered that he'd intended to call his wife, went on to the post office, which was in a different group of houses, and was served by a young woman of about 25, wearing a black smock. Will it take a long time to get through to Paris?
Not at this hour, Monsieur Maigret.
While waiting for his call, he watched her doing her accounts, and wondered if she were married, if she would get married one day, if she would turn into someone like the old Birat woman. He spent about 5 minutes in the booth, and all that the young woman heard through the door was, "No oysters, 'cause there aren't any. No, all the weather's splendid, not chilly at all." He decided it was lunchtime. The teacher was still at Louis's place, and Maigret found himself sitting at the table opposite his. The entire village already knew who he was. Although they were not greeting him, they followed him with their eyes in the street, and as soon as he'd passed, began to talk about him. The teacher looked up from his book 3 or 4 times. As he was leaving, he seemed to hesitate. Perhaps he wanted to tell him something. It was unclear. In any case, when he went past, he gave Maigret a nod that could have been taken for an involuntary twitch. Thérèse was wearing a fresh white apron over her black dress. Louis was eating in the kitchen, where he could sometimes be heard calling her. When he finished, he came over to Maigret, his lips still greasy. "So, what did you think of it, that rabbit?" "It was excellent." "A spot of brandy to wash it down? On the house?" He had a protective way of looking at the inspector, as if without him Maigret would have been lost in the jungle of Saint-André. "He's quite a character," he rumbled as he sat down, spreading his knees to accommodate his belly. "Who?" "Théo. I don't know anyone shrewder than he is. He's always managed to enjoy life without lifting a finger." "So, you believe that no one else heard that gunshot?" "First off, out here in the country nobody pays any attention to a rifle going off. If it had been a shotgun, everyone would have noticed. Besides, those things don't make much noise, and we've got so used to them now that all the kids have them. Théo was in his garden and supposed he didn't see a thing." "In his garden or in his wine storeroom? Because what he calls gardening is mostly going off to draw glass from the barrel. Mind you, if he did see something, he probably wouldn't say anything. Even if he saw someone fire the shot. Especially then." Pleased with himself, Louis was filling the little glasses. "I warned you that you wouldn't understand a thing. Do you think the teacher tried to kill the old woman?" "And you?" "No," said Maigret firmly. Louis looked at him, smiling as if to say, "Neither do I." But he did not say it. Perhaps they were each feeling as sluggish as the other after all they'd eaten and drunk. They sat for a moment in silence, looking out of the square cut in two by the sun, the greenish windows of the cooperative, the stone portal of the church. "What's the priest like?" asked Maigret, just to say something. "Priest's a priest. Is he on the teacher's side?" "Against." Maigret finally stood up, hesitated for a moment in the center of the room, then took the lazy way out and headed for the stairs. "Wake me in an hour," he told Thérèse. He should not have been so informal with her. The men of the police judiciaire had the habit of treating women like her that way, and he did not escape Louis, who frowned. The green shutters of the room were closed. Only thin shafts of sunlight came through. He didn't undress, merely took off his jacket and shoes and stretched out on the bedspread. A little later, when he was just dozing, he thought he heard the rhythmic sound of the sea. Was it possible? Then fell completely asleep, waking only at the knock on his door. "It's been an hour, Monsieur Maigret. Would you like a cup of coffee?" He still felt heavy, groggy, unsure of exactly what he wanted to do. When he crossed the room downstairs, 4 men were playing cards, including Théo and Marcelin the butcher, still in his work clothes. The inspector continued to sense that some detail was amiss, but couldn't tell which one. He'd first had that feeling during his questioning of the Cellier boy, at precisely which moment of their conversation. He began to walk first towards Léonie Birad's house, the key to which was in his pocket. He went inside, sat down in the front room, and read all the letters he'd seen there that morning. He found nothing important in them, and simply became familiar with certain names: the Dubar, Cornu, Gillet, Watteau, Moncoeur. Leaving the house, he intended to follow the road all the way to the sea, but a little further along he saw the cemetery, and turned in there, where he read on the gravestones more or less the same names he'd found in the letters. He could have pieced together the history of these families, proving that the Watteaus had been allied with the Dubars for 2 generations, and that a Cornu had married a Pied-d'Oeuvre who died at the age of 26. As he walked 200 or 300 meters further along the road, the sea remained invisible. The meadows sloped gently upwards, while in the distance he saw only a glistening mist, which he gave up trying to reach. The villagers encountered him in the streets and alleys, his hands in his pockets, stopping sometimes for no reason to look at some facade or passer-by. Before going to the village hall, he could not resist having a white wine. The 4 men were still playing cards, and Louis, straddling a chair, was looking on. The front steps of the village hall were in the sun, and at the end of a corridor out in the kitchen gardens he could see the caps of the 2 policemen. No doubt they were still hunting for the cartridge case. The windows of the teacher's house were closed. In the classroom, the children's heads were all in rows. He found the lieutenant annotating in red pencil the official report of an interrogation. "Come in, sir. I've seen the examining magistrate. He questioned Gaston this morning." "How is he?" "Like a man who's just spent his first night in prison. He was worried that you might already have left." "I suppose that he still denies everything." "More than ever." "Has he a theory of his own?" "He doesn't believe that anyone tried to kill the postmistress. He thinks it was an act of harassment instead, which proved fatal. People often played mean tricks on her." "On Léonie Biard?" "Yes. Not just the children. The adults as well. You know how it goes when villagers target someone they dislike. Whenever there was a dead cat, it would be tossed into her garden, if not through a window of her house. 2 weeks ago she found her door smeared with excrement. According to the teacher, someone shot at her to scare or infuriate her." "And the shed?" "He continues to claim that he never set foot there on Tuesday." "Did he do any gardening on Tuesday morning, before school?" "Not Tuesday, but Monday. He gets up at 6 every morning. That's the only time he has a moment to himself." Did you see the Cellier boy? What do you think of him?" "He answered my questions without any hesitation." "Mine too, without once contradicting himself. I questioned his classmates, who all affirm that he did not leave the classroom after playtime. I assume that if he were lying, someone would certainly have somehow given him away." "I think so too. Do we know who inherits?" "We still haven't found a will. Madame Cellier seems the likely heir." "Have you determined what her husband was doing all Tuesday morning?" "He was busy in his workshop." "Has anyone confirmed that?" "His wife, first of all. Then the blacksmith, Marchandon, who went to speak to him." "At what time?" "He isn't exactly sure. Before 11, he says. He claims they chatted for at least 15 minutes. That doesn't prove a thing, obviously." He riffled through his papers. "All the more so in that young Cellier himself says that the forge was in use at the moment when the teacher left the classroom." "So his father might therefore have gone out?" "Yes, but don't forget that everyone knows him. He would have had to cross the square and go into the gardens. If he had gone by with a rifle, people would have noticed him all the more." "But they might not mention it." In short, nothing was certain. There was no solid foundation aside from 2 contradictory statements, the one from Marcel Cellier, who claimed to have seen from the school window the teacher leaving the tool shed, and the other from Gaston, who swore he had never set foot in it that day. These were recent events. The questioning of the villagers had begun by Tuesday evening and continued throughout Wednesday. Everyone's memories were fresh. If the teacher had not fired the shot, what reason would he have to lie? And above all, what reason did he have to kill Léonie Biard? Marcel Cellier had no more reason to invent the story about the shed either. Théo, for his part, grumpily stated that he'd heard a shot, but seen nothing. Had he been in his kitchen garden? In his wine storeroom? There was no way to rely on the times mentioned by any of them, because country people don't pay much attention to the time, unless it's time to eat. Maigret had no confidence either in accounts of this or that person passing by in the street at a particular moment. People used to seeing others 10 times a day in the same familiar places no longer pay attention, and can, in complete good faith, confuse one encounter with another, or affirm that something took place on Tuesday when it had happened on Monday. The wine was making him feel hot. "What time is the funeral?" "At 9. Everyone will be there. It isn't every day you have the pleasure of burying the village shrew." "Have you thought of something?" Maigret shook his head, drifted around the office, fiddled with the rifles, the cartridges. "You did tell me that the doctor isn't sure about the time of death. He puts it between 10 and 11 that morning. So that, without young Sawyer's testimony—" They always came back to that, and each time Maigret had the same impression that he was narrowly missing the truth, that he'd been on the verge, at one point, of discovering it. Léonie Birard did not interest him. What did he care whether someone had wanted to kill or simply frighten her, or whether it had been an accident that the bullet had entered her left eye? It was Gaston's situation that fascinated him, and therefore the Cellier boy's statement as well. He went to the courtyard, and was halfway across when the children were let out of school, emerging less boisterously than at playtime and heading for the exit in small groups. Brothers and sisters could be spotted. Some bigger girls were holding smaller kids by the hand, and some children would have to cover more than 2 kilometers to get home. Only one boy greeted him, aside from Marcel Cellier, who politely removed his cap. The others went by, eyeing him with curiosity. A teacher was in the doorway. Maigret went over, and the young man stepped aside for him, stammering, "But do you want to speak to me?" "Not particularly." "Had you already come to Saint-André before?" "No, this is the first time. I've taught at La Rochelle and Fouas." "Do you know Joseph Gaston?" "No." The desks and benches were black, covered with gouges, and violent ink stains made bronze reflections on the varnish. Maigret went to the first window on the left, saw one section of the yard, the gardens, the tool shed. From the window to the right, he could then see the back of the Birard house. "Did you notice anything today? In the children's attitudes?" "They're more withdrawn than city children. Perhaps it's from timidity." "They weren't huddling together or passing notes during class?" The substitute wasn't even 22 years old and was visibly intimidated by Maigret, not so much because he was from the police, but because he was famous. The teacher would probably have behaved the same way before a noted politician or a film star. "I must say that I didn't pay any attention to that. Should I have?" "What do you think of young Cellier?" "One moment. Which one is he? I don't know all the names yet." "A boy, taller and sturdy than the others. A very good pupil." The teacher looked to the first seat on the front bench, which was evidently Marcel's place, and Maigret went over to sit there, although unable to slide his legs under the low desk. From that spot, he saw through the second window, not the kitchen gardens, but the linden in the yard and the Gaston's house. "He didn't seem anxious to you? Troubled?" "No, I remember quizzing him in arithmetic and noting that he was very smart." To the right of the Gaston's house could be seen further along the second-story windows of 2 other houses. "I might ask you for permission tomorrow to come and see the children for a moment during class." "I'll be available. We're staying at the same inn, I believe. It'll be easier for me if I prepare my lesson plans over here." Maigret left him and was about to cross to the teacher's house. It was not Madame Gaston he wanted to see, but Jean-Paul. Halfway there, he noticed a curtain moving and stopped, put off by the idea of finding himself once again in a small, stifling room before the unhappy faces of a mother and son. His courage gave way to a feeling of laziness, absorbed no doubt from the rhythms of village life, the white wine, the sun beginning to vanish behind the roofs. After all, what was he doing there? 100 times in the middle of an investigation, he'd had the same feeling of helplessness, or rather futility. He would find himself abruptly plunged into the lives of people he'd never met before, and his job was to discover their most intimate secrets. This time, as it happened, it wasn't even his job. He was the one who'd chosen to come because a teacher had waited for him for hours in purgatory at the police judiciaire. The air was taking on a blue tint, becoming cooler, more humid. Windows were lighting up here and there, and Machinon's forge stood out in red, with dancing flames visible at each puff of the bellows. In the shop across the way, two women were as still as figures in an advertisement, with only their lips moving slightly. They seemed to be speaking each in turn, and after every sentence, the shopkeeper would nod sadly. Were they talking about Léonie Birat? Probably. And about the funeral the next day, which would be a memorable event in the history of Saint-Honoré. The men were still playing cards. They doubtless wore away hours like that every afternoon, exchanging the same remarks, reaching occasionally for their glasses, and wiping their lips. He was about to go inside, ask for a carafe, and sit in a corner to wait for dinner, when a car stopped startlingly close to him. "Oh, did I scare you?" called the doctor cheerily. "You haven't ferreted out the truth yet." He emerged from the car, lit a cigarette. "It doesn't look like a Grand Boulevard," he remarked, waving at the village around them, the dimly lit shop windows, the forge, the half-open church portal emitting a faint gleam. "You should see it in the depths of winter. Haven't we begun to get used to our village routines?" Léonie Birat kept letters addressed to different people. She was an old bitch. Some folk called her the louse. If you knew how frightened she was of dying. Was she ill? Deathly ill. Only she wasn't dying. Like Theo, ought to have died at least 10 years ago, had you continued to drink his 4 daily litres of white wine, not counting the aperitifs. What do you think of the Celliers? They do what they can to join the middle class. Julien arrived here as a welfare ward and has worked hard to make a place for himself. They've only the one son. I know. He's smart. Yes. Maigret sensed some reserve in the doctor's voice. What do you mean? Oh, nothing. He's a well-brought-up child. He's an altar boy. He's the priest's pet. Another one who didn't like priests, apparently. Do you think he lied? I didn't say that. I don't believe anything. If you've been a country doctor for 22 years, you'd be like me. All that interests them is to earn money, change it into gold, put the gold into bottles, and bury the bottles in their garden. Even when they're ill or hurt, it has to pay. I don't understand. There are always insurance policies or benefits, some way to turn everything into money. He sounded almost like the postman. A bunch of crooks, he concluded in a tone that seemed to belie his words. They're funny. I'm fond of them. Even Léonie Birat? She was a phenomenon. And Germaine Gaston? She'll spend her life torturing herself and the others because she slept with Chevasloup. I bet they didn't do it often, perhaps only one time. And just when for once in her life she'd enjoyed some pleasure. If you're still here tomorrow, come and have lunch with me. This evening I have to go to La Rochelle. Night had fallen. Maigret still lingered on the square, emptied his pipe by tapping the bowl against one heel, and entered the Bon Coin with a sigh, heading for a table that was already his table, while Thérèse, without asking, set a glass and a carafe of white wine at his place. Across from him, Theo, cards in hand, flashed him a look sparkling with malice, which meant, "You're getting there. You'll get in there. Another few years on that diet, and you'll be like all the others." Chapter 6. The Postmistress's Funeral. It was not because of a postmistress's funeral, due to take place that day, that Maigret awakened with a weight on his shoulders. The death of Léonie Birat, in broad daylight, had not distressed anyone or offered any dramatic interest, and in the village and on their farms, the people of Saint-Honoré must have been dressing for her burial service as gaily as for a wedding. In fact, Louis Pomel, out in the courtyard early on in a starched white shirt and black cloth trousers, but no collar or tie, was filling an impressive number of carafes with wine. Carafes, he said, not only behind the counter, but on the kitchen table as well, as if for a village fair. The men were shaving. Everyone would be in black, as though the entire village were in mourning. Maigret remembered one of his aunts when he was little, whom his father had asked why she'd bought yet another black dress. "You see, my sister-in-law has breast cancer and might die in a few months or a few weeks. It's so hard on clothes to have them dyed." In a village, everyone has so many relatives who can die from one moment to the next that they all spend their lives in mourning clothes. Maigret was shaving too. He saw the morning bus leave almost empty for La Rochelle, even though it was Saturday. Thérèse had brought him a cup of coffee and his hot water, because she'd seen him spend hours the previous evening off in his corner drinking wine, and then after dinner, shots of brandy. It was not because he'd been drinking the evening before that he had a feeling of tragedy either. Perhaps in the end, the reason was simply that he'd slept badly. He had spent the night seeing the faces of children, in close-up as in a film, faces that resembled the Gaston Sellier boys, but were not exactly either one. He was trying, without succeeding, to remember those dreams. Someone was angry at him. One of the children, he didn't know which, they were all mixed up together. He kept telling himself that it was easy to recognize them because the teacher's son wore glasses. Only immediately afterwards, he saw Marcel Sellier wearing glasses too, and when he expressed surprise about it, the boy told him, "I only wear them when I go to confession." It was doubtless not so tragic for Gaston to be imprisoned, since the police lieutenant did not believe that much in his guilt, nor did the examining magistrate either. The teacher was better off over there for a few days, instead of in the village or confined to his house, and one witness report, especially that of a child, would not be enough to condemn him. To Maigret, it was more complicated than that. This often happened to him. It could be said that during each new inquiry, his humor followed more or less the same curve. At the beginning, you see the people from the outside. It's their little troubles that stick out the most, and it's amusing. Then gradually, you get inside their skin. You wonder why they react in this way or that way. You catch yourself thinking as they do, and it becomes much less funny. Perhaps, much later, when you've seen so much of them that nothing astonishes you anymore, it's possible to laugh at them, like Dr. Brussel. Maigret was not there yet. The kids preoccupied him. He felt that at least one of them, somewhere, must be living a kind of nightmare, in spite of the airy sunshine always bathing the village. He went downstairs to have breakfast in his corner, while carts were already delivering the inhabitants of the most distant farms to the square. The farmers did not come straight to the inn, forming dark groups in the street and in front of the church, and the flash of their shirts looked dazzling against their deep tans. He did not know who had arranged the funeral, had not thought to ask about that. In any case, the coffin had been brought from La Rochelle and placed directly in the church. The black shapes multiplied rapidly. Maigret noticed faces he'd not seen before. The lieutenant shook his hand. "Nothing new." "Nothing. I saw him yesterday evening in his cell. He still denies the charge. Just can't understand why Marcel Sellier insists on accusing him." Maigret went to the school courtyard, where there were no classes that day, and the windows of the teacher's house were closed. No one was visible. Surely the mother and son would not attend the funeral but stay at home, silent, fearful, expecting trouble. Yet the crowd did not seem angry. The men called to one another. A few of them began entering Louis's place for a quick one, and reappeared, wiping their lips. As the inspector passed, all fell silent, then began to speak in low voices as they followed him with their eyes. Wearing a tightly belted raincoat, even though the sky was clear, a young man came up to him with an outsized pipe in his mouth. "Albert Raymond, reporter à La Charente," he announced importantly. He wasn't more than 22, thin with long hair, his mouth twisted in a sarcastic smile. Maigret simply nodded. "I tried to come and see you yesterday, but I didn't have time." His words and demeanor made it clear that he considered himself the equal of the inspector. More precisely, that they were both outsiders to the crowd, both able to observe it from on high, as people in the know who have explored every last little corner of human nature. "Is it true," he asked, pad and pencil in hand, "that the teacher went to offer you his savings so that you'd get him out of trouble?" Maigret turned to him, looked him up and down, was about to open his mouth, and then with a shrug, turned his back on him. The fool was probably going to imagine that he'd struck home. It was of no importance. Bells were ringing. The women filled the entire church, along with a few men. There was a murmuring of organ music, the altar boy's bell. "Will there be a mass or only an absolution?" the inspector asked someone he did not know. "A mass and an absolution. We have enough time." enough time to go and have a drink at Louis's place. Most of the men had gradually gathered in front of the inn, going inside in groups, standing around and downing a carafe of two, then coming back outside. There was constant coming and going, with men in the kitchen and even in the courtyard. Louis Paumelle, who had found time to go inside the church, had removed his jacket and was hard at work, helped by Thérèse and a young man who seemed accustomed to lending him a hand. Cellier and his wife were attending the service. Maigret had not seen their son Marcel, but saw why a little later when he entered the church in turn. Marcel was there, in the surplice of an altar boy, assisting at the Mass. He must have been able to go directly to the sacristy, cutting through his parents' courtyard. Dies irae, dies illa. The women were moving their lips and actually seemed as if they were praying. Was it for the soul of Léonie Birard that they prayed, or for themselves? A few old men were at the back of the nave, hats in hand, and others came now and then to peek through the door to see how far along the service was. Maigret came back outside and noticed Théo, who, by way of a greeting, gave him his usual smile, dripping with irony. Someone certainly knew. Perhaps even several did and were keeping quiet. Inside the Bon Coin, voices were growing louder, and a lean farmer with a drooping moustache was already more than half drunk. The butcher as well, Maigret suspected, was walking less steadily, his eyes unusually bright, and Maigret saw him empty 3 big glasses with one man or another in the space of a few minutes. Less intrigued than the inspector, or more put off by the crowd's inquisitiveness, the lieutenant was keeping to the secretariat of the village hall, where the courtyard was empty around the linden. A cart passed, serving as a hearse and pulled by a chestnut horse with a black cloth over its back. The cart pulled up in front of the church, and the driver came over for a drink. There was a light breeze stirring. A few clouds way up in the sky gleamed like mother-of-pearl. Finally, the church doors opened. The drinkers rushed over. A coffin emerged, borne by 4 men, among whom Maigret recognized Julien Cellier and the deputy mayor. They hoisted it up onto the cart, not without difficulty. They covered it with a black cloth with a silver fringe. Then young Cellier appeared, carrying the silver cross at the end of a staff of black wood, and his surplice puffed up 2 or 3 times like a balloon. The priest followed, reciting prayers, finding the time to observe each person around him, and to stare for an instant at Maigret. Next came Julien Cellier and his wife, both in black, she with a crape veil over her face. The mayor followed, a tall, strong man, composed, grey-haired, with an entourage of municipal councillors, and then came the bulk of the crowd, the men first, the women after them, and some, especially at the end of the cortege, dragging a child along by the hand. The young reporter came and went, taking notes, talking to people whom Maigret did not know. Advancing slowly, the cortege passed the Bon Coin, where Thérèse stood alone in the doorway, as Paumelle had joined a group of councillors. For the second time that morning, Maigret was tempted to go and knock on the Gastins' door and talk to Jean-Paul. While all the others were going to the cemetery, weren't the mother and son feeling more alone than ever in the deserted village? He followed the rest for no particular reason. They passed Léonie Birard's house, then a farm where a calf in the yard began to bawl. At the entrance to the cemetery, there was some milling about, slightly disorganized. The priest and altar boy were already at the grave before everyone had entered the burial ground. That was when Maigret spotted a face looking over the wall. He recognized Jean-Paul. One of the lenses in his glasses was reflecting the sun, like a mirror. Instead of following the crowd, the inspector hung back and began walking around the cemetery, intending to reach Jean-Paul. Wouldn't the boy be too intent on what was happening around the grave to notice his maneuver? He was walking through a stretch of waste ground. When he was only about 30 meters from the child, he stepped on a dead branch. Jean-Paul instantly looked over in his direction, jumped off the stone he'd been standing on, and dashed towards the road. Maigret almost called after him, but the others would have heard him, so he simply quickened his pace, hoping to catch up with the boy along the way. It was a ridiculous situation, he realized that. He didn't dare run, neither did Jean-Paul. The child was even too scared to look back. He was in school clothes, doubtless the only one in the village not wearing his Sunday best. The boy probably wanted to go home, and thus ought to have passed by the gate to the cemetery, where there was a group of farmers. He turned left, towards the sea, perhaps hoping that the inspector would not follow him. Maigret followed him. There were no more farms or houses, only fields and some meadows where a few cows were grazing. A hillock was still hiding the sea. The road was climbing slightly. The boy walked as fast as he could without running, and Maigret at his end lengthened his stride. He didn't even know exactly why he was pursuing the child like this, and quickly realized that he was cruel. To Jean-Paul, he must have represented a formidable power hot on his heels, but the inspector could hardly start shouting, "Jean-Paul, stop, I simply want to talk to you." The cemetery had disappeared behind them, along with the village. Cresting the hillock, the Gaston boy began going down the other side. Maigret saw only his upper body, then his head. An instant later, he saw nothing until he reached the hilltop himself, and then at last he discovered the shimmering expanse of the sea, with what looked to him like an island in the distance, or else the Pointe de la Guillon, and a few fishing boats with brown sails seemingly suspended in space. Jean-Paul was still walking. There was no path to the left or right. At the shore stood 5 or 6 red-roofed shacks, where the mussel farmers stored their equipment. Maigret made up his mind. "Jean-Paul!" His voice sounded so strange that he barely recognized it, and turned around to make sure no one was watching him. He noticed a brief hitch in the child's pace. Surprise at his call had almost halted the boy in hesitation, but he was again walking as fast as ever, almost running, now in a panic. Feeling like a big brute tormenting a defenseless creature, the inspector was ashamed when he called out again, "Hey, kid, stop!" The most ridiculous part was that he was out of breath, and his voice was not carrying. He and the boy were still about the same distance apart. To get closer, he would have had to run. What was Jean-Paul hoping for? That Maigret would become discouraged and turn back? It was more plausible that he wasn't thinking at all, that he was hurrying straight ahead as if this were the sole way to escape from danger. At the end of the road, there was only the sea with its shining fringe, rolling along the shingle beach. "Jean-Paul!" At this point, it would have been just as stupid to give up as to go on. The boy reached the shore, paused before following the path that must have led to the next village, and halted at last with his back to Maigret. Only when he heard the inspector's footsteps coming quite close did he turn to face him. He was not red, but pale, with pinched nostrils. He was clearly panting rapidly, lips parted, and you felt you could hear his heart beating like that of a bird held in your hand. Maigret said nothing. He could not find anything to say just then, and he too needed to catch his breath. Jean-Paul, no longer looking at him, had turned towards the sea. They both stared at it, and the silence lasted for a long time, as long as it took for their hearts to calm down to a steady pulse. Then Maigret walked a few steps to sit down on a pile of posts that smelled of fresh pine. He took off his hat, mopped his brow unashamedly, and very slowly filled a pipe. "You walk fast," he finally murmured. The boy, standing stiff-legged like a young rooster, did not reply. "Won't you come over and sit near me?" "I don't feel like sitting down." "Are you angry?" With a brief glance at him, Jean-Paul asked. "Why?" "I wanted to talk to you without your mother around. At your house it's impossible. When I spotted you over the cemetery wall, I thought it might be a good opportunity." He left long silences between his sentences to avoid spooking the boy. "What were you looking at?" "The people." "You couldn't look at everyone all at once. I'm sure you were looking at someone in particular. Am I right?" Jean-Paul did not say yes or deny anything either. "Do you usually go to church?" "No." "Why not?" "Because my parents don't go." With an adult, this would have been easier. It had been a long time since Maigret was a child. He had neither son nor daughter, yet he had to try to think like this boy. "Did you tell your mother you were going out this morning?" "No." "You didn't want her to know?" "She would have stopped me." "You took advantage of her being upstairs to slip out quietly? And you made your way along the alleys?" "I wanted to see." "What?" "It wasn't the crowd, or the coffin being lowered into the grave. Maigret would have sworn to that. You remember the surplice billowing in the breeze, the cross Marcel carried, recalled the time when he was barely 7 and wanted so much to be an altar boy. He'd had to wait 2 years. He too had carried the silver cross, trotting in front of a country hearse towards the cemetery. "You wanted to see Marcel?" He saw him give a start with a child's astonishment at abruptly learning that a grown-up can read his mind. "Why aren't you friends with Marcel?" "I'm not friends with anybody." "You don't like anybody?" "I'm the teacher's son, I already told you." "You'd rather be the son of the tinsmith or the mayor, or any farmer at all from the village?" "I didn't say that." He had to be careful not to frighten him, which might well have set him off again at a run. And it wasn't simply the fear of Maigret catching him again that was keeping the boy there. He was faster than the inspector. Now that they were face to face, did he not feel a kind of relief, and deep in his heart a secret longing to talk to someone? "You still don't want to sit down?" "I'd rather keep standing." "Are you sorry that your father is in prison?" Instead of replying no right away, he remained silent. "You aren't sad about that?" And Maigret felt as if he were stalking his objective, advancing only with infinite caution. He mustn't move too quickly. Even a single word could so threaten the child that he would reveal nothing further. "Does it hurt you not to be like the others?" "Why am I not like them? Who told you that?" "Suppose I have a son who goes to school. Those in the neighborhood streets, his classmates would say, 'He's the inspector's son.' And because of that, they wouldn't treat him exactly like the other children. You see? You're the teacher's son." The youngster shot him a longer look this time, more penetrating than before. "Would you have liked to be an altar boy?" He could tell he was on the wrong track. It was hard to say how he knew. Certain words provoked barely perceptible reactions. With others, it was as if Jean-Paul were closing up. "Does Marcel have friends?" "Yes." "When they're together, do they talk quietly, exchange secrets, start laughing while they're looking at the rest of the kids?" That had come back to him from so long ago that it surprised him. It was the first time he felt that he was encountering such vivid memories of his own childhood, to the point of smelling the scent of the schoolyard back then, when the lilacs were in bloom. "Did you try to be their friend?" "No." "Why not?" "No reason." "You thought they wouldn't go along?" "Why are you asking me these questions?" "Because your father's in prison. He did not shoot at Léonie Bira." He was studying in the youngster's eyes, and the boy did not flinch. "You know perfectly well he didn't. Therefore someone else did." "Would you like your father to be convicted?" "No." There had been a barely perceptible hesitation, and Maigret decided not to press the point. He had already considered that idea in his corner the previous evening, wondering if, deep in his heart, Jean-Paul might be angry at his father and mother for not being like the other parents. Not only because his father was a teacher. They did not go to church, they did not dress him like the other children. Their house was not like the other houses either, and their life was different. His mother never laughed, but slipped around like a shadow, humble and repentant. She had done something very bad, and a woman had shot at her to punish her. That woman had not been convicted, which proved that she was right. Perhaps Jean-Paul loved them anyway. Whether he liked it or not, he belonged to the clan, was of their kind. All that was difficult to express. There were nuances that disappeared when things were put into words. "Suppose you know something that's enough to get your father out of prison." With no idea himself where he was going, Maigret was surprised to see Jean-Paul look up abruptly to stare at him in a mixture of fright and admiration. The boy opened his mouth, almost spoke, but didn't, clenching his fists in the effort to control himself. "You see, I'm only trying to understand. I don't know your father well, but I'm convinced that he's a man who does not lie. He says that he did not set foot inside the tool shed on Tuesday morning, and I believe him." Jean-Paul, still on the defensive, kept watching the inspector. "On the other hand, Marcel Serrier seems like a good boy. When he does happen to lie, he goes right away to confession so as not to remain in a state of sin. He has no reason to accuse your father, who, instead of being unfair to him, always grades him at the head of the class, when you should be there. Well, Marcel claims he saw your father coming out of a tool shed." It was like a bubble rising suddenly to the surface of a pond. Its head hanging, Jean-Paul said firmly, without looking at Maigret, "He's lying." You're sure he's lying, right? It isn't some vague feeling, and you aren't saying it from jealousy either. I'm not jealous of him. Why didn't you say this sooner? What? That Marcel was lying. Because. You're certain that he did not see your father? Yes. How come? Maigret had expected tears, perhaps shouting, but Jean-Paul's eyes were dry behind his glasses, except that his body had relaxed. There was no longer anything aggressive in his attitude. He was not even on the defensive anymore. The only sign of his surrender was that, feeling wobbly on his feet, he sat down a short distance from the inspector. I saw him. Whom did you see? Marcel. Where? When? In the classroom, near the window. Tell me precisely what happened. Nothing happened. Monsieur Pierre came to get my father. They both went off towards the village hall office. You saw them? Yes, I could see them from my seat. They disappeared through the arch at the entrance, and all the pupils began to fool around as usual. You did not leave your bench? No. You never misbehave? I don't. Where was Marcel? Near the first window on the left, the one that overlooks the schoolyard and the gardens. What was he doing? Nothing. He was looking outside. He doesn't misbehave either. Not often. Sometimes. When Joseph is there. The butcher's son. Yes. You were sitting at your desk. Marcel was near the left-hand window. Your father and Monsieur Pierre were in the office. That is correct. Yes. The windows were open. They were closed. You could still hear the noise from the forge? I think so. I'm almost certain. What happened? Marcel left the window and crossed the classroom. To go where? To one of the two windows on the right. The one from which you can see the rear of Madame Biard's house? Yes. Your father was still at the village hall at that moment? Yes. Marcel said nothing? No. He looked out of the window. Do you know what he was looking at? From my seat I couldn't see. Do you usually watch Marcel? Yes, he admitted, embarrassed. This time, Maigret did not ask why. They were two good pupils, and because Jean-Paul was the teacher's son, the other one was top of the class. Marcel was an altar boy and wore a surplice on Sundays. Marcel had friends, had Joseph the butcher's son, with whom he whispered during playtimes, and at whose house he went to play after class. Did you see your father leave the village hall? He walked towards our house and went inside to drink a cup of coffee. Was the kitchen window open? No. I know he had a cup of coffee. He always does. Your mother was downstairs. Upstairs, in my room. I could see her through the open window. Your father, after that, did not go into the tool shed? No. He crossed the courtyard to return to the classroom. Marcel was still in front of the window, the one on the right? Yes. Why didn't you say so right away? When? Maigret took the time to put his remembered evidence in order. Wait. Léonie Biard's body was discovered at the beginning of the afternoon. You children were not questioned right away. We were not questioned that day. We didn't know exactly what was going on. We only saw people coming and going. Then we noticed the gendarme. On Tuesday, in short, no one had openly accused the teacher. Marcel Cellier had not said anything, either to his parents or to anyone else, so Jean-Paul had no reason or chance to contradict him. Were you there the next day when they questioned Marcel? No. They had us come to the office one by one. And when he returned on Thursday morning? When did you learn that he claimed to have seen your father? I don't remember any more. On Tuesday evening. Did your parents talk about Léonie Biard? Only after I was in bed. I heard part of what they were saying. My mother claimed that it was her fault. My father was saying that no, it was only rumors, that they would understand that he'd had nothing to do with it. Why, when you learned that Marcel was accusing him, did you not protest? They wouldn't have believed me. Once again, Maigret thought he detected a nuance, a hint, something too subtle to be expressed. The youngster had not been glad to see his father accused. He had probably felt a certain shame at knowing he was in prison. But hadn't there been, on his part, a kind of cowardice? Hadn't he wanted, however slightly, without admitting it to himself, to distance himself from his parents? He resented them for not being like other parents. Well, now they were more different from them than ever, and the village, instead of keeping them at a distance, was turning against them. Jean-Paul envied Marcel. Was he going to accuse him in turn? In the end, he had not given in to a bad impulse. It was not cowardice, or in any case not simply cowardice. Couldn't one say that, on the contrary, it was a form of loyalty towards the others? He had the opportunity to contradict Marcel, to call him a liar. It was easy. Perhaps it seemed to him too easy. A cheap victory. Besides, the fact remained that no one would believe him. Who would have in the village if he'd shown up to say, "Cellier lied. My father did not come out of a tool shed. I saw him go into the house, leave it, and cross the courtyard. And at that moment Marcel was in front of the opposite window, from which he couldn't see him." "You didn't say anything to your mother?" "No." "Is she crying a lot?" "She doesn't cry." That was worse. Maigret imagined the atmosphere in the house over the last few days. "Why did you come out this morning?" "To see." "To see Marcel?" "Maybe." And perhaps without realizing it, because of a need to participate, even from afar, in the life of the village. Wasn't he suffocating in that little house at the end of the courtyard, where they no longer dared open the windows? "Are you going to tell the lieutenant?" "First, I have to see Marcel." "Will you be telling him I was the one who said something?" "Would you rather he didn't know that?" "Yes." At heart, he'd not completely given up on being admitted one day to the select group of Marcel, Joseph, and the others. "I believe he will tell me the truth about my needing to bring you into it. Other classmates must have seen which window he was standing at." "They were fooling around." "All of them?" "Except for one of the girls, Louise Boncoeur." "How old is she?"
15.
"She doesn't join in with the others?"
"No."
"You think she was looking at Marcel?" For the first time his face flushed, especially the ears.
"She's always looking at him," he stammered.
Was it because she was in love with the tinsmith's son that she'd not contradicted him, or more simply because she hadn't distinguished between one window and another? Marcel had affirmed that he'd been standing near the window. His classmates had probably not thought about which window he meant. "We should be getting back to the village," observed the inspector.
"I would rather not go back there with you."
"Do you want to leave first?"
"Yes." "Are you sure you won't say anything to Marcel?"
Maigret nodded. The boy hesitated, touched his cap politely, began walking towards the meadows, and soon broke into a run. At the seashore at last, the inspector forgot to look at it, and watched the figure moving away on the road. He set out in turn, stopped to fill his pipe, blew his nose, grumbled unintelligibly, and anyone seeing him walk slowly on his way would doubtless have wondered why he was shaking his head every now and then. By the time he passed the cemetery, the gravediggers had finished covering Léonie Birat's coffin with yellowish earth, and thanks to the fresh bouquets and floral wreaths, her plot could be seen from a long way off. Chapter 7. The Doctor's Forbearance. The women had gone home, and save for a few who lived at distant farms, they had probably already changed out of their black dresses and good shoes. As for the men, they remained, as on a country fair day, spilling out of Louis' Inn onto the pavement and into the courtyard, where they could be seen setting their bottles on a window ledge or an old iron table but had spent the winter there. From the pitch of the voices, the laughter, the slow clumsiness of the gestures, it was clear that they had had a lot to drink, and someone whose face Maigret could not see was relieving himself behind the hedge. Thérèse, bustling about, had found a moment to hand him a glass and a carafe. Only a few steps inside, he was now surrounded by conversations, and caught sight of the doctor in the kitchen. But there were too many people in the way for the inspector to get to him just then. "I'd never have thought we'd be planting her in the ground," an old man was saying, nodding his head. There were 3 of them, of about the same age. All 3 were certainly over 75, and in their corner they were standing in front of the sign on the white wall, posting the laws regarding public drunkenness and the sale of alcoholic beverages. Dressed in starched shirts and their black Sunday suits, they had to stand more stiffly than usual, which gave them a certain solemnity. It was strange to discover in their wrinkled and deeply creased faces that when they looked at one another, their eyes took on a naive, childish expression. Each one was holding a glass. The tallest of the three, with magnificent white hair and a silky moustache, was swaying slightly, and whenever he wanted to say something, would place a finger on the shoulder of one of his companions. Why did Maigret imagine them suddenly in the courtyard of the school? In their laughter and the glances they exchanged, they were still schoolboys. They had gone to classes together. Later, they'd taken the same girls into the fields and attended one another's weddings, the funerals of their parents, the weddings of their children, and the baptisms of their grandchildren. She might almost have been my sister, because my father always told me that he tumbled her mother in the haystack time and again. She was hell of a female, it seems, and her husband was a cuckold his whole life. Didn't that just sum up the village? Behind Maigret, in another group, someone was holding forth. When he sold me that there cow, I told him, "Listen, Victor, I know you're a thief, but don't forget that we did our military service together in Montpellier, and that one evening—" Louis, who hadn't had time to change, had simply taken off his jacket. Maigret made his way along slowly, remembering that the doctor had invited him to lunch at home that day. Had Bresel forgotten? The doctor was holding a glass like everyone else, but was keeping his head and trying to reason with the butcher, Marcelin, who was the drunkest man of all, and apparently quite agitated. It was difficult at that distance to work out exactly what was happening. From what Maigret heard, Marcelin seemed to be railing against somebody, trying to push away the little doctor and get into the front room. "I'm telling you I'm going to tell him." "Calm down, Marcelin, you're drunk." "I got no right to be drunk, is it?" "What did I tell you the last time you came for a checkup?" "I don't give a damn. If you keep this up, the next funeral will be yours. I won't be spied on. I'm a free man." The wine was not doing him any favors. His face was white, with an unhealthy pink at the cheeks and eyelids. He could no longer control his movements. His voice was thickening. "You heard me, Sawbones. I can't stand spies. Well, what's he doing here if not—" It was Maigret he was looking at back there, and towards whom he was attempting to rush to tell him exactly what he thought. 2 or 3 other men were watching him and laughing. Someone held out a glass, which the doctor seized first and poured out on the floor. "Don't you see he's had enough for a while?" Until then, there had been no arguments, no altercations. Basically, they all knew one another too well to fight, and each man knew exactly who was the strongest. Maigret avoided getting any closer, pretending not to notice what was going on so as not to aggravate the butcher. He kept an eye on the group, however, and witnessed a scene he found not a little surprising. The deputy mayor, Theo, tall and flabby, with his perpetually mocking eyes, now joined the others, brandishing a glass of not wine, but a Permo so dark it must have had quite a kick. He spoke briefly and quietly to the doctor, then handed the glass to the butcher while placing a hand on his shoulder. He talked to him too, and Marcelin at first appeared to struggle and be about to shove him away. Finally, he grabbed the glass, which he drained in one go, and almost immediately his gaze grew muddled, dull. He tried again to point a threatening finger at the inspector, but his arm had grown too heavy. Then, as if he had just knocked him out, Theo pushed him towards the stairs, where after a few steps up, he had to heave him onto his shoulder. "You haven't forgot my invitation, have you?" The doctor who had joined Maigret was sighing with relief, and said almost the same thing as the old man in the corner. "They've planted her in the ground. Are you coming?" They both made their way out to the pavement and walked a few paces along. "Within 3 months, it will be Marcelin's turn. I keep telling him, Marcelin, if you don't stop drinking, you'll croak. He's reached the point where he's stopped eating." "He's ill." "They're all ill in his family. He's a sad case." "Did Theo go up to put him to bed?" "We had to get rid of him somehow." He opened his door. The house smelled of good cooking. "Oh, you'll have an aperitif?" "I'd rather not." The smell of wine had been so strong in Louis' inn that simply breathing the air could have made a man drunk. "Did you attend the funeral?" "At a distance." "I looked for you coming out of the cemetery, but didn't see you. Is lunch ready, Armand?" In 5 minutes. Only 2 places were set. Just like a priest's servant, the doctor's sister preferred not to sit at the table. She must have eaten standing in her kitchen, between 2 courses. Sit down. What do you think of it? Of what? Nothing. Everything. She had a first-rate funeral. The teacher is still in prison, grumbled Maigret. They had to put someone there. I'd like to ask you a question, Doctor. Among all those people at the funeral, do you think there were many who believed that Gaston killed Léonie Billard? A few of them, surely. There are people who believe anything. And the rest? The doctor did not immediately grasp Maigret's point. Let's say that 1/10 of the population is convinced that the teacher fired the gun, began the inspector. That's about right. The other 9/10 have their own ideas. No doubt about that. Whom do they suspect? It depends. In my opinion, each of them suspects more or less sincerely the person they'd most like to be guilty. And no one is talking about it. They must be, among themselves. Have you heard of any suspicions along those lines? The ironic look the doctor gave him might almost have come from Theo. They don't tell me that sort of thing. Yet knowing or believing that the teacher is not guilty, it doesn't bother them that he's in prison. Certainly not. Gaston is not of a village. They feel that if the lieutenant of the examining magistrate have judged it wise to arrest him, that's their business. That's what they're both paid to do. They'd let him be convicted, without batting an eye. If it were one of theirs, then that would be a different story. Are you beginning to understand? Once a guilty culprit is required, it might as well be a stranger. Do they think the Cellier boy is sincere? Marcel is a good boy. He lied. It's possible. I wonder why. Perhaps because he thought they were going to accuse his father. Don't forget his mother is the old beer woman's niece, and she'll be the heir. I thought the postmistress had always claimed that her niece would not get a thing. The doctor looked a touch uneasy. His sister brought in the appetizers. Were you at the funeral? Maigret asked her. Armand never goes to funerals. They began to eat in silence. It was Maigret who first spoke again, as if talking to himself. It was not Tuesday but Monday that Marcel Cellier saw the teacher leave the tool shed. He has admitted it. I haven't asked him yet, but I'm almost certain of it. On Monday before school, Gaston worked in his garden. When he crossed the courtyard sometime that morning, he noticed a hoe lying around and went to put it away. On Tuesday evening, after the discovery of the body, Marcel said nothing, and was not yet thinking of accusing his teacher. Later he had an idea, or overheard something in conversation, that made up his mind to it. He did not lie completely. Women and children specialize in these half-lies. He didn't make anything up, simply moved a real event 1 day later. That's rather funny. I would bet he's trying to persuade himself that it really was Tuesday when he saw the teacher come out of the shed. He can't manage it, obviously, so he must have gone to confession. Why don't you ask the priest? Because if he were to answer me, it would indirectly betray the secrets of the confessional. The priest won't do that. I was thinking of asking the neighbors, the people in the cooperative, among others, if they'd seen Marcel enter the church at a time when there was no service. But now I know that he goes there through the courtyard. The leg of lamb was perfection, and the beans meltingly tender. The doctor had brought out a vintage bottle. Outside, they could hear a muffled noise, the sound of conversation on the square and in the courtyard of the inn. Did the doctor realize that Maigret was only talking to try out his ideas on an audience? He was circling around the same subject, lazily, without ever getting to the essential point. In the end, I don't think Marcel lied to deflect any suspicion from his father. The inspector had the feeling at that moment that Marcel knew more than he wanted to say. Really? I'm trying, you see, to put myself in the place of the children. Since the beginning, I've had the impression that it's all about the children, and the grown-ups have become involved in it only by accident. Looking the doctor full in the face, he added calmly, pointedly, and I believe more and more that others know this as well. Or perhaps in that case you will succeed in making them talk. Perhaps. It's difficult, isn't it? Very. Purcell was making fun of him, still in the same way as the deputy mayor did. I had this morning a long conversation with a Gaston boy. Did you go to their house? No, I spotted him watching the funeral over the cemetery wall and followed him all the way to the sea. Why was he going there? He was running away from me. At the same time, he was hoping I would catch him. What did he tell you? That Marcel Cellier was standing not at the left-hand window but at the one on the right. At most, Marcel could have seen Léonie Birard fall at the moment the bullet entered her eye, but he could not possibly have seen the teacher coming out of the shed. What do you conclude? That he was to shield someone, that the Cellier boy decided to lie, not right away. He took his time. The idea probably did not occur to him immediately. Why did he pick the teacher? First, because he was the most likely person, and also, as it happened, because he had seen him the day before, almost at the same time, coming out of a shed. Finally, perhaps because of Jean-Paul. Do you think he hates him? Mind you, Doctor, I'm not affirming anything. I'm feeling my way. I've questioned the two children. This morning I watched some old men who were once children as well, in this very place. If the inhabitants of the village are so easily hostile to strangers, isn't it because, without their knowing it, they envy them? They spend their entire existence in Saint-André, with the occasional trip to La Rochelle, or the distraction of a wedding or a funeral. I see what you're driving at. The teacher comes from Paris. In their eyes, he's a learned man who busies himself with their personal doings and intrudes on them with his advice. For a child, the teacher's son has a little of the same prestige. Marcel lied because he hates Jean-Paul? Partly because he envies him. The strangest thing is that for his part, Jean-Paul envies Marcel and his friends. He feels alone, different from the others, kept at a distance by them. Nevertheless, someone shot at the old Birard woman, and it couldn't have been either of those two boys. That's right. A homemade apple tart arrived, and the smell of coffee wafted in from the kitchen. I'm beginning to feel that Theo knows the truth. Because he was in his garden. For that and other reasons. Yesterday evening, Doctor, you told me gaily that they're all a bunch of crooks. I was joking. Half joking. Isn't that so? They all cheat more or less, committing what you would call nasty little tricks. You have your blunt manner, you scold them on occasion, but in reality you would not betray them. Am I right? The priest, according to you, would refuse to answer you if you were to question him about Marcel, and I think you're right. Me? I'm the doctor. It's somewhat the same thing. Do you know, Inspector, that our lunch is beginning to resemble an interrogation? What do you prefer with your coffee, brandy or Calvados? Calvados. Purcell went to fetch the bottle from an antique cabinet and filled the glasses, still pleasant and cheerful, but with a slightly more serious look in his eyes. Your health. I would like to talk to you about the accident, began Maigret almost timidly. Well, what accident? The doctor's question was simply to give himself time to think, for accidents were not that frequent in the village. The motorbike accident. Has someone told you about it? I know only that Marcelin's son was knocked down by a motorbike. When did it happen? Oh, a little more than a month ago on a Saturday. Near Léonie Birard's house? Not far from it, maybe 100 meters away. During the evening. A bit before dinner. It was dark. The two boys. Which boys? Marcel and Joseph, Marcelin's son. Just the two of them? Yes. They were going home. A motorbike was coming from the seashore. No one knows exactly how it happened. Who was the motorcyclist? Hervé Jousseau, a muscle farmer of about 30 who got married last year. He been drinking? He doesn't drink. He was raised by his aunts, who are quite strict and who still live with the family. Was his headlamp on? The investigation showed that it was. The children must have been playing. Joseph tried to cross the road and was knocked down. Was his leg broken? In 2 places. Will he limp? No, in a week or 2 it'll be like new. He still can't walk yet? No. Does the accident bring in something for Marcelin? The insurance will pay a certain sum, because Jousseau admitted that he was probably at fault. Do you think that he was? Visibly uncomfortable, the doctor decided to burst out laughing. "I'm beginning to understand what you call at kid is off air. Sweating a witness. I would rather fess up. Isn't that how you put it?" He refilled the glasses. "Marcelin's a poor wretch. Everyone knows he's not going to last much longer. We can't hold it against him that he drinks, because he's never had any luck. Not only has there always been illness in his house, but everything he tries goes wrong. 3 years ago, he rented some meadows to fatten bullocks, and a drought took everything. He's always hard up. His van spends more time broken down by the roadside than it does delivering meat." So, Rousseau, who has nothing to lose since the insurance is paying, said he was at fault. That's about it. Does everyone know this? More or less. An insurance company is a vague and distant entity, like the government, and it always seems only right to take money from it. Did you draw up the medical certificates? Of course. Did you formulate them in such a way that Masterman would receive as much as possible? Oh, let's say that I emphasized the complications that might arise. There weren't any complications. There could have been. When a cow dies of a sudden sickness, 5 times out of 10 the veterinarian writes it up as an accident. It was Maigret's turn to smile. If I understand correctly, Marcelin's son could have been back on his feet a week or 2 ago. 1 week? By keeping him in a cast, you're allowing his father to claim a larger sum from the insurance company? You see that even the doctor is obliged to be a bit crooked. If I'd refused, I would have been long gone from here. And the teacher is clearly in prison today because he refused to provide such certifications. If he'd been more flexible, if he hadn't fought 100 times with Theo over his being too generous with government money, they might have adopted him in the end. In spite of what happened to his wife, they've all been cheated on too. Was Marcel Cellier the only witness to the accident? I told you it was in the evening. There was no one else on the road. Could someone have seen them from a window? You're thinking of the old Pirard woman. I assume that she wasn't always in her kitchen and that she sometimes went into the front room. She never came up in the investigation. She didn't say anything. The doctor scratched his head, completely serious this time. I have the feeling you're closing in on where you're going. Mind you, I'm not following you yet. You're sure of that? Of what? Why did Marcelin try to rush at me this morning? He was drunk. Why come after me, in particular? You were the only stranger at the inn. When he's been drinking, he feels persecuted. From there to imagining that you're here only to spy on him, you went to some trouble to calm him down. You would have preferred a fight? Theo knocked him out by making him drink a double or triple thermo and carried him upstairs. That's the first time I've seen the deputy mayor ride to the rescue. Marcelin is his cousin. I'd rather he'd been allowed to tell me what he wanted to say. The others had clearly not wanted him to speak, had whisked him away in effect, and now the butcher must have been sleeping it off in one of the upstairs bedrooms. I'm going to have to go to my surgery, said Brassel. I've probably got a good dozen people waiting for me. The 2 rooms of his office were in a low building in the courtyard. Patients could be seen sitting there in a row against a wall, including a child with a bandaged head and an old man with crutches. I think you'll get somewhere, said the little doctor with a sigh, alluding to Maigret's investigation, of course, not his career. He considered the inspector now with a certain respect, but also with a hint of irritation. Would you have preferred that I find nothing? I wonder. It might have been better if you'd never come. That depends on what there is at the end. You haven't the slightest idea about that. I know about as much as you do. And you would have left Gaston in prison? In any case, they can't keep him very long. Brassel was not a local man. He'd been born in a city like the teacher, but for more than 20 years he'd been living with the village, and in spite of himself, he felt a part of it. Come see me when you feel like it. Believe me, I do what I can. It simply happens that I would rather live here and spend most of my days on the local roads than shut myself up in a consulting room in a city or some suburb. Thank you for the lunch. Will you question young Marcel again? I don't know yet. If you want to talk to him, it would be better if you saw him without his father present. Is he afraid of his father? I don't think that it's fear. Admiration, rather. If he lied, he must be living in terror. Back outside, Maigret found only a few groups left in the square and in the Bon Coin. Theo was playing cards in a corner, as on other days, with the postman, the blacksmith, and a farmer. His eyes met Maigret's, and although as mocking as before, they were beginning to reflect a certain respect. "Is Marcelin still upstairs?" the inspector asked Thérèse. "He's snoring. He soiled the entire room. He can't hold his drink any more. It's the same thing every time." "Has anyone asked for me?" "The lieutenant came by a little while ago. He didn't come in, only glanced inside as if looking for someone. Maybe you. Are you having anything?" "No, thanks." Even the smell of wine was nauseating. He headed slowly for the village hall. One of the sergeants was talking with Lieutenant Daniel. "Did you try to see me?" "Not particularly. I went through the square a while ago and looked to see if you're at the inn." "Anything new?" "It might not be important. Sergeant Newley has found another rifle." "A .22 caliber?" "Yes, here it is. It's the same type as the others." "Where was it?" "In the shed behind the butcher's house." "Hidden?" The sergeant replied himself. "I was still busy looking for the spent cartridge with my colleague. We were going from one garden to the next. I saw the door of a shed open with bloodstains everywhere. In a corner I spotted the rifle." "Did you question the butcher's wife?" "Yes. She told me that when Sellier beat the town drum to ask that all rifles be brought to the village hall, she hadn't thought of her son's rifle, given that he was laid up in bed. He had an accident about a month ago, and—" "I know." Maigret, holding the weapon, was taking little puffs on his pipe. He finally placed the rifle in a separate corner from the others. "Would you come with me for a moment, Lieutenant?" They crossed the courtyard, pushed open the door of a classroom which smelled of chalk and ink. "Keep in mind that I don't know yet where this will take us. On Tuesday morning, when the teacher left here with the farmer Pierrebeuf, Marcel Sellier went to this window." "That's what he told us." "We can see, to the right of the linden, the tool shed. We can also see some windows, including those on the first floor of the butcher's house." Frowning slightly, the lieutenant listened. "The boy did not stay here. Before the teacher left the village hall office, the boy crossed the classroom." Maigret did so as well, passing in front of the blackboard, the teacher's desk, heading for the window directly opposite the first one. "From here, as you can confirm, we see Léonie Birat's house. If she was standing at her window and she was hit, as the inquiry seemed to indicate, it is possible that Marcel saw her fall." "Do you suppose he had a reason for going from one window to the other?" "He might have seen something and—" "Not necessarily." "Why did he lie?" Maigret preferred not to answer. "Do you have your suspicions?" "I think so." "What are you going to do?" "What there is to do," replied Maigret flatly. He sighed, emptied his pipe on the greyish floor, looked at the ashes there with an air of reluctance, and added as if with regret, "It's not going to be pleasant." Directly across the courtyard from a window on the first floor, Jean-Paul was watching them. Chapter 8. Léonie's Horseshoe. Before leaving the classroom, Maigret saw another form at a window, an open one this time, further away beyond the gardens. The person sitting on the window-sill had his back turned, but from the shape of his head and his sturdy build, Maigret recognized Marcel Sellier. "I suppose that's the butcher's house." "Yes. Joseph the son and Marcel are great friends." Across the way, the boy twisted around on the sill, then looked down to watch a woman hanging laundry out to dry in a garden. He glanced automatically about the yard just at the moment when Maigret and the lieutenant were leaving the classroom and facing his way. In spite of the distance, one could tell from his movements that he was talking to someone in the room. He then got down off the windowsill and disappeared. Turning towards the inspector, Danielou murmured pensively, "Good luck." "Are you returning to La Rochelle? Would you prefer that I wait for you? That might allow me to take the evening train." He had no more than 150 meters to cross. He did so in long, even strides. The butcher's shop was a low, huddled house. There was no real shop. It was the left-hand room on the ground floor, which had been adapted by adding a strange sort of counter with a scale, an old model icebox, and a table for cutting meat. The front door opened to a hallway, the end of which, to the left of the staircase, opened onto the courtyard. Before knocking, Maigret had passed the right-hand window, the one in the kitchen. It was open, showing 3 women, including an elderly lady in a white bonnet, sitting at a round table eating some pie. One of them must have been Marcelin's wife, the other 2 her mother and sister, who lived in the neighbouring village and had come for the funeral. They had seen him pass by. The windows were so small that he had blocked theirs for a moment with his burly torso. They heard him hesitating at the open door, looking for a bell, not finding one and taking 2 steps inside, making noise on purpose. The butcher's wife rose, half-opened the kitchen door and asked, "What is it?" Then, probably recognizing him from seeing him around the village, "You're the policeman from Paris, aren't you?" If she had gone to the funeral, she'd already changed her clothes. She couldn't have been very old, yet her shoulders were bowed, her cheeks hollow, and her eyes feverish. "My husband isn't here," she added without looking him in the face. "I don't know when he'll be back. Were you wanting to see him?" She did not invite him into the kitchen, where the other 2 women sat in silence. "I would like a word with your son." She was afraid, but that meant nothing, for she was a woman who must always have been afraid, who lived in the expectation of catastrophe. "He's in bed." "I know. He's been upstairs for more than a month." "May I go up?" What could she do? She let him pass without daring to protest, clutching a corner of her apron. He had climbed only 4 or 5 steps when he saw Marcel coming down the same stairs, and it was Maigret who now pressed back against the wall. "Excuse me," stammered the boy, who also avoided looking straight at him. He was hurrying to get outside, must have expected Maigret to stop him on his way or call him back, but the inspector did not, and went on upstairs. "The door to the right," the mother told him when he reached the landing. He knocked. "Come in," said a child's voice. The mother stayed there, motionless, her face lifted towards him as he pushed open the door and closed it behind him. "Don't bother." Sitting on his bed, propped up by several pillows, one leg in plaster up to mid-thigh, Joseph had moved as if to get up. "I passed your friend on the stairs." "I know." "Why didn't he wait for me?" The ceiling was low, and Maigret almost touched the main beam with his head. The room was not large. The bed took up most of it. The place was untidy, littered with illustrated magazines and bits of wood carved with a pocket-knife. "Bored, are you?" There was a chair, but it was heaped with various things, a jacket, a slingshot, 2 or 3 books, and more pieces of wood. "You can take everything off it," said the boy. Jean-Paul Gaston resembled his father and mother. Marcel resembled the tinsmith. Joseph, though, looked neither like the butcher nor his wife. Of the 3 children, he was without question the handsomest, the one who seemed most like a healthy, well-adjusted child. Maigret had gone to sit on the window-sill, his back to the landscape of courtyards and gardens, in the place where Marcel had recently been sitting, and he was in no hurry to talk. This was not, as so often happened with him at Quai des Orfèvres, intended to unnerve another person, but because he had no idea where to begin. Joseph spoke first. "Where's my father?" "At Louis's place." The child hesitated before his next question. "How is he?" What point was there in hiding what he must certainly have known? Theo put him to bed. Instead of worried, he seemed comforted by the news. "Is my mother downstairs with my grandmother?" "Yes." The sun, setting in a still clear sky, gently warmed the inspector's back, and birdsong rose from the gardens. Somewhere a child was playing a tin trumpet. "Don't you want me to take off your plaster cast?" It was as if Joseph expected that, understanding the implication. He was not worried, like his mother. He did not seem afraid. Studying the bulky form of his visitor and his seemingly impassive face, he thought about what tact to take. "You know about that?" "Yes." "The doctor told you?" "I'd guessed earlier." "What were you doing, you and Marcel, when the motorbike hit you?" Joseph was truly relieved. "Didn't you find the horseshoe?" he asked. And those words brought an image to Maigret's mind. He'd seen a horseshoe somewhere. It was when he'd visited Léonie Birat's house. The rusty horseshoe had been lying on the floor, in the corner to the right of the window not far from the chalk lines marking the position of the body. It hadn't escaped him. He had even almost asked a question. Then, straightening up, he had noticed a nail. Had told himself that the shoe had probably been hanging up on this nail. Lots of people out in the country keep a horseshoe they found on the road as a good luck charm. Danielu and the gendarme, who had already examined the premises, must have thought the same thing. "There is indeed a horseshoe in Léonie Birad's place," he replied. "I'm the one who found it," said the boy. "The night of the accident. I was on the sea road with Marcel when I tripped over it. It was dark. I took the horseshoe with me. We were passing the old lady's house and I had it in my hand. The window on the street side was open. We went over without making any noise." "Was the postmistress in the front room?" "In the kitchen. The door was ajar." He could not keep from smiling. "First, I had the idea of throwing the horseshoe into the house to scare her." "The way you're used to throwing dead cats and other filth." "I'm not the only one who did that." "You changed your mind?" "Yes. I thought it would be funnier to sneak the horseshoe into her bed. I climbed quietly through the window, took a few steps. Unfortunately, I bumped into something, I don't know what. She heard. I dropped the horseshoe and jumped out of the window." "Where was Marcel?" "He was waiting a little further along. I started to run. I heard the old woman shouting threats from her window. And that's when the motorbike hit me." "Why didn't you say so?" "First off, they took me to the doctor and it hurt a lot. They gave me some medicine that put me to sleep. When I woke up, my father was there and the first thing they talked about was the insurance. I understood that if I told the truth, people would say it was my fault and the insurance wouldn't pay. My father needs money." "Marcel came to see you?" "Yes, I made him promise not to say anything either." "Since then, he's been by to see you every day?" "Almost every day. He's my friend."
"Jean-Paul isn't your friend?"
"He isn't anyone's friend."
"Why?"
"I don't know. He probably doesn't want it. He's like his mother. His mother never speaks to the women in the village."
"Aren't you bored alone in this bedroom for a month?"
"Yes."
"What do you do all day?"
"Nothing. I read, I whittle pieces of wood and make little boats and people out of them."
There were dozens of them all around him, some rather carefully done. "Do you ever go over to the window?"
"I'm not supposed to."
"For fear people would find out you can walk?"
"Yes," he replied frankly. Then he asked, "Are you going to tell the insurance company?"
"That's none of my business."
There was a silence during which Maigret turned around to look at the schoolyard and the backs of the houses.
"I suppose that it's especially during playtime that you look out of the window?"
"Often." Exactly opposite, beyond the little gardens, he could see the windows of Léonie Birard.
"Did the postmistress happen to see you?"
"Yes." The child became more subdued now, still hesitating a bit, but knew already that he would have to talk. "Already, before, when she saw me, she would make faces at me."
"Did she stick out her tongue at you?"
"Yes. After the accident, she began taunting me, showing me the horseshoe."
"Why?"
"Probably to make me understand that she could go and tell everything."
"Yet she did not do that."
"No." It was a little as if the former postmistress had been the same age as the youngsters with whom she used to squabble, and who had targeted her for their teasing. She would shout, threaten, stick out her tongue at them. At a distance, she was reminding Joseph that she could cause trouble for him.
"Did that scare you?"
"Yes. My parents need money."
"Do they know about the business with the horseshoe?"
"My father does."
"You told him about it?"
"He guessed that I'd done something that I wasn't telling him, and made me admit the truth."
"Did he scold you?"
"He advised me to keep quiet."
"How many times did Léonie Birard show you the horseshoe in the window?"
"Maybe 20 times. She did it whenever she saw me." As he had done in the morning with Jean-Paul, Maigret slowly lit his pipe, so as to appear as unthreatening as possible. He seemed to be listening distractedly to some story or other, and seeing him relaxing with an almost naive expression, the boy might have imagined that he was chatting with one of his classmates.
"What did Marcel come to tell you a little while ago?"
"That if he were questioned again, he'd have to own up."
"Why? Is he frightened?"
"He went to confession. I also think the funeral scared him."
"He'll say he saw you at this window before going over to the one on the other side."
"How did you know?" "You see, in this house everything goes wrong. Other people do worse things and nothing happens to them. In our house it's the exact opposite."
What were you doing at the window?
I was looking.
Was the old lady showing you the horseshoe?
Yes.
Tell me exactly what happened.
There's nothing else I can do, right?
Not at this point.
I took my rifle.
Where was your rifle?
In that corner there, near the wardrobe.
Was it loaded? There was the slightest hesitation.
Yes.
Were the cartridges .22 longs or shorts?
Longs.
Do you usually keep the rifle in your bedroom?
Often.
Have you happened to shoot at sparrows from the window lately?
The boy paused again, thinking as fast as he could, like someone who cannot allow himself the tiniest mistake. No, I don't think so.
Did you want to frighten the old woman?
Probably. I don't know exactly what I wanted. She was making fun of me. I thought in the end she'd tell the insurance company and that my father wouldn't be able to buy himself a new van.
That's what he decided to do with the money.
Yes. He's sure that if he had a good van and could extend his route, he would earn some money.
He isn't earning any at the moment.
He's been losing money for months, and it's my grandmother.
She's helping you.
When it's absolutely necessary. She makes a scene every time.
You fired the rifle.
He nodded with a vague, apologetic smile.
Aiming at anything?
I was aiming at the window.
In short, you wanted to break a pane of glass.
He nodded again and asked hurriedly, "Will they put me in prison?"
They don't put boys your age in prison.
He seemed disappointed. Then what will they do?
The judge will lecture you.
And after that?
He'll speak sternly to your father. He's the one in the end who's responsible.
Why, since he didn't do anything?
Where was he when you fired?
I don't know.
Was he off on his rounds?
Probably not. He never leaves that early.
Was he in the butcher shop?
Maybe.
He didn't hear anything. Your mother didn't either.
No, they didn't say anything to me.
They don't know that you're the one who fired the shot.
I didn't tell them about it.
Who took the rifle to the shed?
This time he blushed, glanced around uneasily, and would not look Maigret in the eyes.
I assume, insisted the inspector, that you could not go downstairs and cross the courtyard in your cast. So?
I asked Marcel. He stopped short. No, that's not true, he admitted. It was my father. You'd find it out in the end anyway.
Did you ask him to take down the rifle?
Yes, I didn't explain why to him.
When?
Wednesday morning.
Didn't he ask you any questions?
He just looked at me with annoyance.
He didn't mention it to your mother.
If he had, she would have come immediately to worm things out of me.
She has the habit of doing that.
She always guesses when I try to lie.
Are you the one who asked Marcel to claim that he'd seen the teacher come out of a tool shed?
No, I didn't even know he would be questioned.
Why did he do it?
Probably because he saw me at the window.
With the rifle? Were you holding the rifle?
Joseph was flushed. He was making valiant efforts, trying his best not to contradict himself or appear to be hesitating. Although Maigret was speaking to him in a neutral voice without pressing him, as if he was saying nothing important, the boy was intelligent enough to realize that he was moving ever closer towards the truth. I don't remember exactly. Maybe I hadn't already picked it up.
But when Marcel was at the other window and saw the postmistress falling, did he suspect that you had fired the shot?
He didn't tell me that.
The two of you didn't talk about it?
Not until today.
And he simply announced that if he were questioned, he'd be obliged to admit the truth.
Yes.
Was he sad?
Yes.
And you?
I'd rather get it over with.
But would you rather go to prison?
Maybe.
Why?
No reason. To see. He did not add that prison was doubtless more fun than his parents' house. Maigret rose with a sigh.
You would have let the teacher be convicted?
I don't think so.
Are you sure about that?
No, Joseph was not sure about that. That he had wronged Gaston seemed not to have occurred to him. Had it occurred to the other villagers? Are you leaving? Asked the boy in astonishment, seeing the inspector walk towards the door. Maigret stopped at the threshold.
What else would I do?
Are you going to tell the lieutenant everything? Except, perhaps, the business about your accident. Thank you.
He wasn't that happy about being left alone. I suppose you have nothing to add? He shook his head. You're sure that you've told me the truth? He nodded again, and then instead of opening the door, Maigret sat down on the edge of the bed. Now, tell me exactly what you saw in the courtyard.
Which courtyard?
The blood had rushed to the child's face, and his ears were crimson. Before replying, Maigret opened the door a little without having to get up, and told Marcelin's wife, standing out on the landing, "Please be kind enough to go downstairs." After she'd done so, he closed the door. "In this courtyard."
Our courtyard?
"Yes."
What would I have seen?
"I'm not the one who knows. You are." The child in his bed had drawn back to the wall and was staring wild-eyed at Maigret.
What do you mean?
"You were at the window and the old lady was showing you the horseshoe."
I already told you.
"Except that the rifle was not in your room."
How do you know?
"Your father was downstairs in the yard with the door to the shed open."
What was he doing? Cutting up a lamb.
From his position, he could see you at your window the way he could see Léonie Birard.
No one could have told you all that, murmured the youngster, more dazzled than stunned. Did you simply guess?
He was on no better terms than you were with the old woman. She insulted him every time he went by on the road.
She called him a good-for-nothing and a beggar.
Did she stick her tongue out at him?
That was her favorite thing.
Did your father go into the shed?
Yes.
When he came back out, was he holding your rifle?
What will they do to him?
It depends. Have you made up your mind not to lie to me anymore?
I'll tell you the truth.
Could your father still see you in the window at that moment?
I don't think so. I'd step back.
So that he wouldn't know you were watching?
Maybe. I don't remember. It happened very fast.
What happened very fast?
He took a quick look around and fired. I heard him mutter, "Take this, you old louse."
Did he aim carefully?
No, we put the gun to his shoulder and fired.
Is he a good shot?
He couldn't hit a sparrow at 10 paces.
Did he see Léonie Birard fall?
Yes. He froze for a moment, maybe completely shocked. Then he dashed into the shed to put away the rifle.
And after that?
He looked at my window and went inside the house. Then I heard him going out.
To go where?
To have a drink at Louis's place.
How do you know?
'Cause when he came home he was drunk.
Théo was in his garden.
He had just come out of his shed.
Did he see your father shoot?
He couldn't have from where he was.
But he saw you at the window.
I think so.
Did he hear the shot?
He must have heard it.
Your father hasn't mentioned anything since?
No.
You haven't talked to him either?
I didn't dare.
Did Marcel think you were the one who fired?
Surely.
That's why he lied.
I'm his friend.
Maigret patted him absently on the head. "That's all, little fellow," he said as he stood up. He almost added, "Some people learn about life sooner than others." Why bother? Joseph wasn't taking the whole thing too tragically. He was so used to little daily dramas, but this one in his eyes was hardly more impressive than the rest.
They're going to put him in prison?
Not for long, unless they prove that he aimed at Léonie Birard and tried to hit her.
He just wanted to scare her.
I know. The whole village will testify in his favor. After thinking it over, the boy agreed.
I think so. Yes. They do like him in spite of everything. It's not his fault.
What isn't his fault?
Everything.
Maigret was halfway down the stairs when the child called down to him.
Don't you want to take off my cast?
It would be better if I sent the doctor over to you.
Will you send him over right away?
If he's at home.
Don't forget.
Finally, when Maigret reached the bottom of the stairs, he heard him murmured,
"Thank you."
He didn't stop at the kitchen. The sun was sinking behind the houses, and a mist was rising from the ground. The three women were still there, motionless, and silently watched him go past the window. The priest was talking with a middle-aged woman in front of a church,
and the inspector thought he seemed tempted to cross the street and speak to him. He must know too. He knew from Marcel's confession of his lie, but he was the only one without the right to say anything. When Maigret nodded in greeting, the priest appeared a bit surprised. Then the inspector entered the village hall, where he found Danielou waiting for him, smoking a cigar. He looked up expectantly. "You can release the teacher," said Maigret. "It's Joseph?" Maigret shook his head. "Who?" "His father, Marcelin." "I assume all that's left is for me to arrest him." "I'll have a word or two with him first." "He didn't confess?" "He's not in any condition to confess anything whatsoever. If you would come with me." They both headed for the inn, but just at the door, Maigret remembered a promise he had made and went to ring at Dr. Boissel's house. The sister opened the door. "Is the doctor in?" "He just left to deliver a baby." "When he returns, would you ask him to go and remove Joseph's cast?" She too must have thought that Joseph was the culprit. The lieutenant was waiting at Louis's door. There was no longer anyone outside. A dozen or so drinkers still lingered inside, one of them sleeping with his head on a table. "Where did they put Marcelin?" Maigret asked Thérèse. He had spoken loudly enough for Théo to hear, and it was the inspector's turn to consider the deputy mayor with an eye twinkling with mischief. Théo, moreover, was a good sport. Instead of scowling, he simply shrugged as if to say, "Too bad. It's not my fault." "The room to the left of the stairs, Monsieur Maigret." He went up alone and opened the door. Startled by the noise, the butcher sat up and looked at him with bulging eyes. "What do you want, you?" he said thickly. "What time is it?" 5 o'clock. He put both feet on the floor, rubbed his eyes, his face, then looked around him for something to drink. His breath was so rank with alcohol that Maigret felt nauseated, and there were patches of vomit on the floor. "The lieutenant is waiting for you downstairs, Marcelin." "Me? Why, what have I done?" "He'll tell you himself." "You went to my house?" Maigret did not reply. "You asked for the boy?" the butcher went on in a dull voice. "Get up, Marcelin." "If I feel like it." His hair was mussed, his eyes fixed in a stare. "Well, you the clever one. You must be proud of yourself. Tormenting children. That's what you came here to do. And that's the kind of work the government pays you for." "Downstairs." "Don't you dare touch me." On his feet, swaying, he was muttering, "Always because that other fellow's a teacher. Because he's an educated man who gets taxpayers' money, too." To emphasize his disdain, he spat on the floor, then made for the door and almost fell down the stairs. "Pardon, Ruiz," he ordered, clinging to the counter. Needing to go out with a flourish, he gazed at those around him while attempting to sneer. With a look, Louis asked Maigret whether to serve the drink, and the inspector shrugged with indifference. Marcelin downed his Pernod in one gulp, wiped his lips, turned towards Théo and cried, "Anyway, I got her, that lousy stinker." "Well, don't go around boasting about it," murmured the deputy mayor, consulting the cards in his hand. "What? You're saying I didn't kill her?" "You didn't do it on purpose. You couldn't hit an ox at 30 meters. "Did I get her, yes or no?" "You got her fine. Now shut up." The lieutenant stepped in. "I ask you to come quietly so I won't need to use handcuffs." "Anyway, I figured I'd bring handcuffs." He was showing off to the end. "As you please." The others saw them gleam, heard them snap closed around the butcher's wrists. "You see that? All over you." He bumped into the door frame as he left, and a few moments later, they heard a car door slam shut. There was silence. The air was steeped in wine and liquor. Thick smoke surrounded the lamp which had just been lit, despite the lingering daylight outside. In half an hour it would be completely dark, and the village would have dwindled to a few bright spots, 2 or 3 dimly lit shop windows, and the occasional shadow stepping past the houses. "Draw up my bill," said Maigret, the first to speak. "You're leaving right away?" "I'm taking the evening train." The others remained quiet as if in suspense. How do I go about calling a taxi?
Simply ask Marchand. He'll take you in his van. He's always the one who drives people to the station.
Are we playing, demanded Teo, or not? I said spades or trumps, and here's 3 in a row. On what? The queen. Good. I'm playing the jack.
Maigret seemed a little sad or tired, as he did almost every time he'd finished an investigation. He had come there to eat oysters washed down with a local white wine.
What may I offer you, Inspector? My treat.
He hesitated. The odour of cheap wine was sickening. Still, because he'd so looked forward to it in Paris, he went along.
A carafe of white.
A lights were on in the ironmonger's shop. At the back, hung with buckets and saucepans, Marcel Cellier could be glimpsed sitting before a book in the kitchen, his head in his hands.
Cheers.
Cheers.
You must have a strange idea of this place, no?
He made no reply, and shortly afterwards Thérèse brought down his suitcase, which she had packed for him.
I hope your wife will find everything in order.
And in fact it was good all of a sudden to think of Madame Maigret, of their apartment in Boulevard Michel-Lenoir and the brightly lit Grand Boulevard, where he would take her, his very first evening back, to their usual cinema. When he passed the village hall, sitting in the van's front passenger seat, there was a light in the Gaston's house. In an hour or two the teacher would return home, and the 3 of them, so alike one another, would be together again, as if hunkering down on a lost island. A little later, he did not notice that what was swinging back and forth in the darkness to his right were the masts of boats, and at the station he bought a whole heap of Paris newspapers.